with a lifetime workmanship warranty. To learn more, go to BlueNailRoofing.com. That's BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to purchasing your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel. Not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
The Fan presents the 23rd Annual Guns N' Hoses Boxing Event, Saturday, September 14th at 7 p.m. Proudly held and sponsored by Credit Union of Texas Event Center in Allen. Visit CUTXEventCenter.com for details.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
At Kroger Pharmacy, CARE is making it easy to get vaccinated. CARE is helping you stay protected from flu, COVID, and RSV. Seasonal vaccines are available 7 days a week with evening hours. CARE is giving you a shot at staying healthy this season. Walk in whenever is best and get multiple vaccines in one visit at your local Kroger pharmacy. So come and get the protection you need while protecting those around you. Kroger Health, a world of care is in store. Visit Kroger.com/vaccines for more. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See site for details.
Window Nation is offering an amazing deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and pay nothing for 2 years. Plus, you'll receive a Dallas Cowboys jersey with a chance to win tickets to a game. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/Cowboys.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Telesystems.
We make sure hackers don't mess with Texas. Telesystems' job is to allow business leaders to sleep better at night knowing that their cybersecurity, networking, and communications stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. IT is about trust.
Your turn it on. dropping into coverage now, and how wild is
that misdirection?
I think
that misdirection?
They just didn't need it.
Yeah.
They did. Deshaun Watson is an awful football player. He is so bad. And the Cowboys were just, no pun intended. The Cowboys were stroking him after the game where they're just trying to say, like, oh my gosh, that's a good quarterback. Any other quarterback, we probably have a dozen sacks today. He's so strong and difficult to get down. But man, I think Cleveland's offense is just, it's a combination of Dallas's defense yesterday was really, really strong, and Cleveland's offense was really hurting.
Deshaun Watson looked like he played the way a backup quarterback plays. Backup quarterbacks are always like scrambling. They're always, they're never just dropping back and passing. Backup quarterbacks always seem to scramble. They want to leave the pocket. He has forgotten how to hit receivers on time. He has forgotten out, right? He doesn't do that anymore. Now it's a constant scramble with him. That's a quarterback who's just forgotten how to play the position.
Cowboys lead 20-3 at halftime. Really, the halftime statistics tell you the entire story of this thing. And then again, did they take the foot off the gas in the second half? Were they working on some different things? First half stats: Cowboys with 76 rushing yards, Cleveland with 23. Cowboys with 140 passing yards, the Browns with 31. The Cowboys were 4 of 9 on third down. The Browns were 0 for 6. Time of possession was doubled, 20-10. Mike McCarthy with his thoughts on the first game of the season.
Excellent win, especially going on the road, coming up here with a great football environment. So you felt good about your prep coming into it. I thought we started the first half. Thought we played well, did little things. Second half was sloppy. So good win. Anytime you win by 3 scores, and you have a lot to correct. So that's where we're at. But we talked about being a better road team, and we got off to a good start.
The Browns with their 1 first down, the fewest that they've ever had since 2005. They're 54 yards in the first half, the fewest they've had since 2016. Watson's longest completion was 6 yards, and their longest play was 8. The chart that Warren Sharp and others were tweeting, the air chart for Deshaun Watson with the intended passes, nothing beyond 5 yards. You saw in the deep throws, CeeDee Lamb had more of an opportunity on the sideline than Amari Cooper, who looked frustrated. And in the end, for Mike Zimmer's defense, 23 pressures, 6 sacks, and 2 takeaways. And Micah Parsons was asked, is this just a little snippet? Is this just a little preview of what this Mike Zimmer defense is going to be?
Oh, I agree 100%. We didn't even open up the full bag. For a lot of us, that was our first game since the playoff loss. So, we just getting back into it, tackling people again, getting to that full contact gameplay. So I just think the sky's the limit, and this is just the beginning.
Deshaun did not complete a pass more than 13 air yards downfield. He tried. He tried about half dozen of them, but
they look like heaves. I don't even know if they look like tries. It was like, I'm just going to throw this up. He looked beaten. He looked battered. He looked lost.
Yeah, this is the thing that you saw on tape leading up to this game with him was just he looks like he doesn't know how to play the position anymore. And it looks like he's just been. I draw a little bit of a comparison to like the way Gallup was after his injury, where it's like, what happened to you? You don't look like the same player anymore. Something off the field stuff, the injury stuff, whatever it is, something has gotten to Deshaun Watson to the point that he just does not know how to play the position anymore. He's got physical traits to do it. He's just unable to do anything that a normal standard quarterback is able to do. He bails out of the pocket too quickly. He doesn't see things anymore. He's hesitant with his releases. He is a terrified quarterback back there, and Dallas benefited in a big way across the board. They made it worse for him yesterday.
I think you asked an interesting question, Choppy. Dang. Is this more of the Cowboys being bullies, or was this a great win against a good team that's going to be a playoff contender?
Right, because
they made them look like an NFC East scrub.
They did. Oh, they absolutely did. They made them look from. It doesn't matter what side of the ball it was, what position group it was. I mean, the Cowboys really thoroughly dominated. Did the Cowboys dominate and Cleveland's actually a really halfway decent team and the Cowboys are just that good? or was this just a bad team? And look, when your offense is doing nothing like theirs was, I mean, sooner or later your defense gets worn down and they lose interest and you're running downhill. And maybe that is part of what happened, but are we going to look up 6 weeks from now and Cleveland will be 4-2 or 3-3? And like, all right, it's not that bad of a team.
This goes back to what we were talking about with Bassick last week. Like, name the sports fall off that is as confusing or as drastic as Watson. And that's why I cowardly changed my pick to the Cowboys winning by 3 on Friday. I just can't believe I have to see Deshaun Watson before I end up believing it. But the spread, you didn't understand why it was so close. You didn't understand why the under was so close. And you ended up winning on both 33-17 when we were hovering around 40.
I didn't. I mean, I don't know that I was
Kevontae Turpin. Too.
Yeah, I needed that. I didn't think I was going to get into the 50s for this one. But yeah, I just thought 40 was just too low. I thought it should come in at 43. And then the Cowboys being a dog. Look, again, I mean, what were we? You had mentioned this. Bobby said the tackles were out, and Deshaun has been. We have we don't know what he is anymore. He hasn't barely played in 3 years.
Yeah,
it just didn't make any sense.
What was it like in the locker room? Anything jump out?
They were hyped going in there. Jordan Lewis was yelling. Dak seemed really excited. A lot of it was just.
I bet he was.
Yeah. No, a lot of it was when we got into the locker room. It was kind of just all right. Get dressed. Get going. Let's get out of town. I mean, they were hyped walking in there, but I think in the locker room was a little bit like, all right, took care of one. Let's keep going forward. But, a lot more excitement, I think, when you were talking to players when the Dak contract was coming up. That's what the stuff that they wanted to talk about. They were glad that was done. They were glad that was over with. And more just about, yeah, we took care of business. That's good. Happy for Dak. That was kind of the tone.
And then, of course, in predicted fashion from the Tolos, Jerry Jones being as dramatic as possible and waiting until Sunday morning, a hectic, chaotic Sunday morning around the National Football League. And just part of it was Dak Prescott getting his brand new deal. The numbers that come in, really, side by side, you can compare it a little bit with Deshaun Watson. 4 years, $240. So $60 a year. $231 million guaranteed. Watson's was what, $230?
Yeah.
And he is now the highest paid player in NFL history. The deal is done. Dak Prescott on the win and finally getting the money out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, great team win, great team effort. We can be better on offense. Defense did a hell of a job. Exciting start, though, super exciting start on the road, a place that we weren't very, very good in last year against a team that was great at home last year. Last year, but to turn the page and to start this year the way we did was huge. And for me personally, good just to honestly to finish these questions. And I hope after the day we're done talking about it in my pockets, I guess you can say, and can just move forward and focus on this team and the success that we plan to have and what we're working toward.
Well, maybe we'll be done after tomorrow because Jerry Jones will join us live at 8:30, and Jerry talked a little bit to confirm 60 a year before the game, but I'm not seeing a lot of Jerry audio or comments afterwards. So his first comments on the actual game will be at 8:30 tomorrow morning exclusively with Sean and RJ.
Yep, he did us a solid. He said, nope, I'm going to make sure that they're the only ones who get it because he did not speak after the game to anybody.
So on Friday, I incorrectly predicted this is not going to get done based upon things that you were hearing. Dak kind of confirmed it with Yahoo Sports in saying, when I was getting on the airplane this weekend, we were kind of far apart. What we had heard was they weren't even talking about annual salary per year. It hadn't even come up. That's how far away. And the Cowboys seem to slow play things to a point until the very, very end when they're going to do it. But there must be some psychological trick or something they're trying to pull to where they just want to make you wait and wait and wait.
They're a poker player. They just check to the river and then they're like, oh, okay, I'll bet. It's weird. This is how they operate. It just is. And they operate on a time frame that doesn't have a schedule, and the schedule it does have is theirs. And they'll pay you. They will eventually pay. And I don't know, is this an Arkansas thing? Because I've heard horror stories of people dealing with Walmart, vendors who just have their stuff there, and then Walmart just pays you when they want to pay you. Like, and you're not going to complain, because if you complain, they just take your stuff off the shelves or they put it on the bottom. And it's just, maybe it's an Arkansas thing. I don't know. Maybe that's how they learn things in Little Rock.
I don't know what they get out of such a strategy. Like, it's, we're going to psychologically play you and make you wait, and in the end, we are going to pay the historical top of the market in every single way. It's like, okay, congratulations. What have you done here?
I'm going to ask the same question to you I did after the Lamb deal got done. What surprises you in this, Bobby? What makes sense that it took so long, if anything? And what did the Joneses get for delaying it? What jumps out here? Okay, I understand. I see why this got dragged out. Or is there just excuse for everything going to be, we had to get our money in order? We had to move this over here, and Match puts us in that category before we can do it.
No, none of it makes sense. Like, when you look at it, nothing, it's not like, there's the grand vision. I see it now. Nothing makes sense about what they did. The thing that surprised me about it is I'm honestly surprised, I guess, with the way things were going, that Dak didn't give it back a little bit. Like, I'm going to let you're going to do this whole thing where you think you're letting me sit here and hang out to dry. I'm going to do it to you for a little bit. You guys are going to sit there for a little bit in it. I'm a little surprised he didn't do that, because I think it was getting to that point. But he had clearly set, like, price points where it's like, if you get up here, you can buy, the comfort of me not getting into free agency, or buy the comfort of not having to go to next spring.
Yeah,
and they went in there and they said, okay, it's like the buy it now price on eBay. Like when you've got, all right, here's the bid, but you've got to buy it now. They hit the buy it now price, and he gave them that opportunity, and they took it.
What percentage was them just waiting until now strictly to have it happen during a NFL pregame show?
I really don't think that's it.
I really think it could be it.
Right? Like, it's just like, because like that's when the most eyeballs are going to be, and it's on their their schedule A, but also like their entity, their body of media.
So Dak Prescott gets paid. The Cowboys get a win. Let's further break down the Browns opener. If you're new to the show, it's our Cowboys report card. Star up for the good performances, star down for the bad ones. Let's get to star up, star down. The first one of the 2024 season, brought to you by Crown Royal, next on The Fan. But was your weekend fantastic except for one thing? Drunk driving act.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it cinnamon?
Together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back to throw, Watson on third down. Pressure up the middle of the line. Parsons has him now. Good coverage, because that was one where he was looking around.
Yeah.
And Parsons, who was close to play before, breaks through for his first sack.
Tom Brady handed out his first ever LFG award, and it goes to number 11, my player of the game as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Crown Royal, the official whiskey of the NFL. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt. This is our version of the Cowboys report card. And shout out to the early Twolos and YouTubers with almost 600 people watching and listening right now on your home of America's team. Good morning to Wilson and Bronco, Trey. We got Herbs on Fire. Nice name right there. Mark, Aaron, Kamikaze, Leadfoot, and a host of others. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. And I'm going to start with my big fat star up for Micah. I was all ready after the noon games to come in here and go, RJ, did you watch TJ Watt? Did you see how a couple of his game-changing plays were even wiped out by penalty? And then Micah Parsons stopped me from doing that because he was an absolute game wrecker. Deshaun Watson, while on the massage table, not even enjoying it last night because of visions of number 11. He had 2 early false starts that he calls on the Cleveland offensive line, then a sack. They put in a new right tackle, and the Browns start throwing screens on third down. A 3rd and 10 screen. There was another 3rd and 4th screen. I think it was Shannon Sharp saying they're paying Deshaun Watson $230 million guaranteed to run the football as well on third downs. And in my opinion, that was all because of Parsons. He's the one who tipped the football that led to the Kendricks interception. Kendricks, by the way, a weekly guest on the G-Bag Nation. Micah Parsons had 9 pressures yesterday, the most of any player in week 1, and they kept flashing, Choppy. Bobby was at the game. But they kept flashing where Micah is lining up. And I was happy to see I saw a big fat 0 next to the linebacker part of the graphic. Only one time I noticed them line up on third and then rush back into coverage to try to throw off Stefanski's offense. Micah Parsons, I thought, owned that football game. He gets the number 1 star up.
He was fantastic. Look, he is the favorite for Defensive Player of the Year. Now, I don't know how they determine that because every year, it could be about 5 guys every year. The same 5 guys could win this thing every single year. And it's almost as it's his turn now. TJ's got one and Bosa's got one. And you know what? Now it's Micah's turn for Defensive Player of the Year. But he was tremendous. And, that kind of plays into one of my star ups, which is a general. The defensive speed, I thought, really stood out. And it wasn't just Micah. From Overshone to Kendricks or the guys in the secondary. Either Deshaun Watson, again, forgot what an open man looks like, or the secondary completely blanketed every single Browns receiver here because either the defensive speed really kind of popped on the screen.
And that leads us to an audio highlight clip of the position group that Bobby wanted to highlight.
17-3 Dallas. There's a delayed blitz tipped up in the air. Intercepted on the deflection by Parsons. The interception was grabbed by Eric Kendricks playing volleyball with Parsons, and the Cowboys have their first takeaway of the year.
And someone on social media said, who says the Cowboys don't add in the offseason? They went and got Mike Zimmer, Minnesota Viking, Eric Kendricks, who Bobby finished 2nd on the team in tackles with 9. And my favorite player on defense and friend of the show from training camp led the way with 11 tackles, and DeMarvion Overshone and you saw a different linebacker group.
Yeah, and I mean, Overshown and Kendricks, this is why they were so excited about Overshown last year before he got hurt, and why there was kind of this building buzz of, oh my gosh, like we might have something special here. Just the way that he sees the game. It's such a wild flip from what you saw from the linebacker crew last year. That's why, all due respect, Marquise Bell, thanks for playing your ass off in the linebacker room, but that's why you always had to put the caveat in there of like, well, for what he's being asked to do, it's good, because the reality is it was not the level that you needed at linebacker. Damone Clark has not been at the level that you needed at linebacker the last couple of years, and you see what good instincts and really good closing speed and the ability to diagnose what's ahead of you and react to it in real time, how valuable that is. And that's what both Kendricks and Overshown do. Kendricks still sees the game really well, still reacts to things really well. Overshown has that, and he's still got the speed of somebody who's 23. And for coming off an ACL, he looked incredible.
Kendricks had a sack in addition to the interception. Overshown, I wrote down in my star up, a 4th and 6 stop in the third quarter at midfield. And I wrote down what the internet took viral: 4th down closing speed. He covered, according to Real Analytics, over on the right side of the field, he covered over 14 yards in 2.8 seconds. That's a closing speed of 5 yards a second, and that is an awareness of, like, Deshaun Watson, are you a rookie? Like, it's 4th down, bro. It's 4th and 6. You have to at least throw the ball up. Watson just ate it and took the turf, courtesy of Overshown and the lightning speed.
I have no frame of reference on 2.8 seconds or 14 yards. I have no.
I'm just going to guess it's fast.
I know. Like, I've never, because we've never seen. 14 yards. This 14-yard shuttle is amazing.
Well, here's a good example. So Micah is ridiculously fast for his size. Like he's ridiculously fast in general, but especially for his size. Micah ran a 4.36 40 coming out. Overshown was 0.2 of a second slower here in a 4.56. It doesn't look that different though when they're in that closing speed. The reason is because their 10-yard split, how fast they run the first 10 yards of that 40, it's identical. They're both 1.59. And so Overshown, like, you've got that long speed with Micah, but in that little 10-yard area, that short area, Overshown is so quick.
Let's see if the speed sounded like an explosion when he tracked down Watson here on the fan.
Big play here now, 4th and 6. Browns at the 49. Watson in the gun. They bring another back into the formation to block. Back to throw, rolling right. Somebody better get out there in the flat. Boom! Somebody got out there in the flat. Overshown, blown out of the cannon, came and dropped Watson for a 3-yard loss.
Bobby, over to you. Star up, star down. Brought to you by Crown Royal.
Yeah, the guy that I want to give a star up to, because I think that early on I was concerned, and it could have been really easy for things to go sideways for him, is Kalen Carson. I thought Kalen Carson was really strong for most of this game. Now, in the second half, he started getting picked on a little bit.
Yep.
But for the most part, talk about the very first throw of the game from Watson, he takes a bad angle. But after that, I mean, he was pretty locked down. He wasn't given a lot of separation. He was the one that they were going to try to go after. I don't think they even attempted a real throw at Diggs. They had a couple throwaways in there, but I don't think they attempted a real throw at Diggs until the second half at any point. But Carson, for a guy who very easily could have been rattled, the way that the Browns receivers can challenge corners, especially young corners, with the type of route runners that they are and the deceptiveness that they use, it could have been really easy for them to pick on Carson all day, and they weren't able to do that. So I thought Kalen Carson was really, really good.
I noticed him definitely getting picked on by Judy in the second half. That's where they decided to go. It'll be interesting to see how he grades out. But in that first half, it was one of the Knicks, Harris or Eatman. They were talking about how he has the swag factor. And he was talking early in that game. Someone said, is that Jenkins out there wearing number 21? Like, who is that with that attitude, with that confidence?
Carson tackles. Jenkins never would.
And it was Carson. And he was flashing to me early on. Again, I thought it was a pretty bad second half. But he's being thrown right in there because of the DB injury. Choppy, I know you're surprised by your next star up.
I am. Star up to the Cowboys for being right about running back.
Elliott's going to be in the end zone. Touchdown, Dallas.
Don't roll your eyes at me, Bobby.
Oh, I'm going to roll my eyes.
Don't roll your eyes at me. This was 2017 Ezekiel Elliott. What's your name, Bobby Belt?
Why, because he had the hurdle in the first play?
Yes, because the first play, I didn't know he could still hurdle. He did. Didn't quite make it over him fully. Kind of did, but didn't. Would have clipped the hurdle. This was the Olympics.
Hope it's not 2017, Zeke. That means he'll miss 6 games.
Well, he might. All right. But 4 yards of carry, and that was because of the end. It was a little bit lower. This was as good of a day as you're going to get. This is exactly how they needed to use him. 10 carries. You get 10 carries, 40 yards out of him all year. That's what you're looking for. Now, the rest of the scrubs, not as good, right? But Zeke, fantastic.
The long on the day was 9.
Hey, it's all you're looking for.
For Zeke.
That's enough. It's plenty. I didn't think he was going to get 9 in a game.
He was not, like, he grades out positively from yesterday. He played well. It's a little bit like looking at, you look at 12 touches for 49 yards. I don't think that's like, the Cowboys are vindicated.
Vindicated.
But it's also, you can't look at it and say 12, 49 yards. That would be similar to looking at Jack Leiter's box score and maybe saying he gave up a run per inning. But in general, he showed some, nimble footwork, and he goes for the hurdle right away. He had a couple different moments where, all right, look, you showed some agility. You still got it. He will always dole out punishment to defenders. He's always going to try and fall forward. He's tough. You get all those things. I still think there's a lack of quickness hitting the hole. Stuff closed up pretty quick, with Zeke there. And he was good. He was positive. He had all that work in his favor. I would not say that I'm ready to say, they were correct about the running back position.
Here was the running back distribution. 10 for 40 for Zeke. Rico had 8 for 26. Lamb had the longest rush of the day, 12 yards. He had 3 carries for 25. Cooks got 1. Deuce Vaughn, who Jerry highlighted on Friday with KMC, had a carry. Dak and Cooper rush. So 25 carries for 102 on the day, 4.1 average.
Look at that. 10 for Zeke, 8 for Dowdle, 6 for everybody else.
Look at that. That's how you draw it up right there.
That's Bernie Sanders levels of redistribution. It's perfect.
Wow.
Knowledge. What knowledge right there. And my star up was for that drive that ended in the Zeke touchdown. That was the best drive of the day. It was a gorgeous touchdown drive, and it was 11 plays, 78 yards, the Zeke touchdown, making it 14-3. We can't forget this guy, Tolo, we understand, Butter Aubrey, Brandon Aubrey, making it 17-3 with the 57-yarder. The 50-yarder as well, and Tollers were not happy that he got robbed of the chance of history from 71, as one of my star downs is Mike McCarthy, end of half game management with 2 timeouts. They take a delay of game, and that wiped out. He hit the 66-yarder. So that is one of my very few star downs. Here's Mike McCarthy on the confusion of what happened there.
I think they have a thing called poll reports. Let me know how it goes. So, no, I just think, there obviously miscommunication there. Both teams thought it was 4th down. The explanation was that the mark, the chain gang didn't have it right. I think everybody in the stadium thought it was short. And we played the down that way. I think if you just look at the play and the play selection on both sides of the ball, the defense that was called and the play that was called. It was, that was a 4th down play.
I think McCarthy's he's talking about a different drive right there, right? That's what happened on the different drive. Right. So my bad on that. I thought he was referring to that, but the delay game, 2 timeouts, they didn't get it called. Those are just little game management things I do not like to see. That would have made it 23-3.
I'm just disappointed they didn't kick the 71-yarder because I was standing. It was getting close to halftime, so I had gone off into the main area and set my laptop up at one of the tables.
Well,
and when I saw he was lined up for the 66-yarder, I was like, oh, I got to go stand over there and watch it. So I walked over there. He makes it. Then when it's getting backed up to 71, I'm standing next to Cleveland Riders, and they're going, what are they doing? Why would you have somebody kick this? And I was like, oh, please let Aubrey show them that he can make this. Please make them lose their minds here.
The rest of your star up, star downs, and what happened inside the NFC East. What are the Cowboys looking at with the early returns from the other teams in the division? That's next for the 6 a.m. Club.
After we get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. Interest rates are just skyrocketing everywhere.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
hot chicken, catfish, and shrimp.
Also, thanks to Firehouse Heating and Air, we'll see you in Burleson this Friday from 6 to 10 with The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Hurts back. Here comes the rush. He steps into it. He is going deep. It is caught. Complete. A.J. Brown to the 20, to the 15, to the 10, the 5. Touchdown! Hurst the Browns! 67 yards.
Hell? What the hell was that? What was that evil Joker laugh in the background right there?
That's amazing.
Of course, that's Eagles Radio with the call. Let's check in on the rest of the NFC East for opening weekend here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station and your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. 34-29 on Friday night in Brazil. The Eagles get the opening W over the Green Bay Packers. I guess the good news in this game was Green Bay was there punch for punch. Maybe not good overall because the Packers play in the NFC. We know about that after last year's playoff game. And the really, really, really bad news is that Saquon Barkley is by far the biggest story and headline after he scored 3 different touchdowns, 2 on the ground, 1 with the reception, and Saquon making Howie Roseman look awesome and the New York Giants look stupid, at least after 1 week. 24 for 109 on the ground, only had half a yard more per carry than Zeke, had a long run of 34, Zeke's was 9, and Saquon with 2 catches for 23 yards. Saquon Barkley, the week 1 star for Filthy.
He was. Does that mean that he's worth, what was it, 13 million? 16 million? Is that mean worth that?
5th year, 6th.
5th year, 6th. Is it worth that? I mean, look, time will tell. But outside of that first carry where he did his best slip and slide impression on that turf, he looked pretty darn good in that game. He absolutely did. And look, that's a good offensive line anyway. They were going to create a hole for whoever's there. But there you go. Good first day for him.
I also thought Hurts made some throws where I was like, okay, I was hoping that Jalen was all messed up, back to rookie Jalen or early Jalen, when clearly throwing the football was the thing that was going to expose him. Now, his QBR was only a 39, but he ended up 20 of 34 for 278, 2 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. He ran it for 33 yards. Bobby, anything on Filthy before we move on to the Jordan Love injury?
Yeah, I mean, I think as poor as those peripherals look there for Jalen Hurts, it's what a real offensive coordinator will do for you, Sean.
Oh, Lord.
When Kellen Moore is designing stuff and opening up opportunity for you to still look pretty good and all of that, you got to give a lot of credit to Kellen Moore, Sean.
All right. Sorry, I went over to you. Yes, I am sorry. A.J. Brown with 5 for 119 and a touchdown. Devontae was 7 for 84. Jahan Dotson did not have a catch with his brand new team. And then you get to the very end of this game, and the Jordan Love, I honestly didn't think, we all assumed gone for the year, ACL, MCL, and I was like, I didn't see the knee slow motion replays the next day. Look at the knee rattling there. It sounds like I didn't think it looked as bad as what we're accustomed to in ruling someone out for the season. Aaron Rodgers plays tonight, by the way, against the 49ers. And it sounds like they dodge a humongous bullet. He's going to be out for some time, but it's sounding like season-ending surgery, Choppy, is not going to be needed.
Yeah, he'll be back in a handful of weeks.
And their weeks, I went and looked at the schedule. They may have caught a break here. They get the Colts at home.
They could lose that one.
Ooh. They could, but at the Titans, Vikings at home. So for the next 3 weeks, and then you're at the Rams, and then you get the Cardinals. So 4 out of your next 5 games, not the toughest. And I'm giving the Rams some props after last night.
Rams played well last night, and they were without some of their. They were with Puka left the game, and they had some offensive line injuries that were guys were unavailable.
They also had some Stafford issues where he just doesn't see defenders and throws it right to their chest. They had that too.
Just shut up for a second. Let's focus on Jordan Love.
He was pretty good last night.
Are you gonna with you trying to get all your rights out of the way, you could have started off the show saying you predicted the Cowboy game wrong, but no, you want to take it to your own credit and try to kiss Kellen
That's what
Moore's
this is all about.
Kiss Kellen's ass.
That was pretty good last night. Yeah, like, they could easily lose to Cincinnati, to Indy, and the Tennessee. Yeah, the Tennessee played fine until they had their complete blow up on 2 plays. So yeah, I could see Green Bay managing their way through that without him.
But then you remember who the backup is. Who is the backup quarterback for the Green Bay Packers?
Oh, it's I don't remember.
Malik Willis.
Good job, Ralph
Liberty,
James.
right?
It's about to be Ryan Tannehill.
Because I was getting ready to call. Ryan Tannehill would be a good fill-in right there. I was getting ready to be like, pick up that Trey Lance phone. What do you guys want over there? What do you guys want? So
bag of chips.
Green Bay, Philadelphia in Brazil.
Listen, that field was awful. That is the story of this thing. And those guys looked like they were on skates. I look at the QBR for both quarterbacks was really, really bad. How many of those guys slipped on that field, and that's where some of the incompletions happened? That was a disaster. And I don't know, like, are soccer fields just different?
There was a soccer field played there, I think, 5 days prior.
Yeah, and now look, I mean, maybe I've always heard soccer fields are just super, super soft. You know the average like soccer players?
Soccer players or fields?
The fields.
Oh.
But thank you. I know what you did there. You know, soccer players, the average one's about 170 pounds, right? And the average NFL player is about 250. Like, they're going to create more divots and nasty. That field was a joke.
Should we be worried about the Eagles after this opener?
No, I came away from that actually Dallas had their own issues in the second half and everything, and I'm still not convinced of what Dallas is going to be this year. But watching Philly and Green Bay, I was like, this doesn't look like they're matching their hype. Like, I mean, I didn't think that either one of them played particularly amazing.
The NFC Offensive Player of the Week may be winning that award against Dan Quinn's defense.
From the 4-yard line, shotgun look, Rashad White on the right here, dropping to throw, Mayfield throws toward the end zone, caught ball, touchdown Godwin, touchdown Tampa Bay, fire the cannons again.
Bucks Radio as the great Jaden Daniels, the next Lamar Jackson, has a QBR 42 with 184 yards in the air, 0 touchdowns thrown, 0 interceptions. He did, though, run for 88 yards, but the Washington offense only scores 20 points, and Baker Mayfield with 4 touchdowns, throwing him to Mike Evans, my guy in fantasy, Chris Godwin, and I'm happy for Baker and the Buccaneers. 37-20. Dan Quinn starts off 0-1.
Man, I never thought I'd see the day that the Buccaneers are just like a good franchise. Like, they're just they just win games. Yeah, obviously the Brady years, but then even last year, nobody expected them.
The Dungy years.
Yeah, but nobody expected them to make the playoffs last year, and they wind up winning a playoff game, and they gave the Lions everything they could handle in the division round. And then in this one, here they are. I mean, Baker's just playing solid quarterback.
Boy, a testament to how mid quarterback play overall was across the league is the fact that who are the 2 quarterback stars coming out of week 1? Baker Mayfield and Derek Carr. Boy, they just put it to everybody across the league the other day. And Mayfield was great, but man, that's troubling for that Washington secondary. They don't look very good right now.
The embarrassment of the weekend from inside the division. Oh, man, my text messages from Group Meatball were fantastic.
Jefferson wide left. Now Jones heads out to the right. 4th down. Pass to the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Sam Darnold putting on a show. Just found Justin Jefferson, and the Minnesota Vikings lead 13-3.
Vikes Radio with the call. Sam Darnold starts 12 for 12. And the Vikings destroy the Giants at the Meadowlands, 28-6, as the Giants were trying to honor teams of yesteryear, wear some old school uniforms. Daniel Jones' QBR was 17. 1-7, 186 yards in the air, 2 interceptions with Brian Daboll, who Bobby was worried about taking over the play calling, and Team New York Meatball on the group text bailed on this. They're like, I paid for Sunday ticket for nothing. I gave away hundreds of dollars because they strictly went to red zone to stop the embarrassment of the Giants getting waxed by the Vikings with Sam Darnold.
This is this is amazing. This is going to be so good. Dayball, he'll be gone. Joe Shane, he'll probably be gone too. Although, I don't want that. I want those guys to stick around. It's like Dave Gettleman.
We say that with every management group that they have.
Yeah. We want them to stick around. We don't want anything new there. This was once a proud organization. Look at what they've become. It's amazing.
Daniel Jones is just awful.
Oh.
And the viral clip yesterday was all the fans hanging around.
Outside, waiting. Giants fans waiting for Daniel Jones to walk to the team bus, getting heckled.
I need $1 million. I need $1 million. I need $1 million, Daniel. I need $1 million, Danny. I need $1 million. Stop.
Boo, boo, you suck, go home, I need $1 million. Throw me $1 million. He looks like such a nice guy, too. Looks like such a nice guy.
He really does.
Poor Danny Jones.
But again, like the fans point out, he can dry his tears with his $40 million a season and lean into that.
And lean into Kay Adams. Are they still together?
Were they ever officially a thing?
I don't know. That was the internet
rumor. That was the internet rumor.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Let's take it to Sunday Night Football because these are two teams in the NFC that the Cowboys have to worry about, and you had to stay up late for overtime.
Goff takes the snap, turns, gives to Montgomery, right side, end zone, touchdown, Detroit Lions. Yes. This game is over. Pack it up, boys. We're going home. An opening night victory for the Lions.
Lions radio getting
into it.
Very, very into it. This was a case of game one exhaustion because at the end, Dan Campbell said, we're handing the ball off over and over and over and over for this overtime drive, and the Rams didn't even get a chance to possess it. A walk-off touchdown in overtime for Detroit.
I hate the overtime. I think both teams need to get the ball, but it is what it is. That was a punishing final drive. And, Detroit, they blew it. I mean, they blew it. They were up 17-3, and they needed a field goal at the very, very end just to tie this thing, to send it to overtime. They get into OT. I think they threw one pass. I think it was like a swing pass out to Gibbs. That was it. I think in one pass in the overtime. And they just punished them. They had no answer. And I think this game from both sides was like, all right, we really saw week one football where like nobody does anything in the preseason because there was some sloppy play.
Puka Nacua gets hurt, so they have to rely on Kupp. This is why like Cooper Kupp can't stay healthy. You can't count on him for a full fantasy season. 21 targets, a career high 14 catches for 110 and a touchdown.
It's like prime Julio Jones target numbers when you're throwing the ball 21 times to Cooper Kupp. That's just you don't really have anything else you can lean on. And I was just trying to look it up. I don't see that they've got like specifics yet on Puka. I'm sure he's going to get evaluated later this morning, but I mean that could be really damaging to the Rams.
Back to the Cowboys as we are over 1,000 now on YouTube and Twitch with the 6 a.m. Tolos, the best audience of our entire show. How the Cleveland Browns became the Cowboys yesterday, and what is the update on Jake Ferguson? That could be our biggest star down worry of the game. Back to the boys inside the Star on the home of America's team with Sean and RJ. But what did you go and get from Hurtado Barbecue for the big opening football weekend? Hurtado, the Mexicu that is taking over North Texas for my main man Brandon Hurtado. A little Tex, a little Mex, a whole lot of damn good barbecue, and the catering and group packages are out there with the El Patron, the El Jefe, the Texas Trinity, where you can get the brisket, the spare ribs, and the sausage, the pulled pork, the turkey, the burnt ends. It's all right there. And, of course, the Hatch chili mac and cheese, tater tot casserole. Why wasn't this a thing before that anyone created? Brandon Hurtado did. The Mexican street corn, the brisket beans, the new and improved potato salad as well. And, of course, don't forget about the dessert with the handmade pies, local, fresh, seasonal, as well as banana pudding. You cannot forget that. 2 locations inside the globe because they're the official barbecue of the Rangers. The Barbecue Triangle in Mansfield, Arlington, and Fort Worth. Coming soon to downtown Dallas. The official barbecue of the morning show is Hurtado. Tell them Sean for the Fans sent you to Hurtado and HurtadoBBQ.com.
Miss any part of the boys this morning?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
York is standing in the middle of his own end zone. The kick actually comes from the goal line. Little end-over-end wobbler taken at the 40 by Turpin. Trying to get up the middle, 50, 45, get a block. Right sideline, 30, he's pointing. 20 and to the 15, to the 10. There's your return. Cavante Turpin with a 60-yard punt return.
Brad Sham with the call on this radio station, his first career touchdown, and that makes it 27-3. The route was on as the Dallas Cowboys dominate the helpless Cleveland Browns, especially offensively, and the Cowboys take game one 33-17 on the road. Bobby Belt was there. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. It's a Cowboys Monday. Woo! Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Your leftover Star Ups, Star Downs, brought to you by Crown Royal, the official whiskey of the NFL. Obviously, you have Turpin. I had Donovan Wilson on here. He delivered a shot. There was a 3rd and 7 run that caused all the Browns fans to turn on the offense even more. And the Cowboys swapping identities with Cleveland with all of the Browns' penalties. How about that?
Yeah.
It's like every time a flag was thrown, it was Cleveland. And we talk about the discipline problems that the Cowboys have. I know you were a little bit worried early in the game, Choppy, but in the end, penalty-wise, I don't know how it ended up even. I don't know how it ended up even. Both teams had 11 penalties, but it felt like Cleveland was shooting themselves in the foot more.
The Browns penalties were much more like...
Cowboys actually had 20 yards more in penalties.
Yeah, the Browns penalties hurt them more. The Cowboys, the first 2 drives, they had a penalty that hampered... that put them behind the chains. And you just really, like, against a really good team early on in the game, that's a tone setter that you just don't want to have. And Brady, one of his few good points, mentioned that you never want to get like behind the chains like that, and you want to stay ahead of the number, and that's what they didn't do.
They had a delay in the third quarter, a 3rd and 9 delay that was really, really bad. The delay that cost them the Aubrey field goal. So some procedural stuff.
Right. Aggressive penalties, they don't bother me as much, right? You don't want them, but you're playing football. It's the false starts, shifts, delay of games. Those are the ones that are like, you just can't have those. That's something that like a title contending team shouldn't do.
League-wide, week 1 is a lot of times sloppy in penalties as teams get out. I'll say this. I thought the officiating crew was god-awful yesterday.
Really?
Like, I thought a lot of the penalties were really bad. And more than that, their inability, I don't know how much of it was coming across on TV. They felt like every 5 to 10 plays having to stop and correct something. Where it's, I know they showed on the broadcast where there was clearly an incompletion to the Browns, and they ruled it complete at first, where there was it's a fumble, and the Cowboys thought they scooped it and scored. And Brady and them were just like, that was an incompletion. And they had ruled it complete. They were about to snap the ball, and they had to come back. Then you had the whole, wait, that wasn't 4th down? The Cowboys thought that was 4th down. That's not. And then you have the whole, did they reset the play clock or did they not? Constantly, Clete Blakeman was having to get on there and go, okay, just for correction, this is what. They were bad. Like, that's when the league is going to have to talk to that crew because they were awful.
That's what the preseason's for the refs. The players, these starters, like, I don't. If you're a little bit sloppy, you're a little bit off week 1, I get it. And teams in the first couple of weeks, and they've been doing this for years, they're trying to figure out exactly who they are still. Because they don't play in the preseason. The refs do referee in the preseason. They're even at training camps. Like, they should be kind of in midseason form by now.
You mentioned the Donovan Wilson hit and talking about penalties here. Don't you just naturally now, whenever you see a hit like that, which when they slowed it down and you see it back, it's like, oh, yeah, that's a totally clean hit. Yeah. But don't you just naturally, when you see a hard hit, go, oh, that must be a penalty to them?
Yeah.
Like they're going to throw it. Because I was sitting there going, oh, man, are they going to call targeting on him or something? And then you sit there and watch it, and it's like, oh, no, that's a clean hit. You just expect whenever anybody gets really rocked that they're going to call it.
Let's go inside the locker room for the Mike McCarthy speech and celebration after 1-0.
First one is always so important. You just got to get that one in the bag. Okay. Obviously, great start. September football a little bit there in the second half. We got work to do. All right. Let's clean that up. Make sure you celebrate each other. Okay. Very important. Very important. All right. Hell of a plane ride home. All right. Where's the general at? Cannon? Yeah! Bring it up, bring it up. Here we go. There we go. Great way to start this thing, right? We talked about being in the moment. Enjoy this moment. Enjoy this ride. Let's flip the page tomorrow, all right? Rooted on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, who's Cannon?
I did not see the video. I assume that's Cannon Matthews, who's one of the coaches. He's one of the defensive coaches.
Okay.
He's from Ohio, I think.
And then what do they chant at the end there?
Rooted. Team theme. Year
It's
5, easier
baby.
to say that than Carpe Diem.
Year 5 will finally grow. We'll finally grow in year 5 here.
Year 5, the explosion of growth, Bobby. The big worry from this one is obviously our boy from training camp, Jake Ferguson. What are you hearing? What did you see after the injury?
It looked really bad in the moment. It was one of those things where when he goes down like this, he immediately grabbed his knee, and then he kind of stood up, and he was trying to move, and then it was like, okay, no, he needs help walking off the field here. So that was concerning. I think everybody was a little bit tense about that. Initial look at things, apparently ligaments all look intact. All the physical tests they can do to see if there's an ACL injury, that looks like it's fine. So he's supposed to have an MRI this morning, but the anticipation is that it'll show that there was no tear or anything like that. So at that point, they'll have to determine, is it a sprain? Is it a hyperextension? And how long does that keep him out? If it's a hyperextension, that may be week or two, maybe less. A lot of times with
less.
When he was walking out of the stadium with ice. He was walking towards the plane without anything.
If he's walking, that's a tremendous sign. Like if he had any kind of structural damage, he
was walking on his own with nothing on his knee off the bus. So
Well, that's good. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Because backup-wise, we do have a high draft pick to go in there.
I do.
Right?
Yeah, sure. Hopefully that it's his time to shine. Look, I mean, I think they would like to have John Stevens ready to go if they needed that. But I mean, he was out this week. He was the one guy who was too hurt to actually be available. But Brevin Spanford and Luke Schoonmaker both got a lot of reps yesterday in big personnel packages, and so they would have to lean on them. But man, that'd put things in a tough position pretty quickly.
So before any of the kickoffs yesterday, all hell breaking loose in the NFL. Dak's deal, which I want your Odyssey app reaction to at 7:20. You can also give us your star up, star downs. Pay, tell the Tolos how they would go ahead and record that.
So yeah, it's real easy, guys. You just go to the Odyssey app, you click on 105.3 The Fan, and then it has a small microphone icon. You click that, and you can record your message up to a minute long. Just give your name and where you're from, and then we'll replay here on the show.
Dak deal. Jamar Chase shows up with food poisoning to play without a contract. Russell Wilson already out with Justin Fields helping the Steelers ruin the debut for Kirk Cousins. But the biggest story off the field, of course, Tyreek Hill and what the hell happened on the way to the Miami Dolphins-Jacksonville game. Wow.
I still don't know what the hell happened here. He was detained. That's the word, right? Detained.
Am I being detained?
How many times do you get thrown on your chest on the ground without being arrested?
I've never been thrown on the chest on the ground ever.
Well, you're white.
Wow. Oh, that's. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So 10:50 a.m., 2 hours and 10 minutes before kickoff, right? Because it's a 1 o'clock start, so 10:50, 2 hours, 10 minutes before kickoff.
Which I agree with you. Like, I don't go to the stadium 2 hours before. I would love to for the tailgating and everything. But can you speed in that traffic?
Oh, no, you can't speed. Like, first of all, how are you reckless driving? Everybody's going 3 miles an hour there.
Right?
So what was he doing, 5? Oh, no. Right? Also, Bobby, is 2 hours, is that normal? When do players get to the stadium?
Seems really late.
Right? Seems very, very late.
The article says roughly 3 hours before the game, for what it's worth.
Well, because it said 10:50 a.m.
The players are usually getting onto the field 3 hours before the game, though.
Yeah. This is at 10:50 a.m. So my question, he was probably running a little bit behind, and then he was like, all right, look, I'm just going to go around, okay? I'm not going to kill anybody. I'm not going to drive on the sidewalk and then run over everybody. I'm just going to go around. And at this point, I get it. The cops pull you over, right? You're like, you can't be driving here.
Yeah.
The moment
Scheffler 2.0?
Yeah, the moment, first of all these cops, one of them didn't know who Tyreek Hill was? Is that what we're saying here? The half dozen that were there, not one of them knew who Tyreek Hill was?
Look, I'm going to be honest.
I think they knew who Tyreek Hill was, and that's why. Because they were like, you're not going to be bigger than us. You're not going to just come in here and be bigger.
When the breaking news comes across the screen, Miami Dolphin arrested, I, and I'm sure many others, completed the sentence with Tyreek Hill. He's known to have a lot of troubles with the law. But then the video comes out, and a lot of people feeling like the video looked really unnecessary. All right? You're putting him on the ground. You're not even arresting him. And now the Miami Police Department, they have issued a statement, immediate review, and they announced one of the officers placed on administrative leave while this is being conducted. They're going to check the body cam footage. The initial story from the police were Tyreek started mouthing off to them. There was a verbal back and forth. How about Tyreek's celebration after the 80-yard touchdown?
Tremendous.
He has Jalen Waddle cuff him with the hands behind the back in the Dolphins' end zone, and then Tyreek addressed everything that happened in the post.
Everybody has bad apples in every situation, so I want to be able to, use this platform, to figure out a way to flip this and, make it a positive on both ends, on my end and then also Miami-Dade, so that way we can team together and, do something positive for the community, because that's what it's all about, bro. You guys are here to protect us as individuals, and I have a platform and I want to be able to team up with you guys, so that's all I got to say.
Tyreek, why do you believe the police put you in handcuffs?
I have no idea, for real. No idea, man. It's crazy. It wasn't disrespectful, because my mom didn't raise me that way. Didn't cuss. Didn't do none of that. So, like I said, I'm still trying to figure it out, man.
I guess the police officer was put on administrative leave. Were you aware of that? And if
Nah, I wasn't. That should tell you everything you need to know then. You feel me? It should tell you everything you need to know. So that's all I'm going to say about that situation.
Also said he listened to his uncle's advice in that situation. Put your hands on the wheel, listen and follow the instructions. And on top of this, Calais Campbell.
Oh, yeah, there were teammates out there.
Teammates saw and stopped. Calais Campbell was detained for apparently disobeying a direct order. Calais saying, cops said I was too close to the scene, said something about me not moving my car in time, told me I was not being arrested. He cited me for being detained and then released. A lot of detainment without arrests here. As Drew wrote us on, hey, I'll tell you one thing. Stay the hell away from Jeff Darlington if you're going to a game. If you're going to a sporting event, stay the hell. Jeff Darlington was the one who had the video of Scheffler. Jeff Darlington right here covering the Dolphins game for ESPN.
I do want to get one of these T-shirts now that was selling yesterday, the free Tyreek shirts with the Miami Vice-like colors and the shot of him getting walked in handcuffs as the touchdown celebration. But I do have to chuckle a little at Tyreek saying, my mama didn't raise me that way. Okay, so did she raise you for all the other things you had issues with?
Yeah.
Have you listened to your mom on everything?
Everything else you need to know around the National Football League. You know we're obsessed. You know we're going to be on it nonstop here on your home of the Cowboys. Back to the Star. Your Odyssey app thoughts on the Dak deal. Let's review Tom Brady as well.
Tom Brady.
And your best and worst of the weekend. Back to the boys after a victorious week one next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up in that brand new Ford.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Experts help us cheer and support our first responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Watson 2nd and 7 at the Dallas 23. Back and looking. It's a tipped interception. The ball went through. No, it's on the. Is it intercepted?
No, he got it.
Yeah.
He got it.
That one is going to be picked off by Trayvon Diggs after it went through the hands of the aforementioned Elijah Moore.
Oh, Deshaun Watson probably wishes Elijah Moore was still back with the Jets.
Trayvon Diggs back in style as well. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Cowboys Monday. It's a chilly Monday. Hopefully we get a TV settlement that's worked out for tonight, even though I have my backup option and plan. It's not from you, Bob. I'm not doing yours. I went and just signed up for the free trial. Jesse Holly, he's like, get these 7 days, then go to your wife's email, and then go to this. Like, Jesse's got it down to a science. But 49ers Jets, I can't wait.
No, I was laughing at, I did see your Facebook page, you getting tagged in the questions about where's our DirecTV settlement? Did your buddy have to be like, basically taking sarcastic shots in the comments, old Goldberg. And so I did enjoy that. But yeah, I saw you were looking for your settlement check already. You're probably 22-cent
$30.
Is that how much it is? $30?
I went apply for my $30 refund to see if this gets worked out before tonight. You had a decision to make for Saturday night, you said, or did you just go and access the thing that you already paid for in ESPN Plus for the Vols?
I used the ESPN app, right? I just went right there, and I have a ESPN Plus account. But, Tolo Christovar was texting us yesterday that, it wasn't working for him. And I went on mine yesterday, and I was like, all right, let me just see. So I went on the ESPN app. Can I watch, NFL, what was it? NFL Countdown, whatever it is. I think it's
what channel? Yeah, Countdown's ESPN.
Yeah. So I went on there and it wouldn't let me watch it. Even though I have the ESPN Plus and I paid for it. So now I'm all confused. I have no idea what the hell is going on, and we'll find out at about 7:30 tonight.
I'll find out.
Dak Prescott goes 19 of 32 for 179, 5.5 a pass, 1 touchdown, sacked 3 times. The QBR was a 31.2. I was happy to see, really the biggest star down for me in this game. Bobby, you mentioned it last night, and I was really happy that Dak said this after the game to Jory Epstein. The Cowboys' second half offense. Now, if you want an excuse in life, just look to my right. With my main man, RJ Choppy, he can come up real quick for you. We don't know what it was. Did they take the foot off the gas? Were they trying other things? Was it really Kevontae Turpin that made their point total look much better than it was and allowed RJ to go 2 for 2 with his Vegas bets? But the Dallas Cowboys offense just facing a really, really good defense. The Cowboys offense completely disappeared in the second half, and Dak was not too happy about that afterwards in the post. What do we make of that, if anything?
I don't make much of it. I think that they went very, very vanilla. I don't think they were necessarily obviously they weren't running the ball every time. I think they were just either trying new things or doing stuff that was like, we're not going to give away any trade secrets. We don't need to show anything, show any play. Let's just go be as basic as we possibly can. That's my assumption. Now, maybe that's just I don't want to know the truth, but that was my assumption.
I think, and we'll see the tape later, but I think they were trying to get some stuff and they just couldn't hit it. Like Cleveland played a lot better in the second half defensively.
Dak was off a couple of throws to Brandon Cooks. I wrote down they had one early. I think it was a 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5. He really missed Cooks off a little bit, but it just felt like it was 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out.
I thought Dak was the first 3 drives or so. I thought Dak looked incredible, and his pre-snap recognition was fantastic.
And that's what you talked about. That in part changed my mind to pick the Cowboys on Friday when you talked about Cleveland blitzing.
And they play a lot of man, and Dak generally does pretty well against blitzing. And
that's what happened with the Cooks touchdown.
Mm-hmm, absolutely,
the fadeaway throw.
The Cooks touchdown was all Dak. Mm-hmm. That was decided before the snap of the ball. That was a touchdown before the ball was snapped because Dak knew exactly where the blitz was coming from, knew the exact spot. He was not throwing like, oh, Cooks is open. He pedaled back, waited for the blitz, and threw it to a spot where, okay, I know Brandon Cooks is going to be here, and I know their defensive backs are not. And so that was pre-snap recognition. But from that point on, he wasn't good.
No.
He was not good in the second half. And the first half numbers, as bad as Cleveland was offensively in the first half, they had 1 first down. They went 0 for 6 on third down conversions, and they had 54 yards of offense. The Cowboys in the second half had 49 yards of offense, 5 less than what the Browns had in the first half. They had 2 first downs, and they went 0 for 5 on third down conversion. So Dallas was essentially in the second half what the Browns were offensively in the first half.
Of course, Dak Prescott before the game, Jerry's probably going to take credit for this. How about that extra jolt? I made sure we wiped out being an underdog. I gave us the 3 points back in Vegas by elevating Dak Prescott's enthusiasm and love by getting the contract done. 4 for $240, $60 a year, highest paid player in NFL history, $231 guaranteed, beats Watson's by $1 million, and he easily surpasses 55 for Burrow, Love, Trevor Lawrence, and he got a record $80 million signing bonus. Jordan Love had the previous high of 75.
Yeah, you clearly got him to the fact that, oh, you're $1 million more than Watson on total guaranteed. You're clearing, you're just barely clearing the average annual value. You're clearing just above the signing bonus. It's clear they had to hit all these markers to be able to buy him off of the market, to be able to ensure I won't even expose myself to the market. And the fact that they did it tells you any questions about, do they still want to see? They clearly don't have the question. If they're willing to sink that much money into it, they are not comfortable with the idea of doing like whatever's behind them. And now the thing they need to do next is you better sometime in the next 6 weeks trade Trey Lance. That's what needs to happen next, is that sometime in the next 6 weeks you need to move Trey Lance and get something back, because that is about to be a total waste of a 4th round pick.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Good luck with that right now.
Give me a Peyton Hendershot trade. Yeah, get me something, because you're not getting anything back. You're not getting nothing if you just let this sit.
Tomorrow at 8:30, we're going to ask Jerry Jones why it finally got done, and what did you guys get as an organization by waiting this long? Like what took so long, and how did you benefit versus everything just coming together very quickly over the weekend? Your Odyssey app reactions to the contract. Dak yesterday was asked about the process and how it accelerated over the past few days.
Yeah, I mean, when I told you guys Thursday that I was focused on this game, that was the truth. I mean, I had one other conversation with my agent after meeting with you guys Thursday, and it was essentially that, yeah, they're working hard. Can't say that. I'd say that they were close at the time, the last time that I talked to them. But obviously, as I've said and alluded to since back in training camp of the spring, my confidence in both sides of this, that something would get done, understanding that they were hammering at it, that I had confidence in it, but it really wasn't in my mind. For me, it was just about getting ready for the Browns. Whether it got done today or not wasn't going to change the way, it wasn't going to affect me, honestly. I've told you guys before, I don't play for the money. I think when you focus and you control what you can control, things like that just happen. So, yeah, I found out probably an hour honestly, probably 20 minutes before it was, publicized to everybody else.
So my reaction to the deal is, number one, first and foremost, I'm happy for Dak Prescott. I think sometimes people forget everything he's gone through personally in life, and it's a horror story. It really is. From his mom to his brother to all these things that have tragically taken place. It's a 4th round pick coming up, have done things the right way. By all accounts, Micah Parsons said it. This is what happens when you don't cheat the game. Hard worker, overcoming, some of the draft shortcomings and, not this and this and this with all the different categories. I am happy. I'm really happy for the guy personally. Are you trapped on the Mark Cuban treadmill? Not of mediocrity, but of 10,
good enough,
11, 12 win seasons, not good enough to win the Super Bowl? Yeah, probably. But this is the NFL alternative that you're afraid of. This is post Troy Aikman that I at least was not willing. If I'm Jerry Jones, I didn't think Jerry Jones was going to roll the dice in his later years of finding the replacement.
Right.
And this is the power that quarterbacks have in the NFL. It's not necessarily, is Dak Prescott worth on his own being the highest paid player in NFL history? Of course not. That's insane. But it is what it is. It's the leverage and the power that the position has in the sport. And unless you're willing to roll the dice and get Trey Lance to hit, or go and get Shedeur Sanders, or go and find it somewhere else, it's just too scary of a place to be in when you have a 12-win football team.
You want to get Shedeur and have him just criticize the offensive line the entire game?
Man.
Is that what you want?
More on that later.
Look, it's the right decision when you're Jerry and you're 81 years old. If Jerry was 55, does he make the same decision? I don't know. I really don't know what he would have done. I think he probably would have made the same decision. Ironically, he's the one owner who could do this because he's not going to fire himself. He can go and he can just stink for 10 years and he'll still be the same. So, yeah, like he is the one guy that could have done this. Was it the right decision? Sure, it was. Yeah. They did.
I mean,
it's right.
You don't really believe it's the right decision.
Well, look,
so not sure. Yeah, maybe if it was you, you would not have done it.
If it was me and I had all the job security in the world, like I was Jerry, I would. But yeah, okay. You know what? We're 9 years in. History shows us we're not gonna win multiple with him. So let's reset. But you know, if I'm an older owner and I want to win, this is what you have to do. It is the cost of doing business in the NFL. Is it the cost? You know, are they championship team today? Fundamentally, the philosophy this team has? No. The philosophy this team has is that they pay superstars. They're scared to lose superstars. Other teams trade their wide receivers when they pay their quarterback $60 million. Buffalo did it. Kansas City did it.
Buffalo, there's got to be Kansas City, absolutely. Buffalo, you've got to have
Diggs was a problem.
There's context there, and Green Bay had even gotten to the point where it was Adams who had asked out. Like Hill's the one example of wanted to be there, wanted to get something done, and it couldn't. They were like, we can't financially make this work. And still at the end of the day, they have Kelsey. They still are paying Kelsey, and they still lean on him. So it's not a wide receiver, but it's the top pass catcher. They still are paying a target. And so I don't think that that's totally accurate that as soon as you get the quarterback, you just purge all of the other talent that's
I think
paid.
his point is the other teams don't re-sign every player. They're like, it's like what you're talking about with the corner decision that's coming.
Yeah.
All right? If, like, Trayvon Diggs versus we're going to keep Diggs. We already paid for Diggs. And if Anthony Brown was maybe more of a big time name or a star, maybe they wouldn't do it. That's what he's trying to get to, of letting someone go because we can't pay everyone top of market money.
They will purge one of the corners, and we'll see if they pay Micah.
Yeah.
And those are the decisions that they have ahead of them. They may not. And so that'll be what we'll look at.
Jerry Jones, before the game, confirmed the number and talked about his longevity with Dak's future.
Jerry, are you able to confirm the new deal is $60 million per year? And if so, what does that price tag mean to you? It's pretty beyond what quarterbacks have gotten before.
Well, the figure is right, and the figure is what it means is a big commitment to the next 5 years, to our future, if you will. There's a lot of me that thinks I hope Dak is our quarterback for the rest of my time. So, and that's not just limited to the terms of this contract either. But I've got a lot of confidence in him. He's got a lot of, brings so much to the table. He's a player that the team follows. That's big. Roger Staubach told me when I asked him drop back or move around quarterback, he said, I don't know about any of that. Have someone that the team will follow.
Oh, yeah.
That's big. I wonder if Trey Lance came in and like balled out in the preseason, what would have happened? I wonder if they were counting on that. I thought it was foolish to think that would ever happen, but I wonder if they were hoping to have that as a little leverage chip in the back seat.
Probably. I mean, that's the whole reason you trade for the guy in the first place. They didn't trade for him because it's like, hey, we really need to stabilize the backup quarterback.
Right.
Like Rush was fine. He came off a 5-win run as the backup. It's not like they're like, boy, we really got to upgrade that position. It was clearly a lotto ticket that they were trying to cash in on, and it busted, like most lotto tickets do. That's what they ran into.
Don't I know it?
Micah, $800 million on one of them.
Let's go.
$800 million. Micah Parsons, is he going to be the next to get paid? He gave his thoughts on the Dak deal.
Said, God. You know what I'm saying? Like, God. Dak owed me a little bit of money, so I was like, I went up to him right before we came here. I was like, I'll never be broke. I know that for sure. I'll never be broke. And, he just laughed. But, nah, man, Dak, like I told people, man, he didn't cheat the game. He earned everything he got. So that just goes to his work, his dedication, his craft, everything he put into it. Good things happen when you don't cheat the game. And I can say he's been 100% bought in since he's been here. So when it comes to a guy getting his money, I mean, there's not a guy that doesn't deserve it.
Dak was in his room yesterday morning when he got the news. He was in there with his trainer and Zeke. His eyes welled up a little bit, and he was asked what it was like sharing that moment with Zeke. Quote, "It was special. The first guy I hugged after getting the news. I think about a guy that really took care of me the first couple of years. When you talk about finances, he did. Whether it would be partying, dinners, whatever, he did it. He's a guy that wouldn't let me pull out my wallet, took care of me. For him to be there in that moment, that hug, that was special." And then in the post, a lot of teammates gave him their wrist sizes. I'm going to show off how non-fancy I am with my
pronunciation
complete lack of fashion. Yeah, with my pronunciation. The Cowboys teammates wanted their Rolex or Audemars Piguet? Audemars Piguet watches?
Is it Piguet?
I have no idea.
It's about to go off my Instagram story. So they're like, here you go. I want this for my wrist size. Here's my watch. And Micah had tweeted back, yo, man, you didn't get my wrist size. Hook me up too.
I think Micah read that as like gave them his wrist size, like he went and had solicited them. No, I think that was teammates were volunteering. Hey, you need to hook me up. And Micah didn't get it yet.
Let me hear from some Tolos on the Odyssey app during the commercial-free expressway.
According to the Google, Audemars Piguet.
Ooh, that sounds very good. Piguet?
Piguet. P-U-H. Then there's a little dot. G-W-A-Y. Piguet.
Game reaction, star up, star down, or Dak deal thoughts from the Tolos.
Guys, first up, we have Brian and McKinney. He was asked, what is your star up? Who is your star up and who's your star down from the Cowboys win over the Browns?
Let's go, Cowboys, baby. Way to start off this season with the victory. I got a star up to the new first-round pick left guard, baby. Way to play it. Garrett did not wreck the game. He got in there a couple times, but again, he did not wreck the game. I got a star down to nobody. No stars down on a Victory Monday, baby. Tolo all day long on a Cowboys Monday. Let's go.
How about Choppy in the background there? Choppy barking there in the background.
I will disagree a little bit. Guyton was
wait for 8. I got some other storylines, and we need to assess Guyton at left tackle against Myles Garrett. Who else we got?
One more here, guys. We have Nathan in Dallas. He gives his star up, star down.
Star up for the game overall, the defense. I mean, last year I think our defense is very finesse and not as physical, but you could definitely see the difference with Mike Zimmer coaching them. I mean, Overshown's playing fast. I just liked how, if we can be a physical, stop the run like that, I think we'll be a force to reckon with. So go, boys. Got a lot of work to do, but let's run it.
Fallen in love with Mike Zimmer all over again yesterday. I wanted him here. I geeked out when we saw him on the beach in Oxnard, and he looked like a bad mofo on the sideline. I should have gone back. I thought Zimmer, when the TV camera went on him, was saying, that mother effer. I thought he was saying that, and I should have gone back and recorded it. But look at what he did to the Browns offense. First half, they had 1 first down. Their fewest since 2005 and a half. 54 total yards. Their fewest since 2016. Watson's longest completion was 6 yards. Their longest play was 8. Watson in the first half, 0 for 7 on throws, more than 5 yards downfield. 0 for 4 when pressured. 0 for 4 against the blitz. Now, is part of that Deshaun Watson sucking, maybe broken, rusty? Yeah. But you saw every time he got off the turf, He looked miserable in his face, and he looked like he didn't know where it was coming from. And linebacker speed, team defense speed, is that the number one takeaway from Mike Zimmer's regular season debut, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, I think the things that he does to disguise coverages in the secondary is big, and they didn't even tap into all of it. The usage of the linebackers, the way that, his ability to identify who are the guys that are going to fit well in the system, being able to use them to the best of their abilities. And Kendricks and Overshown are just clearly two high-level mental processors, unlike they've had at linebacker and receivers. I mean, Van Der Esch was always very good at it, but Van Der Esch could never stay healthy. And so Overshown and Kendricks, the way that they see things, they read, they react, they're perfect fits for what Zimmer wants to do with the linebackers and lean on them. And you saw yesterday, Kendricks was making plays in every single facet. He was making plays in the run game. He had the sacks. He had the interception. They are so much stronger there. That is the one area that if you want to look at and say, what's better than last year, how they improved from last year, that is a massive upgrade. Like, and that goes from, that's a 2-letter grade jump almost in terms of the type of performance that they're getting there.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line on DFW Sports Station. We'll save our Tom Brady thoughts for 8 o'clock. What did you think of the $375 million man replacing Greg Olsen as the number one chair on Fox? Right now, we need to know everything else you did during the commercial-free best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. Roberto, start us off. Since you took the road trip to Cleveland, I regretted not previewing where you should go, where you're going to go, as you were traveling with the team as our Cowboys insider.
It's all factories. That's what Joe Kim Noah has always told us. It's all factories. So there was nothing to preview. Boy, it was
you didn't look up places to go, things to do, chains to hit. What food restaurant chains?
Breweries. That's a brewery fest up there apparently.
No, it is Cleveland, Ohio, and I did not feel like there was anything there that boy, I really got to see something in Cleveland other than just the dilapidated buildings. And like I was telling you guys earlier during one of the breaks, it looks like if having gone to Indianapolis recently, it looks like if Indianapolis just decided, hey, let's for the next 25 years not clean anything up or update it or do anything, and let all of the cigarette smoke from our residents permeate the city. And it's not a great looking city, I'll be honest. But yeah, John Machota came over to the hotel.
You didn't hit up Tad Carper, Cowboys PR, and say, tell me where to go?
So I didn't.
Take me out with you?
Tad actually gave me grief about it a little bit when we were riding down to the field, because John and I went to a place called Pizza 216, which 216 is the area code there in Cleveland. And I'd asked him if he had been there, and he's like, yeah. He's like, it's okay. He's like, why didn't you text me? He's like, why don't you just ask me for where to go? He's like, if you want a pizza, I would have told you where to go around here. I was like, yeah, I should have thought about that. I didn't. That was my mistake.
Cleveland?
Yeah.
My buddy, my buddy, he goes on these baseball trips. He loved it. He said it was fun. It was a fun, everything is outdoors in the summertime because it's 70 degrees.
But it felt nice in there, but it was a little grimy. Now I did not pack correctly. Ironically enough, as much as
oh my God, would you pack t-shirts?
I did. I didn't pack anything with sleeves. Nothing. No hoodie, no jacket, no nothing. Counterculture, baby.
You're an idiot.
You are an idiot.
You
are. That is.
You're even
I was looking for the word. I was looking for the word, and I was trying too hard. Idiot is the right way to go.
But we did go to. I walked over with John Machota a couple blocks to Pizza 216, which I ordered the garlic knots as the appetizer, and I sent them to you guys. They looked very suspect to me. You guys all thought they looked great.
You are on an island.
You are on an island. Garlic knots are usually
islands in Cleveland.
Dried up balls of dough, and these things look luscious.
Luscious and moist.
They look moist.
Oh.
People hate the word moist.
Everybody.
They look dressed up, and they look phenomenal.
Everybody that I showed that photo to thought those things looked amazing.
Here's the thing. Look, and I'm going to show it out there. So there it is right there. It's just sitting in a greasy pool.
That's amazing.
It's too much.
That's amazing.
I don't want them damp. I don't want them to be damp. They're in so much butter. And that's what they were. They were a little the taste was fine, but they were the texture was not great. They were basically soggy.
Could you get a sense of the dog pound, the love for the team, where they all
we got flipped off a lot riding into the stadium, more than we do even in Philly.
Really?
Philly, by the way, you guys got to step your game up. I'm so sick of the last couple trips, like going in there thinking like, hearing the horror stories of they boo Santa Claus and they.
You're not the vet anymore. It's you got the stadium now.
It's weak.
It's different.
It's weak. That city's lost it. Philly's lost it. But
They're
Cleveland,
a baseball town now. That's what they are.
Must be what it is. Cleveland, though, yeah, they were just the bus ride over. I was riding next to Zero, and we were riding over, and every single he's like, is it usually bad? Like, do people get upset when they see the thing? I was like, no, not typically. I was like, sometimes we get like a thumbs down, but we turned the corner, and it was every single Browns fan flipping us off.
Loud crowd, like impressed with the dog pound?
No, not at all. I mean, it was
a lot of Cowboy fans.
20% Cowboys fans, probably. I mean, the Cowboys fans, they take over just about everywhere they go, except their own stadium when San Francisco comes to town. Then they don't. But the bunch of the Browns fans left by halftime was over, and it was probably 20% of the stadium was empty, and then by the start of the fourth, it was half empty. And so, but I mean, it was a decent.
You want to do your dark roast of the city?
Do you want me to do it?
I don't want you to do work and not have it translate to air. I also don't want to get in trouble.
Oh, don't worry about that.
All right. The shooting thing, I don't know. Maybe.
What? I think it's safe. I think it's okay to put in there.
We'll go with your judgment. We got a post-show meeting today.
Okay. All right. You want me to do it right now?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. All right. So this is what we had written for Friday. But it said the Cowboys travel to the Rust Belt this weekend. They'll definitely need a tetanus shot when they return. Cleveland is called the mistake on the lake, but I refer to it as Biden City because there's a lot of rumors on the internet about it being dead. Amari Cooper is the top target for the Browns. He's no longer here in Dallas, obviously, which is a real bummer. He was still really good when the Cowboys traded him, but he's no longer here for the same reason Jake Paul won't beat Tyson. Doesn't have a jab. It's not just about football in Cleveland. Some Cleveland residents will tell you.
Let me give a kid's disclaimer real quick. If you're in the car going, dark roast, kids disclaimer.
It's not just about football in Cleveland. Big basketball fans.
Big.
Some Cleveland residents will tell you that shot on Elo is the worst moment of their life, but that's because the thousands who have been shot on the streets of Cleveland aren't around anymore to object.
Does Cleveland have a high murder rate?
I have no idea.
They have, yes.
They do?
Yes. Well, I won't even say what I was going to say. All right, let's have a happy ending and talk about Deshaun Watson to finish off. The Browns might have some post-trade clarity after their cap ended up with the 3 to 5 year sentence that a lot of people felt like Watson should have gotten. They're trying to massage it a little, though. They recently restructured his deal to free up some money, which I know there's some confusion about it. Restructures are not like extensions. In a restructure, the team alone makes the decision, which is actually fine with Deshaun since he's never asked for consent anyway. Cowboys and Browns kick off this Sunday in Cleveland.
Well done. There's the dark roast we did not get to. We're going to replay Choppy's song at some point this morning as well to continue to celebrate. But we continue with best and worst of your weekend.
This was a really good outdoors weekend for me. We played golf Saturday morning.
Well,
Sarah and me, and then nephew Nick. It's his birthday. It was his birthday weekend, so
Tindy hands or Tindy fingers.
Yep, he wanted to go play some golf, so we did that. And we matched shirts, of course. We also saw another golfer with another guy matching shirts. They were riding the same cart. We're driving in
pineapples,
and it was black and pink palm trees. Honk on the way in the end to give him a big wave, big fist pump. Hands in the air, waving them around like you don't care. Sarah decided that she was going to go look for some golf balls in the woods, and I'm pretty sure she got bit by a snake because her foot is swollen.
Not the usual snake that bites her when she goes looking there.
No.
Okay.
This was, her foot is swollen.
How do you not know?
Yeah, how do you think she got bit?
Well, because there's bite marks all over her.
But she didn't feel it.
She felt getting bit, but she didn't see anything. So it's probably a pile of red ants. It's probably a red ant pile. But this is 2 days later, and her ankle. This is a cankle.
That's how mine gets after ants.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. This is like a straight. And I'm sitting there like I see like the 2 bite marks, like the right next to each other. I'm like, oh yeah, that's a snake or a spider. So I don't know. She'll be fine. We'll be okay.
You didn't guess the type of snake since you're not Mr. National
I
Geographic.
didn't see it.
You couldn't tell by the bite marks?
No.
Oh.
No. So yeah, we played golf on Saturday, and then Luca had baseball Sunday. So his baseball is back in full swing. High school baseball though, it is way different. There's no walk-up songs. For the kids, there's no fun. It's just very, very quiet. A little bit boring. I need some music. So that was the good. There's a bad though.
Okay.
Pool season's over, guys.
No, it's not.
I went into that pool after golf right before the Texas and Michigan game. I'm still looking for my left ball. I don't know where it is.
It's not over because this weekend is 98 and 97.
I know, but my problem is the nighttime temps are so low. Doesn't it it's going to kill the pool temp? I don't know. I don't know. It was cold in there. That's all I know. It was very, very cold.
Pepe, early birthday celebration.
I made my trip to the casino as I usually do once a month. My best was not because I won money, because I didn't win any money. It's because I saw these guys with some free tickets.
Bleeping hell?
This is from YouTube. I don't know. I didn't know it was bleep, but thanks. I guess clean version means you can't say hell.
After the dark roast, we're bleeping the word hell. After the dark
kids, you
roast.
can come back now. You can come back.
Dang, we're going to bleep dang.
But yeah, the All-American Rejects were at Choctaw Casino this weekend, and me and Mackenzie, my girlfriend, were just walking, back to our hotel room, and a promoter came up to us and said, "Hey, you want free tickets? The show's starting, in about 15 minutes." And we're like, "Sure, why not?" And so this was my second ever concert going to.
Second ever?
Yep, I went to Rascal Flats in 2016, I believe.
Why haven't we talked about this before?
So yeah, hold on, but you're saying you yourself, not just like on a date or anything, you yourself have been to 2 concerts in your life?
Yes, not a big concert guy.
Obviously.
I don't love them either, but I've been to more than 2.
But hold on, why are you, when you say not a big concert guy, that makes it sound like I've had enough experience with them to know I don't like them. Are you literally judging your entire concert experience off of you went to Rascal Flats?
That's it?
No, it's just like if you say, "Oh, you want to go to concerts?" Like, okay, it just doesn't excite me. Doesn't excite me going.
Because you haven't been to them, you don't know what they're like.
No, you gotta get it.
Do you dance?
No, not really.
Do you have a favorite band?
No, no favorite band.
Stand up.
This one barely. I mean, because the crowd I was in, we were all I wasn't obviously in the pit or anything, but the crowd, all around me, they were sitting down. So I was like, I'm gonna sit down too. It was a 2-hour long concert. I'm sitting down.
How much cash did you come back with?
Negative 325.
Oh!
We got
half your salary.
No, that does not include food. Sadly, no. It was so bad. I mean, usually I'm good at craps, but it got so bad. It was my third time, shooting the dice, and the whole table left when it was my turn on the third time because I lost them so much money in the first 2 rolls. The third time it got to my roll, they said, "All right, shooter, you're up." And the 5 people that were there left the table. It was just me rolling, and I still lost money.
And when's
Very
the birthday?
September 20th.
And
next
Choppy
week.
yours?
September 20th.
It's not next week.
2 weeks. Yeah.
Speaking of Sean, this is your nightmare. Speaking of birthdays on the 817. Best of the weekend. Happy birthday Sunday to my 2-year-old Coraline. Worst of the weekend. She's an Irish twin. I now have 2 2-year-olds.
Oh, Coraline?
No. Coraline's her name. Yep.
Coraline. Interesting. Happy birthday to the girls or the kids if one of them. I guess you can have twin boy girl. Best and worst of the weekend. Commercial free expressway here on your home of the Cowboys, where we are off to a great start for your week and Monday Night Football to top it off this evening. What did you think of Tom Brady's debut with the boys? Next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters and the place to watch all the action. And of course, it is all you can eat.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Back to throw, Watson on third down. Pressure up the middle of the line. Parsons has him now. Good coverage because that was one where he was looking around.
Yeah.
And Parsons, who was close to play before, breaks through for his first sack.
Micah Parsons, by far, in my opinion, the player of the game. Good morning, Metroplex. It's an awesome Cowboys Monday with dominance over the Cleveland Browns on the road, and no one's going to cover it more than us on your home of America's team with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider back from Ohio, Bobby Roberto Belt. We got Pepe running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. 31-17, Micah Parsons causing havoc. They're having to replace tackles. They're throwing screens and running on third down. Micah calls in false starts nonstop. 9 pressures, the most of any player in week 1. And right after I was going to come in here and hype up TJ Watt to Choppy, I had to bury that because of what Micah did yesterday. And he was an absolute menace out there. Your other star up, star downs on DFW Sports Station. My other storylines from the game that I would like to get to, Micah playing linebacker, was that going to happen? How is the run game going to look? Guyton versus Garrett. How many reps for CeeDee Lamb? These were my other storylines. Bobby, let's go ahead and pick them off where you see fit.
Yeah, let's go look at where the...
And by the way, overall for the Cowboys defense, 23 pressures, 6 sacks, 2 takeaways. That is Kevin Stefanski's out for the Browns right now. Like, rather than worry if Deshaun Watson is lost as a football player, he is going to use we got to protect. He's Deion. He's Deion on the pro level. Look at our quarterback. He had no chance. We don't have guys in front who can keep him safe.
CD had 45 snaps in this game. That was 71%. It's hard to gauge exactly because they got up like they did, how much that he may have been subbed out. I did notice he was subbing out in certain packages, but last year in competitive games where games were close, they were generally playing him about 85% of the time. 90% of the time is what he played. There were other games last year, though, where they'd get up big and he ended up playing 70% of the game. So it's hard to tell if his workload was being staggered or if they just got up and he, was subbing out more frequently. Brandon Cooks played 5 more snaps than CD. Jalen Tolbert played 3 fewer. So, the receivers all kind of played about the same amount. So I think that he was generally a full go, and he didn't look hampered at all to me.
He was taking the physicality. He was willing to run the ball. It was like he had not missed training camp early on.
Yeah, and so I thought he looked really good. In fact, the one deep shot down the field to Lamb, that was Dak just didn't have enough on it. If Dak has more on that, like CD had gotten behind the secondary, he was going to make that play. But no, I thought that Lamb, for the most part, looked like he was a full go. Guyton had trouble.
Garrett got outside of him a couple times.
So we'll go back and I'll get a chance it's really hard to judge a couple different positions. Defensive tackle's really hard to judge off the game tape or off the broadcast. Offensive line is tough to judge a lot of times. Corner, some other things like that. It's tough until you see the whole thing. So maybe I'll go back and I'll look and I'll see, okay, Guyton was better than I remembered him looking. But live, there were a lot of times where it was like, this is a struggle. Every snap felt like he was just trying to survive.
Notice Zeke help early.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That will also be interesting to see how much they helped out of the jump.
Not just Zeke help. They also were rolling a lot of tight ends over to that side too.
Zeke was getting a lot of praise for his pass blocking on social media. Now,
one of them where he blatantly held and didn't get flagged for it.
Now, remember, he was getting a lot of praise even in the years where he was graded very poorly as a pass blocker. Like his last year here, he did not grade out tremendously
by PFF.
Well, even others Pollard was grading out better at that point. But I mean, I didn't notice anything bad yesterday. From Zeke in the pass block perspective.
He was fine yesterday. I'll say this on Guyton, which there was chips, there were some other things. There were a lot of times Guyton was just left on his own though, and this is the comparison I'll make. Have you ever seen somebody who they're technically swimming, but you're like, it's clear they're not super adept at it. It's like, yeah, okay, you're staying above water, but there's some struggle there. That's a little bit like him in pass protection yesterday. It was like, yeah, you're getting the job done for the most part, but this clearly looks like it's a bit of a struggle, and that's to be expected. He is playing the left side for the first time. He played right tackle the entire time at Oklahoma. He is still raw. He's still learning to use also, and he is going against, now that Aaron Donald is out, probably the most technically advanced defensive lineman in the NFL. And that's going to be a lot from handle. So all things considered, that's positive. In a vacuum, there were some struggles, and he probably grades out. I would guess when PFF comes out, although I don't know, PFF likes to go so opposite, they may give him a 90 grade. But I'm guessing that when people go back and look, they're going to go, yeah, that was a tough day, and hopefully it was a good learning experience.
All right, well, tough day, good learning experience. Perfect segue, I think, to Tom Brady as he makes the broadcasting debut. Now, I was watching college football on Saturday. By the way, we are going to get to college football at 8:20 this morning before Below the Belt, because we may have the best team in the entire sport right here in the great state of Texas. But Brady did a one-on-one with Joel Klatt on Saturday to preview our game, and it was bad. He was glitching. Mm-hmm. That's what everyone kept saying. I thought, this is AI Tom. Is he the glitch in the Matrix? It seemed like he was thinking a ton about what he was saying. And I thought he was actually doing that early on yesterday in the broadcast. Now, when you're in the press box there at the game, what are you hearing? Are you hearing any game audio or no?
No, you hear you just have the press box announcer, and they have TVs up, but I'll have my phone up on a phone case, and I'll have headphones that I'm listening to the broadcast, which is a few plays behind, obviously, what we're seeing live. So I was listening to Tom for the entire first half.
Okay. I thought it was a rough beginning, awkward, generic, robotic, no inflection. I do think he settled in the second half. He did settle in a little bit and got more comfortable, but these were some of the reactions on Twitter. Tom can't seem to form any sentences that have any sort of normal cadence to them. I thought that was dead on. Maybe someone should have listened to Brady actually say words before dropping $300 million on him. There was a burp that I heard in the first half. I thought he burped up one of his cucumber shakes. And then everything was summarized perfectly when they go to the in-booth shot and Mike Pereira leaves him hanging for the fist pump.
That's it.
So uncomfortable.
So uncomfortable.
And he had to call it out. Like
Don't leave me hanging.
Don't leave me hanging.
What'd you think?
He doesn't belong there in the number one chair. And this is the problem when you just throw it.
Yet?
Right. Yeah.
Doesn't belong yet?
Doesn't belong yet.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like this is the problem when you just hire somebody sight unseen and just throw them out there and say, oh, yeah, you're on the number one booth. When you already had literally the best in the industry there. The guy who won the Emmy last year.
Yeah, but did it work with Romo? It
did work with it did work with Tony. But I mean, is that
for a little bit?
Yeah. So one guy, are you just because it didn't work with Jason. It didn't work with Witten.
Yeah.
It didn't work with Jason Garrett either.
Yeah.
So
by the way, I think Garrett's gotten better.
He has. He was fine last night. There was no problem. That's a fine show.
Better to what?
I think Garrett calling Notre Dame is better. I think Garrett calling Notre Dame was better than Tom was yesterday.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like he's not going to get a chance to fail. Like you need to get like some reps under you, man. You got to do the Falcons Steeler game that nobody's watching.
People are getting on me a little bit, and I think this is because the Cowboys were dominated. You people on Twitter, you'll be the same damn ones crying that he's a Cowboy hater by week 4 when he does all 4 Cowboy games. So make sure I've saved your names. He's doing the Saints game. You'll say, just like you turned on Greg Olsen, because all y'all turn on every broadcaster thinking that they hate your favorite team. But I think it was because the Cowboys are winning. Everyone's in a good mood. You're being really mean to Tom. Well, he displaced a guy who didn't deserve to get demoted, and he's making $375 million to do it. So, yeah, I'm going to be very, very critical of it. Now, it was his first game, but I'm expecting, obviously he got put in that spot because he's Tom Brady, but I'll never forget Sean McManus, the chairman of CBS, said it was like a football conversation he had with Romo where the light clicked. I think they were at a Super Bowl, and he's like, dude, this guy, he could be magic in the booth. I was expecting and hoping, and Bobby right now is the leader in the Tom Brady won't be good clubhouse. Yes. He predicted it, and that Raider thing is looking like a perfect out and excuse if this fails. But I was expecting, if you get an opportunity to talk sports with the greatest who ever played it, wouldn't you expect to leave that conversation with your mind blown? Like, oh my God, the way he sees it, the way he processes it, the way he breaks it down. I'm expecting to get a little bit of that if you have a conversation with Michael Jordan about basketball, or Floyd Mayweather about boxing, or Tiger Woods about golf. And I was hoping for some of that with Tom, and at least yesterday I did not get it.
Didn't get it.
Again,
right
first week.
Yeah, right now he's Thursday Night Football. Is Thursday Night Football really bad, or is it if it was is it because it's a standalone game that we look at it more closely, whereas if it was a noon game, we don't think anything of it. We're just going to overly dissect. That's the nature of what happened. If he had gone in and he was doing the Matt Ryan 6th game on a Sunday with
and whoever. we also know this football team better than anyone else.
Yeah,
he might be much better doing I don't know, Buccaneers,
Bucks,
Rams, when he's breaking down these other players. Yeah. We know everything about the Cowboys.
Absolutely. I mean, it was his last game.
At least I do.
So it was the last game. So I mean, it's a tough spot for it to be in. But when you make $37.5 million a year, that's just part of it. You got to take it.
He's just. Here's the thing. How many times did we hear mic'd up segments of him or whatever else, and people are always like, he doesn't even sound authentic when he's barking at people. It sounds weird. And we sit here and we see these.
Is he a program robot, or did he have a hidden personality that I was hoping for?
I don't think he's
his TB12 stuff is really good. his social media stuff is funny. The damn commercial with Edelman was good, but that is scripted. That could be someone doing the social media. Hey, I'm like, show the personality in this plane commercial on the actual game broadcast.
Well, that's the thing. I think what he's going to say,
scared to death.
I think his analysis is going to be, like, I don't think we're going to ever look at his analysis and go, like, that was a dumb thing he just said. Like I think we're going to say, oh, that's correct, but it's going to sound like
generic.
It's going to sound chat GPT. It's going to sound like this is correct analysis given by a soulless nothing.
Yeah.
Like, because he's such a, got to do this right. Even the thing that gave me the biggest pause was hearing all the research he was doing and all the people he was contacting for. It's like, okay, this clearly sounds like he's overthinking, like, how do I speak?
Yeah.
How do I talk to people?
Well, he didn't do Aubrey research because first he goes punt, and then Burkhart's like, no, this guy can kick it a long way. Then he's like, I love the decision. I love the decision to hit the 50-plus yarder.
Have you heard the theories before about like Jeff Bezos, like, is so rich and so removed and so successful that, like, he doesn't even know how to human anymore.
No,
and Garth Brooks has become so famous, been so famous and insulated for so long. It's like he's a little weird now. Brady, I think, is kind of that point. He's so big, so famous, so insulated that it's like, I don't know that he's going to naturally just connect with people right away.
Tom did give his thoughts on the Dak deal in the Fox Post after.
Well, what I love seeing about Dak today is that veteran quarterback, that veteran experience, going on the road. Nothing's too big for him. That touchdown pass he throws to Cooks early in the game, gets up to the line of scrimmage, recognizes the blitz, actually changes the protection. I think they didn't actually protect the way that he was hoping. He felt the pressure, drifted away, and threw a great route, a little corner route to Brandon Cooks there for an easy touchdown. So, again, when you talked earlier in the day about why do you sign Dak to this contract? Well, because he has the ability at the line of scrimmage to be the true field general that every team is looking for. He's got great poise and composure in the pocket, and plays like that always exemplify, are you really a master of the system out there? Do you really have a great understanding of what they're doing on offense, what your guys are capable of doing on offense, and then how do we execute that with crowd noise, going on the road, first game of the year? And he did so many things well today. That was just one example of many of that he was in total control today.
Smoother second half. That was obviously after the game, so I think he was way more comfortable than in the very beginning. I might go, I might go C+ at best. At best.
That's what it is. It's his first one. If he doesn't get any better next week or in 3 or 4 weeks, then then it may be this is a one and done. Let's go be the Raiders owner.
Nothing about what he did, though, like, even though it's like kind of seared, nothing about him said to me like he has the potential to be Aikman or he has the potential to be Olsen. I didn't hear any of that.
Below the belt coming up at 8:40 on the home of the Cowboys. Let's take a little professional break to get to maybe the best college football team in all the land.
Go Vols, baby!
Right here, not the Tennessee Volunteers. It's the real UT. Next on Sean and RJ. But did y'all see? I hope you got it yesterday. I'm looking at the...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3rd and goal, Texas at the Michigan 5-yard line. Quinn with the snap, rolls left, looking, fires for the end zone. It's caught! Matthew Golden, touchdown, Texas! Right by the pylon, just across the goal line. Ewers rolling to the left, hits Golden with the touchdown strike with 10 seconds remaining in the half.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
That is Craig Way with the call, and the Longhorns go into the big house, and they put it to an overrated, awful Michigan team that will end the season unranked. It is the college football kegger. There was a theme for this weekend in college football, and that is statements and struggles. Statements.
I thought you were going to say SEC because they grabbed 6 of the top 7 spots in the top 25, a first in the 88-year history of the rankings.
Yeah, and I think it's a down year for the conference, too. I mean, they got a lot of non-conference losses, way more non-conference losses than I've seen in years past. But so far, like you said, 6 of the top 7. We'll get to that. Texas, 31-12. I don't even think the game was that close. Quinn Ewers, that offense, that was the reason I was all over Texas in the against the spread.
Oh, yeah. You cleaned up on the Cowboys. You were the opposite of Derek Holland, a big, fat winner.
Big, fat
this
winner.
weekend. And Derek, big, fat loser.
Big, fat loser.
Twice with his Browns and his Wolverines. And I wanted to get Derek on to give it to him. He was willing, but he's flying back right now.
Not just that, not a big, fat loser. In attendance. Like, in attendance for, like, just to watch it, just be devastated. Yeah, just awful.
And he took a picture with that fraudulent trophy they have at Michigan after the Connor Stallions contraband.
They have turned on Sherrone Moore already.
Oh, yes.
Some of the tweets. The first act of the Sherrone Moore era was looking at this QB room and saying, we're good. Yikes. I would like someone to tell Sherrone Moore about the forward pass. It changed football.
It did.
Sherrone Moore was given a 15-0 team that returned 3 of the top 8 players in America, and he drove them off a cliff. So that is the Wolverine. That is what the Longhorns did to the Wolverine fan base.
And look, Michigan is in trouble. And sorry, Derek Holland and Mooney.
Mooney.
Outside of the Connor Stallions years, this is just Texas A&M with better marketing. That's exactly. They are an 8-4 every year team. They have their fame has never matched their production of championships. It is just an overrated football program. Don't talk.
I know. I just got to know real quick. You, as Mr. Better Call Chop, who's always trying to weasel people out of things, I'm stunned that you would just come down so hard on Connor Stallions and the vague signs, which everybody has been doing. That's what I'm surprised by. Is all.
Listen, I know they've been doing it. Be better. Don't get caught. I'm all for it. I'm all for cheating. But when you get caught, you got to pay the price.
I want to hear the praise and love from you and Pepe about your Longhorns.
I mean, they're the only thing they need at this point is a pass rush. If they have a pass rush, nobody's beating them.
Tremendous.
They've got 1 sack through 2 games.
Is that Georgia game here or there?
From Colin Simmons.
It's in Austin.
The Georgia game is in Austin, yeah.
Man.
And so it's going to be Oklahoma and Georgia back to back. And so this is they are Ewers has taken a step up. He looks so much cleaner, so much more consistent. The receiving is the receiver room is as deep as it's been. The offensive line is probably the best in the country. They are really, really good, and I'm starting to believe a little bit.
Well,
and the way they did the whole Debo Samuel, Kodak Black, mean mugging of the Michigan team as they're walking out of the locker room.
Yeah, explain what that was.
So Michigan's locker room this is how Michigan and Michigan State got into a fight a couple years ago.
They had the same tunnel.
It's a bad idea. They've got one tunnel, which apparently in the NFL it's like this in Buffalo too, and Buffalo's run into issues with this. But they have the same tunnel, and so you have to let one team out and then another team. So Michigan was coming onto the field first, and Texas was just standing out front, arms crossed, Sark out in front, little 4'11" white girl rapping along with Boosie that they're just cranking and mean mugging, and everybody's just like, oh, Texas is about to kick Michigan's ass.
Were you watching this at Choctaw?
No, I was home by then. I lost so much that I was like, you know what, I'm leaving at 9 a.m. in the morning. So I was going home. But no, After watching this game, I'm not to the point where I'm like, move over Georgia, but I'm to the point where Texas better be playing them in the SEC championship game.
Oh,
I'm there.
Nick Saban over here.
Are you ready to actually wear Longhorn gear in public instead of Texas Tech gear? Are they
Yes,
that good?
I am ready.
Wow,
I'm ready.
good
I
job.
mean, that is
Tech
easily
lost over the
the favorite matchup. That is easily like the betting favorite of a matchup of Texas and Georgia in the SEC championship game, and maybe beyond that. Texas, though, so you mentioned Oklahoma. They barely beat Houston, a Houston team that lost 27-7 to UNLV the week before. Oklahoma skates by them 16-12. Now, what does the Texas win do? Right now, it puts Texas in the absolute preferred position in the college football playoff if it were to start today. Because right now, Georgia's still the favorite in the SEC, which means Texas could not be in the top 4. They would have the coveted 5th seed, which means they would play the 12 seed, which is probably going to be like Memphis or Boise or whatever. And then they would get the 4 seed, which is going to be some, Oklahoma State or Utah type thing in the next round. They would basically get to walk to the Final Four. Other close calls. Penn State, they were down 24-20 at half to Bowling Green. Peyton, where's Bowling Green?
That would be Ohio.
Oh, wow. Yeah, if you want to be in the playoff picture, you can't be down by 4 to Bowling Green at half. Oregon, now they got an excuse. They're playing a fringe playoff team at Boise State. They were down 20-14 to the break. They win 37-34. Too close for comfort there. SMU blows one against BYU at home. They lose 18-15.
Oregon having 2 rough games back to back. Nick Harris had the good tweet on Saturday. He's like, people picking Oregon to take over the Big Ten, they can't even get out of the state of Idaho without struggling.
Ooh.
Yeah, they barely beat Idaho, literally Idaho the week before, who they're barely an FBS team. Barely. So that was a tough little weekend for them. Bama, don't let this score fool you. It was a 14-13 game in the fourth quarter. Bama outscores them 28-3 the rest of the way. 42-16 was the final score in score only. They're a good team, but they are not a top 5 team.
Pretenders.
They're not as good as Texas or Georgia or Ohio State or Tennessee or Ole Miss right now. By the end of the year, I think you can throw Miami as being better than them. They're a good team, but they are not right now a title contender.
Making me think I should not go see Bama play at Vanderbilt, and I should wait on Texas against Vandy.
No, you want to see your godson win a game.
The upset?
Yeah.
Rush the field.
Exactly.
Oh, I can rush
you
the
can be
field.
like me at Tarleton, rushing after they beat that crappy Grand Canyon team.
Yeah.
Notre Dame. Oh, baby.
Oh, yes.
They paid $1.4 million for this.
5 seconds left. NIU up 16-14. 62-yarder. Snap, hold, Jeter's kick. It's blocked! It's blocked! It's blocked! Picked up by NIU! Picked up by NIU! The Huskies have done it! The Huskies with the biggest upset in NIU history! They come to South Bend, Indiana, and they knock off the number 5 team in the country. NIU 16, Notre Dame 14. The football gods were shining down on NIU.
I think it's NIU radio with the call.
Yeah.
Just a guess on that one.
I know DeKalb and NIU very well.
Oh, yeah?
It's
Mr. Rockford Peaches?
Spent a year of my life.
Oh,
in that
baby.
Crap hole of a city, Rockford, Illinois.
Oh, look at
Could
you.
not get out of there. Michael the Burner Turner, NIU.
Oh, look at you.
I went to that campus to try to party.
Marcus Freeman is not a good football coach. He is the Brandon Staley of college. Where he's
much better looking.
He's so sharp,
He's
and
a
he
model.
He's good looking.
He's so sharp, and he has these great press conferences. And man, like what a great quote! What a great motivation guy.
Too.
Not a
Fantastic
good
shoulder
football
development.
coach. He or at least he's not. Notre Dame is not the spot for Marcus Freeman.
Well, maybe not. But Thomas Hammock is the NIU coach, and this was a cool moment. Him in the postgame.
I'm so proud of our kids, the coaches, just everybody. They believed. They believed, and we came here and got it done.
You told your guys this week that you didn't need anyone to be a superhero or superhuman. They just needed to be their best. What kind of performances did you see out there?
They listened to what I said. I told them all week, we don't need luck. We just got to be our best. And they was their best today, and we was able to get it done.
$1.4 million.
Awesome for them.
Very
awesome for
cool.
him.
very, very
in your mouth, Lou Holtz.
Lou Holtz.
He was great.
Lou Holtz?
I don't remember. No, the coach there at the end there. Whoever was interviewing him.
Gosh, he thought she was. And what's the guy who gets everyone to cry?
Roy Firestone.
Roy Firestone.
She thought she was Tom Brady with her delivery. I don't know if it was just she was so uncomfortable about him crying that she's like, how do I word this or what? But that deliberate, I was like, would you spit it out, lady? Say whatever you got to say.
How did Deion do at Nebraska?
Back to throw. Here comes a corner blitz. Shows a little pass is nearly picked off.
No caught.
And then caught by Ramirez. And into the end zone for a touchdown. The Colorado defender had the ball, bobbled it. Ramirez took it away from him and dashed in for 6 points.
Let's go, Matt Rule, baby!
Hey, Nebraska radio with the call.
See you Texas Live again, baby! Hopefully you'll do the interview with me this time, baby!
Yeah, then you can recruit Texas kids.
It was 28-zip Nebraska at the half.
Whoa!
And they lose. Nebraska wins 28-10.
I was way too interested and fascinated by this game.
Man.
From Rule to the revenge to playing in Nebraska to Pat Mahomes 2.0.
Pat Mahomes 2.0. Look, Deion is going to be there as long as he wants because they won't fire him. But like any other Power 5 school, he is firmly on the hot seat. Any real Power 5 school.
And what they did afterwards.
Oh, man.
This is a bigger segment on the NFL draft interview process and what happens. But there were shots of Shedeur walking off the field with 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left, he leaves the field. And now if he's hurt, then he's hurt, right? If he's not hurt, and he didn't appear to be hurt, but if he's not hurt, and I didn't see anything after that said he was, that's an awful look for him to do. I mean, you and your camera crew rolling off the field with 2 minutes to go.
So unlikable.
I saw actually there was a couple Nebraska reporters that were actually defending Colorado's decision to walk him off.
Because they asked Deion about his Aflac commercials in the Post.
No, they were defending the decision to walk Shedeur off because they're like, with all the discussion about storming the field and other stuff like that, like they didn't blame him for saying like security risk, just get Shedeur off the field before it's over.
And you know why? And you know why?
Because you run into the Caleb Williams kind of thing.
And you know why? Because Shedeur and the rest of his teammates give the middle finger to they gave it to Nebraska last year and talked all the smack, and you create that heightened, atmosphere. And then, okay, we got to worry about something maybe happening.
Right. And now, after the game, Shedeur, who, by the way, he has 10 games left to be playing with these guys that he is calling out on the offensive line.
How many times did Raul get touched? There was able, of course, whenever you're able to run the ball consistently and whenever you're able to, then that opens up the pass, But it's just like you got to understand, like, what your team good at. So it's like, why would we keep running the ball if, okay, we out there and we get in a situation where it's a must get and we don't get it?
Are those kind of like 4th and 1 conversions that haven't gone your guys' way in the last couple of, is that kind of play into everybody's mind? Is that kind of something on your mind thinking about, advancing the ball and whatnot?
Nah, I'd rather, if we're going to go down, I'd rather go down swinging, honestly, because I know I could throw the best punch.
Dude, Deion Sanders.
And Deion was calling out protection problems.
For all the hype and all the show as a player, you didn't hear a ton of terrible Deion teammate stories. So for that reason, I'm a little surprised that he continues to allow Shedeur to throw his offensive line under the bus. And Deion does it too. I hope I start seeing some Olays out there. I hope I start seeing some whiffs, some Tyler Guyton hand issues with protection, with the way that they destroy these kids up front, and they did in the offseason. More college football tomorrow. Congrats to the Longhorns. It's a football Monday here on Sean and RJ on the home of the Cowboys. What was Dak's fallback plan in his negotiations? Bobby has the inside story next and below the belt. But I got the inside story for you to go ahead and sell that car, that truck, or your exotic. GiveMeTheVin.com is buying, and the car market is nuts. So if you're thinking of selling your vehicle, you better do it soon because prices may never be the same. At GiveMeTheVin.com, selling your vehicle is simple, fast, and easy. GiveMeTheVin.com has thousands of top-rated Google and Facebook reviews. So log on to GiveMeTheVin.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt. We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Third down, Prescott back. Looking deep to the middle. He's got a man all alone. Top at the goal line. It's Cooks for the Cowboys' first touchdown of the year. Brandon Cooks. And the Cowboys have their first lead of the season on the Miller Lite. First touchdown of the game.
Aren't you glad you get that on your side and you won't have to watch it in Las Vegas next year, like may have been the case if Dak Prescott did not resign with the Cowboys? So Dak gets his 4-year, $240 million record-setting deal. He sets the record for average annual value, for total guaranteed, for signing bonus. Basically, the Cowboys got nothing out of this deal, out of waiting. I always draw the comparison that the Cowboys remind me in their negotiations of Jamie Foxx in Horrible Bosses, where he's faking like he's the murder consultant in the movie. And they come back to get advice from him at the bar, and they say, okay, we need some advice. And he goes, all right, well, it'll be $50,000 for advice. They're like, no more money. He goes, all right, 20. No, 5,000. No, all right, just pay for my drinks. Okay, fine, we'll pay for your drinks. Sure, okay, you're an awful negotiator. That's the Cowboys sit there and have all these like hard line stances that very quickly just get down to pay for my drinks. Okay, fine, sure, yeah, you can have that one. I don't care.
Yeah,
that's how the Cowboys tend to negotiate. And in this one,
which isn't it surprising? Like I don't expect Jerry Jones to be breaking down things in a film room. I expect Jerry Jones to be a master at negotiation and numbers and contracts.
Why? Because he struck oil?
I know you think every billionaire is one and done, but for a lot of other reasons.
Jerry's got a lot of business successes outside of
like
just.
when you have the point is like when you have a bag of money you're sitting on, it's much easier to negotiate from position of power. It's like in poker.
But
the
the
big stack
Nike
at the
deal,
table. I get
NFL,
it.
the networking, the TVs, the way he apparently bullies other billionaires. He's the head of the league.
Yeah.
He's in control over Roger Goodell. I expect Jerry Jones to at least win negotiations.
The NFL makes as much money as it does. I think without Jerry Jones, the NFL is not the brand that it is today. Like he is a massive part of why they make the money
That's why he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yes, it is,
or the main reason I think.
That's deservedly so in terms of the way
he does have 3 rings.
The way he's pushed things forward. I was talking about this with Brian yesterday. I don't think you can win in a quarterback negotiation. To me, in this day and age, this is the price, and either you pay it or you don't. You don't win anything. The quarterback will always have all the leverage.
Unless it's someone like Daniel Jones, to where you can be like, all right, if he says no to this, we can move on, and we don't believe he's the guy.
Yeah, but shoot, man, even they lost that one. Right? Because it's like they were like, well, we're not going to. He just made the playoffs. We're not going to walk away from this.
But if you have a top 10 quarterback, you're not getting any concessions.
No.
You either pay the price or you don't. That's it. It's not like running back where you fight, you go back and forth on a fight like that. And so that's where the Cowboys are at. So because that's the option of either do you pay it or you don't. If the Cowboys had said no, we're not going to pay it, we're not going to do it, and you can be on your merry way, then Todd France and the negotiators over at CAA or not CAA, that's his old firm, Athletes First, they were going to have to have some sort of idea in mind of, okay, what is the fallback? Like, what do we look at and say is out there in the market next year? Because like Michael Lombardi said, he's like, who's paying him? Who do you think's paying him?
Which is a really dumb comment by Michael.
It was bad, but it's like who do you find it? So they have to think in those terms too. Where do we think there will be opportunity? Where do we think there will be money?
Yeah.
And have to have these sort of discussions. So I think there were probably 3 areas that, I don't know about Dak specifically, but his representatives had their eye on as like, hey, these would probably be options next year. The first one was the one I referenced there. I think they thought the Raiders. I think they thought clearly the Raiders are in they're in a spot right now where they're not totally sure. The Raiders have a history of liking to go out and make splash moves. They've gone out and got, Randy Moss in the past. They went and got Devontae Adams recently. Like, they like to go out there and be kind of splashy with the things that they do.
And that was Michael's point. It was like, it wasn't that teams wouldn't pay him. It's just that, like, all these teams had already signed these guys. What are they going to do? Like, even the Saints, they're trapped with Derek Carr. You know what I mean?
I never believe anyone's truly trapped.
I think that's what Michael was trying to say.
What are the Raiders trapped with?
Nothing. No, the Raiders could have paid. Yeah, and that's
the
what he said.
Buccaneers aren't trapped with anything. Like they signed Baker for a short-term deal.
It's a 3-year deal, right? Yeah. But that's what he said. He said the Raiders. Dak's not going to the Raiders.
Like the Giants aren't trapped.
I think Dak, if he hit free agency, he very well may have ended up with the Raiders.
Yeah, that's what it would have been. Yeah. But like, would he really have wanted to go? I think Michael was saying like he's not going to want to go to the Raiders. They stink.
No, yeah, but I think Dak does believe in his ability to.
Why would Devontae Adams want to go? I mean, it's easy to say that, but if you feel enough disrespect and someone's paying you more, you'll go to a scrubbier situation. If the Patriots gave I don't know, if the Patriots gave Ayuk exactly what he wanted, is he all of a sudden a New England Patriot? The same thing go if it's the Commanders. He was willing to go play with Jaden Daniels. Like, I don't buy that.
I do think the Raiders were. I think the one Sean just mentioned there. I think that was another one. I think the Buccaneers were a team that they probably looked at and said, "You can like Baker Mayfield all you want." Like when Michael Lombardi said, "Okay, Tim," but I mean they like Baker Mayfield. They don't like Baker Mayfield enough to say no to Dak Prescott though, or to say no to anybody who's a definitive top 10
They might
quarterback.
say no after yesterday. After Baker's going to be NFC Offensive Player of the Week.
So that was one where, and we, again, this is just from the perspective of where the negotiators were, but also on Dak's side, you got to remember that his girlfriend, who he has his daughter with, her family's from there. Like there's family there that you have to land with in Tampa as well. So I think the Buccaneers were another team that they would probably have their eyes on. And then the other one, was the one that we've kicked around before as a possibility. I think the other was they were probably thinking Giants, which makes sense. Daniel Jones getting booed. Fans just waiting around to boo him. It's like normally fans wait around like at an airport to welcome home the team after they go. The New York fans decide they're going to just wait around to boo.
Look, make Carolina, especially after Bryce yesterday. I mean, who knows? You can figure out ways to do it, and teams do it. Seattle, what's going to happen with Geno Smith? Look, man, Dak Prescott was going to get paid. Whether he wanted to go there, of course. Are they in love with their quarterback situation in Denver? Like all I freaking heard about in the preseason about Bo Nix? He was going to have suitors.
Well, and I think
Tennessee.
I think they knew they would have suitors. I think these were three that they thought were viable options to like go in. Not just that will pay you, but they thought this would be a good circumstance for you that we would be able to build.
So name them again.
Raiders, Buccaneers, and then Giants, I think, was the third. And the Giants, because you talk about twice a year you get to go play Dallas. You are building, you get to grow with Malik Neighbors. It's like you basically walk into another CeeDee Lamb situation. Their defense has been invested in. They're starting to come along. You would probably have a say in the future of coaching staff and everything else because they'd likely hit a reset. So I think those were three options that probably would have been on the table next spring.
Two head coaches commenting on the Dak deal. The first is his current one.
Yeah, definitely. Just so happy, so proud, of Dak for, getting that contract done. Obviously, very exciting for us as an organization. I mean, that's a big move when you can, lock up your quarterback, your future for that many years. So, but the timing was different, and I think he handled it just like you think he would. We meet 15 minutes after he arrives at the stadium, so we had a normal meeting, spent probably 3 to 4 minutes, congratulating him on the contract, because that's something that you make sure that you celebrate for the individual. And then I thought he was locked in today. I thought he was normal in his approach and so forth. So, which that's what he does with everything.
And then last night on NBC, normally very generic, vanilla, Jason Garrett going after some of the talking heads to defend for.
But back to Dak, he just plays the game at a high level. I hear these clowns on TV say he's overrated, he's not in the top 10. Watch the game. Yeah. He's an incredible football player, great leader for that team.
Woo!
Clowns.
Now, let me speak for those who are upset. And
Babe Lofberg's former drinking buddy, because he doesn't come around anymore.
That's right. I'll speak for those who are upset, who felt like the hope and optimism sucked out of them when this news broke. I get it. I understand why. You feel like, hey, it's just going to be another 5 years and possibly longer, as Jerry Jones was talking about, Dak maybe being the last quarterback of his lifetime, and you have a ceiling. You have a ceiling of the second round of the playoffs, because that is what history has shown here recently, and that is what Dak Prescott has shown. So that part does suck, that you would have rather rolled the dice and continue to find and draft and sign and trade and search in order to get the unknown possibility, like they did in Kansas City, like they tried to do with Arizona. All right, we know Rhodes not the guy. Let's go ahead and move on. That this is too safe, and it's not going to win you anything that the Dallas Cowboys are supposed to be about. I get it. I understand it. I would have pulled the chicken move myself and signed him because of being afraid of the alternative. I'm giving him $60 million. He did finish second in the MVP. I would have personally, if I was, in Dak's circle, I would have said, hey, if you're good to go with the money, take less. Like, try to take less. Keep a good team around you. He did not. He went at top of the market both times. But I get the frustration and why you feel like, as a Cowboy fan, a punch in the gut, because you know your fate for the next 5 years.
I will say I think he did take less in the sense that
they could have waited a year.
I think they felt very comfortable with the idea of, like, even not getting exposed to the market. We can get 65 out of Dallas if we wait till the spring before we even get to free agency. And they went ahead and said, numbers just got to start with a 6. 60, fine. You got it up 60. Okay, we can work with that.
Yeah, but he didn't take any type of, we're the legacy deciders on this show, me and Choppy. He didn't do any type of and that, fine, Choppy wouldn't have done it. And look, if the money's sitting right in front of me, I don't know if I would have done it. He didn't give them any type of break or favor that will have him remembered like Dirk, like Duncan, like Tom, and what they did in terms of taking less for their organizations and teams. It's just the way you're going to be remembered by certain fans. You wanted all the money. You wanted top of market. It's going to cost you some players on the back end. Are you good enough to overcome that? And a lot of fans justifiably feel like, no. I'm just giving the other perspective inside. I would have signed him for the contract and for the money.
Which none of that ultimately will matter if he wins, right? Like, because if he wins, then it's like it's a bigger legacy builder if he wins that way. Because if it was to be like, oh, you cut him a break so that they can put talent around you, and then you're just look at what he sacrificed in order to win a title. Whereas if he wins now, it's like he took the top of the market and he went ahead and he still pressed forward and won.
And Dak fans would argue, what are they going to do with the extra money? They don't do jack squat. They're cheap. They're frugal. And the Cowboys' response to that would be, we take that money and re-sign Micah Parsons. Like, tomorrow we need to have a conversation if Jerry Jones is still cheap. Okay? Like, yesterday everyone is like, Jerry will pay his players on national TV and everything. They paid Lamb. They paid Dak. They're going to pay Micah. They paid Diggs. But is Jerry still cheap? Are they still a cheap organization? We'll have that conversation tomorrow or throughout the week. Below the belt with a sponsor.
Presented by a number one air. There you go, Peyton.
All right, final hour of the show. Star up, star down. Your Cowboys report card. Maybe a little guest call-in from the most miserable fan in the state of Texas this football weekend. And what happened with Eric Chiafalo and Aaron Andrews? Next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to Zerez. Get that carpet clean. Cleanway, Greenway, Zerez.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Parsons is chasing him out. And down he goes. Lawrence got there first. And Lawrence has had a phenomenal game, along with Parsons. Second Dallas sack of the day.
Final hour, fist pump time. This is the way you start an NFL season. This is the way you start a Cowboy Monday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, a special guest who just landed with the most miserable weekend that a Texas hater could have dreamed of. We'll be checking in with us momentarily on DFW Sports Station. Jerry Jones live at 8:30 tomorrow, 31-17 Cowboys. Mike Zimmer's defense shuts down Deshaun Watson, and while I'm sitting here praising Micah Parsons, he gets the Tom Brady LFG first award of Tom's Fox career. We're talking about Overshown. We're talking about Kendricks. We're talking about the linebackers. You wanted to make sure Tank Lawrence got his praise.
Yeah, I thought DeMarcus Lawrence was... I mean, obviously, Micah Parsons was the top story, but I mean, for most of this game, I think DeMarcus Lawrence was every bit as impactful and disruptive as Micah Parsons was. And so DeMarcus Lawrence, a guy who... I know Sham said it in the postgame yesterday that, it seems easy for Cowboys fans to forget about him and sleep on him because the sack numbers haven't always been there in recent years, but that dude is so fundamentally sound and so consistent and is a real big-time contributor for them in both aspects of the run and the pass game. And I think with Zim here, it's going to be something that D-Law is going to be able to... I think those sack numbers are going to go up. Like, I think a double-digit sack year is possible for Tank again this year.
This was supposed to be a boring game, like a slug-it-out 3-point, no offensive contest, 2017, maybe 23-20. It was boring because the Cowboys made it boring in the second half. We were texting each other like, what the hell? This is dragging out because Cleveland was hopeless. Hapless, hopeless, whatever term you want to use. And you got to give the Cowboys credit for that, even though they may have a humongous quarterback issue. They probably do with Deshaun Watson. But Micah Parsons was asked after the game, is this just the beginning of what the defense can be?
Oh, I agree 100%. We didn't even open up the full bag. For a lot of us, that was our first game since the playoff loss. So, we just getting back into it, tackling people again, getting to that full contact gameplay. So I just think the sky's the limit, and this is just the beginning.
Star up, star down. Obviously, the defense. Micah Parsons. Dak's throw to Brandon Cooks versus the RJ blitz that he warned you about. That was fantastic. CeeDee Lamb early on, 34 yards against Denzel Ward. We talked about the linebackers. Zeke showing some flashes that made us go, okay. Brandon Aubrey doing his thing, even though he didn't get to attempt NFL history because of the time management at the end of the first. And, of course, Cavante Turpin showing the explosion. And afterwards, Fox Post, Micah Strahan was sounding a little bit like Choppy, saying, hey, we got to remember how dangerous and talented this team is. And when you just go down the checklist of what we saw yesterday with Lamb, Cooks, Diggs interception, Turpin special teams, Aubrey special teams, and of course Micah, and now you got your $60 million quarterback, Michael Strahan. It seemed like he was sobering up with the reality of, okay, like Dallas is still really, really dangerous.
I mean, they are. You got a good quarterback, and you got a good offense, and you got playmakers on defense. I mean, that's pretty good. What happened this offseason was the NFL salary cap. I mean, they did have to move on from some guys. They couldn't sign everybody. They had to, and they did, and they got rid of guys that did hurt their depth. Look, there's no doubt about it. This is a much thinner defense, right? I mean, like the amount of players, the amount of guys they have, they're one or two injuries away, just like every other team. Like, welcome to the NFL.
Let's welcome in someone who had the worst football weekend in Texas, traveling to all of his beloved teams and just landed at the airport. The great Derek Holland on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean and RJ. Where would you like to start, sir?
Well, it seems you guys already want to start with college, so go ahead and run that one in there.
Okay, so question. Where was the Connor Stallion statue? Did they put it up yet, or what are we doing?
I can't believe you're still holding on to that. You realize that they won plenty of games after, got the national championship, everything else. You're just trying to give an excuse for why your team sucks. I can't help you on that one.
So
Sorry about Tennessee.
You went to the big house and then the Browns game?
I sure did. Drove straight down right after the game.
What a beast. All right, which game was more painful or that you've been hearing from the Tolos the most from?
To be honest, they both were pretty painful. If you look at the score of both games, this is what was crazy. I was talking about it with my buddy. They were almost identical scores, and it was an absolute beatdown. Pretty embarrassing. Both teams don't have quarterbacks, so that was cool to watch. My offensive line looked terrible. I mean, that was just brutal. But you know what? The fan bases of both were super awesome. I will say that. It was cool talking to some of the Longhorn fans up at the big house. They were super nice. Cowboys fans, man, we were having some cold ones together. That was a good time right there.
Which game surprised you more?
Cleveland.
Yeah.
100%. Just because the defense is really good, but it also sucks when you can't keep your offense out there for more than 4 plays. So the defense is definitely going to get worn down and tired. We weren't able to really stop them because of that. And, you know, the Cowboys took advantage of that. They did the right things when it came to that, but it's just more of a disappointment to sit here and see that we might have Deshaun Watson for a while, and that sucks.
Yeah, what is up with that for real, Dutch? Like, is he broken? Did he look at all better last year? What were you thinking after the offseason? Like, is this thing over and done with?
If it's me, in my opinion, what I think, he's not a leader. I don't think he's in control of that offensive line or that offense in general. I don't think the guys are 100% behind him. I think he's kind of lost that locker room. It just seems like he doesn't have that hungry mentality of wanting to do things, wanting to make plays happen, wanting to win. It just seems like he's just there because he has to be, because he's getting paid $275 gazillion.
Which visiting fan base showed up more between the Longhorns or Cowboys?
Oh man, that's tough. They both did really good. I would say the Cowboys, just because they travel very well. There's a lot of Cowboys fans everywhere, and the place it kind of seemed like it was somewhat once you guys took the lead, I would say once you guys were up by like 14, it seemed like it was a straight home game for you guys.
Which team should people believe in more after the performance?
Yeah, baby.
Look, I get it. I know the Cowboys fan base is great. I appreciate the Texas fan base, but it's one game. Yeah. We're automatically going to the Super Bowl and all that. You didn't really prove anything. You went up against a team that doesn't have an offense. You did go up against a good defense, but I'm still not sold on the Cowboys. I mean, the only thing I can say out of watching that game, the one guy I'm completely sold on that is unbelievable, CeeDee Lamb, is the truth. I will say that over and over. That guy is unreal.
But Parsons?
Parsons is good too. He's no Myles Garrett, but Parsons is good too.
Will Jameis start over Deshaun at any point this year, not due to injury?
Yes.
Wow.
I strongly think so. I think you could see it. I would go as far as to say you see it by week 6.
Derek Collin with the surprise call in here on 105.3 The Fan after his Michigan and Cleveland Brown weekend. Are the Texas Rangers done?
No. What they're doing is unbelievable. There's a lot of great things happening within that clubhouse. They're believing. They're going out there. They have nothing to lose. That's kind of the mentality that you see with them is we got nothing to lose. Why not just go out there and see what we can do? And they're going to try to make some history out of that because they have been, 10 games out at least? So I don't know exactly what they are right this second.
7.5.
6.5 wild card, 7.5 for the division.
There's still a chance. That's the thing about this game is there's still a chance you're not out until you are officially out, or as they would say, until the fat lady sings.
So, Derek, should we all believe in the Kumar Rocker hype that has everybody so excited in the minors right now?
Between everything that you've seen, or actually I would say between him and Leiter, I would say yes. I would 100%. I know, I got to train with him and work out with him and do stuff. But I think this kid is hungry. He is on a mission to get out there after everything that he's dealt with. He wants to prove it to the fan base. He wants to show that what he's worth, and he's doing it right now. And I think this could be something special. I'm sold on him too.
Hey, I love how you talk trash, willing to take it back. I saw your social media posts. You're still a diehard fan, traveling and putting the money where the mouth is. And thanks for joining us as soon as you land and get some sleep.
Oh, I will. And trust me, dude, I'm literally in Cleveland and Michigan gear right now. I'm going to take my beatings. That's how it is. You can't just sit there and talk when things are good. You got to be able to take the bad, too.
There you go, baby.
I appreciate you guys.
The Dutch Oven, Derek Holland on the D&M Leasing Hotline. All right, some Tolos alerted me that we may have had a Chio 2.0 moment yesterday on the pregame show with Aaron Andrews.
Man, if you guys thought Tom Brady had a rough first day on the job, Eric Chiafalo looked like a fan phenom out there. First day on the job.
Double shots fired Take that, Blake.
This was awful. No, shots at
Take
Blake.
that,
I was just
Blake.
saying first
Blake
day
is
on
a
the
fan
job.
of- what are you talking about?
I did not mean it like that. I was just saying first day on the job. So that's what I was getting at there. No shots to Blake. I love you. But man, this is the Cowboys pregame with Eric Chiafalo, Brian Bros of the G-Bag Nation, and they had Aaron Andrews on of Fox. Notice how I said Andrews' last name, by the way.
Oh no!
So Eric's going through this interview.
Damn, if Peyton is correcting you on names, you know you done messed up.
And this is about 1:40 of just pure goldness of Eric. And it's basically his first day on the job.
Pure goldness.
His first day on the job here on the pregame show.
As we kick off a brand new NFL season here on The Fan. And she will, of course, be alongside Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady, Tom Rinaldi, a no question about it favorite guest of ours here on the official pregame show of America's team. It's Aaron Andrews, ladies and gentlemen. Andrew, happy game day to you. I guess besides CD there on.
All right.
Oh, Andrew.
We went with Andrew for the first. Okay. Let's see how it went.
Andrew, happy game day to you. I guess besides CD there on that cut, we can now include Dak, right?
We actually thought Dak was going to sign that contract the day after our interview. We did it, I think, on a Tuesday, and we thought that's when it was going to happen. But regardless, for him and his sweet little family, so glad it got done, and happy for Cowboys fans, too.
Yes, absolutely. So is that something we can expect today on the Fox pregame show? You're sitting down with Dak?
Well, it already happened. The Fox pregame show, yeah.
Oh, well, okay.
It happened at noon.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I was thinking before the Cowboys kickoff, but that's my apologies.
No worries. So you weren't watching, but that's okay.
well,
it went well. It went great.
You know, I mean, you can multitask with the best of them, but I'm here doing radio, watching television. I can't do the same things. We're not all as talented as Aaron Andrews. So, what's the vibe around this football team right now?
I think the vibe is just, excited. It's week one. Everybody's undefeated, right? Everybody's talking about Super Bowls except for the Kansas City Chiefs. That was from their pregame show. I don't know if you got a chance to watch that as well, but I don't know if you watch pregame shows.
Well, Aaron, you're the best in the business. We appreciate the time as always. And in this commercial break, we're going to go listen to that pregame Dak interview you had. So we can't wait
what the
heck? Sorry about that, Aaron. You're the best, though. We appreciate it. Aaron Andrews, ladies and gentlemen. Holy smokes, could that have gone worse to start?
What a
I
way.
mean, when you talk about first impressions or everything, I just completely S the bet on that.
Okay, that wasn't too bad. I was
Some
expecting
shots
much
fired
worse.
there from Aaron Andrews, who was playing along with the gig, the joke there. But just very rough interview for Aaron.
It was not as bad as saying pure goldness. I don't think
pure goldness.
What I said about, when Atolo asked me at the last Firehouse who are the most talented up-and-comers at the station, that was a mistake on my part.
Well, who's it now then?
Wolchuk.
Oh, it's Wolchuk.
Oh, God. It's over to Wolchuk.
Old Pippin.
Old Scotty. Zach is Scotty on the Blazers now. The superstars getting it done in Cleveland. That's the headline from Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com after this.
But, I love my workouts. I love talking about them, and that is what is happening right now.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a bit.
Truck rate call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Elliott's going to be in the end zone. Touchdown, Dallas.
Zeke had 4 yards to carry, 10 for 40. He also had a hurdle, touchdown, and that was the call on Fox as the Cowboys dominate the Cleveland Browns 33-17. The State Fair is bringing in all the new food for us to sample with the K&C Masterpiece at 9:40 this morning. So we'll give you a State Fair food preview. Nick Eatman back from Ohio, just like Bobby Belt, joining us from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. And you said the Cowboys filled out the bingo card yesterday?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like a blackout, but, you know, maybe like the Texas tea or whatever they called it. But, yeah, there was a lot of things that you wanted to see that got checked off the list.
Let's go down the list. What did they check off?
Well, I mean, obviously, let's start with the biggest offseason, question all along with Dak Prescott. That right there before the game even started. I mean, I thought was a really big thing to get that done. And then just as you go through the list of the game, I mean, like you wanted to see your superstars come out and play well, and they did. I thought Dak, it wasn't clean on the second half as much, but they didn't have to be really. But it was, you wanted to see Dak play well. You see, what's CD going to look like? What is Zeke going to look like? How about this defense under Mike Zimmer? I mean, Micah Parsons, I thought, was as good as he's been. Trayvon Diggs comes back, and, you didn't hear from him at all in the first half, and then he gets a pick. Kendricks, showed what he can do. Kalen Carson looked like, a pretty good, first start. The offensive line had some issues, early, but I think for the most part it was a good win just across the board. Things you wanted to see, Turpin, Aubrey, all of it was great.
Did you leave that game thinking the Cowboys may be even better than I thought, or Cleveland is worse than I thought?
Definitely Cleveland is worse than I thought. I thought I said it maybe Friday to you guys that, I was surprised that they were not favored in this game.
Yeah.
And so that I didn't really see that kind of matchup. They look like a boring, slow team that's, like they look like a 1985 type of team where they just, they grinded, win on defense, try to run and all that. And in today's NFL, that's hard to compete. I understand they went 11-5. There's no doubt about it, but I just didn't see it as a matchup that was going to be a huge challenge for the Cowboys. But it was. And early on, and then they just pulled away. But I think a little bit of both. I think the Cowboys played better than I thought they would, and because I picked them to win by 7, so they played better than that. But I think Cleveland's going to have a tough year. I don't know if with that division that they're in, I don't know how they're going to get back to the playoffs. It's one game. It's one game. I don't think the Saints are going to average 47 a game. So it's one game.
How much of Deshaun's struggles did you think were Cowboy related then?
A lot, because most quarterbacks in that setting are going to get sacked like 10 times. He kind of fought off, a lot of those. Micah Parsons is probably still upset he didn't get more than just the one sack. But I thought that Zimmer did a really nice job of disguising things at times. But I don't think you've got the full, arsenal of what they're going to be able to do defensively. Micah, we've seen a lot of different things where he rushes from different areas, but it was really just, right side or left side, just right off the edge. I thought the defensive pressure was really, really good.
Nick Eatman on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean and RJ every Cowboys Monday. What did you think of the young kids up front?
The offensive line, yeah.
Sorry.
They, I thought they struggled some. And Guyton needed some help at times. There were some times in the game where, it was a little rough going, and BB too. But then again, when you look at the first sack of the game, it was Zach Martin that the guy got past, and hit Dak like that. And I thought, oh, wow, this could be, I know everyone probably thought the same thing. Like, is he even going to remember that he signed a deal? That was a big hit right up the middle. But I thought for the most part they kind of calmed down. They didn't help Guyton every single play, and it should be easier from here for him. Of all the guys he's going to go up against, it should be easier than going up against Myles Garrett.
Nick, what would you grade, and I know it was kind of a tale of two halves, but overall, what would you grade Dak Prescott's performance yesterday?
I would say a B, just solid B. They could have scored more points probably, but I think it was fine. It wasn't like lights out A, but that game reminded me of last year's game against the Giants. The only difference was that there was no defensive touchdown, but there was a special teams touchdown, and they blew them out, and it was very clear. And in the second half, they weren't scoring as much as you thought. Maybe they could have. But it was a blowout from the start. And that's the game that kind of reminded me of that, is that, yeah, they could clean up some things in the red zone or whatever and maybe score more, but they were kind of conservative there.
Considering that they don't play anybody in the preseason, is that kind of just par for the course? I think generally around the league, there was a lot of teams that were just a little sloppy.
Yeah, a little floppy. But I thought the second drive of the game where they got the ball to CD around the edge, and then deep ball to CD, and then the touchdown pass to Cooks. I just remember in the offseason, a question got asked to Dak, who's got the best IQ on the team? And he goes, well, me. And they go, well, okay, you can't name yourself, name someone else. And he said Brandon Cooks. And that right there made me think, with CD not being at training camp, that they're developing a pretty good rapport there. And you saw it on that touchdown to Cooks where, he's off his back foot and he throws it up there, and Cooks hasn't even made the break yet. And there was a really good connection out of those two. And I know Dak has it with CD. I think Brandon Cooks, and it wasn't just yesterday, but I've said it before, I think that his relationship with Dak and his ability to be a number one at times is going to help this offense to have two guys that can really go and make some big plays.
Nick, what numbers in the Dak deal surprised you or made you say, okay, this is why this took so long with the saga?
The 6 and the 0, I think, are the two. I mean, the 60.
Is it 60 in Oxnard today?
That's a good question. Let's look.
Probably. That's what it probably is right
65,
now. High. I think I feel like Dak was like, listen, I'm going to get this number. I'm going to be, very, very, highly paid here, probably, in the 60s, somewhere else. So he was like, this is the number. If you want to do it right now, let's do it. If we're not going to do it, we're not going to do it. And I think the Cowboys at the end of the day just decided, obviously decided that he was the guy. He was the guy that they had to have. And, it was part of the negotiation. I mean, I think it was higher than that, obviously, in the, maybe mid-60s at some point. But, I'm glad they got it done. I think that, we're all kind of probably relieved to stop talking about it. But now I'm just glad that he played well, because I could see that being, you don't play well, and then it's just a huge narrative. And it's still going to happen every time. If he throws a pick, if they lose a game, it's going to be, you're going to be labeled that $60 million guy. But, I thought he played well. I think with everything considered, I thought he played well. I don't know. What do you guys think? You guys laid out on me when I said B.
I would have said B minus at the best. They had a good first half. The whole offense stalled in the second half.
B minus is where I would.
But of course, his haters are gonna. I already got a couple of the messages. 40, 60 a year for 179 and 1. Like, totally, they're gonna It's like politics. You forget all the other factors and you make it your narrative. And forget about that. It was a beatdown and a blowout in the second half of the game.
I said the Giants game from week 1. Now that I think about it, how about week 2 against the Jets? When I think they won like 30-10, and it was this kind of game where it was like, you just keep kicking field goals, because once you realize they're not going to score, they're not going to do anything on you over here. So don't be stupid. Don't try to get them back in the game with a crazy play.
Yeah.
And as much as people wanted to see a 71-yard attempt, like I was like, don't do that.
Yeah.
Please don't do that, because all I can think of is Auburn, Alabama. So like, you don't need to give them any reason, to give any momentum here at the end of the half.
Nick, what are you hearing or thinking about Jake Ferguson's injury?
Well, how about seeing? Because I walked right past him on the plane at the end of the game, and no words were said. I didn't say anything to him. I just feet, ankles, knees, nothing wrapped or anything, no sleeve, nothing. He was kind of standing up. He was kind of jacking around and laughing and throwing something at somebody, goofing around, just in a good mood and all that, jovial. And I thought, okay, like, I feel good about that. You know what I mean? Like, if it was bad, now there may be an MRI today. I don't know that, but I just got the sense, and Dak said it too. Dak said he'll be fine. And I talked to a couple other people, and they were kind of like, he's going to be fine. He'll be fine. So that's what I've heard. Hopefully nothing changes from that today. But just by walking by someone, you get the sense that if it was really serious, he wouldn't be standing up. He'd have some kind of wrap, some kind of brace. I believe he did have his knee wrapped when he left the locker room, but it was. I think he's going to be fine. But then again, I didn't stay in a Holiday Inn. I'm not a doctor. All that stuff.
Yeah, he stayed better probably.
Right.
Right. Nick Even, DallasCowboys.com, back from Cleveland with us every Cowboys Monday, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Thank you, brother. Get some sleep.
All right. See you guys. Thank you.
WinStar, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's sample the State Fair food, my wife's favorite segment of the day, with the KNC Masterpiece on a Cowboys Monday next.
Let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproof.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
One in Burleson, 828 Southwest Allsbury Boulevard. Get there early. Receive your one-of-a-kind Sean and RJ bottle opener for tailgate season. Plus, we're feeding you courtesy of Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp.
Also, thanks to Firehouse Heating and Air. We'll see you in Burleson this Friday from 6 to 10 with The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
57, right hash. Line drive, boom. It's a pound of butter.
Guy's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
That was the call right here, Butter Aubrey.
And Mike McCarthy screwed him later in the game.
Yeah, he did. That was terrible.
Look, guys, football's for your show right now. We have
on the football show of record
a Cowboys Monday special treat as the State Fair of Texas has once again given us the food preview. Carissa from the Fair is her official title. Welcome back, Cowboys Monday. I know you're happy about that. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for coming in.
Howdy, folks. Thanks for having me.
Let's quiz Sean real quick. What day does the fair open? Don't look at your notes.
September 27th.
Yes, good job.
My wife already, she wants the parking tickets. She wants the VIP, the fair. Every year, the wife has to go with the family. So did you watch the Cowboys yesterday?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. How about them boys?
How about them boys? How about this food? Tell us about what you brought in, what we have going on.
We have a sampling of some of the top 10 foods in the Big Tex Choice Awards this year. Y'all will have a handful of them today. First thing in front of y'all is the Dominican fritura dog. This actually won. It's the one that looks like a hot dog with a corn dog batter around it. Right there with the sauce.
One?
Yep, but that's it.
Okay. Looks like a beef Wellington.
So this actually won Best Taste Savory in the Big Tex Choice Awards this year. This is a savory dish that brings an explosion of flavor and starts with fritura cheese, which is fried cheese, and Dominican salami. Taking a classic fair food up a notch, it's double deep fried with their famous corn dog batter, split open and topped with garlic plantain chips, top secret Dominican sauce, and cilantro. This brings you the best of salty and sweet with an explosion of Dominican flavor.
You guys ever put little taglines on there like movie reviews? Because RJ saying, oh, baby, right? Or
Baby.
oh,
Yeah.
mama.
Like with like little stars.
Yeah, that could go on there.
That'd be great. I love that.
All right,
I like the plantain. It was very good.
This tricked me. First, I thought it was dessert.
I did too.
I love that it's, kind of a hot dog, a little bit of a corn dog aspect feel. And then the sauce really threw me off. And it's like a savory sauce, Corey.
It looks like Pepto-Bismol.
Yeah.
It's
but
like a
it
pink,
tastes
yeah.
amazing.
It's really good. This is top secret sauce.
It is a top secret sauce, yes.
And this won.
It won, yes. Best Taste Savory.
And what is the coating? What's the breading?
It is a corn dog.
Oh, it's a corn dog.
Mm-hmm. Like
okay,
a corn
what did you
dog
think it was
breading.
a plantain over here?
There's
No,
a
she said
garlic
plantain.
chip on top.
Oh,
that's
on-
the little crispy pieces.
Okay.
Yeah.
1 for 1.
Yeah, I picked that plantain out right there.
Very good.
Very good.
1 for 1. Even Bobby ate it.
Awesome. Well, let's move on to the next one. So you have
we didn't get
hippie.
Kevin's
Don't
review.
ask me.
Oh,
Keep
wait,
going.
no,
Keep going.
no.
Keep going.
Come on.
I have not tried it yet.
It's not chicken
I'll
nuggets.
get back around to you. Yeah.
Not totally awake yet.
It's not chicken nuggets.
It's not chicken nuggets
His
and mac and
palate's
cheese.
not awake
Oh,
for 40
okay.
years.
Don't eat that one first is my suggestion.
Palate's
Because
undefined.
the cheese, and so don't eat that one first. Make sure you get it by the end of the day, though. That's the one. That's what I would.
Oh,
suggest.
if you go out there.
Yeah, if you when you're going to the fair.
All right.
Well, and
you're
it's much
going.
bigger. Y'all are getting a very small size of this, so it's much
Okay.
bigger. Definitely shareable. It's great out at the fair.
All right.
Right, you ready for the next
Yes.
one?
Yep.
Okay, hippie chips. It's the little black cup that you have. So these are hippie chips by Rose and Tom Deschen. They are far out wavy potato chip nachos. They promise to deliver every flavor profile with your choice of either zesty homemade ranch or blue cheese dressing, topped with bacon bits, fresh green onions, and a tangy drizzle of sriracha. You can also be extra funky and add blue cheese crumbles to the top if you like.
This is what you start with. This is where you start your day right here.
So you're going to give us the order as well.
Yeah,
I like this. I like it. I'm here for
You
it.
got to track out your state fair.
Kevin, your
Everything.
thoughts?
I have not tried it yet.
Oh,
I'm
well,
sorry.
I mean, we got, like 10 more
very
minutes of
zesty.
radio. You got plenty of time.
Dude, the whole every flavor profile, there are like 5 different things I taste. It's really good, but it's like I think like I'm picking out one thing and then it's like, oh no, I'm tasting something else. It's good though.
It reminds me of like loaded fries or
Yes.
loaded
Yeah.
nachos, but it has like
very
the
good.
salty potato chip with it.
Yep.
It's just,
Yeah.
it's very, it's nice.
And I don't
Very
even
good.
like hippies. And this is very good.
All right, we're ready for the next one.
All right. So your next savory, the final savory we have here today is the Texas fried burnt in bomb.
Whoa.
So this is mouth-watering brisket wrapped with shredded potatoes, bacon, and cheese, then deep fried, topped with a raspberry chipotle barbecue sauce.
So we
Just-
do pour the barbecue sauce on
You
top
can dip it. You can try it before you do the sauce. It's up to you.
Oh,
Choose
yeah.
your own adventure. You remember those books when we were kids?
Yep. That piping hot, that could be scary.
Right.
And Kevin even tried that one. This is burnt
it's very
ends.
good.
Burnt ends inside.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Corey, what
That's
do you
good.
think?
That's good barbecue right there. I haven't tried the sauce on it yet, but I tried the sauce on its own. That's fantastic.
See, but that's what a true barbecue professional does.
Yeah,
You have to
that's-
try it without sauce
Yep.
first, try the sauce, then put it together,
Bobby, what do you think?
That's really good.
That was fantastic.
And Pepe, did you get some to try back there?
Incredible.
This is very good.
Yeah, it's really good.
Excellent. What else is in here?
This is
did you say?
lunchtime.
It's got shredded potatoes with the brisket as well as the bacon.
You
Bacon
never
and
have
cheese.
too much potato.
No.
Never.
People don't usually say that, but yep.
Be great. I think feel like it'd be great for breakfast,
Yeah.
for lunch,
Oh,
or for
yeah.
dinner.
Like a hash brown.
That's
Right?
fantastic.
All
Okay.
right, y'all ready for some sweet stuff?
Yes.
Okay, great. First up, we're going to try the Nevin's Nutty Bar Alaska. That's the ice cream bar that's in front of you on a stick with not that one. That's the bacon.
That's this.
Yes,
Look-
that with
look
the
at
Oreos,
this.
with the
Oh
Oreos
my
on
gosh.
top. Oh, get ready. This is a sweet treat. So, classic Nutty Bar. This is something that's been at the fair for generations. They
Not
add
that one,
toasted
Corey.
marshmallow, 2 Oreos, strawberry sauce, freeze dried strawberry pieces. It's on a stick, and this is by the Nevins family.
This is insane.
Now, I wanted to see if Corey is going to get the full experience here. Corey is a noted hater of Oreos.
I am
That's a very
Yeah.
controversial
Yeah.
food take. So
What
I
is this-
wanted to see
is
how
this
he was going to experience.
Did you say dried strawberry crumble on top?
Yeah.
That's awesome though. That tastes great. But yes, I'm
Well, that's
sorry.
really good.
You're
You
just
don't like
you're
Oreos?
pushing the
I've
Oreo out of the way.
I've always been against Oreo, but
What's
I
the
can
matter
set,
with
you know
you?
what? I can get this, give it to my kids. I got 3 kids, so I can give them each one.
Yeah.
Or two of the kids one,
gonna
and then
melt
tell
by
the
the
other
time you
one to
get
deal
home.
with it. You know?
That's pretty much how
good.
parenting is.
It tastes really good. It does give me some anxiety just like looking at I feel like when I bite it, there's going to be a bunch of stuff that will fall off, but it's
Right.
very
It is.
good.
It is going to fall
Yeah.
out. Oh, it's fantastic.
Okay,
like
so this
marshmallows
is
is great.
Oreos. What's the cream on top or
Marshmallow.
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 Yep.
There's a raspberry something, right? This
That's a strawberry sauce.
strawberry sauce.
And
You're not as
freeze-dried
good at
strawberry
this as
pieces.
RJ is.
I'm looking at it. I'm not even listening.
Awesome.
I'm just looking at
He's
it.
so just immersed in tasting the food. You just didn't hear it.
Okay.
Blocked it out.
That's
Great Oreo.
good.
That's good Oreo.
that's
Let me have
how
your
is
Oreo.
Bassick missing
Corey,
this
let me
right
have your
now?
Oreo.
Where is Bassick?
Rangers, he's off for the week.
Okay.
So if you love the Cowboys and you're just excited about the win and don't want to hear anything otherwise, I'm just kidding.
All right, Carissa from
Next
the fair in studio with the State Fair preview. What's
Perfect.
this?
Okay, so we're going to jump ahead to the tropical two-step punch. That's the drink in front of you that y'all been sipping on. So this is, it gives fairgoers a taste of paradise. It's punch that marinates fruits like citrus, passion fruit, and mango overnight to create a crisp cooler that's fresh, tangy, sweet, sour, and spicy. Available in non-alcoholic and alcoholic options at the fair.
What's the alcohol content of this
You
one?
can, okay, so at the fair, we only have wine-based liquors. So they have Fireball, and they have a coconut rum.
Coconut rum.
And this one is what?
That one has no alcohol.
No, I'm not
Yours,
interested.
sorry.
It's really good though. It goes perfect. It'll
sure
be
it
perfect
is.
with
I'm sure
some
it
rum.
is, but
That's a
Very
great
refreshing
rum
as you walk through the grounds. But yes, not right now. You have to save the booze for after the show.
No,
I mean, it's the last segment. He's already checked out.
we've done.
We could drink right now.
You assume I just have saved it for after the show.
Fair point.
What is this now?
You have two more. Which one are they? Okay, so this one is the Strawberry Pop-Tarts Beignet-ful. And this is by Justin Martinez.
Warm. Are these your hands that are warm, or is this warmed up?
So think of New Orleans beignets and childhood nostalgia of Pop-Tarts and waffles, all put together on a stick. So it really gives you that flavor of the strawberry Pop-Tart.
Oh!
Right?
Oh, it's an explosion.
It's an explosion of flavor.
How many O's goes in that little tag when we put on there?
Okay. A lot. I love an O.
Yo.
And we have one more sweet for y'all to try when y'all get ready.
After this?
Very balanced.
The winner. We're going to try the winner last.
Okay.
Okay.
This one's going to be hard to put down.
I mean, Pop-Tarts, phenomenal.
My kids are going
phenomenal.
back for this.
They
4 or
last
5
forever,
times.
too.
Better than the Seinfeld movie, right?
I haven't seen it, but I think we need more waffles.
Surely
anyway.
it is.
All right, what beat this?
Okay, so what won is Russo's cotton candy bacon on a stick. That's the wrapped item in the
Simmer
stick.
down. Simmered. Oh, my God.
This describes itself, but it's a combination of sweet and savory.
Wow.
And you have a thick 12-inch cut piece of bacon cooked to perfection. It has a cotton candy glaze on top, and then it is spun inside a cotton candy machine and torched to caramelize the center and lock in that sweet flavor.
I think you're really going to have to rewrite that copy. I don't think that's going to work.
This is fantastic.
Give us the
I'm
description,
supposed to do
Kevin.
a show after this.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's amazing, right?
It does get your like regular barbecue style bacon going on right there, but then it's a cotton candy aftertaste. So it doesn't overwhelm the bacon, and I'm digging that, and it's like an
it's
extra
phenomenal.
little something at the end of it.
Good?
That's amazing. You should be a
it's
food
phenomenal.
critic.
Hey,
Next I
that's
tell
really
Sarah,
nice.
bring
I
home
like
a
that.
12-inch piece
Well,
of meat for her to eat. Too.
Yeah. Well, and it's on a Texas-sized toothpick, so after you get done, you just walking through the
That's what she's used to
fair.
coming home. So how does this all get like decided, voted on, people submitting it? How many different ideas you guys have to sift through and everything? Like, tell us about the process.
Yeah, it's really sifting through them stuff because you have to eat them all. It's more than 60 entries this year in the competition. We had an internal panel that tasted all 60 plus entries. There's some chaos going on in here.
Yeah, fan cam. Don't watch on the fan
and then
cam.
so we have a panel that tastes them all, narrows it down to our semifinalists, and then narrows it down to the top 10 finalists. And then we have a celebrity judging panel that ends up voting on the winners. But really, food is subjective. So the top 10, you can come out to the fair and try them for yourself.
Yes, it is.
And decide what you think is best taste sweet or best taste savory or most creative. But it's just fun, and it's a way to keep bringing new and innovative treats out to our fairgoers every year. And I love coming to the show and letting y'all taste them.
Now, Corey, it felt like you had a strategy laid out for us for the day. What am I supposed to start with, pivot to, and finish with?
Man, I got to go back through the list here. We start off with the chips because it's light. All right, you're going to get to the fair, you walk in, go to the dog show, and then
chips.
I think those are my favorite.
Roll over to the chips.
Oh,
they're
they're great.
fantastic.
Yeah, the chips are really good.
And then around lunchtime, you hit up the barbecue. You get the stuff, the brisket, the burnt-in thing. You get that, and then after that for dessert, you're gonna want the beignet. And this could be an early thing too because beignets are good breakfast thing, especially for the hangovers.
I ate that whole,
and it's
got a
Pop-Tarty.
waffle. I ate that whole thing.
Yeah, and then the ice cream. This is when the kids are like, "Hey, I want something." You're like, "All right, kids, I got you," and they're gonna go eat the ice cream with the Oreos on top. And then
you're just going to carry the bacon around the whole time.
You carry this around all the way. You get this. You could probably take it all the way to the car. You grab this and a turkey leg, and you're going back to the car on the way back. So this is a must.
Just wait, I've heard the creator of this has a beer that is going to complement this out on the grounds that we'll be announcing soon.
This?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I love this idea.
RJ, do you wish the fair started right now so you can grab that beer?
Just head there right now.
When the corn dog beer came out, was that Community that did the corn dog beer? I had like
the cotton
love
candy
those.
beer
Those are
too. That one was really
fantastic.
good.
Those are
Carissa, anything else we need to know?
Well, I need y'all every year y'all tell me what you think would have won Best Taste Sweet and Best Taste Savory. So I need to hear from that. And then obviously the fair opens Friday, September 27th, as you mentioned, and we'll run through Sunday, October 20th.
I think the bacon would have. The bacon wins.
Bacon's solid.
I think the
sweet is the Pop-Tart thing.
The burn end one. I
That's
gotta
very
go.
good.
I gotta side for the barbecue. This piping hot, that could be crazy. But also this, is it a sausage or hot dog?
Yes, it's a Dominican salami.
Dominican
So, yes.
salami.
Yeah.
This cheese like totally melted on
Very
that.
good.
That
Very
would be,
good.
and the sauce. The sauce has tricked my mind. So that's a fun little treat right there. Kev, what are you voting on?
I'm going to go. I agree with you about the
Burn
brisket.
end?
Yeah, about the burn end ball. That's fantastic. So I'd go burn end ball and then the bacon.
Yeah, the bacon wins both savory and sweet.
Oh,
so
I can see that.
Nice.
I'll
Very
take that
good.
for both of them right there.
That's bold.
Carissa, thank you so much for coming in. You're an
Thank y'all.
awesome
Thank
team as well, and we'll see you out there in a couple of weeks.
See you at the fair.
Carissa from the fair on a Cowboys Monday. What a perfect way to start off the week. It gets even better with the KMC Masterpiece next.
We chapter your favorite segments and even bring you the
BestBuyWindows.com today.
Best Buy Windows and Siding. On your mark, get set. Go to Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant this September because we're giving away 4 brand new Mercedes CLE 300s in our $800,000 Drive of a Lifetime giveaway. Play with your Choctaw Rewards card beginning September 1st to earn entries for your share of $800,000 in cars and cash. It's the Drive of a Lifetime giveaway. Get away to it all at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant.
When I saw the aggressive letter from the IRS, the panic started. $87,000? Where will I come up with that? Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath with the law offices of Nick Namath, and these are things we commonly hear from our clients. If you're facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, tax liens, or past due taxes owed, the last thing you want to do is face the IRS alone. You deserve the help of an experienced local tax attorney. Call me, Nick Namath, at 972-484-0TAX, or go to myiRSteam.com with offices in Dallas and Fort Worth.
You're turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You have Corey Majors and Chris Strong.
Food coma.
Is in with us for the day. Normally it would be Medford, but Chris said on fair day, I don't think so.
Yeah.
And pushed his way in.
I'm
and
proud of you.
Also on a Cowboys victory Monday, and I just want to say this. There's a couple of things. First of all, we've heard a lot of positive stuff. We'll talk with Stephen Jones at noon. We've also got Richard Sherman coming up at about 11:45. Jake Ferguson tweeted out, God is good. Now, there has been buzz from Steven, from Mike, from Dak that you avoided a major catastrophe with Jake Ferguson, which would have been a downer for what was an otherwise spectacular day. And there is no one, I don't think anyone's even going to try this. I don't want to hear any excuses.
I dare you.
The Cowboys went on the road and beat a team that we think is going to be good. Now, if you want to revisit that in a couple of months, that's fine. This team had a lot of expectations in the Cleveland Browns, and they got worked by the Cowboys.
That is interesting because, Kevin, when we discussed our playoff teams, the 4 that are going to be new to it, I did kick Cleveland out. So that's
right, everybody except for Corey
Mike
thought
did too.
Cleveland was going to be good, and that's why we shipped Mike off this week.
But they were a playoff team last year, and Deshaun Watson, like they spent a lot to get him. Cowboys made him look very human.
Hey, for the record, he did a good job of making himself look like that a couple of times.
Yeah. There
was a couple of non-pressure situations that I'm like, who's that for?
Some of his throws and maybe some of it was because there was so much pressure around him all day. By the third quarter, he looked like he didn't want to be there anymore. After they scored their touchdown, it was like, oh, crap. Now I just made them play harder again.
Right.
And he was just tired of getting hit. And I heard Bobby say 17 quarterback hits, which was about 18% of their total quarterback hits last year for the Cowboys. So the 17 quarterback hits from the Cowboys defense. It's one of those exceptional moments right there. Look, man, it was a positive day. It's game 1, positive to take away from it. You got to win on the road. You stunk on the road last year. This is a good thing to take away from it. And there were plenty of things that we can dive into and say this was good, and very few things that you can say was miserable and is really going to hurt the team.
From the 763, we'll get around to this. How about them Vikings? Darnold better than y'all thought. Maybe not all of us. Maybe not all of us. But
let's see it play out even long for a whole season.
I choose not to.
Yeah.
I will take this mini victory right here. Here's what I'm curious about.
Oh, there it is. They were missing both tackles. Let me just point this out, Kevin. James Hudson III last year played 16 games. He also started 7 of those games. Also, DeJuan Johnson played in 11 games last year and started 9. By the way, there was a 4 or 5 game winning streak in those games that he was playing in. So what was the excuse last year? Why is it an excuse this year? Because it shouldn't have been an excuse. They were an 11-6 playoff team last year. So what's the reason this year that they're not any good? I understand that those other guys are supposed to be the starters. These guys played for a winning team last year, and they helped the team win. So there's no excuse saying that they were missing both starting tackles. My apologies for that.
Now, from the 817, I'm going to eat crow on the Cowboys. Can't lie. I really didn't expect them to come out and look so good. Great to start the season. So I'm kind of curious about this, Corey. Like, look, I understand this is our job, but we were also born and raised in the Metroplex. So I'm watching the Cowboys. I'm loving the Cowboys, even if I feel like they're going to end up doing the splits and punching me in the junk to finish out the season.
Yeah, we will.
But what I want to know is when 3:25 rolled around yesterday, or hell, maybe with the fan pregame at 12:30, when the time came around, were you like, all right, I'm ready to get hurt again? Because we've talked about apathy with this fan base all year long. Like, you've seen it on the fan text, the Twitch, the YouTube. We saw it or didn't see it at training camp. But when it all came to pass and it was time to play actual, real football that mattered, did people jump in? Were they like, yeah, okay, I'm in?
I mean, you're going to watch the ratings, right? So either if they were in for positive or negative, they were there.
Yeah.
The ratings are going to tell that
I'm
story
sure.
still. Kevin, every year for me, I mean, just like the Rangers season, just like the Mavericks season, every year I don't take the 30 past years and say, oh, man, because honestly, Clint Sterner had nothing to do with what Dak's doing.
Sure.
All right. So, like, there's a lot of things.
You're right.
And every year is different. I mean, you start over at 0-0, and you can go on and do other things. Things can be great. Things can be worse. So that's where I kind of start my season. Absolutely, I was in yesterday. I was like, all right, I know what this team is when it comes to their running game. I know what Dak Prescott is. Can he look sharper? I'm very interested to see the Mike Zimmer defense. I wanted to see if I was right about Eric Kendricks, and I feel like so far we're doing pretty good there.
I mean, he had an unbelievable game.
So yeah. By the time we got past, because I started my morning, man, I had a great weekend of football. I told you earlier, my weekend of football was awesome.
Your weekend had to be infinitely better than the weekend of football of Derek Holland. Let's just mention it real quick.
Yeah.
He traveled up to Michigan to root for the Wolverines against Texas, and they got absolutely smashed. And then he drove to Cleveland to root for the Browns, and they also got punched in the face. It was a tough weekend for Mr. Holland.
And but I sat down in the morning and I turned on the laptop. I had the Texans and the Colts because that was the most interesting game that was going to be played in full. And then I had it on Red Zone all the way up to kickoff. And Kevin, once it started, I was like, all right, it was an exciting time to be a Cowboys fan again. I was very concerned, though, to start that game in that first drive. I was very concerned that Dak Prescott almost died because Zach Martin missed a block, and I was like, oh, no, this is going to be the worst. But then things woke up. Everybody woke up and got going. This is a team we got to figure out. The one thing that I'm going to judge them on from here on, they have to get better at coming out and starting hot.
Yeah.
Because every time we get to the playoffs, it's always a very slow thing, and I need the Cowboys to start off a little hotter. But once they got rolling, I felt pretty good. Also, I felt very good about the rookies on the offensive line. They showed up.
What about the secondary too?
Yeah. Well, the Tyler Guyton, there are a lot of things, a lot of positives. He still has a lot of work to do to be a dominant left tackle. But there were a lot of positives in the way that he played. And Kevin, I think you told me earlier, by the second half, you kind of almost were like, where is Myles Garrett?
Yeah.
And then watching Cooper Beebe, he looked really good in the middle of that offensive line. I'm happy right now.
And I kept juxtaposing it with what the Cowboys were doing. For example, like you heard about Micah Parsons on every other play. DeMarcus Lawrence just absolutely destroyed Deshaun Watson. Osa Odighizuwa was moving around there, and you're like, holy cow, look at this go. And Jordan Phillips, right, was he the one who put the hit on Deshaun that I thought was going to be a penalty because he drove him through the turf just about?
How about that D?
Yes, there were so many impacts, or at least names you heard continually for the Cowboys defensive line. And on the other side, once you got past the first quarter, the Browns were like, hey, we're trying our best.
Mm-hmm. And I will say, Kevin, I'm a little disappointed in Kalen Carson.
Oh.
Kalen Carson.
He couldn't hold on to the ball.
From the 2-1-4, he should have had at least 2 picks, maybe 3. So let's go ahead and let's grab that. All right, let's grab that, make sure we secure it, turn it around, go upfield, learn from Diggs. Don't learn how to tackle from Diggs, but learn how to, because the leg whip, Kevin, the leg whip moment, that happened because he didn't tackle appropriately.
Yeah.
He tried to fake, I'm going to lay down in front of Diggs. I love you, man. You are a fantastic cover cornerback. I need you to tackle the right way. Just do it the right way and nobody gets hurt, all right? If you do it the right way, nobody's going to get hurt, all right?
It was interesting that Carson correctly jumped a route and then didn't get the interception. Like, he saw it. He was like, I got it. And then he didn't get the pick, which is confusing.
The other thing, too, Kevin, this is how I approach it. The first watch live is Corey, the fan of the Cowboys.
Okay.
So I try to watch the game and just be into the game. Second watch is where I start like going, okay, I didn't watch BB and Guyton, so I had to watch them on the second run through, and then I needed to watch on the third run through. Had to watch the Cowboys defensive line and to keep an eye on those things, because during game when I'm just being fan, I'm watching football, where the football's going, so I'm not paying attention to some of the other things that are going on in the trenches. Kevin,
got a note for you. Jake Ferguson. Ian Rappaport is rapporting that Jake Ferguson has a sprained MCL, which it means he'll miss some time. Not great, but weren't we all afraid for just a second when he went down that was going to be season over for him?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the way that he grabbed his leg, it was like, no. There was a moment where I saw him walking, like they had him and they were all under him, and he was like, no, just let me walk. And I was like, okay, that could be a positive right there. And that's a tough dude right there. Like, that is a tough man. But this is great news to hear. It could be something that he can. I don't know what's the time. Do we have a time frame on this? Maybe 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, maybe 2 to 4.
And listen, from the 214, and I've seen this a couple times. Relax. Don't give him the Lombardi yet. I'm going to wait till December and January to judge. Okay, that's fine. We have to judge the one game that just happened. That's our job.
Sure.
So I'm walking in here today telling you what happened in yesterday's game. I can't predict the rest of the season for you, but I can tell you what happened in yesterday's game. The Cowboys destroyed a good football team yesterday, or destroyed a miserable football team. But either way, they destroyed them yesterday.
And you won on the road. Look, I'll tell you right now, I hope everybody stays. I want everybody to stay and listen to this show all day, all week, all month, all year. If you're
do whatever you want.
If you're tuned, that's true. I would prefer if you stayed.
Okay.
If you're tuning in this week for us to talk about who cares because you know they're going to lose in the playoffs,
not going to happen.
That's not me. I'm not going to do that. Do I think that's what's going to happen? In the back of my head, yes. I already said I think they'll go 10-7, get the wild card, and lose in the first round of the playoffs. But I want to be wrong. Don't we all want to be wrong? Like, if you have those feelings, don't you desperately want to be wrong and be like, yes, this is what happened last year, the year before, and the 27 other years before that. But this year, maybe you're going to be wrong. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. I know the odds are against you. But today, you went on the road and won a game in the NFL. So I don't care about the rest of it. I don't care if you think the Browns should go 0-17. You went on the road and won a game in the NFL, and you got off to a start in a game that you were an underdog in. I'm excited about that. Does that mean they're going to win the Super Bowl? Hell no.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh, maybe. But you started off 1-0, which is sure as hell a lot better than the alternative.
Yeah, and I can't not enjoy the season because I'm scared of something that's going to happen in the future.
Fair.
The Cowboys also, their defense held all their running backs under 50 yards. It was 93 total yards, and 39 of that came from Deshaun Watson. Now, Kevin, that is something that plagued the team a little bit last year, was a running quarterback. Deshaun Watson was running for his life.
And did you get the feeling that he gained those yards when the Cowboys quit caring? Like,
yes.
I'm not going to say, I don't think anyone's going to step up there and to a man, they're going to be like, hey, once Turpin returned that punt, I was done for the day. Like, I'm not saying that happened, but mentally, I could see how you would think that. Let me ask you a quick question, because I know a lot of people want to talk about Tom Brady as well.
Oh, really?
Is there any part of you that thought, especially in his first game ever, when it was 27-3, that Tom Brady was disappointed that the Cowboys didn't go for 2 on that play? Because then he could spend the rest of the second half talking about, hey, just because you're down 28-3 doesn't mean the game's over. You know what I'm saying? Like, that thought crossed my mind immediately when I was like, just waiting for Tom Brady to go, I don't know. I've seen people come back from this deficit before.
I will tell you this, Kevin. During the game, my father-in-law got in town. Adrian was hanging out with some friends. Lucy was right there between us, and she talked. I've never heard her talk this much. So I was totally into it. I was like, look, I'll turn the TV down and let you talk over Tom Brady for a while. But I didn't mind Tom Brady's approach to this. I don't think he quite understood that Brandon Aubrey is as good as Brandon Aubrey is, because he was like, no, it's time to punt. And they're like, no, this is a 66-yarder. We're going to be okay here. But that is probably the biggest letdown of the entire day yesterday, that Mike McCarthy chose to do a Hail Mary with a quarterback who doesn't quite have the arm to throw that Hail Mary, and not give Brandon Aubrey the opportunity to kick a 71-yard field goal.
Or call a timeout. I don't care if you thought the play clock was properly reset or not. You had the timeout. You had the timeout that you could have just wasted right there and let him kick it. And yeah, I saw it. Did you hear the fans erupt? I know that was like a split, if not pro Cowboys fan base. But when he made that 66-yard field goal, you saw people in Browns gear was like, yes!
I think the Browns fans were even pretty excited about that.
Yes!
They were like, now we don't have to deal with Justin Tucker being at the top of the list, the dude that's in our division always kicking these long field goals in our face. Now we have at least somebody else at the top of it with them.
I'm going to make a plea to the people who run the NFL rule book. I know this is probably not going to happen, but hear me out, Corey.
Fix it.
Brandon Aubrey made a 66-yard field goal in the preseason. Brandon Aubrey made a 66-yard field goal that was 1 second too late, or a timeout too late. Why don't we just merge those two things and be like, you know what? I've seen him make it twice. That's good enough for me. I'm going to go ahead and put him in the record book. Yeah. I know it's probably not going to happen. And yes, for people asking, I did think they were going to let him kick it from 71 yards.
I really did.
Especially because the game was so lopsided at that point. I was like, go ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, with the amount of time that was left, the only thing that could have been the bad thing out of that was it gets returned for a touchdown, right? They catch it, it gets returned for a touchdown. The thing that happened with Dak for the Hail Mary, I was terrified for that moment. That could have gone wrong.
And he got hit on that,
I would have rather them have just kneeled it out at that point and said, all right, we'll see you later on this. But, man, I would have loved to see that opportunity for Brandon Aubrey. But knowing that he hit that 66-yarder, Kevin, I still have zero doubt. Because, like you said, that 66-yarder he hit in the preseason was indoors with a roof. This was outdoors, open-air stadium, and he drilled it like, I got this. So the complete confidence there, and he's going to get plenty of use if the offense continues to stall out.
Is it, and we will need to talk about that as the day goes along, is it weird that he makes the 57-yard field goal, and I was like, of course he did.
Of course he did.
That's still a crazy field goal to make. If you kick a ball from 57 yards and make the field goal, that's amazing. And in my head, I was like, well, sure.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's going to make that.
Do that because that's what he does.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, all right, we talked about the game. Believe it or not, that probably actually wasn't the biggest Cowboys story of the weekend. Inside the historic Dak contract extension, we're going to break down some numbers for you, but also, I just want to know, people's got opinions. How do you feel about this deal? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC. Delicious.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
We're there when you need us.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by the Glass Doctor.
When a glass window is all that stands between your business, school, or church and a threatening world, call the Glass Doctor. We've got safety and security solutions for any threat level and any budget.
Call the Glass Doctor, we'll fix your paint. Oh, yeah!
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Third down, Prescott back. Looking deep to the middle. He's got a man all along top at the goal line. It's Cooks for the Cowboys' first touchdown of the year. Brandon Cooks.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, Corey, I know we're going to be talking about the Dak contract in here, but how fantastic was that Reed pickup, release, and touchdown to Brandon Cooks right there?
It was wonderful because in that moment, if you go back and watch the way they had everything lined up, the blitzers coming from an area where there was nobody to pick him up because Rico Dowdle's on the outside and it was an empty backfield. Everybody on the offensive line picks up their guy. Dak knows that he has to get the ball out quickly, but instead of saying, hey, I got to throw a dart over here because I got to get rid of the ball, he knows, and this is one of the things about Dak and one of the reasons that you got to love him. He knew, I got to give him, because it's a timing route on Brandon Cook's part. He's not going to turn around until he breaks on his route. And the ball, if I throw a dart over here, it's going to be right in his face. He's not going to catch it. He leaves it up in the air. Now, fortunately, Brandon Cooks had all day once he lost his defender on that.
Yeah.
But because the ball was floating still, it allowed Brandon Cooks to get underneath it and catch it for the touchdown. Wonderful job by the offensive line to hold up. Wonderful job by Dak Prescott to deliver the throw and Brandon Cooks to get the TD.
Now, a lot of different reaction already from the 817. And I'm going to dive into the weeds on some of the finances here. From the 214, Dak should have to work for that contract. From the 817, very nervous about the Dak deal. He needs to be better come playoff time for that kind of money. From the 561, I think this is a very fair point. No surprises, but damn it, us fans got beaten over the head with this contract talk BS for months and months, knowing this was the end result. From the 812, the deal doesn't bother me. He'll be out of the top 5 by this time next year. I actually think that is correct. And so
hold on. Every quarterback around the NFL clap their hands whenever Dak signs this, right?
Yeah.
Because they understand that just continues to go up for them.
Absolutely. And I don't care if you're a younger quarterback. If you're CJ Stroud, you did a fist pump yesterday as well. I will tell you this, where I learned the news of Dak Prescott getting his contract extension in church. So I know it was weird. And I took out my phone briefly in church, which I'm usually not a supporter of unless you're on your Bible app or whatever. I'm not going to beat people down with religion. But the people were up there singing, and they were like, there's 3 great things. It's the start of football season. Cowboys are playing, and the Cowboys just made Dak the highest paid player.
How did they know?
And I was like, hold on just a second.
How did they know? Wasn't it praise be Jesus? What's going on here? How did the choir know, Kevin? Or was it the preacher?
No, it was somebody from the choir.
Wow.
I cannot speak to their prep for church or for singing, but they knew it. And I sat there and I perked up, and my wife looked at me and she goes, did you know that? And I was like, no.
You didn't step out into the hallway,
No,
Kevin?
I should have. You're right. You are right.
In the house of the Lord.
You're right.
You were like, you know what, Lord? I'm going to ignore you for just a minute. You know what, though? Lord probably said to you.
You know what?
I gave you the Cowboys, so pay attention.
I want to start a new segment called Monday Confessionals. Here's my Monday confessional. If you want to get included on the Twitch, the YouTube, the text, Monday confessional. I don't have as much respect for worship in terms of the singing at church as I should. I know a lot of people, that's their favorite part. Like, I'm a boring person who's like, hey, let's get into it. Let's like dive into the message. So I have to admit, I need to have better respect for the songs they're singing.
Okay, that's do you? Whenever they say, "All right, now go shake somebody's hand," do you do that? Do you get into that part, or is that always awkward
One
for
more
you?
quick thing, and I swear to God, we'll get back on the Cowboys. That we've been going to a new church. It's a really nice church, but what they want you to do is hug somebody. I don't care for that. I do not care for that. All right,
because of COVID.
No,
makes sense.
You know me. I don't like hugging people. All right. So here's some of the basics for the Dak deal. In case you've heard it, maybe didn't understand it, maybe you haven't heard it yet. 4 years, $240 million with $231 million of it guaranteed. Here's the key of why it's exactly 231. Because who had the previous record? Deshaun Watson at $230 million. So by every metric, and look, I know people are going to go back to this quote. This is from Dak Prescott months and months ago. I'm not trying to be the highest paid necessarily, but by every metric you can imagine, he became the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Highest paid in terms of money per year, highest paid in terms of most guaranteed money, highest paid in terms of biggest signing bonus, and on and on and on and on. And I know some people are upset about this. Here's what I'm going to go back to. I'm just going to tell you from a business standpoint. I'm not making a value judgment on what you think about Dak. Everyone can feel free to give in their own opinions. I was at the Dallas Card Show this weekend in Allen, right?
Whoa!
Feel like
lucky?
Feel like you knew that. It was super awesome.
Rub it in.
But I had a conversation with multiple people who were like, well, you need to just let Dak walk.
Okay.
And I said, that's fine, but you do know that he counts $40 million against the cap next year.
Right.
And I got several, no, because he won't be on the team anymore. And I was like, I hear you, but because of the way they do the void years, if Dak walked, $40 million was going to be his cap hit next year.
Okay.
You know what it's going to be now?
I will tell you, in my feeling, knowing that, I was fine with it.
Okay.
I was willing to bite that bullet and move on.
Because you're willing to do what?
Rebuild.
Exactly. All right. Exactly. And what did you hear? Jerry said, Steven said, we'll have Steven coming up at about noon after we have Richard Sherman, the jam pack. This will put us in the best position to win the Super Bowl right now.
Okay.
And you can't argue with that. Like, if you took a step back to Corey's idea that I don't hate either, and you're like, our salary cap is F next year, and we don't have a quarterback, and our record was too good this year to draft a quarterback, that you're going to be in the midst of a rebuilding process. Cowboys don't want to do that. They're like, keep me close now.
I don't know all the details here, Kevin, but in 4 years, 5 years, are we going to be in that same position where we have $40 million of dead money if he retires?
I can almost guarantee it. Now, here's how the Cowboys are going to spin it. All right. He was set to cost $40 million next year. I think with the way they're going to set this deal up, now we haven't gotten an official number breakdown year by year just yet, but I think with the way they're going to set it up, it's going to be somewhere between a cap hit of $33 to $42 million next year. That would be my guess.
He is rich.
He is rich. So the Cowboys are going to spin it like this. Dak's going to cost us $2 million more than he was, or Dak's going to cost us negative $7 million compared to what he was if he walked.
Okay.
That's a no-brainer to keep. Now, does that ignore the finances in 26, 27, 28, 29, and after the deal's over? Yes, of course it does. But that's how it gets pitched. The Cowboys are going to pitch that they saved money or didn't lose any money by extending Dak Prescott. So when people are like, I don't like that they signed the deal, the Cowboys painted themselves into such a corner that I feel like this was the only option they thought they had because they don't have the stomach for a rebuild.
Okay, so when can I use the money that I'm saving on him.
All right.
This year, next year.
Now, that is another great question. Next year, because who are you going to get this year?
Scrap heap.
Exactly. So I think that's what frustrates a lot of Cowboys fans, right? Is this not, if I would have told you, I don't know, 4 months ago, that this is exactly where the deal was going to end up, wouldn't you have been like, I could see that?
Yes.
Okay. So then you could have restructured some things then to potentially set your cap up for things this season. But the Cowboys chose not to do that because I get it. It's part of the show. Deadlines make deals and everything like that. That's the frustrating part to me. Whenever the Cowboys talk about, hey, it's a smaller part of the pie now available because Dak is getting paid so much, blah, 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 blah. In the first year, you could have created money for this season. I realize you would have sold out your salary cap even more for future years. But if you think you have a good team, why would you not be like, hey, maybe we are 2 pieces away from like being right up there with the Niners or the Lions or the Chiefs or whoever you want to reflect to. And I think that's the part that is kind of agitating. It's agitating to me. I don't know if that's agitating to Cowboys fans, but if they would have made this move 4 months ago, 6 months ago, we wouldn't have talked about it all offseason. And I understand that, and I would be appreciative of that. But you also could have used some of that savings, used some of that money now.
To add probably an offensive weapon is what I would have done.
Yes.
Looking at the way that the offense played out yesterday, because, I don't think the Cowboys in the second half had to do much. But
they didn't.
Their offense did not look, it looked clunky yesterday.
Absolutely.
Early on, I said, look, man, this thing looks like they've never played together. It looks like they missed a whole preseason of playing together, which they did. But if you had another weapon aside from CeeDee Lamb, maybe you're feeling a little more comfortable because, like you just said, you did the deal a while back and you were able to add a piece in the offseason. And I don't know how this works, Kevin. Trades during the season. In the baseball, you're like, go find the crappiest team, trade for one of their better players, and take on their salary.
Sure.
In the NFL, can you do that? Can you with the salaries and all that? Is it a little different?
You can,
because I don't know if you want to add that piece in the middle of the season.
Okay.
You're like, we are ready. We just need this one thing.
But that's another thing. If they're going to argue that now we'll have that money available to make a run at that thing, okay, I accept that as well.
Okay.
I absolutely accept that. Don't know if they will use that money, but you have the opportunity for that. By the way, I'm sorry. I do see some people are like, hold on. Kevin put Jesus behind the Cowboys. I'm sorry. I will admit, for about a minute, I needed to know the details of.
It's God's football team.
You know what?
That's why there's a hole in the roof.
That's a great point. That was the old stadium.
There's still a hole in the roof.
That is a very fair point. And if you missed it in the opening segment, we brought this up about 30 minutes ago. Yes, MCL sprain for Jake Ferguson. So he will miss some time, which is unfortunate, but he's not out for the rest of the year, which you brought up. People brought up on the Twitch. I was really concerned about the way he was on the field, grabbing his knee, the way he got up. So I think that's a good thing. So
to get that weapon back at some point. Maybe this is good reps for Scooney, good reps for Lipke. To get him back later is going to be really good.
And so something I'll remind people of when it comes to the salary cap, because remember when Dak signed his last deal, 4 years, $160 million, right? So that's $40 million per year. Do you know how many years his cap hit actually got to $40 million? One, this year.
Okay.
So would you
That's interesting.
Yes, exactly.
That's really interesting.
Exactly. But that's also why you were going to be stuck with a $40 million price tag on the other end of it. Now, maybe seeing how old Dak is, maybe they won't be as aggressive with that. Because before they're like, hey, he'll be a free agent at 31. Like, let's sell out. Maybe they won't be as aggressive this time. But I don't think you're going to see anywhere near a $60 million cap hit. Like I said, I think it's going to end up being closer to like 35 to 42. And then you're going to see an escalation. And the people who are texting in are right. In a year, in 18 months, this will be 6th on the list of average yearly value.
It'll go down
like that.
and then it'll be up. But Kevin, I mean, there's 3 things here. One, on the 469, not true, Corey. The blinds are open now, so God can watch through the windows. And then from the 214, the real reason they signed Dak was they saw Shador Saturday night and were like, nah.
Man, his offensive line got beat down.
One of the things I heard Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show talk about this morning was, yes, the payment is significant, and now it is on Dak for the future of him, for how Cowboys fans look at him, to win. Like that is how do you get the team to follow you to a win and not be burnt out when it matters the most? How do you get over that hump of winning, being that guy that did what you said you wanted to do, win the Super Bowl here in Dallas, because it's different than it is anywhere else to win one here. Now he has to solidify that part of it because, Kevin, the money has been spent on you. So now you have to deliver the things, man, because you're making that much. Go do that part of it, man. Get the team to be with you.
And from the 903, people are curious about the no trade clause or the no franchise clause. We've got Stephen Jones coming up at noon. I'm hoping he will reveal that information to us, but we will definitely ask about it. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what was the best game you saw or most interesting outcome of the NFL weekend? I have a feeling one game is going to take over this discussion. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Guy Fieri called Palmer's Nashville hot chicken sandwich a destination dish. Make Palmer's your destination. Palmer's hot chicken, catfish, and shrimp in the Lakewood area, Mockingbird and Abrams in Hillside Village. Open 7 days a week with catering and live music. Palmer's hot chicken, catfish, and shrimp.
Oh, the cooler weather is starting to roll in, Kevin, and if you want to make sure that your house is taken care of and it's completely insulated, you need to do it with Milo Insulation. I'm getting this put in my attic very soon. It's affordable, innovative cleaner. It's safer. It's a natural blow-in attic insulation, and it's made using plant-based ingredients. Never shrinks like the traditional ishy stuff that you have up there.
Yes.
And you have it up there. Kevin, you don't want to deal with that. Deal with Milo.
I will tell you this. Over the weekend,
promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
The Fan is proud to support our heroes at the 23rd Annual Guns N' Hoses Boxing Tournament, Saturday, September 14th, at a terrific venue, the Credit Union of Texas Center in Allen. Police versus fire, going at it in the ring. Proudly supported by Best Buy Windows and Siding and the On Time Experts. Help us cheer and support our first responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Back to throw, Watson on third down. Pressure up the middle of the line. Parsons has him now. Good coverage, because that was one where he was looking around, and Parsons, who was close to play before, breaks through for his first sack.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a Cowboys victory Monday. They went over the Browns 33-17 in a game that honestly wasn't even really that close. Quick other note for you, because I know some people love the Rangers who have been on fire. I just need them to finish the season going 17-1, and we're right back in this thing. Marcus Semien, that's a real number, by the way. Marcus Semien has been selected as the Texas Rangers nominee for the Roberto Clemente Award. And I just think that's really cool. I know we're doing football all day, and I understand why that is, but I just thought that was a cool nod. I can only imagine how honored you feel for that.
That is cool. And Jack Leiter over the weekend had another good start. And Kevin, I don't know if you're paying attention to the Rough Riders, but Cole Drake at the Rough Riders has had 2 awesome starts in his last 2. So keep an eye on that kid.
Pitching has really picked up in the last month or so. All right. Now, we can talk about the Cowboys more here if you like, of course. But my other question is, what was the best game you saw, or let's go with the most interesting outcome of the NFL weekend? Because I'm going to go to cut number 20, where I assume, for a lot of people, it's this.
3rd and goal to go just outside the 3. A heavy set. 3 tight ends are in. Osborne motions left to right. Brissett under center. Stevens in the back. He takes the handoff. He runs it to the right side. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Patriots!
The New England Patriots defeated the Cincinnati Bengals 16-10 it was a stunning upset, but I'm going to use Yahoo to really hammer home that point.
Hammer it.
Yahoo has I want that. Yahoo has a survivor pool. Like a lot of different websites. You hear the G-Bag Nation. Man, you should tune in today. See how those bets went.
Oh, they all going to die.
43.59% of all Yahoo survivor pools were eliminated in the first weekend on the first Sunday afternoon time slot because they picked the Bengals to beat the Patriots. Think about it. Almost half of Yahoo's survivor pool for the year got wiped out by one game. That was a stunning outcome.
And Kevin, it doesn't sound like anything's getting any better up in Bengal land. After the game, Jamar Chase said, I just wish we had more opportunities to make plays. He had 6 catches for 62 yards. And then when he was asked if his play was limited because of his time on the practice field, he said, I don't know. You got to ask coach on that. I don't know. So it doesn't sound good there. Now, Jamar Chase, maybe he's doing some posturing for his contract here.
Were you surprised he played?
Yes and no. With T. Higgins out, which, listen, man, the hamstring is what it is, but he's also franchise tagged, and he doesn't want to get himself hurt under a franchise tag, so maybe his hamstring's a little more hurt than it actually is. But Jamar Chase, he had to go out there because they had nothing else, and he needed to be there for Joe Burrow, and it wasn't good, man. But you know what, though? It was exactly the way the Patriots wanted to play that game.
Sure.
Mayo was like, look, I don't have an offense that can keep up with y'all's offense. I got to figure out how to muck this thing up and make it a sloppy, nasty game. And that's exactly what it was. They ran the ball really strong with Ramondre Stevenson, and they said, you know what, we're going to do everything we can defensively to fly all over the field. I thought they did an exceptional job of keeping the Bengals offense from doing what it wanted to do.
Zach Taylor did an exceptional job of closing out the game poorly as well. Look, I know we're not to wanker of the weekend yet. He's
1-5 in season openers, by the way.
So they'll be fine.
So they should have just expected
Joe
that,
Burrow stays healthy, they'll be fine. They'll figure it out probably. But this has got to be the worst loss of that group, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
The 1-5.
Considering you think that a lot of people think the Patriots are going to end this season with the number one overall
teams.
pick.
Yeah. Okay. So there's 2 minutes. There's less than 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. The Bengals have the ball at their own 15. It's 4th and 5, and they punt. I'm going to tell you now, I'm never going to be a fan of that. I understand that you're like, hey, and then we still got the 2-minute warning. And I understand all of that. You're losing the game. You have the ball in your hand. I don't care where you are on the field. You have an opportunity to keep the ball and win. And instead they punted. And guess what? The Patriots got a first down and the game was over and the Bengals never got the ball back. I don't like that philosophy. I didn't like it yesterday. I'm never going to like it.
Joe Burrow was pressured on just 6 of his 35 dropbacks, Kevin.
Man.
That's the third lowest pressure rate he's faced. So, again, that's what they did. They said our linebackers and our secondary, they're going to stay in coverage and force you to find something. And he couldn't. He was sacked 3 times, completed just one of his pass attempts under pressure there. And then, Kevin, the Bengals lost 2 fumbles in this game. They lost just 2 fumbles the entire season last year.
That means they're set.
No, okay.
You
know what? That's a positive way to look at it, Kevin. And look at you coming in here. Cowboys get a win. You're positive.
Forget that. If people are going to complain about the Cowboys win, then this is what I'm going to say. The Bengals are screwed. If you think that Dak deal sucks, what's that Joe Burrow deal going to look like? That team just lost to the worst team in football, except for maybe the Giants or definitely the Panthers. Yes. So they just lost to a terrible team. They fumbled as much as they did all season. They are screwed. If that is better, then that's what I'm going to go with. By the way, Jacoby Brissett, not afraid to cry. He said, I think I cried 3 times before the game.
I think he also cried that time that it looked like his ribs got destroyed, but he got up and got back out there.
True.
He was toughing it out for that team, man. I mean, they weren't very great, but he won.
Now I'm going to go to, man, I feel like Caleb Williams and the Bears heard what you just said. They're
Absolutely.
Like, get to us. All right, I know this happened on Friday night, but if you could fire off cut number 22, I thought this was an amazingly entertaining game, and it had a very noteworthy injury involved as well.
Final 3 seconds from Brazil. Willis slips. Willis steps up, goes down. Game ender.
Now, the Eagles win that game 34-29, and I know we're going to go around the NFC East at 120, but the most notable thing probably about this was Jordan Love getting hurt right toward the end of the game. It's odd how similar that felt to Jake Ferguson in terms of when you first saw it, you're like, oh, crap.
Yeah.
And then what happens? Both end up suffering sprained MCLs. Jordan Love is expected to be out 3 to 6 weeks. That might be the logical time frame to look at for Jake Ferguson as well, because in case you missed it to kick off the show, ACL intact for Jake Ferguson. Confirmation, he does have a sprained MCL. So perhaps you're looking at 3 to 6 weeks there, but he will be able to return this season.
So it's Malik Willis time is what you're saying. Let's go. I'm excited about that.
Yeah,
good for them.
No one in the last 2 years. I thought that was a very entertaining game. It was in a cool setting. It had a noteworthy outcome and a noteworthy injury that came along with it.
How was the crowd for you? Did you enjoy that environment?
Yeah. I really did. I understand. I don't know how sustainable it is if you had like multiple games at all of these different places year over year over year. But that's one thing. I'm kind of a sucker for the international series that the NFL puts on, because it usually feels like most crowds are like, this is our one chance.
Darius Slay make it back? Did everything work out for him?
He is, as far as I know,
Kevin,
he's okay.
I like to throw out my game that I thought was a blast yesterday, and I don't know how much more we have on this conversation, but it was Texans-Colts like I thought.
Yeah.
Texans-Colts. By the way, Joe Mixon was phenomenal. 159 yards on 30 carries. Here's the numbers that stand out to me, though, on C.J. Stroud. On 3rd and 4th down, 9 for 9, 85 yards, and 2 touchdowns. On 3rd and 4th down throughout that game, Anthony Richardson shows that he has a huge arm. I would like to see him throw it underneath a little more to Michael Pittman, but he is a big play guy. Like, Anthony Richardson's always looking for the big play. That was a lot of fun. There's some coaching decisions that you could probably be like, hey, man, what are we doing here? But the Anthony Richardson that we saw, going to be exciting for a while. And then Joe Mixon, I believe after the game, was like, I finally found a team that's good.
I mean, he looks really good,
and that's going to be a fun team to follow for Reggie.
By the people, okay, that's a good point. By the way, for the record, Corey said, "What do you think about the crowd?" He didn't say, "What do you think about the field that they played on?" All right, I answered the question about the crowd.
I did say the crowd. That is true.
Not the trash field that they played on. I understand what you guys are saying.
Also, Stephon Diggs looked pretty good, by the way. So to start things,
you know
off,
why, right? Because he didn't forget how to effing play football.
He did not.
That was an actual quote from him. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, and maybe we'll have a little bit of time for Longhorns talk as well. Next on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get Masterpieced anytime you want on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Steelers won their season opener against the Falcons, but the quarterback battle that dominated Pittsburgh's training camp is far from over. Justin Fields started in place of an injured Russell Wilson, but it wasn't exactly a dominant performance. The Steelers won the game, but the offense failed to score a touchdown, and now Mike Tomlin has to decide whether to stick with Fields or go to Wilson. I'm Maggie Gray.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie, and one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Is your CD causing things to be uncomfortable in the bedroom? Millions of couples suffer from the effects of CD every year. Comfort dysfunction is caused by worn-out heating and air conditioning systems, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. So the moment things get a little steamy at home, immediately call Reliant Air Conditioning. Their technicians are all certified in the proper treatment of comfort dysfunction. If your CD is leaving you unsatisfied, then slip into something more comfortable with a new Carrier Infinity system from Reliant Air Conditioning.
Do not drink alcohol in excess with Reliant, as this may increase your chances of hugging the technician. The most common side effect of calling Reliant is saving up to 56% on your utility bills.
Before calling Reliant, ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for extreme comfort.
In the rare event of comfort dysfunction lasting more than 4 hours, seek immediate relief by calling Reliant Air Conditioning at 877-YOUR-HERO. That's 877-YOUR-HERO or ReliantAirConditioning.com.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. As a business owner in today's economy, it's your job to anticipate constant market changes. But what do you do in the event of a divorce? Your assets and finances are scrutinized. Years of hard work building a business are on the line. This is not business as usual. You need an experienced partner you can count on for help. We're Cordell & Cordell.
Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and St. Louis. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Dallas-Fort Worth area attorneys. Joseph Cordell, Principal Partner. KordellCordell.com.
RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters and the spot to go for football season and the home of the best deals in town with an all-day, everyday happy hour with happy hour special starting at just $3. You've got $4 well drinks, you got $6 Tito's, and $3 domestic draft beers, and a kitchen that stays open till midnight or later. They have got wall-to-wall TVs, a mouth-watering scratch kitchen, and the best patio setup in town. Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters. Find yours online, boomerjacks.com.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you feel like you're playing whack-a-mole trying to keep your air conditioner working this year, the AC repair guys in your house every other day, let me recommend the On-Time Experts. You'll pay less to keep your system working because they take the time to correctly diagnose your issue and fix it the first time. And they offer a stay cool guarantee too. So call today and make your dollar go further with the On-Time Experts. Book your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. theontimeexperts.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Here's RJ Choppy for K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
I got one on my house back in May. I got it done because I had hail damage. You are beaten down by high energy costs, and you can get those Tesla solar roofs from K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. They're an authorized Tesla solar roof installer, so you can get rid of those high energy costs. You could be energy independent. KPostCompany.com. The letter K, postcompany.com. Tell them RJ Choppy for the fan sent you.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, coming off a 33-17 Cowboys victory. Mick, how the heck are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys today?
Man, after a win like that, if you're anything but good, it's tough to argue. Mickey, I'm hoping you can help us out here because we have a whole bunch of avenues we get feedback. We get feedback on the fan text, on the YouTube, on the Twitch. In our YouTube chat, there is, I guess, perhaps at least one person who refuses to believe the reports that Jake Ferguson has a sprained MCL, and it's actually just a bone bruise. I don't know how this person knows that, but have you also heard that it is a sprained MCL?
Well, I can tell you what they were thinking after the game, and they were waiting to get the results of an MRI, that they were pretty sure, but not 100% until they got the MRI, that it wasn't a torn ACL.
Yep.
So the fact that I guess it got reported as a MCL sprained. There was a thought after the game it was a hyperextension of the knee, but that it wasn't an ACL. So, and everybody was cautious because you got to see it, right? But normally the doctors know, right, just by how they examine the knee. And they're usually pretty right. Like, they know when it's a torn ACL, even though they get the confirmation. It's sort of like when I tore my Achilles. Oh. All they had to do was grab it, and they go, "Oh, yeah, you tore your Achilles." And I go, "Don't we need a MRI?" And they go, "We could, but we're wasting time and your money."
Interesting.
And you're like, but I would like the MRI just to be sure. And they're like, okay, all right, man. All
Make
right.
sure you're not making a mistake.
Confirmation,
right?
yeah. It's a torn ACL. Or Achilles, that has to be a huge sigh of relief because, Mick, I know you got to wait for the doctors, but when I saw that play out, I had the worst concerns.
Yeah, but it was kind of weird the way it's like. I mean, the knee kind of got stuck. It's not like there was a twisting thing in it.
Yeah.
So yeah, if anything, you take out of that game, it's like, well, I'm not happy about this. That might have been, top of order. Other than kind of second half, the defense kind of going into kind of a spin cycle there where they couldn't really get going.
I felt the same way about the offense in the second half. I don't know if there's any mental aspect that goes to that where you're like, this game feels like it was over, but
yeah, with the punt return,
yeah.
It was like,
well, you know what? I think when you get up 27-3 and they're not doing diddly, and your defense, is out there stopping the run, basically 6 sacks, and Deshaun Watson looked like he should have been playing in the UFL.
Yes.
You're not going to take a lot of chances. You're going to kind of dumb it down. And I'm not saying they didn't try, but there's no sense trying to complete the 34-yard pass that they did to Lamb in the first half to kind of, loosen things up. And so I thought they went a little bit more conservative from a play calling standpoint, knowing that, hey, let's not get silly here. Now, when you get the turnovers they did, or I should say the fourth down stops in their territory, you'd like to do more than kick field goals. But then Brandon Aubrey kind of said, hey, remember me?
Mm-hmm.
I was pretty good last year, and I still got it.
Yeah, but
he got screwed
out of an opportunity to kick a 71-yarder.
What do you think the umpire was doing standing over the ball? Because they don't get a free substitution, right? It's not like the Cowboys substituted. They had their field goal unit out on the field ready to go, and then Cleveland was running in the 11th guy, and the guy stood over the ball until the guy kind of got in place, and then I think the Cowboys must have thought they were going to get it off, and they could have called timeout.
That's what I thought.
But I don't know if anybody wasn't watching the clock, because the weird thing was I went back and looked at it, and Tolbert went out of bounds after he made the catch, and immediately when he got up, they started the 40-second clock, and I was like, well, that's a little early. They hadn't even kind of close to spotting the ball, and usually when they're going to put. They know they're going whatever they're going to do. They kind of hold the clock up, but
they're trying to get out of the half.
And then it's like maybe they just wanted to go home. I don't know, but too bad. And then from 71, it would have been cool until they put the guy under the goalpost for the return.
I still wanted to see it. I realize all the reasons it didn't happen. I still wanted to see it.
And why didn't they instead kneel it out at that point?
Instead of trying to throw a Hail Mary?
Yeah, I didn't love that because it put Dak at risk.
Well, it did, and they didn't do a very good at blocking three-man rush, right? Yeah. But... I mean, it was good from 70. That's all I know on the 66-yarder. But again, what you got to remember, was it Auburn, Alabama?
Yes. Kick six.
That kind of comes back into your mind. Like, I've got 10 guys out there who are not trained to make tackles, and here comes this guy with 50-yard head start.
Mickey, tell me I was right, or how right I was about Eric Kendrick's impact on this team.
Oh, he was awfully good. And I think he introduced himself to the rest of the Cowboy Nation. Probably didn't know much about him. Probably didn't think the Cowboys signed any credible free agents, by the way. Yep. And he was a free agent. 9 tackles, 2 sacks for the first time since 2016. He ended up with a pick on a batted ball, passes, defense, quarterback hits. He was just all over the place, and he told me after the game, he goes, hey, I was just trying to prove myself to my teammates that I can still play, and I thought he certainly did that. I was a little concerned when he missed a series or two there in the second half, but it was another case of dehydration, so he came back and finished, and boy, did he play awfully well.
I think
and put Overshone in that
Yes.
in that category. That sack, he looked like he was shot out of a cannon. I think he shocked Watson that he came at him so fast on that play. And hey, Kalen Carson, right? Almost forgot him. I kept looking for Amari Cooper. Like, was he on the field?
Yeah, Amari struggled because
Watson struggled because their offensive tackles that they tried to play with struggled. Right?
Oh, their offensive tackles played last year, Mickey.
Yeah,
they played 26 games.
They weren't
last year.
raw rookies.
Yeah,
right?
that team was 11-6 last year, and those offensive tackles were there for a majority of it. So I'm okay with that. But yeah, no, I mean they put a lot of pressure on Deshaun Watson, and then in the secondary, the coverage was fantastic.
Yeah, no, they did a good job. And see, this is what happens when you don't play your guys in the preseason and you're not at training camp watching the practices and kind of judging, well, okay, this guy's not bad, this guy's not bad. And then everybody, is making predictions off of what the Cowboys didn't do in the offseason, but they did something. And they didn't spend a lot of money, so they can continue to pay CeeDee Lamb on an extension, pay Dak Prescott on an extension, and put their dollars in the big spot, not trying to make a splash with veteran free agents that another team didn't want.
On the Dak front, are you surprised? I'll admit, I'll just speak for me. I'm surprised that this deal didn't get done sooner if these were the parameters of the deal. I feel like this is probably where folks thought it was going to come in about 4 months ago.
Yeah, and again, you don't know what they were asking for.
That's true.
Right? We're just assuming, oh, well, that's what it is. Well, I think when you get the real numbers now in a day or two, however long it takes to come out, not the agent numbers, you're going to see that the average is probably a little less than $60 million a year, and the guarantee, my understanding, their side wanted everything guaranteed, like the whole package, sort of like Deshaun Watson got.
Yeah.
And so they made somewhat of a concession. To only guarantee 231.
Yeah. We really showed them what's up in that negotiation.
Boy, we showed them, didn't we?
All right, you can have 96 or 97% of a guarantee.
So there were still negotiations going on. It wasn't like, well, we should have just done this, right? And again, there was a lot of structure that had to take place. Lessening his base salary for this year, which won't take place until today or tomorrow when they actually sign the contract. So basically, he was playing on 1/18 of his original base salary, and then they'll get some cap relief starting this coming week. So, but yeah, there's other things on structure. They had to add voidable years at the end so they can prorate the signing bonus, the $80 million, and not have, because they couldn't stick any more of that signing bonus into this year. Otherwise, the cap would have gone up, right?
Yeah.
So there was a lot of different things that needed to get done. And and I know the other reaction is, well, I know Jerry was going to do that to make a splash on national TV. Look, this thing didn't get done till Sunday morning, and the Joneses were in here in Dallas negotiating until they got it done, and then jumped on the plane and got to Cleveland as the warm-ups were already taking place.
Really?
Yeah.
We can't admit, though,
that's
that
interesting.
They do enjoy.
Oh no,
the
I'm
show.
sure he does.
Okay.
I mean, Jerry, I'm sure he enjoyed the standing ovation when he walked out the tunnel, right, for the first time. But it wasn't like a plan. Okay, this is what we're going to do, right?
Yeah.
And so yeah, the negotiations. We could tell. I mean, you guys know. We could tell like Thursday how and Friday when Jerry was on.
Oh yeah.
He didn't want to answer the question, right? And Dak's tone turned on Thursday, so you knew they were kind of getting close, but it didn't get done until Sunday morning, and then they took off and came to Cleveland after they knocked out the agreement, which I guess will get signed today officially.
Outstanding stuff. Appreciate it very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
Sounds good. See ya.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, Corey, I know we've gone very NFL heavy today, but I feel like we got time for a little something else. Hit it.
Ewers sprinting out, squares, throws, touchdown Texas, Matthew Golden.
Now, we will still do the Tuesday tailgate tomorrow, but Texas put an absolute beat down on Michigan this weekend. Texas moves up to number 2 in the AP poll. And did you see the SEC has 6 of the top 7 teams in the country?
Name them all, Kevin.
I feel like I should probably be able
Alabama,
to do that. Georgia,
Texas,
Ole Miss.
There you go.
Tennessee.
That's what I said. Is Oklahoma in there?
Oklahoma's
Probably not.
Missouri. Missouri. Game. Mickey would have been so mad
happy
if we didn't say Missouri. But that's unbelievable right there. So the only top 7 team that's not the SEC is Ohio State. But Texas looked phenomenal. Quinn Ewers now atop the Heisman Trophy betting odds at 5-1 odds ahead of Cam Ward from Miami. That team looks like a beast.
Yeah, the offense, him and Sark looked like they were just in their bag. Sark was calling plays like he was just like, this is too easy for me. Quinn Ewers looked very confident in all of his receivers. He looked confident in all of his throws. And Kevin, I asked last week, do you think he's a good quarterback? And you're like, he just living. I think the reality is living up to the hype of the high school thing is difficult.
Yeah.
And here he is delivering at Texas, and it looked really good. And in the biggest test they've had so far, and one of the bigger tests they're going to have this year, but that was special for them going into their house and beating them that way.
And with Quinn Ewers, there are definitely times or stretches where you're like, I see every bit of why he was a composite perfect prospect for 24/7 Sports and Athlon and everything like that. And there's other times it kind of feels like he disappears for parts here and there, but he was really good. Their offensive line, I thought, looked really good.
Their defense looks stacked.
Texas's college football odds dropped from 9-1 to 5-1. At this point, I know it's super early. They definitely look like not only a team that makes the playoffs, but is like a live contender in it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are you ready for the most humble Super Bowl halftime show of all time? We'll do next right here on The Fan.
You've made us number 1 in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports conversations on The Fan's KNC Masterpiece. Always on the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The interception was grabbed by Eric Kendricks.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Richard Sherman coming up at 11:50. Stephen Jones coming up at about noon. But right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Gridiron Gravy, of course, brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Cowboys are victorious, 33-17, in case you didn't know that.
I watched it.
I feel like you probably knew. I feel like most of our listeners knew.
It's an exciting thing, man.
Wanted to throw that out there nonetheless, and it appears as though Jake Ferguson has a sprained MCL. So still trying to get some details on that, but approximately 3 to 6 weeks would be the guess on how long he'll miss.
Do we need the details on his bone bruise part, or do we know anything about that yet?
I would think that would be...
All right, we'll find out. Let's see what we can find out.
Yeah, but I guess...
Just trying to help out. Just trying to cover all bases, if you will.
I did not go to medical school,
so
I cannot confirm.
Trying to convert all downs here.
Yes, absolutely. Now, bad news for the Steelers. You saw them play, but they did win. They did win. Cameron Johnston, their punter, suffered a knee-ending injury. And again, when you see that offense, that feels like a devastating injury.
Yes, but they have Boswell, who is a great kicker, and despite what their offense does, he can make kicks and punt. So you got to see him do that because he's the backup emergency punter as well. Kevin, that being said, they won. Justin Fields gets the win.
They did.
And he's like, look, I'm not trying to, point out anything other than we won today. That's all I care about.
Yeah, I bet he's not. I'll tell you. Go ahead.
Yeah, with his 100. Well, dude, the whole NFL looked like it was from 1981 yesterday.
That
anyway,
is fair.
But Kirk Cousins is miserable.
He was pretty bad.
And he looked like he didn't even want to be on the field. And he looked like they already told him, look, Penix is getting the job, buddy. Because he was just like, I don't care. I'm just going to throw it up in the air and see what happens. He didn't look like the real Kirk Cousins. That is good. Now, we've seen good Kirk Cousins before, and that looks like good Kirk Cousins is because of Kevin O'Connell, and that's why Sam Darnold looked pretty damn good. So, yeah, Kirk Cousins, like the Falcons had a bad game overall. Kirk was a big part of it.
By the way, Mike Tomlin said, ask me who the quarterback will be on Tuesday. He knew what the questions were going to be, and Justin Fields had some struggles. He fumbled his first snap, missed on his open target on his first throw, but they did win the game.
I like what you're doing here, Chris Strong. I like this.
They played to win the game. Now, Kendrick Lamar, as if you didn't already think this, feels like he has officially won his beef with Drake. You might have thought that happened multiple months ago. He is going to headline the Super Bowl 59 halftime show in New Orleans. I love it. I think Kendrick Lamar is awesome.
Yeah. He's definitely not like us because he's very good at what he does. We're just mediocre at what we do, Kevin. This is when the NFL was going, hey, did y'all just see this guy captivate the entire country for 3 weeks?
Yeah.
Like, there was no other story that mattered as much as what Kendrick Lamar was going to do next. And so the NFL said, we have to do that. And I can only imagine how many people he's going to bring up on after what he did at that pop-out concert. He's going to be like, you know what? I'll bring the whole culture with me. Everybody's coming with me. And I'm bringing all of New Orleans. We're bringing back all the No Limit soldiers. We're going to go up here and have a really good time. And it could be probably the best ever, man. I'm really excited about it. Kendrick's a great rapper, great performer. And for everything that he does on that stage, you're going to be waiting for that moment where he says something that goes, oh, he won again. He just keeps stomping on this dude.
Yes, I do see the feedback. My apologies. Season ending knee injury.
It's a
knee-ending injury. I don't totally know what that would be. So
knee-ending injury, man. I'll tell you this, Kevin. The Twitch is not letting it by you, by the way, either. So
that's fair. Look, it's only fair. I still give Romo crap when Dak's foot was twisted around. He goes, maybe it's just a cramp. So like that's fair. A knee-ending injury. I'll work on being better. I really will work on being better. From the 940, seriously though, who is Kendrick Lamar and why do we care? He's one of the most popular recording artists in the entire world.
Mm-hmm.
And you should care because his music is awesome. Like, I get it. It's not,
if you don't like rap, that's fine.
Yeah, it's not Mick Jagger or whatever. Like, we trotted out the old-time acts plenty. This is somebody who's happening now.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm
excited about
something that, like, literally, again, like I said, it was the biggest thing for about a 3-week span when people were going back and forth. We hadn't seen anything like that, honestly, since Tupac and Biggie went back and forth the way they did. It wasn't as big and something that everybody was paying attention to at the time.
Let's go to cut number 24 because we got to see Cavante Turpin with the punt return touchdown. But here's the awesomely named DJ Dallas making things happen on the kickoff return.
DJ Dallas with a burst across the 40. Bass can't take him down. Dallas may go on the outside. One man to beat. Dives to the goal line. Touchdown, Arizona. No flags. 96 yards.
So you already got to see the new kick return in action. I'll admit, even though I saw it in the preseason, it's still weird. It is still weird to see that kickoff formation.
Yeah, and I don't know how long it's going to be that the announcers continue to tell you, hey, here's how it's working. I get it. We watched a lot of preseason, so we saw that already, and I felt like it was unnecessary to keep doing it. But there's audience that's just now getting there, and there will be audience throughout the year. Maybe it's an entire season. They're going to have to do that to make sure that people understand exactly what's happening here. But yeah, when DJ Dallas did that, and Kevin, there were a couple of significant runbacks that I saw that I was oh, this is interesting. So and again, there is going to be a time in a game where somebody scores a touchdown and it's late in the game and that kickoff turns into something special that alters the game. And we're going to be like, man, I'm glad that this rule was instituted because fourth quarters can be more exciting.
I know we were focused on the Cowboys, and the biggest news in the NFL was that Dak deal. But outside of Dak and the Cowboys, what was the biggest story of the day yesterday?
I'm sorry. Tyreek Hill's
cut
moment.
number 25. Let's go to this man right here.
1st and 10 to it on the Balboa. Instead the block, and he's going deep. He's caught Hill. Foot race. Driving. That is 6. Oh, he's a ghost. 80-yard touchdown.
And, of course, Tyreek Hill, after the touchdown, he had a teammate help him with the celebration of the hands behind his back and the handcuffs, which I thought was funny.
I just saw a tweet from Jeff Darlington, who is like the best at this right now when it comes to the legal stuff. Per sources, he received 2 citations as a result of his traffic stop on Sunday.
Okay.
Careless driving and a seatbelt violation.
Ooh,
Calais Campbell, yeah, you've had that plenty of times. Calais Campbell, who said after the game, police told him they briefly had placed him in handcuffs for disobeying direct order, did not end up receiving a citation. And the Miami-Dade Police Department told him also that it remains an internal investigation, so they can't provide more details yet. So
I do believe they put one officer on administrative leave because of that. But like I know people have thoughts about Tyreek Hill with Calais Campbell. He is a former Walter Payton Man of the Year award winner, and he said he saw what was happening and tried to get in there to de-escalate the situation, which I understand. But from a police perspective, I can also see how you're like, I don't want anybody coming in to the scene.
Yeah,
like, I understand.
Absolutely. I totally get that part. I do like the question, though, that Tyreek did ask afterwards. What if I wasn't Tyreek Hill?
Sure.
Would like my name means something and it changes. It's different. But if I'm somebody else, what happens? And that's an interesting question and great conversation if people want to have the conversation. A lot of people don't.
Yeah, I get it. I wasn't there. I don't know exactly what happened. I understand why that question has come up. But Tyreek Hill getting work done as well. But it was still.
Don't be speeding in your Lamborghini or Ferrari or whatever it is.
Look, and Corey made allusions to it. Wear your seatbelt.
Yes.
Is your question, have I actually gotten a citation for that before? Yes. Is your follow-up question, have I got 2 of them in my life? And the answer is still yes. After that, I got my head in the game, and I started wearing my seatbelt.
I was in the car with my buddy one day when he got one, and I was like, I was wearing my seatbelt. He wasn't wearing his. I was like, why aren't you wearing yours? And he was like, well, what's even dumber is I got one of these already today.
That same day?
He'd already gotten one that morning.
Oh, man. It's the same thing with speeding. If you ever get a ticket, I feel like I'm on my best driving behavior for the rest of the day.
Well, a lot of times, Kevin, when something happens, you're like, well, you know what? From here on, nothing, like, they can't get me again. I can't get lightning struck twice.
I don't think it works like that. I don't think if you get pulled over, the police officer goes, well, it says here you've already been cited once for speeding today. I'm going to let this one pass. It feels like he's less likely to let it pass.
My apologies. That was a McLaren. My apologies. My son is going to destroy me for that.
He will be
loves
upset.
McLarens.
Now, we talked about Tyreek Hill and the big touchdown right there, but Mike Bassick was still holding out hope to the very end that the Jaguars could get it done. But if you go to cut number 17, was not to be.
And the kick is up, and it's going to be good from 52. Miami zeros on the clock, has won.
And that's why Mike's not here today. That and he's on assignment with the Rangers this week.
Okay, gotcha.
I think they both hold.
Because he's so sad about the Dolphins winning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or about Dak getting his contract. I don't know. It could be.
I am famous.
Yeah.
Could be one of those things. All right. If we're talking about exciting plays of the weekend, can we go to cut number 23? This is Jonathan Owens, who is in fact married to Simone Biles, making things happen.
Stonehouse with pressure, a block. It's scooped up by the Bears. Back the other way. Jonathan Owens, touchdown Chicago.
If they hadn't let him go to the Olympics, he wouldn't have had the legs to make that happen.
Oh, possible.
Is my claim.
Simone Biles said she almost had a heart attack watching that play, which I get it. I don't think she literally means that.
It was just exciting.
Yeah.
I get it.
Because her husband scored a touchdown.
Yeah, that is pretty cool, man. That is a pretty awesome moment. Will Levis was terrible, and just as predicted.
He was.
Caleb Williams looked like a rookie, as we kind of all thought, and that has a lot of room to grow. But, man, that Bears defense was on fire yesterday.
So Caleb Williams, 14 of 29 for a robust 92 yards. He averaged 3.2 yards per pass attempt and didn't throw a touchdown or turn the ball over. But did you know he's the first number 1 pick QB since 2002 to win his NFL debut? Do you remember who the last player was to do it?
John Elway.
You should remember.
Jim Plunkett.
It's
David Carr.
David Carr with the upstart Houston Texans got it done in 2002 against your Dallas Cowboys.
Who was the oh yeah, so you got to rub it in that it was against
that was
the Cowboys.
22 years ago. Do you care about that still?
Do you know who the guy was, Kevin? The other two were before that, though.
I do not. Were the people you said?
The
John
number
Elway?
1 overall QBs are 4-14 in week 1 since 1970 with Carr, John Elway, and Jim Plunkett as the only other ones to win.
There you go. Very well done. Not surprising. We've talked about this a lot, but CBS caught up with our show yesterday and said that the NFL commissioner and NFLPA executive director are discussing the 18-game schedule.
Ooh.
So whether players like it, I assume fans would probably like it. I also assume you'll have 2 bye weeks if that is the case. We've been talking about this for a while. The discussions are apparently ongoing. You want to talk about the Broncos?
Sure.
The Broncos had 2 safeties in the first half.
Shouldn't have lost.
What?
If you have 2 safeties, you shouldn't lose. Matter of fact, Kevin, I think there is a stat that backs that up. Give me just a moment to find that stat.
I would like to know what that stat is. They gave up 17 straight points in the second half. wound up losing 26-20.
The Broncos became the 6th team in NFL history to score 2 safeties and lose.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so 6 teams have done it. I guess maybe it's more likely that if you get 2 safeties, you lose. I don't know how often getting 2 safeties in one game happens.
Surely those teams have won more than 6 times.
Kevin,
right?
I'm pumping the brakes now on Bo Nix. When the preseason showed us that against backups, he's very good. He still has a lot of growth to do. All these rookies, this week showed they still have a lot of work to do to grow into NFL game speed.
Okay. Well, hopefully that'll come along. Actually, you know what? That's fine if it doesn't, too. I'm not like a Broncos fan.
Nix averaged 2.5 air yards per completion. That's not good.
Compare that with Anthony Richardson, who had a 60-yard touchdown pass to Alec Pierce that traveled 65.3 yards in the air. The 3rd longest completion in the next-gen stats era. We talk about this all the time. You got everything from the Anthony Richardson experience yesterday.
Yeah.
You saw that dude has a shotgun for an arm. But then you saw some other throws that you're like, the hell was even the point of that?
Well, Kevin, it's one of those shotguns that you saw in the Bugs Bunny cartoons that has the bow at the horn at the end. So you never really know where it's going. You just know that it's going. And that's kind of what you're dealing with. Dude, he's a special playmaker. But his highs are high, his lows can be extremely low. He's a roller coaster.
Yeah, he really is. All right, couple more quick things for you. We talked about the Pittsburgh Steelers. Their kicker not only kicks 6 field goals to account for every single Steelers point, he made 3 field goals that were 50 yards or longer. He made a field goal from 51, 56, and 57. So heck of a job right there. And then also, I thought that this was a heck of a job. Alex Singleton, the linebacker for the Denver Broncos. Did you see yesterday he sported the Calgary Flames Johnny Gaudreau jersey or sweater going into the game against Seattle? I just think that's nice and classy, and I appreciate that people are, trying to keep that memory alive.
Yeah, tip that cap, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we might have time for a little bit more gridiron, but also Super Bowl champion, soon-to-be Hall of Famer, and member of the Amazon Prime Thursday Night Football team. It's Richard Sherman right here on The Fan.
Pneumatic freight in South Texas and Oklahoma is blowing up, and we want you to join the pack at Sisu Energy. Must have PEC, Safe Land, and A2S certifications. Our drivers at Sisu Energy are grossing over $15,000 each week. Need a trailer? We can help you get one. No down payments, no escrow, lowest insurance cost in the country, and huge fuel discounts through our pilot partnership. Sisu Energy can have you on the road in 3 days from initial application. Visit SISUEnergyLLC.com to apply today. That's SISUEnergyLLC.com to apply today.
At Comerica Bank, we're creating opportunity for entrepreneurs to stop dreaming and start doing, for gig workers to become business owners, for small businesses to go toe-to-toe with the big dogs. At Comerica Bank, we're creating opportunity beyond bank accounts. We're providing free office space, free advertising, free competitive research, and more to help small businesses do more with less. To learn more, visit Comerica.com/succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Opportunity Lender. Offers available to Comerica small business customers only. Terms apply.
Buffalo Wild Wings in the Friday football feast and big news.
Right sideline 30. He's pointing. 20 and to the 15, to the 10. There's your return. Kavante Turpin.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. By the way, the Cowboys' domination of the Cleveland Browns yesterday was one of NFL.com's top 5 surprises of the opening weekend. You're probably not surprised to know that the Bengals losing to the Patriots was number 1. We got Richard Sherman coming up in just a few minutes, but it's a Cowboys Monday, Victory Monday. I got a couple more football notes for you. As if things could get too much worse for the Panthers, it looks like their defensive tackle, Derek Brown, might have suffered a season-ending knee injury in the Week 1 loss. Not a knee-ending injury, which, yes, I continue to see your text about that. That is a fair point. And let's go to Josh Allen. Josh Allen injured his non-throwing hand in Week 1. This is what he has to say. My hand is fine. And then added, quote, I'm not a doctor. So I think people who are looking for like further medical information one way or another, he's like, hey, I'm not a doctor, but I think my hand is fine.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt when I do this. It doesn't hurt whenever I grip the football because I grip the football with my other hand. So I'm just going to go out there and do the best I can. Kevin, after he fumbled to start that game, I was like, oh my gosh, people are going to have a feast on him. Because everybody all offseason like, Josh Allen's not that good. And then he comes up and was like, hey, by the way, don't forget, I do turn the ball over a lot, but I also score a lot of touchdowns.
Right.
And he did that for his team in Buffalo, or for Buffalo yesterday.
And how big was that? Because most of the day, it looked like they were probably going to lose that game. The Bills at one point were down to the Cardinals 17-3. And I thought they were going to go on the pile along with the Bengals in terms of teams that you're like, the hell happened? Who is good in the AFC to kick things off that we expected?
Yeah, and it looks like it doesn't matter who his receivers are because Mac Hollins had the touchdown, and that's our friend from the Super Bowl in Arizona who was barefoot. But really awesome to talk to. He was like grounding at the Super Bowl. But he was really awesome to talk to. And it's just like, hey, it doesn't matter who I'm throwing to. I'll figure something out. Keon Coleman looked pretty good too, man.
And we continue to monitor the injury situation for the Cowboys. We got Stephen Jones coming up at noon o'clock. We will ask him for any more specifics when it comes to Jake Ferguson. I know people are also very curious about the contract status of Dak when it comes to no trade clause, franchise tag, and everything like that. All right, let's stick with some more football. Joe.
Thank you.
Mixon. I mean,
I love football. It was opening weekend. I love it. Exactly.
Okay. Do you want to talk about Joe Mixon or Drew Bledsoe?
Mixon.
Okay.
Bledsoe.
Okay.
Let's go Bledsoe.
All right, Chris. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 18 because Drew Bledsoe was featured in a piece ESPN was doing about the dynamics between the starting quarterback and the backup quarterback. And he decided to just drop this bomb in there about Tony Romo.
In Dallas, Parcells made the decision to yank me at halftime of a game and throw Romo in there. Really didn't agree with that one. If you're watching this, Romo, you know this is true. The minute that he became the starter, he became pretty big in his own mind. And he was no longer the curious, inquisitive guy. Where that was the difference between him and Tommy. Tommy became the starter. He still was asking all the questions where all of a sudden Romo was the guy that had all the answers.
Look,
oh man,
I don't know how much people want to go back and like litigate that situation, but what did you think about Drew Bledsoe just being like, oh, the hell with it. Screw Tony Romo.
Maybe they didn't have a great relationship.
It does not sound like they had a good relationship.
Yeah, man, that's that one. That is great. I love it because, and you know, he's also taking a shot at the guy that didn't win a Super Bowl. He's like, look, I'm pals with the guy that won all these Super Bowls and is now the broadcaster on Fox. And this guy over here, what did he really do to earn it? He had all the answers. That's really interesting. And I could kind of see it, honestly. I mean, Tony became a big star. He was the Cowboys quarterback at that point.
So you think it would be a tougher stand to take if you're like, you know who is a jerk about it? Tom Brady. Because like
it doesn't matter because he won.
People are going to go, cool.
Yeah, he won.
And it turned out just fine.
Yeah, so maybe being a big jerk's the way to go.
Yeah,
but it turns out Tom Brady's awesome, Kevin.
Okay.
We hated Tom Brady all this time, and here he is. Drew Bledsoe tells us he's awesome.
It was just really interesting timing leading into the season. And I was wishing that they would have cut directly to Tony Romo. Tony, your thoughts on Drew Bledsoe? I realize that's probably not in their best interest in the course of the football game.
Still would have been more fun, though.
That is very fair. Now, you wanted to talk about Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon was tremendous yesterday. 159 yards rushing, 30 carries, and a touchdown. The Texans do not win that game. I like CJ Stroud a lot. The Texans do not win that game without Joe Mixon. Fair?
Yeah, because especially late in that game, they were still able to hand him the ball and punish the Colts defenses. And it took time. They wore on the Colts defense over time, but then late in the game, they needed that, and they got it from Joe Mixon. And then to kind of add on to that, Kevin, when you need to get rid of some clock because the opposing offense has some big playability, that's really nice to have. I told you this thing last week, though. Joe Mixon out of the backfield, not just a really good runner, but a good receiver for C.J. Stroud, not Caleb Stroud. Really good receiver for him as well. So that's a great combination that he has because he also has really good playmakers downfield. But whenever you have a guy that you can check down to that can turn it into a big play, it's big for your team.
I know this is mostly football all day today, and Richard Sherman should be coming up in about 1 or 2 minutes, and then we've got Stephen Jones right after that. But we have just 1 minute for Rangers baseball.
Sure.
All right. Did you see Sebastian Walcott, the 18-year-old prospect, has been elevated to Double-A. He will become the youngest player to suit up at the Double-A level this year. The Rangers continue to play well. They only need to go 17-1 the rest of the season to probably make the playoffs.
All right. This is good. This is cool. This is fun. It's exciting, and he deserves it. Are the Rangers? They're getting. Here's the.
I don't know what those noises
are. They fast tracking some of these guys because they're looking ahead, going, we're going to be cheap later down the road, and we know we're going to need to rely on our youth that's very cheap? Or are they saying, look, guys, these guys are earning it along the way? I think they're earning it. I think it also is helping the Rangers look at their roster situation and their money situation and go, oh, can't we just plug these guys in? The fans are going to be excited about the youthful promise of these guys, the hope that they can be the next, and they're going to be excited to root for them. So that's really cool for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think he's necessarily being fast-tracked. Plus, I think they just want to, hey, let's get a look, and let's see if we start you. Let's see if we start you next year in Double-A, or for hey, maybe Hickory is the best place to start you again.
And he gets more reps, gets more cuts, gets to, just that's a positive.
But I'm not going to start speculating about how quick he's going to be up to the big club. It's
next
still
year,
to
start the season.
No, it's not going to be next year. And then, by the way, Yannick Sinner defeated Taylor Fritz, the great American hope, in straight sets for his second Grand Slam title this year. Did you consider not watching football at any point yesterday to switch over to the U.S. Open?
Not one time, Kevin. Not one time.
Okay, well, that is indeed unfortunate. By the way, for people in the YouTube asking about Richard Sherman, great question.
Yeah.
He should be here eminently, and this is going to make this schedule really, really fascinating because we've got Stephen Jones coming up as well. So we're going to have a jam-packed run of football interviews for you. Why are you shaking your head?
I don't know, man. Here we are at our time, and maybe we need to move on. There he is.
Okay, all right.
There he is.
Right now, we bring to you Super Bowl champion, soon-to-be Hall of Famer, member of Amazon Prime Video's Thursday Night Football team. It is Richard Sherman. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. Happy to be here. How you doing?
We're doing great because the Cowboys were victorious. I know we need to talk about Thursday Night Football coming up, but did you have any opinions bouncing out of that really dominant Cowboys performance?
Yeah, I mean, it was exactly that. They looked really good on both sides of the football. It was great to see Trayvon Diggs come back, get him an interception in his first game back. I mean, Al Harris deserves so much freaking credit. I mean, it's a shame that he's not a D coordinator already. I mean, you got multiple corners having pretty much double-digit picks multiple years. You don't hear about that this day and age with these offenses, and it's not an accident that it's happening. But Dak Prescott looked really good. CeeDee Lamb looked good. Zeke, it was cool to see him back in the Cowboys uniform in the end zone. It was a really full game, and that was a really great defense. I mean, Cleveland's defense was really premier last year. They have a lot of big-time players. Obviously, Myles Garrett is at the head of it, Defensive Player of the Year. And they obviously pretty much had their way with him throughout that game, and that was really impressive to watch.
Man, you're talking to some guys that got to talk to Al Harris at training camp this year, and we just love the guy. He's a great person, and he loves that secondary unit. He loves each one of those individuals. When you see, because yesterday the safeties, Donovan Wilson and Hooker, they were thumping yesterday. When you're in that secondary and you see your safeties hitting the way that they were hitting, what does that do for you at corner and the rest of the guys?
Man, as a guy who played with some of the best safeties to ever play this game, in Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor, it makes you feel like you have to match that energy. You know, the same as when you're getting an interception, they feel like they have to get an interception. It's just a standard of play. And when somebody sets the standard, then you meet the standard, or you get replaced and somebody else will meet the standard. But it definitely sets the tone for how the game's going to go, and you have to be part of the tone. Like, hey, this is the tone setter. That means, hey, when they come around this corner, then your pads need to be put on their body in a big way every single time you do it, and I'm sure the guys felt that.
I know he was getting harassed consistently yesterday, but what in the world has happened to Deshaun Watson? Because it feels like more than just the pressure that was getting him yesterday.
Yeah, I wish I could explain. Because he's a good guy, he's a good friend of mine, and I got a lot of respect for him and the way he carries himself. But it's just been rough the last couple of years. I don't know if he just has lost his confidence, because confidence is a big part of this game, as you know. And I've never played the quarterback position, so I can't speak from true experience that, hey, man, maybe it's this, maybe this is happening. Because I haven't played it, but it just doesn't look like he believes in himself. He believes in his reads. He believes that he's going to have success. There's a lot of self-doubt there, and I don't know where it's coming from. And I hope that he can snap out of it and get back to his old ways, because he's a really great player when he's at his best.
Not that you weren't well compensated throughout your career, but when you see the Dak deal, do you kind of wish you had played the quarterback position?
No, heck no. No, I'm very impressed and proud of Dak, and just proud of the amount of quarterbacks of color. You know, black quarterbacks are there's more black quarterbacks in the league than ever before, and they're just getting an opportunity. And it's cool to see him play at the level he did. He was a second-team All-Pro last year, you know, up for the MVP at times of the year, and for him to get what he deserves and what he's earned is a cool thing for the league and cool thing for everybody.
CeeDee Lamb, I just watched his progression since he was at OU and then into the NFL, and he just looks like it doesn't faze him. It looks like he keeps getting better. When you're trying to cover a CeeDee Lamb type receiver, like, how do you stop that guy?
Well, he's so dynamic in the ways they use him. You know, it's not like you could say, hey, these are the 3 or 4 routes he does well. So this is what you got to get ready for. These are his release packages. They put him everywhere. They put him in the backfield, left, right, hand him into rounds, run him on deep routes, run him on short routes, let him catch and run. He's working in the slot. He's working on the outside. So he's really become a very complete receiver that's really difficult to game plan for, because you never know where he's going to line up on the field. Even when you're following him around and you're chasing him around, they're going to motion him. They're going to hide him. And he does a great job with how smooth he is with his timing. He's manipulating the defense with very subtle things, and it's really been cool to watch. I think it's crazy. Jerry's playing with fire, waiting to pay everybody.
Yeah,
you know, and that's why you end up paying Dak Prescott $60 million, because you're sitting there. I don't know if you're banking on them getting hurt or banking on them having an off season, so you can think the price is going to go down. But waiting to pay Micah Parsons, waiting to pay Dak Prescott, waiting to pay CeeDee Lamb when they're playing at their highest level right now was probably a big mistake, because it's going to cost you 36, 37 to pay Micah now. When if you'd have done it a couple of years ago, it might have cost you 31, 32. You know, but
well, that's a perfect transition for us, because we're about to have Stephen Jones on, so we're going to ask him some of those questions. I know Thursday Night Football starts his exclusive third season this Thursday night. 6 p.m. is when coverage starts. You got the Bills, you got the Dolphins. I know you're on a tight schedule. Thank you very much for jumping on with us.
I appreciate you guys having me.
There you go. Richard Sherman right here on 105.3 The Fan. Chris, are we ready to go now? Okay, let's turn our attention to the Dallas Cowboys, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Man, we're doing great. I have to imagine that y'all are flying real high right now as well. I was curious, is it excitement, relief? Like, what goes into your feelings once the Dak deal gets done?
Well, I think a little bit of everything. I mean, obviously, we understand these things take time. When you're doing deals like this, I mean, I think our players understand. At the end of the day, this isn't about, costing us money, bottom line money on the business. This is us dividing up the salary cap. And whether it's two of our favorites, CD or Dak, I mean, it's not anything personal. It's just a business. And certainly we're doing everything we can to divide this thing up in the best way to put the best team together, put great players around Dak and CD. But at the end of the day, their goal, too, is to extract their value and what they're worth. And they're both team guys. I mean, I know all of them think they could have asked for more, done better, where they started. I mean, it'd been easily, in this league for the next guy up to always get more. It'd been easy for CD to ask for more than Jefferson. And so certainly Dak had a good argument that if he went to free agency, that no telling where that number would have ended up, and feels like, at the end of the day, and I certainly know he feels that way, that, he could have gotten more if he wanted to go be a free agent. But Dak wants to be a Dallas Cowboy. We want him to be the leader of this team and be the quarterback of this team. And we're able to get that accomplished. And then on top of all that, go on the road and win a big, big game there in Cleveland.
I will get to that game in just a moment, Stephen, but did it have to take until right before the game to get that contract done?
I mean, only the people involved know the dynamics, but yes, that's what it took.
Okay.
Now, speaking of the dynamics of that deal, inquiring minds would like to know, is it similar in terms of the last deal with there being a no trade clause and a no franchise clause?
Yes.
Okay.
This day and time, the dynamics of the franchise, if you're into a quarterback that's in a big, big deal, the fact that to franchise somebody, you got to give them a quarter more of their cap number. It's unrealistic to even think that you can franchise somebody because of how big the cap number is. And you got to carry it in a franchise. You got to carry the whole thing. You can't spread it out over the years. So it's really a non-issue once you get into these quarterbacks that are, which I think there's almost 20 of them now making $40 or more million in this league. And so it's a non-issue, the franchise part of it. And the trade deals, I think those things work themselves out. I mean, once, players understand whether it's Matthew Stafford going to a different place, Aaron Rodgers going to a different place, both sides understand they want to, when it's time.
I definitely understand that Dak wanted to be here. Y'all wanted him here. I'm curious, with the increase of void years, not just from the Cowboys, but teams in general across the NFL over the last several years, did that put you guys in a tough negotiating spot, knowing that if Dak did leave, you still would have been on the hook for $40 million for him next year with the cap?
Yeah, that's always part of the dynamic, but that's true with anybody who's paying a franchise quarterback and, the $40+ million. Everybody has that issue. You saw an extreme situation in Denver where Russell Wilson moved along from a lot of guarantees, and you go out there and Denver's drafted a quarterback high, and they're competing with with a big cap number against Russell Wilson. So this is all part of the business. As I said, there's 20 more teams paying $40+ million. So the additional money that you pay up and above what the average is, everybody's having to deal with that now. And so that's part of it. I know certainly it's out there sometimes, you push money out. We're going through a situation now where we're signing CD, signing Dak. I know, some people have said, hey, they're not pushing things out. They're 30th in the league in cash spending. Well, right now we're projected to be number one by quite a bit in terms of cash spending for this year. So, over a 4-year period, the salary cap is what it is, and teams over between a 4 and a 5 year period all spend the same amount of cash.
Talk with Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan, KRLD-FM, your official home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers.
Now, Stephen, I'm kind of curious. Did you want Aubrey to get a chance at a 71-yard field goal yesterday?
I was, but at the same time, I've seen those games. Auburn, Alabama. When you're that field goals team's made up of a lot of big guys to keep people from blocking it, and when you go to cover somebody like Ward, if it doesn't quite get there and he comes out of the end zone, there's not a lot of great tacklers on that field, and we've all seen examples where people return a long field goal attempt the other way. So I was kind of, at the end of the day, the 71-72, I was starting to get a little nervous of what might happen if it doesn't quite get there.
Also,
but I will say this: he's certainly capable of doing it, and obviously he nailed the 66, and he's done them before, and he's very capable of making that kick.
We're all rooting for that moment when he does get that chance. You got to be pretty happy with your off-season acquisitions. Were really Mike Zimmer and Kendricks. Like, those were two big acquisitions for you. And the way Game 1 went, Mike Zimmer was in his bag with his play calling, and Kendricks looked as good as we expected.
Well, it was obviously an important transition for us. Everybody around here, the building, the fans, huge fans of Dan Quinn. He obviously goes about it, a little different way, and there's a lot of ways to win in this league. A lot of ways to play defense, a lot of ways to play offense, et cetera. But, we just felt really good about Coach Zimmer. He's been in this building for years and years and years early on in our tenure, and, just felt a lot of confidence that he could come in here with this group of players. And, really, as you said, we've added Kendricks, and then, between the draft and getting a guy back like Overshone, who was all over the place yesterday, the rookies showed up. But hats off to Nealon, to Carson, to Overshone. Those are guys we didn't have on our defense last year. And then you throw Kendricks in. We saw a lot of things, to feel good about. And I know, some people have other ideas of what you ought to be doing in the off season, but we felt good about what we accomplished in the off season, and really feel good about this football team.
The other thing, I went back to rewatch this morning just to kind of get my eyeballs on it, but those rookies, you were just talking about the rookie offensive linemen. What kind of were you impressed with the way that they held up against that Cleveland Browns front? What were you feeling after that game?
We all know they had one of the best defenses in the league, and certainly gave us a big challenge yesterday. I mean, I know we were able to have a couple big drives early that really set the tone. Obviously, special teams showed up between the field goals, the accuracy there, and then Turpin's big return, and then the defense playing like they played. But hats off to those two offensive linemen. I mean, they're playing against what's one of the top groups in the league, certainly one of the best players in the league. I think got to see the most of, and I thought they all stepped up. I mean, hats off to our personnel department, Will McClay, and what he does with his group, and how they communicate with the coaches, their dialogue between Coach Zim and what was going to change. I mean, see two big guys we acquired there late in training camp that really played huge roles for us, in Phillips and Linville Joseph. So, player acquisition continues to go on, but I think we were able to put the right group together that really fits what Coach Zim does, and feel good about what we're going to do there. And then, of course, offensively, what Mike and Coach Shoddy and that offensive group, Coach Solari, what they're doing with those young offensive linemen, outstanding as well.
Now, on the offensive front, we all, I'm sure you know this, had a hold your breath moment with Jake Ferguson. The reports are sprained MCL, and I know for Jordan Love, some people thought that would be 3 to 6 weeks. We're hearing maybe Ferguson is week to week. Is that the proper diagnosis, and how are we feeling about his availability in the next game, weeks, etc.?
We'll get the final diagnosis, but I think it's more actually of a bone bruise, and so he'll actually have a chance. We all know Jake Ferguson's one of the toughest guys in our locker room. He's a football player, and I wouldn't put anything past him that we could see him against the Saints. But we'll just see how this week progresses, and we'll get the final prognosis probably here in the next hour.
I assume you'll just call us back when that's the case, and you're like, hey, I really want to jump back on to do more of an interview.
Yeah, send me your digits, and I'll send you a text.
Okay, no problem. Do you one last thing? I was curious about Dak and the contract, not specifics, but he is very upfront about, look, success is defined by a Super Bowl. That's his own personal metric for what makes him a success or what makes this deal a success. Do you think that's a fair pressure to put on him in the team? Is like, hey, success is defined by Super Bowls.
Absolutely. I mean, I know Jerry and I feel that way. I think Mike McCarthy and his staff feel that way. I think Will McClay and his staff feel that way. Everybody's number one measurement, number one bar around here is winning a championship. That's what we're in the business for. And we understand we're held to that standard as well. I mean, we've won 12 games 3 years in a row, and that's not good enough for us. And our fans are frustrated with us because we hadn't had success in the postseason. And we know until that happens, doesn't matter how well you play in the season. By the way, know one thing, no one's assuming that we're going to just play this season and win 12 games. I mean, it's hard to win a football game in this league, and it'll be a big challenge to win 12 football games, much less get in the playoffs. And so we got to go out week in and week out and focus on the week, on the moment. And right now we're looking toward the Saints, but we all hold ourselves to a very high standard around here, which is the ultimate standard, winning a championship.
How do you feel about negotiating contracts during the season? Because I know CD's done, Dak's done, Micah is eligible for an extension. Will that be a discussion, or do you table all that during the season?
Right now it's certainly not anything that's on the table. I think, Micah made a conscientious decision that he thinks he can, put together even a better year. I think he got off to a great start yesterday.
Yeah.
In terms of what he did and what he did against the Browns. I think his play speaks louder than words. And, I think he expects to have a great year under Coach Sam, and then probably feel comfortable to talk about it then. But, each individual's different. Opportunities come, and when they are and the player feels good about something, then we certainly will move to do something. At the same time, sometimes players just aren't ready yet. They don't feel like their situation is in the right situation to start the process. And this day and time, these players, they do well. It's changing even more so now. You got players coming in here who've made a lot of money in college.
Yeah,
and so they don't feel the pressure. They want to put some skins on the wall, which most of these guys, that's why they play in the NFL on Sundays, because they're very skilled, they're very confident, they're very competitive, and feel like, they're building a resume for their next contract. And, everybody in this league knows if you get to that second contract, it's going to be, it'll be pretty good. So I know that's what these guys, they obviously are competitors and want to win championships for their team. But, like any individual, they want to do well financially, and they want to do well for their family.
Well, we appreciate the insight very much, especially after such a busy weekend and big victory. We will catch up with you again next Monday, sir.
Sounds great, guys. Great being on.
There you go, Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, a lot of interesting news from Stephen Jones right there about both Dak and Micah Parsons. Coming up next, we'll deconstruct some of that, but also Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. Who deserves a tip of the cap after the blowout victory over the Browns? Next, right here in The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere else. Get your fix with Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, and Southpaw Mike Bassett. Weekdays at 10:40, right here on The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sometimes you get what you pay for. The Dallas Cowboys made it official, signing Dak Prescott to the NFL's richest contract on Sunday. Would have been bad timing if they laid an egg, but they looked dominant against the Browns, and Prescott was great. The vibes are fantastic in Dallas. The big question, can those vibes finally carry over to the postseason? I'm Andrew Perloff.
DQ presents the sound of BOGO-free Blizzard treats in the DQ app. It's the sound of downloading the DQ app, redeeming the sweetest BOGO-free Blizzard deal, telling all your friends, and heading to DQ. For BOGO-free any-size Blizzard treats only in the DQ app for a limited time. Download it today. At participating locations, limitations apply. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Hey, Dad. Mom wants pizza for dinner. You want to run out?
Sure. I need to get gas anyways. Give me a minute.
Cool. Hey, what's that bottle?
It's stable. You just add it to the fuel tank, and it keeps these engines healthy. When you start driving, I'll put some in your car, too.
Which one do I get?
How much money you got?
At every fill-up, or when you store, start with Stable.
Here's KNC Masterpiece for Milo Insulation, the cleaner, greener blow-in attic insulation.
Since I got Milo Insulation, my home's electricity costs are way down, even though my base energy cost is up 40%.
For a limited time, Milo Insulation is going to clean out your old attic insulation and replace it with fresh insulation.
And when you get your whole house insulated, they'll insulate over your garage for free.
Call 1-800-574-MILO to schedule a free attic inspection and estimate, or visit miloinsulation.com.
We know where. Maridoe Golf Club, Dallas. We know when. September 20th to 22nd. But who will be Live Golf champions is anyone's guess. Will Crushers GC retain their crown? Will an underdog team surprise the field? Will Dallas native DeChambeau hit a drive off the DJ booth? At this party, anything's possible. So come join us for golf, beats, fan zones, street food, and music from award-winning music star Bailey Zimmerman and superstar DJ Martin Garrix. Get your tickets now at livegolf.com. That's livegolf.com.
Is this house a good price compared to others in the area? Are prices going up or down? If I don't make an offer right this very moment, will I miss my chance? These are just some of the questions a home buyer might ask. And these are the sorts of questions an agent who is a realtor can help answer. Because realtors have the expertise, data, and access to specialty training to help you navigate the process of buying a home. They provide support, guidance, and have your back every step of the way. That's what realtors do, because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
All the on-time experts for a free second opinion and learn the truth about your current system. TheOnTimeExperts.com. That's TheOnTimeExperts.com.
The Expressway is brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical and the On-Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. By the way, the YouTube is abuzz, and it has trickled over to the fan text as well. Stephen Jones said they are still waiting for the final determinations, but they also believe it is a bone bruise.
Oh!
So the person in the YouTube
Blake,
who said, I don't care what Ian Rappaported or anything else, it is a bone bruise, not an MCL sprain. And you have Stephen Jones right there saying, I think that is correct.
All right, Blake. It was Blake A is what I'm going to call it in the YouTube chat. You get your flowers, and you may be more famous now than Barry Fish. I just want to point that out. Barry Fish, I do see, is in the YouTube chat right now, so he knows. Everybody in the YouTube chat, please give your love to Blake Alexander, and everybody on the Twitch. Y'all merge or something. Y'all have some fun together.
Okay.
Y'all are awesome.
And then to go along with that, couple of notes out of the Stephen Jones interview. He said the negotiations with Micah Parsons right now are not on the table.
Well, and it sounded like
it was mutual.
It sounded like Micah was like, "Let me go earn my bag."
Yeah.
And I love that line from Micah after the game too about Dak's contract. He's like, he didn't cheat the game because Dak does his work. You know, Dak, I think we all know that about Dak Prescott. He does do his work. He is prepared. He's a good leader. We've always had questions about his accuracy in big moments.
Sure.
The ability to make the plays in the playoffs when it matters the most. Those things are real, and those things will live there with Dak until he removes it from his back. But I think that Mike is right on that. He does the right things, and that's why he got the contract that he got. And where the Cowboys are, they were in a tough situation. They had to do it. And here you are. There's nothing you can gripe about now. It's done. They're not going to change that from here on.
And to go along with it, Stephen also broke the news to us right here on 105.3 The Fan that Dak Prescott does have a no trade clause in this new deal, as well as a no franchise tag provision in this deal. Although he was quick to point out he doesn't think the franchise tag deal is as big of a deal as it used to be because of the changes in the salary cap. But yeah, no trade clause, and there is a no trade clause for Dak in that deal, and then there is a no franchise tag provision in there for the new Dak deal. All right, now can you give me a little bit of that cut number 3? Let's hear Ezekiel Elliott doing work.
Elliott's going to be in the end zone. Touchdown, Dallas.
It's time for Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. They crushed Cleveland. So who deserves your thank you note? Want to hear from the Franklin Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. Also the YouTube. Also the Twitch. Who gets your thank you note?
This is interesting because I think this is going to be very defense heavy today for thank you letters. And I will start with thank you to the rest of the defense. Here's why. Because Micah can be a force, but he doesn't have to be the only force on the field.
Okay, you said this to me before the show, and I thought it was as genius as I think, therefore I am.
Okay.
And so this will be the most important thing that people hear on the show today. Can you expand on that?
Okay. Look at the numbers from yesterday's game. Look at what Overshown's numbers were. I saw 11 tackles.
Yeah.
Somebody said 9, and I'm like, okay. Look at Eric Kendrick's numbers. Look at DeMarcus Lawrence's big-time sack and the pressure that he was able to get. The numbers across the board, everybody was eating yesterday. And it wasn't just, hey, it's on Micah to get pressure. Micah got pressure.
Sure.
But he doesn't have to be the only one that can make the plays happen. I think I feel more comfortable with the linebacker depth, not just the depth, but the starting linebacker group than I have in years. And that includes Micah being able to play. I think the last we saw was 9 snaps at linebacker yesterday. I think whenever they showed the graphic, it was like 32 at edge and 9 at linebacker. And I was like, oh, man, this is nice. And then you go back and watch, like Brian Baldinger posted his post of Micah on every time he got pressure yesterday. And it was 12 pressures, 5 quarterback hits, something just crazy like that.
Unbelievable.
And Kevin, he's lined up everywhere. He's all over the field, just like we thought. Mike Zimmer actually did it. Instead of saying, you're going to go stand on one side and try and expose this one thing, he was like, why can't I expose this other person? Why can't I expose the center? And then after the game, Tom Brady did give him the LFG award, and then Tom Brady took a long time to explain what the award is. Tom wasn't great, all right? This is not the time. This is not the time or the place for that, though. But the one thing that you heard Micah say was, as he was like, Mike just keeps being creative and giving me new challenges. And that's what Micah needs, and that's what he's going to continue to every offseason. He did something else to make himself a little bit better, and you saw him be a force in game 1. It is one game alone, but it was in game 1 he was a force, but the rest of the defense was the force with him. So I would like to thank the entire defense. Maybe it's Mike Zimmer that I'm giving that to, but I'm giving credit to the whole group because they were thumping yesterday.
A lot of people are with you from the 817. Thank you to the defense. Being fast, looking like smart football players, and dominating.
Dude, okay, how many times, if you go watch the film on this game, you are going to be watching linebackers moving in sync, not just looking like they're just randomly picking gaps to get into. They're moving parallel or horizontal. They're moving along with the play. And then that's why the overshown play happened. Here you are, you got Vigil. Is it Vigil? He's sitting there working his way to the left. Deshaun Watson seeing that. And it looked like maybe Overshown was a spy on Deshaun Watson on that play because he never guarded the guy that came up in front of him. He had his eyes on Watson the whole time. And as soon as he broke, Overshown said, I'm coming after you, and got him. But, Kevin, go back and watch these linebackers. They were moving in sync throughout the entire game. And that's where the defensive front did their jobs very well to allow those linebackers to fill those gaps the proper way.
Now, I wanted to give a shout out to kind of Overshown and Jordan Lewis here. Shout out to open field tackling from this defense. Man, like I know tackling in general is obviously very, very, very important, but it's the open field tackles that feel like they can burn you. Because what do you hear for every player that's a threat with the ball? Get them in open space, and they're like, hey, they'll dispatch of their one-on-one matchup. I saw multiple open field tackles from Jordan Lewis, multiple open field tackles from Overshown that I thought were tremendous.
That slot defender spot, so difficult to play because the wide receivers that usually they put there are shifty, fast guys that can turn either direction and get there fast. And Jordan Lewis has that. But the other thing that Jordan Lewis realizes is you're playing in the middle of the field. You're playing where the tight ends are going to be. You're playing where the running backs are going to be. You can't olay things. And Jordan Lewis is not the kind of guy that you've ever seen in his history to make business decisions. He puts his nose in there and makes the play. I love what I saw from him yesterday too, Kevin. And he's our guy. You know, like we had him out in Oxnard, had a great conversation with him. And I was very, very happy with the way that he played his game yesterday.
From the 214, this is kind of a roundabout Dallas Cowboys thank you note. Thank you to Cleveland for giving away all those draft picks and spending $250 million on some dude from Houston.
Mm-hmm.
Look, we just had Richard Sherman on, and he said Deshaun Watson is a good friend of his, and he can't quite figure out what's happened either.
From the 817, thank you, Cavante Turpin, for finally showing me why you're on this team. Sheesh, that was fun to watch. Look, man, we've seen so many moments with Turpin where it almost happened.
Yeah.
Where he just turned this way, and that's a touchdown. He finally got that big one. That was really nice to see. But, man, go back and look at that, too. Look at the blocking. Mukwamu. You got Deuce Vaughn. You got all these guys creating that space for him to get that. And then I love that Turpin, Kevin, in the middle of that play, has the mind to be telling guys, hey, hey, don't worry. Hey, got that guy right there. Yeah. He's telling guys to go do that stuff.
Can I tell you, even while he was pointing that out, I thought he pointed out the right blocks. I still didn't think he was going to make it, because I thought it was going to converge at him about the 7-ish yard line and not work out. But he got it. Or, you know what, maybe a defender gave up. I don't know. But the point is, he got the touchdown, and you're right. That was freaking awesome.
Somebody said, hey, can you guys comment on how this is a thank you note, how good the Cowboys are at picking corners like Carson? You saw Diggs get another interception.
Yep.
B, what are the numbers for Amari Cooper? Was it 2 catches for 16 yards in this game?
And he did drop what would have been a touchdown pass when the game was over.
Yeah.
Like, make no mistake about it. Everyone was just going through the motions at that point.
But yeah, I mean, they held their best receiver, who everybody wishes was still here, I guess.
You know how many times he got targeted? 9.
9?
And he had 2 catches.
That's impressive to me that group, that cornerback group, and the safeties, that Malik Hooker was and Donovan Wilson, man, they put hits on people, and that's the fun part of football right there.
I want to give a thank you note to. Can I have 2 thank you notes? I want to give a thank you note to Donovan Wilson and to DeMarcus Lawrence. All right. For 2 specific things that they did.
You willing to call him Tank again?
Hell yeah.
Okay, all right.
That's a good point, man. You know who calls him Tank this morning? Deshaun Watson. That's who. But Donovan Wilson, he annihilated Jerry Jeudy right before halftime. And if you look at that carryover, like, obviously you were in a position where Cleveland, they had the ball. They were going to get the ball first to start the second half. You shut it down. And then on the first drive of the second half, DeMarcus Lawrence crushes that first Browns drive of the second half with a sack. And that has to be really, really psychologically debilitating when you're thinking, and even Tom Brady's like, they sure need to get something going here. And not only do they not, they go backwards in the first drive of the second half. That right there, the game was over.
I think Broadus would like to thank the referees for proving him right. He said that he was concerned about the referees and them throwing some flags in that game. I think
did have a lot of flags.
But Kevin, did Ezekiel Elliott intentionally jump over the defender on that first play of the game to be like, guys, I am still nimble? Look, man, he wasn't great. In short yardage, he gets the touchdown. That felt pretty good about that. He's still, you can see, he's not the shifty same guy that he used to be. But on that first play, it did look like he was trying to shut up all the haters out there by just saying, I'm going to hurdle this guy and make something happen.
It worked because I believe in this specific instance, I would be classified as a hater.
Okay, all right.
Mickey Spagnola agreed on Friday when it comes to the Ezekiel Elliott
Mickey Spagnola poured himself a bourbon on that one. Yeah.
He did. I thought that was really impressive. Now, this is a side question. Can we cram a tiny NFL overreaction or reality into this real quick? Sure. Regardless of the outcome, if they leap over the person, overreaction or reality, you are impressed by the football player who can jump over another human.
Yes.
I realize sometimes they'll jump and then they'll get leveled by the next person, but I'm like, I don't know. It's still pretty cool that they jumped over that guy.
Once you have left your feet in like that, you put a lot of risk in there. You know, there's a lot of risk at play, but you do, if you get it and you land it, you're like, that was a huge moment. And the guy that got hurdled is sitting there going, oh man, I just saw the underside of your body. That is not good for me right now.
It's a great
Go ahead and mark
point
that one for Friday. There, Chris Strong. Really appreciate that.
Didn't anticipate.
I would also like to thank the rookies. After a pretty interesting offseason where we were kind of concerned, I was pretty happy with the first game for those 2 guys. Seemed like BB had pretty clean snaps throughout the game. There were multiple times I saw him get to the second level. I saw him be strong. And Kevin, here's the other thing too. On that play, I'm going to just compare this. On the play where Overshown sacks Deshaun Watson, go back and watch how much push the defensive line gets on the collapsing the pocket.
Yeah.
Because they push it back about 5 yards. And that's why Deshaun Watson had to bail, because his pocket was gone. Go back and look at how many times BB and that offensive line held up straight, and the Browns defensive line wasn't pushing them back. That's a positive right there. So I'm not saying they were perfect by any means, but it was good to see them handle that defensive front and that defensive unit the way that they did. Congratulations to the rookies there.
From the 817, they said their thank you note goes to Zeke. 10 carries for 40 yards, 4 yards per carry. And if he gives us that between 10 to 15 carries a game, that would be great. That was the exact number. I said 4 yards per carry is what we need. And he did score the touchdown. So
I like 4.5 or 5. Or maybe 6.
I mean, sure.
Or CeeDee Lamb, I thought, had 10 at one point, but I know that changed throughout the game.
It just maybe feels real unrealistic. But
Okay,
yes,
fine.
I would agree with that. And you talked about it. Shout out to the defense. In the first half, the Browns went 0 for 6 on third down. Now, they only had 1 first down, but if you're shutting people out on third down, you're going to win that game. Either that or you're going up against the most efficient offense in history and they just convert every time on first or second down. But odds are far more likely that if you're shutting a team down like that on third down, you're probably winning that game.
Yeah, that's pretty nice to add that to it. Let's go ahead and give a thank you note also to Brandon Cooks. Brandon Cooks
touchdown catch.
Gets that touchdown. I know that text came in just a few minutes ago, but again, that pass from Dak Prescott, he puts it up in the air, it floats. Brandon Cooks makes a fantastic move.
He did.
On his break to lose the defender, be wide open, and get the Cowboys up early.
Absolutely. I agree with that. I thought that whole play was magical, the way it went down. I say thank you to Dak for seeing it, knowing the blitz was coming, knowing one person was going to be uncovered, but also that they had the opportunity for Cooks to break off. And he fired it up there before you were sure. And then you saw the way it played out. It was perfect. Thank you note to Micah Parsons for ruining the final drive of the first quarter for Cleveland. He almost had a sack earlier in the drive, and then he got it on third down to force the punt. You know the play I'm talking about where he had Deshaun almost wrapped up, but he was so excited that he kind of overshot him.
Yeah.
And then he got the sack after that to squash that drive.
And there were multiple times. I mean, he even said with his in Tom Brady's LFG discussion, which wasn't that great. He even said he's difficult to bring down, you saw. And Kevin, that was one of the reasons that when he was in Houston, we were like, this dude's a magician. Every time you thought you had Deshaun Watson, he'd spin out of it or he'd find a way out of it and he'd be trying. And you were like, if he just had a line that could block for him, that's what you were always thinking. And then you understand his offensive line wasn't great yesterday. And I know a lot of people want to make comments about, oh yeah, they're tackles. I get it. They're not the premium tackles you want. They were there last year. They were starting for that team last year and they had a pretty good record. So, man, Deshaun Watson still elusive, but he was, I don't know if it was mental and he's like, these Cowboys won't leave me alone. I can't get my passes off. I don't know where it was, but he didn't look like he belonged on that field yesterday. Oh, wow. Somebody literally just texted, Watson looked like he doesn't even belong on the field anymore. Thank you.
He made a pass that was caught by CeeDee Lamb on the sideline. And CeeDee Lamb's 8 yards off of the out-of-bounds line.
CeeDee Lamb was like, I'll catch anything, dude. Just throw my way.
For the 214, thank you to Brandon Aubrey for getting my hopes up for a 71-yard field goal attempt after crushing the 66-yard field goal. I was so hyped. We have long on this show been proponents of skip the Hail Mary, kick the super long field goal. And I realize they blew the whistle. You're about 1 second too late. But when Brandon Aubrey made that 66-yarder and the fans popped and they're like, oh, delay of game, I thought, give him another shot. And then Brady brought up, maybe you can get a hard count and get those 5 yards back. And I thought, well, if it gets back to 66 yards, you better kick that field goal again. I don't usually get this hyped up for the special teams aspect of it, but man, Brandon Aubrey is a show.
You know how Mike says that the Cardinals fans will cheer you if you make a good play?
Yes.
I felt that was the way the Browns were yesterday because their team was so bad. They were like, let's just cheer for good football things. And so I thought there was a little pop for Aubrey on that.
Yes.
But did you hear how I think Brady did say it, or maybe it was Burkhardt, how sarcastic they were whenever he made his completion?
Let's talk about that because I think the broadcasters made an error on that.
Oh,
I'm really glad that you brought that up. They were too quick to call sarcastic applause. So if you watch that play, everybody think back. Maybe you're listening to it right here on 105.3 The Fan. Excellent decision as well. But you think back to that play, fans clap, but once the receiver gets up and comes back toward the field, then you really get the next wave of applause that felt sarcastic. It felt like they clapped because he made a play, but then after that, they really laid it on. And I felt like that was the sarcastic part of the applause. I definitely noticed that yesterday as well. And from the 817, Honestly, I thought they got the delay of game on purpose so they could set the record at 71 yards. I would have just held the snap back a yard. Yeah. But, I hear what Steven's saying. You don't want to necessarily kick it from there. If you're ahead by 20 points, I want to see it. I don't care if it ends up getting returned for a touchdown, Auburn style. I want to see Brandon Aubrey get an opportunity to have the field goal record this year. I do.
Okay, I do too, man. But I don't want it to just be 1 yard more. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I want it to be 10 yards more.
Surprised you didn't say 3 yards more.
Okay, 3's fine. I see what you're doing there, because 66 plus 3 is what Kevin's doing. You are such a teenager, dude. Come on.
I've read the Reddit. I understand the critiques of the show.
By the way, I did want to, John Machota has tweeted some things regarding our interview with Stephen Jones. And that line of, only the people involved know the dynamics. But yes, that's what it took. It had to be. So I guess thank you to the Joneses for taking all this damn time to get that Dak contract signed and all taken care of. Because Kevin, he didn't have time to do too much, go out and drink and celebrate or anything. He was like, well, I guess I got a game here in a little bit. He was getting some massages, and then he got to go play his game.
Man.
He said he was getting some body work done, and Zeke was in the room with him. So that's what I heard when I listened to the post-game show right here on 105.3 The Fan.
From the 214, where's AM on the FM? Fair question. Chris Strong is here right now. Medford will be back tomorrow. We'll have AM on the FM happening in this spot, but instead, you get Wanker of the Weekend. 877-881-1053. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? And I didn't think that this would have to happen, but let's go to the Paralympics.
Oh, okay.
This story is very disappointing. All right, so one of the Paralympian events is they have a race for folks that are visually impaired.
Gotcha.
So Elena Kongost briefly let go of her rope after her guide cramped up in the final stages of the race. No. So her guide was suffering from cramps. She let go of the rope, got third place in the bronze medal, and then the Paralympic Committee has stripped her of the third place bronze medal. I guess I could have just said bronze medal, because she let go of the rope out of concern for her guide. What are we doing?
Well, Kevin, is that the rule?
Oh my God. Are you going to be big rule right here?
I'm not going to overreact and be all upset if the rule is the rule.
All right.
Because
No. Leave it there. Here's a quote from Kongost. Now I want you to remember what you just said. Quote, I would like everyone to know that I have not been disqualified for cheating.
That's true.
But rather I've been disqualified for being a person. And for an instinct that comes to you when someone is falling and they need your support. Corey, your thoughts.
Did you stop, turn around, and go help them, or did you keep running?
Man.
So that human needed your support. Why didn't you go help them, get them a banana or something? Look, man, I'm dead serious on this. Kevin, this is Randy Gregory. I could be like, look, I don't think that pot in the league is that big of a deal. However, the rule is the rule. When a kid comes home and he gets, in trouble for something in class, what's the rule? If the rule is that way, then let's argue the rule.
She tried to catch the person who was falling.
That's all. That's awesome. Hold on. She let go of the rope and still finished the race.
To catch the person who was falling. All right. You know what? I'm going to go back to Kongost again for another quote, because I'm not winning Corey over
How
with
did
this.
She finish third while also catching
because she's
that person?
good. Quote, it's not for cheating. It's not for dragging down an athlete.
And I love that.
I am left with nothing.
Oh.
I can't find any explanation for it, and it seems so unfair and so surreal, really. Corey, your thoughts?
Sorry about that. You're left with nothing?
Yeah. She went to this to win a medal.
Maybe another chance next time. Unless you can.
It's up to you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you got. That's all I wanted. I wanted you.
But if you were to step out of the lane, what's going to happen if you step out of the lane? You get a violation, right?
Don't you think there should be a rule, though? You
What
stepped
happens when
out
you
of the
knock
lane
over a hurdle?
because somebody was falling in another lane and you caught them?
I saw Cool Runnings. What happened? All those guys got disqualified.
Based on a
then
real,
they had to be bobsledders.
I know it's based on a real story. I don't know.
That one
all
dude
of the
tripped, and then Boris was really ticked off at him, and he never would let it go until they got in a fight in that country bar. Okay. It's such a good movie.
It is.
We all should watch it this weekend.
Okay, I'll see what I can
as
do.
the cooler weather is getting here.
Now, is the wanker of the weekend DirecTV or is it Disney? By the way, DirecTV, they continue to update their messaging on the channels that are blacked out. This morning, because I always check to see if ESPN and all that is back. This morning
I
it
didn't
said...
even notice we don't have ESPN on in here.
Yes.
On our DirecTV TVs.
This morning it said Disney and ESPN are trying to prevent you from watching Monday Night Football by not negotiating in good faith. DirecTV has filed an FCC complaint accusing Disney of a bad faith negotiation and not actually trying to figure out a deal.
Oh, wow. Well, if they have proof of it, then that'll be helpful to them. Otherwise, it could be held up in litigation for quite some time.
Yeah.
Kevin, I will tell you this. I texted you guys about this. I went to cancel Fubo this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, I actually had YouTube TV all the way up to confirm. And then I went to Fubo and I started hitting cancel.
Yeah.
I'm canceling my subscription. And right when I got to the last one, they said, are you sure? And I was like, yep, I'm sure. Hit it. Next screen, we're going to knock that down to half price for you. And I was like, what did you just say? So thank you, Fubo, because you kept my business.
Something I want everyone...
I didn't even have to talk to a real person.
Yes, that's the biggest win. If you have your conviction that you're willing to leave that service, you can get a discount, especially if you talk to a person. Now, Hulu will do this too, and they're like, are you really sure you want to go? Why are all the reasons that you're going? And then they're like, what if we gave it to you for half price for a couple months? They don't want to lose your business on that automated system. But if you talk to a human, they will go out of their way not to lose your business. But you just need to believe that you're ready to leave. Because if they can sense that, like when we almost left DirecTV, we already had $40 off per month. And then they jacked up the prices again and like, nah, this time I'm really done. And they're like, no, hold on.
Are you sure?
Because they could tell I believed. And they're like, what if we give you an extra $30 off for an entire year, per month for an entire year? And I was like, okay. Deal.
From the 817, thanks, Corey. Fake canceling my Fubo today. I'm telling you.
It's not a bad idea.
If you don't, I think it's Pro. I didn't have Pro. Now, here's the deal, though. I will add this. As I looked at the itemized part of my bill, I saw a regional sports fee. And I was like, oh. And it's like $44 for the quarter. Okay. And I was like, I don't want Bally anymore. I'm moving on from that. Let me go cancel it. It wouldn't let me. It's included in the package that I have, so I have to have it. So that's just the way it is.
That is part of the deal, unfortunately.
And now, as the 817 said, I can afford more tables. That's correct. I just need more space for the tables.
Now, this one hurts my feelings a little bit, mostly because it's probably fair. The wanker of the weekend from the 214 is Texas A&M for somehow making their loss to Notre Dame look far worse than it was. They didn't make... I mean... It does look worse now.
Why?
It really, really does. Because Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois, who had never had a win over a top 10 team in the history of their football program.
But what did A&M do?
I mean, they beat McNeese State, which is great. But the point is, they got worked at home by a team that then lost to Northern Illinois.
Dude, that Notre Dame team, they... I did get Red Zone included also. I still have Red Zone. That Notre Dame team was ready. Did you see their coach before that game going after A&M fans? He wanted his team to know. Kevin, I'm sorry that happened. He also probably let them down the next week going, hey, Northern Illinois is just a chump that we're going out there against. Instead of bringing the same type of energy he brought to the run out there.
Really wish that he would have said A&M is a chump team that we get to play and that we're going to bury Northern Illinois, because maybe things could have been different, but they most definitely were not different. Now, this is a tough one, but I think it's fair. Are the Carolina Panthers the wanker of the weekend for really asserting their dominance as the worst team in the league?
They are terrible. They are the worst thing I've ever seen play football.
Oh.
And the Giants.
Listen,
man.
That's a good point.
There were just so many times, and now I don't think I know Mike's had the take on his height and everything. He does not look good at all. He doesn't look like he knows what he's supposed to do whenever the ball's in his hand, snapped to him. And then he doesn't look like his throws are confident. Their defense looks bad. Their punting looks bad. Their kicking, just all of it is bad. They don't have the right talent, and it's going to take a lot more for that team to say we're going to actually be a better team. It looks poor, man. And now I'm very curious what the Saints actually are. If it was the Saints are that good and that's why, or if they were like, this opponent is just garbage. And because the Saints coming, the matchup you have this week, that's going to be a tough one. We'll get to it later on in the week, but the Panthers just looked bad, man.
From the 916, I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. You're right. I called Comcast and tried to renegotiate my monthly rate. They said no. I canceled, and then they offered $10 a month, but I told off a month. But then I told them to stuff it because I had already switched, so you should have offered that to start. Fact! This is at least my second, if not third, go-around with DirecTV. One of the times I canceled, I had the courage of my convictions, and I was like, nope, cancel. And then, 2 weeks after that, I got a phone call. It was like, hey, we're going to offer you all that stuff that you already wanted. And I was like, guess what?
But no.
I'm not sitting around with no TV for 2 weeks. I've moved on with my life. And honey, so should you.
Yeah.
And so that's how we ended that conversation.
Honey?
I didn't really say that.
So who'd you say that to?
Some guy.
Oh.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
What's more offensive? Sweetheart or baby doll? If you're going to
If you're not in a relationship with that person,
let's say you're at work one day and somebody brings you a stack of papers and you're like, look, sweetheart, or look, baby doll. Which one's more offensive?
My initial thought is sweetheart, but they both feel very problematic and you should not say them. Even I feel like if you're married, I don't know, you should say
I asked
that.
Adrian and she was like, ooh, gross, both of them. And I was like, no, you have to pick one. And she said, I won't. They're both the worst. So don't say them, guys.
I love Adrian, but I don't like that answer. It's a hypothetical question. Have fun with the game.
Yeah.
I don't like either option. That's the point of most hypothetical questions. The outcome is either great for both or terrible for both. Play along and have fun. With the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We will get into some awkward audio, and Eric Chiafalo will join us next on The Fan.
The boys welcome New Orleans this week. Our fan coverage starts at 9 Sunday morning.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Really appreciate that. We are bringing in a special ghost in for the C Block. Yep. It is the ghost of Eric Chiafalo, ladies and gentlemen. Eric, welcome to the show, and thank you for hopping in with us today.
Hello, thank you. Yes, I could not be the GOAT after what happened yesterday.
Okay.
So that was definitely a mistake by you right now.
So my father-in-law, he was driving up from the hill country and listening to you guys all the way up.
Oh no,
and he
I'm
pretty
so
much
sorry.
he loves it. And when he got to the house, he goes, "Hey, who's the guy on the pregame show?" And I went, "Broadus." It was just Broadus is the first person I think of.
That's the guy.
Yeah, it is. He's Super Bowl champ. And he said, no, the other guy, Eric. And I said, oh, Chiafalo. And he was like, I could never get his last name right, but Eric Chiafalo. He goes, he had a funny moment. And I said, well, Eric's a funny guy. And he goes, no,
not funny, haha.
Not like intentionally funny.
No.
And then he tried to explain it all. And I said, I have to go find this audio. Yeah. Well, the morning show got a hold of it before I did, Eric. And do you want to explain a little more beforehand of what was going through your mind?
I don't want to be. I don't want to crank up the excuse machine. You know, I mean, it was week 1 and I didn't come to play. Let's just be honest about that. Okay. And this is not the C block. This is the Eat S block is what this is, because that's what I did yesterday.
All right.
So I just need to take it. But shout out to Peyton Russell, who gave me one hell of an intro this morning when he teed up the audio. Wow.
Yes, he did.
Eviscerating me.
Yeah, he went after you.
We might play that one on the air.
Okay.
Maybe I have to punch back. I don't know.
I like this. I like punching back amongst shows. Here is Eric Chiafalo interviewing Erin Andrews, and she's talking about the package she did for the pregame show.
It's Erin Andrews, ladies and gentlemen. Andrew, happy game day to you. I guess
right
besides C, right? I mean, right there.
You called Erin Andrews Andrew. Not even Andrews.
Right, not even Andrews. Neither one would have made sense. The funny part about that is I didn't even know in the moment that I made that mistake. At this point, I think I'm getting this plane off the ground beautifully. We are soaring into the heavens and welcoming Erin Andrews appropriately on the program.
All right.
Andrew, happy game day to you. I guess besides CD there on that cut, we can now include Dak, right?
We actually thought Dak was going to sign that contract the day after our interview. We did it, I think, on a Tuesday, and we thought that's when it was going to happen. But regardless, for him and his sweet little family, so glad it got done, and happy for Cowboys fans too.
Yes, absolutely. So is that something we can expect today on the Fox pregame show? You're sitting down with Dak?
Well, it already happened. The Fox pregame show, yeah.
Well, okay.
It happened at noon.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I was
Hold
thinking,
on, pause it. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
It's tough to scramble at that point.
Pause it. It's tougher to scramble when the person you're trying to get flips you off along the way. Because not only did she say it already happened, she goes, it happened back at noon. Yeah. And so she really felt like she was like, I'm going to also twist the knife.
Yeah. I was like, oh, no. Now I'm disrespecting her work to some extent.
And you
know
can't
what I mean?
just be quiet at that moment and be like, notes, what do I do? You got to say something.
You got to say something. And so I was just like, okay. Just absolutely leaking confidence all over the studio floor. All right.
Well, it already happened. The Fox pregame show, yeah.
Well, okay.
It happened at noon.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I was thinking before the Cowboys kickoff, but that's my apologies.
No worries. So you weren't watching, but that's okay.
Oh, my God.
Obviously, Andrew.
Well, thanks a lot, Andrew. Thanks for jumping on with us, pal.
Glad you connected those dots, Andrew.
So now,
oh my God, this is already horrible.
You've talked with Erin Andrews before, right? Is that the first time?
This was, I believe, this was the second time for me.
Okay. All right. First time, did you kind of get past it's Erin Andrews?
Obviously not, okay. Corey. I mean, look at you connecting dots over here like Andrew.
You kind of wish it was the first time and this interview would have been over really quickly.
Yeah, she would have just been
like, sorry, we'll do better next time.
Yes, well, and then you listen to Broadus too. Like, he's not, you can hear him like sniffling laughter. He's not there to help me, that's for sure. He's not having his teammates back in this moment. You know, I mean, you can multitask with the best of them, but I'm here doing radio, watching television. I can't do the same things. We're not all as talented as Erin Andrews. So, What's the vibe around this football team right now?
I think the vibe is just, excited. It's week 1. Everybody's undefeated, right? Everybody's talking about Super Bowls except for the Kansas City Chiefs. That was from their pregame show. I don't know if you got a chance to watch that as well, but I don't know if you watch pregame shows.
Well, Aaron, you're the best in the business. We appreciate the time as always. And in this commercial break, we're going to go listen to that pregame Dak interview you had. So we can't wait
the
heck? Sorry about that, Aaron. You're the best, though. We appreciate it. Aaron Andrews, ladies and gentlemen. Holy smokes, could that have gone worse to start?
I do love Broadus going, this is your bed. You made it. Let's see how you figure it out. That's a good teammate right there. I actually like that because he's taking the spotlight and shining it on. And he's saying, let's see how funny this thing can actually get.
I'm sorry, buddy.
I think this is positive for you, though. I think this is a positive
She'll remember you now.
Because it's only up from
if
here
we see her
for
at
the
the
rest of the
Super
season.
Bowl in New Orleans, and I don't know, is Fox doing that? Yeah, Fox is doing that.
they are
When we
doing
see her at the Super Bowl in New Orleans, you can walk up at the media party. I'll be sober this time. And you can say, hey, I'm the guy that couldn't get anything right in that Cowboys pregame to open the season.
Or you could wear a shirt that says, sorry, Aaron, I don't watch pregame shows.
Yes!
And then she'd be like, I remember you.
Yes!
Sorry, Andrew, I don't watch pregame shows.
Exactly.
Then y'all have a sit down with her on Radio Row because she remembers you.
It's my own Tosh.0 web redemption at the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
That's exactly what is in store. That would be great. You guys are painting a nice picture right now. I appreciate that. I was miserable yesterday.
Sorry.
That happened in the second segment of the show. Yeah. So now it's like,
oh man, you got to recover.
Yeah, exactly. You're the corner who has to have a short-term memory after you just got burnt toast. Yeah. You got 3 more quarters to play, bro.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It was a tough deal. I feel really, really bad about it. And then I started to lash out, And
did you double down on your did you double down on all of it? No, her name actually is Andrew.
Yeah, it was Andrew. Yeah, she was Andrew the rest of the show.
Yeah, I was talking with Andrew earlier about not watching her work. She seemed displeased.
Now that was an awkward moment, and if you don't mind sticking around for this is some audio I heard from Michael Kay and John Flaherty during the Yes broadcast of the Yankees and Cubs. And this was as awkward as it gets when it comes to on-air discussions.
So I was driving here. I was thinking it'd be great to get a place that's close. You can walk back and forth. I know you mentioned Don Zimmer living out in the apartments out in center field. But I just had a lot of time to think on the team bus today because it was just very quiet.
So you'd rather me be chatty. I wasn't feeling great.
I haven't seen you in a long time, right? You don't work road trips anymore when I'm on the road. So I thought we would catch up, but it quickly was evident that you weren't in the mood. So I gathered my thoughts about how it would be nice to live close to Wrigley, walk back and forth to the park.
Interesting narrative that you're putting together, because I've been told by executives that you prefer to work with Ruocco. That's why you two guys are matched up all the time.
It's got real.
That's just what I heard. I don't know if there's any truth to it.
I just put it together that the road trips you don't want to go on, that I end up working with Ryan Ruocco because we're willing to work the games on the road.
Ground ball to short.
Oh, my God. All right. Hold up. Pause it real quick, Corey. Pause it. I'm sorry, just real quick. And we could step back just a couple of seconds. That is something that oddly makes me feel more uncomfortable when there's a break in the argument to do the regular part of your job. And you're like, oh, ground ball right there. Now back to why I'm upset about
Nick Cassiano's
you. Yeah,
exactly.
You had to do the job. You had to get that out there.
Oh my gosh.
So the idea is they were on the bus heading over to the stadium together, and one of them wouldn't talk to the other because he just doesn't want to be. It didn't feel good, I guess. And then it turns out the executives have told him some stuff behind his back, and now they don't even want to work together. Here's more of this audio.
That's just what I heard. I don't know if there's any truth to it.
I just put it together that the road trips you don't want to go on, that I end up working with Ryan Ruocco because we're willing to work the games on the road.
Ground ball to short. Swanson. Listen, John, I don't pick out my schedule. I go where I'm told.
Somebody say something!
I'll be very chatty tomorrow.
No, I just want to make sure that you're okay. I'm a little worried about you.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
The tension whenever there's two hosts or whatever on the show.
That was the most pregnant pause of all time.
And this Soto's at the plate. and nobody's saying a word because these two have feuded. It spilled over to on air. The listeners are just sitting there going, "What is happening right now? This is great."
Very personal.
The very passive aggressive. I just want to make sure you're okay, right there, and then just. Nothing, man.
I did love his recovery after the guy punched back with, "I know the secrets from the top here that you like working with the other guy more than me." And he's like, oh, hey, well, he actually likes to come on the. It's just because he likes to come on the road. You don't want to come on the road.
Yeah,
That's
you don't
it.
work road games, and that's on you.
Holy moly!
How'd you get so lucky that you don't have to work the road games? But here we are, busting our ass while we're on the road.
I'll be very chatty tomorrow.
Very catty tomorrow. Is that what he said?
My God. This is all on air, man.
Yes.
This is an off-air conversation that you need to have.
That is incredible.
Yeah, I just the two pieces of awkward audio. I had that one planned. I couldn't have planned the Eric Chiafalo audio though. That one I was like, well, I'll just throw these two together and we can have some fun awkward audio.
Does it make you feel any better if I think for sure the Yankees one is more cringe-inducing than yours?
Yes, absolutely. That does make me feel a lot better. Yeah. I would actually have to agree.
Yeah, for sure.
Those two might never recover from this. We just gave you a plan that you can recover from. Like, you're going to be fine.
It's going to be redemption time at the Super Bowl, and who knows? She'll probably stiff arm me at that point as well. But I'm going to go into it with more positive vibes than that.
While you're here, we're going to wrap this thing up. This is a note that I saw on the Cowboys notes that I wanted to bring up, and it's about another Eric Kendricks. How'd you think everything went with him? And you guys have him on the Players Show.
Yes.
Has he already delivered on the Players Show?
He's already delivered. It started in training camp with you guys, and he has carried that on into the G-Bag Nation. Thursdays at 5:20 during the Expressway. We'll be getting the lowdown from EK. And I'm excited. Generally speaking, you guys know the old adage, like if you have two Erics, you really have zero.
Okay.
But we proved after that first interview, like that's not the case.
Do you think you should play that Aaron Andrews audio for him to get his breakdown of how it all went so terribly wrong? Hey, Andrew, how's it popping?
I actually kind of like that idea. Like grade just how bad this is. Where could I have gone better? Because I think Kendricks wants to be a broadcaster guy.
Oh, it makes sense.
Like this is the hazards of the job. Just be careful what you sign up for, bro.
It could blow up in your face very easily. Kendricks had 2 sacks, and that's tied for the second most in his career in one game. The last time he had 2+ sacks was 2016 at Green Bay while playing for Mike Zimmer against Mike McCarthy. I just thought that was a really cool little note that both of those guys were there, and he had one of his best games to open the Cowboys season and introduce him to all the Cowboys fans.
He was fantastic. Overshone was fantastic. The instincts on both those guys are amazing. The athleticism on Overshone is ridiculous. Kendricks, you don't think of as like a fast player, but with how smart he is, he's just everywhere all the time. And you're like, okay, this is wonderful. It just feels like while everything's healthy right now, it's a match made in heaven in the front seven. And Zimmer's just like, okay, who do I want to make a play next? Because I got something for everybody here. And it all starts with Micah's dominance, and the trickle effect of that is just through the roof.
Yeah, the vision on Kendricks really showed for me on the interception, because that's a play that we're not used to seeing from Micah. Him putting his hands up. Usually Micah's like, I'm getting the sack. But he was like, I'm too far away. This is the only other play. Get my hands up. But Kendricks is right there. You know, the ball goes up in the air. His vision on that was great. Thank you very much, Chiafalo, for hopping in with us today. I know you got 5 hours of radio you got to get to.
Yes, sir.
Good luck to you on that today. We'll talk with you in Crosstalk.
Love you guys. I'll see you guys in Crosstalk. How about that?
Love you too, buddy.
I'm looking forward to it, Andrew. See you later. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go around the NFC East. Do it next on your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC? Delicious! Spend your lunchtime commercial-free. Afternoons beginning at 12:20 on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Coors Light 22-ounce drafts for just $4. Miller Lite, the only beer of the Dallas Cowboys. Please drink responsibly.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3rd and 11, Cleveland. Watson back to throw. Parsons is chasing him out. And down he goes. Lawrence got there first. And Lawrence has had a phenomenal game.
Agreed. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to go around the NFC East in just a second, but I have a variety of notes for you. Matt Eberflus told reporters that Rome Odunze is going to get an MRI on his knee. So concerns there. We'll see how it plays out.
And it looked like in that game for a minute that Keenan Allen was hurt. Yes. He was in the end zone and just missed on a play, and I was like, oh, no. But he got back out on the field.
And then something to watch for tonight. The Jets and the 49ers, much anticipated Monday Night Football game. Since 2014, in Aaron Rodgers' last 10 Monday starts, he has 23 touchdowns versus 3 interceptions with a 10-0 record.
Wow.
So if he stays healthy and plays the game, history says that he should have quite the dominant performance. We'll see if it plays out like that.
But nobody will be able to see it if they have DirecTV. Is that right? Is that how it goes?
I have other avenues to watch the game. But
oh, yeah.
Yes.
You got some dark web stuff, huh?
No, not the dark web. I honestly...
You know where we can get some kidneys,
I
Kevin?
don't even really know what the dark web is or how to access it. I hear about it, but if somebody is like, get onto the dark web, I'd be like, I don't know.
I think what you do is you type in website.com/dark, and then it goes to the dark web. I think that's how it works.
I don't know if that's factually accurate, but I don't know that it's not. So here we go. All right. You ready to go around the NFC East?
Yeah.
Always choose your own adventure. Would you like the Commanders, the Giants, the Eagles, or the Cowboys?
I'm gonna start off with the worst team in the division this time, Kevin, and go with the Giants.
The Giants are so bad. This is where you guys say, how bad are they?
How bad are they?
They're so bad. They made Sam Darnold look like Johnny Unitas out there. Sam Darnold started the game 12 of 12 against the Giants. That is the most consecutive completions to start a game in his NFL career. It was also the first time Sam Darnold started and won a game for his team in 2 years.
And he finished the game 19 of 24. Okay, that is they were bad. And the question is, do you get a good understanding of whether or not your team's good if you play an opponent that bad? And
yeah, that's fair.
I don't know if Sam Darnold is the answer there, but they had a very easy, clean game because the Giants don't have talent on their team.
Well, and since he signed his deal, we'll dive back into this tomorrow as well. Daniel Jones has more pick sixes than he does touchdown passes.
Wow.
So I guess technically those are all touchdown passes, just not all for his team.
Here's the other thing too, Kevin. He, Brian Dable, who I called Dabes for a little bit.
Yeah.
But the deal was if they lose, no more Dabes. If they win, we can call him Dabes. He's tied himself to Daniel Jones, and he's tied to Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Like he said, there was never a moment of thinking about taking him out of the game. And here you are, like your job is on the line because you got handed a crap quarterback and you've never been able to replace him since then. And then y'all re-signed him. Now, I don't know how much he had to do with, hey, yeah, let's go ahead and re-sign this guy. But, man, you have a bad situation. This is probably going to be it for you. Now, down the road, does that help you if you get another job and you have another quarterback that's struggling and you're like, look, I'm here with you. And will he trust you? Maybe that'll help because you planted that seed already. But it's going to cost him this job with the Giants.
Now, let's stick with the Giants because there are so many reasons things are going poorly for them. So once again, going with the Giants, they had 87 yards of offense in the first half, which is actually more than the Cleveland Browns. We'll get back around to that in a second. But Daniel Jones threw 2 interceptions, including a pick six, and came up empty-handed on 2 second-half trips to the red zone. Let's talk about that pick six. the awesomely named Andrew Van Ginkel returned that pick six in 1.16 seconds. That's the fastest interception since week 13 of last year, when Andrew Van Ginkel also did it, this time against Sam Howell.
Yeah, that dude can fly, for one. He's one of those guys that he's like a perennial backup edge rusher kind of guy, linebacker. And he was on the Miami Dolphins last year, and I got to see him do that thing. I think his nickname was Gink, and I was like, that's weird. That was a weird nickname, but I guess that is his last name. But he's an interesting character. Fast dude, though, man. Fast dude.
He really is. All right, do you want to move?
And locks of hair that just, fly behind him as he's running.
Do you want to move to the Commanders, the Eagles, or the Cowboys?
Let's go to the Commanders now.
The Commanders, they lost.
They weren't great.
No, they weren't great. Now, Jaden Daniels scored his first touchdown. He had a rushing touchdown, so huzzah to them. And what do you think to this philosophy from Jaden Daniels? Quote, once that ball is snapped, all that pressure and anxiety goes away and you're playing football. It's the same game I've been playing since I was a kid. Even though the stakes are higher, I still revert back to the time where I was 7 years old playing against my friends.
Okay, I like that. Is that what you were asking if I like that? Yeah.
I also want to know if that's an indication of what he thought about some of the talent level.
Oh, they're 7-year-olds out in the field?
I wasn't sure. Just asking asking the question.
17 yards, 2 catches for Terry McLaurin. That's his number one guy.
Yeah.
He's going to have to connect with them more often. I know Eckler and Robinson had days, for what it's worth. But more importantly for Washington, as good as Dan Quinn was at getting the defense turned around here, they have good players in the middle. Bobby Wagner's talented, Payne, Allen, good players. But their secondary is still Swiss cheese, man. You're going to throw on them all day, and that's why Baker Mayfield, did he have 4 touchdowns yesterday against them? Baker Mayfield looked very, very composed back there doing his thing. So until Dan Quinn fixes that secondary, that team's just going to they're going to be chasing from behind all the time.
It's time to move to the Eagles or the Cowboys. Who do you pick?
Let's go Eagles then. We'll get to Cowboys last.
Oh, my gosh. All right. Is this concerning? The Eagles had an interception at their own 5-yard line, a fumble at their own 20, an interception in the end zone. So 3 big turnovers, and they still scored 34 points and won the game.
Wow. That's impressive.
It is. Sure,
and terrifying at the same time.
Is that scary?
Yeah. They're a good team. Does Hurts now lead the league in interceptions? Is that how it is? Does he have the most interceptions of all?
Other people had 2 interceptions as well.
Okay, all right.
I think.
So as of Friday night, he led the league in interceptions then. Was it Cameron Magruder tweeted that out? I thought it was really funny. They are a good team. Their offense is going to be dynamic and explosive. Their defense is going to hold up too. But they're not unbeatable in this division too. They are similar to the Cowboys in that way, where they're not bulletproof. So they're going to have those moments, and Jalen Hurts is going to have moments where he looks like the best quarterback to throw a football. He's going to have moments where it looks like, what is he even doing out there?
What did you think about the performance of Zach Bound, the linebacker, Baun, if you're fancy? He had 15 tackles, 2 sacks, a couple of quarterback hits, and his takedown of Malik Willis won the game. I was going to say, is this sustainable?
Every game
not.
from here on, he should be that good.
But he was a 3rd-round pick in 2020. Could he be the Eagles', breakout player, for lack of a better term?
Absolutely, he could be. Yeah. Gross. And, what do you mean gross?
I don't want the Eagles to have breakout players.
But even they would still name a breakout player. Even if they just had one guy, they'd be like, yeah, that's our breakout
Panthers
player.
going to have a breakout player this
year?
They're
going to name one.
Okay.
They're going to have to. And they're going to be like, yeah, he had a great season. Even though it's subpar to everybody else across the league, it's subpar, but great for us because that's how bad we are.
All right. You ready for the Cowboys?
Sure. Let's get Cowboys.
All right. Let's do the Cowboys. The Browns only had 54 yards of offense in the first half. That's the fewest they've had in a game since 2016.
Wow.
And they only had 1 first down in the first half. That's the lowest for the Browns in a first half since 2005.
Okay.
So that's a hell of a start. Dallas has also won back-to-back season openers for the first time since 2012 and 2013. And perhaps even more impressive, this is the first time in, I believe, 15 years or so, the Cowboys have won their opening game against a team that wasn't the Giants.
Oh, really?
They love to play the Giants in the season opener, and they really dominate them. But against other teams, not so much.
Dude, good job today on those numbers right there.
Now, your guy, Eric Kendricks.
Yes.
You talked about it. Interception and 2 sacks. Do you know how many times that's been done in franchise history?
Once.
Twice.
By
Tommy Haynes.
Of course.
In 1987. I probably wouldn't have guessed that. And Jim Jeffcoat back in 1985.
Jim Jeffcoat one time told Kevin that he screwed everything up and he needs to mind his own business. But also told us
that is pretty much a true story.
Also told us that he read our newspaper every day.
Yes.
So that was another thing that he was like, I read all your stuff, but y'all need to stop.
So in their Cowboys debut, he's only the 3rd player to accomplish that, which I think is pretty darn cool. Also, the Cowboys started 3 rookies on Sunday, Guyton, Beebe, and Kalen Carson. The 3rd time since the NFL merger, the Cowboys have done that. It happened in 2020 with Trevon Diggs, CeeDee Lamb, and Terrence Steele. And 2002 with Roy Williams, Andre Gerard, and Antonio Bryant.
Oh, man, what a trio that was.
Indeed. You probably feels safe to say, advantage 2020 rookie class.
We'll see.
Over that 02 rookie class.
We'll have to finish the season
okay.
first, Kevin. We don't know what's going to happen.
We'll find out.
What if things get bad, I'm not saying they will. But what if things
if they
just aren't
do,
going right?
we got a lot of money invested in at least 2 of those people. Kavontae Turpin, we played the punt return earlier. 60-yard punt return for a touchdown. That was the first touchdown return of his career and the longest punt return of his career. It was also the Cowboys' first punt return for a touchdown in 7 years. The last person to do it,
Ryan Switzer.
That is correct. Against the Washington had a different name then. November 30th of 2017.
That's what you're going to call them?
They had a different name then. That name is offensive.
Okay.
So, actually, they had 2 different names since then, I guess.
Because they were just the football team
That's
at one
right.
point. Yeah.
And then before. So, it's been 2 different team names.
And a lot of people just
Washington.
call them that garbage team in D.C. for a while.
Fair.
So.
But if it's been 2 different team name changes since you had a punt return touchdown, that's a long time.
Yeah, glad we could do it.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Hopefully now you're all caught up on the NFC East. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Do it next right here on the Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Jerry Jones live at 8:30 to react to the Browns win, talk about the Dak deal, and did Aaron Rodgers survive against San Francisco? It's a Tolo Tuesday morning on the Fan.
Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel and Frankel. Look, if you or somebody you know unfortunately gets hurt in a car or truck wreck, then I want you to call the...
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
today as we hang with you and thank our first responders.
Oh, baby, come hang with us at Firehouse Station #1 in Burleson, 828 Southwest Allsbury Boulevard. Get there early, receive your one-of-a-kind Sean and RJ bottle opener for tailgate season. Plus, we're feeding you courtesy of Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp.
Also, thanks to Firehouse Heating and Air, we'll see you in Burleson this Friday from 6 to 10 with The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Watson 2nd and 7 to Dallas 23. Back and looking. Throw. It's a tipped interception. The ball went through. No, it's on the ground. Is it intercepted?
No, he got it.
Yeah.
He got it.
That one is going to be picked off by Trayvon Diggs after it went through the hands of the aforementioned Elijah Moore.
Oh. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing outstanding. Hopefully we got you guys an appropriate amount of information from Stephen Jones, who said it is probably not particularly a sprained MCL as much as it is closer to a bone bruise. He's week to week, could theoretically play against the Saints. And then Dak Prescott also has a no-trade clause in his contract and a no-franchise clause in his contract. And despite getting those deals done, they have no intentions on negotiating with Micah Parsons right now.
Yeah, it was glorious.
There's our news dump.
That's a hell of a dump you guys just laid on us right there.
It was an epic 20 minutes with the Richard Sherman on the front end of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Really wish he would have been on time, but what can you do? What can you do about all big
Richard.
of that? Now, how are you guys feeling? Because you know how it goes after a Cowboys game. Even if they win, even if they beat a team that feels like a quality opponent, you get the but it will happen and blah, 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 blah. How good are you guys at shutting out that nonsense of, that's great, it's week 1, and they just dominate a team that's supposed to be good?
Yeah, I think block out
the noise, right?
Well, no doubt. The post-game show, I think, has conditioned us pretty well for this right now. Yeah. I mean, that's and I get it. I mean, I broke it down with you last night, Brian. It's like, hey, it's tough to win in the National Football League. I get the understanding of this regular season really doesn't mean much. It's all about what do they do in the playoffs. But they still have to win to put themselves into the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I'm not just going to minimize any regular season victory, but I totally understand the perception of this is great. We've seen this before, but really it's not going to matter until January rolls around, and then what do you do then?
How good am I at blocking out the nonsense?
Yes.
Hagee, I am the nonsense.
Oh, my gosh!
I like it. That's good.
That's going to be the best tease we get for the show all day.
Great.
I was curious y'all's take on two players in particular, because we've talked about a whole bunch today, but Terrence Steele and Mozzie Smith, because so much focus on the rookies on the offensive line. What did you think about those two players in particular in this game?
Terrence Steele was your best offensive lineman in this game. I know the grades say that BB was the pass block and stuff. The run stuff's got to come. Guyton's going to figure out how to pass block. He was in survival mode yesterday in the way that he was blocking. I really do like what I saw from Steele. Mozzie Smith, the opportunities he got very early in the game, played square, played with some power, played with some effort, kind of went along in some of the second and third series he got in, though he got a little tied up with some blocks and stuff, but he wasn't a negative player on your defense. They did a really nice job of rotating all 3 or 4 of those defensive tackles, giving it a bunch of different looks. So if they continue to play that way with Mozzie, he's got a chance to be a plus player for you.
That's good news, man, because just watching the game and watching Mozzie, it felt like, hey, he's not a huge liability out
He did
there
not
right
get, it was not the point when Mozzie's bad, he gets lazy, he gets knocked off the ball, he gets turned. All those things were not a factor in his game yesterday. As a front, they played really, really well.
How much did you want to see, even though they put somebody back there and they got a penalty? How much did you want to see Brandon Aubrey get a shot
so
from
bad
71 yards?
I think he'd have made it. I think he'd have made it from 71, but we were, Brian and I look, Brian was very nervous. I think you've learned your lesson now.
Yeah.
Just let Aubrey kick the football, even from 57. He's like, man, if you miss it, they're getting the football at the 50. Should we really be doing that? But, yeah, when he drilled it from 66, I don't know why the hell Mike McCarthy doesn't call a timeout there.
Yes.
Well,
that's definitely something to ask about.
Yeah, I got caught in it, and maybe he'll explain it today, but I asked what happened. Cleveland ran a player on the field late, and they didn't reset when they stopped the play to allow the substitution. They didn't reset the clock, but you got to be aware of that's what they were screaming about on the
They were hot
sideline.
on the sideline about it.
They're like, wait a minute, there was a substitution there. You have to restart the clock. So Clete Blakeman and the crew, they're not getting that done for you. But that was the issue that they ran into. Yeah, sure, they could have called the timeout there and maybe talked about it, but anyway, they thought they were going to get a reset because of the substitution.
Now, we talked a lot of Cowboys, and I realized Patriots and Bengals is a very noteworthy result from the weekend.
Especially for our show because we have 2 survivor picks this week that went with the Bengals.
Yeah. And it wiped out Yahoo. I wanted to get y'all's take
and
too.
the betting world too.
About probably, yes, that is true. About the Bills and Cardinals, because for most of the day, it looked like that was going to be a result that would go maybe not as drastic as Bengals, but still pretty surprising.
Yeah, I think the Cardinals are a frisky bunch. We saw them last year and what they're able to do. They're even better now, obviously, with some of the talent they've added and then having Kyler back. And you're almost surprised once again at just how tiny Kyler is, but he can be legit. I was surprised that Marvin Harrison Jr. couldn't get much more in the way of a look. But James Conner, dude, that guy was bell cowing it.
Yeah, he was.
He was a fantasy beast, and their defense, made some plays as well. You had the kickoff return, which was exciting. So, but Buffalo finding a way to still win, despite all of it, Buffalo and Josh Allen's no, we're still going to figure out a way.
Yeah, probably a little bit of overplay there with the Bills this offseason with all the turnover. You've still got the head coach, you've still got the quarterback, and they've just done a substantial amount of winning together. And I like Keon Coleman a lot. I think he's going to end up being a good player. So I don't think that they lost. The defense was the question, but that's McDermott's calling card. Last year, they dealt with so many injuries. Defense was still solid. Bills are probably still going to end up being in the playoffs, if not winning that division. But it'll be interesting, what happens with Arizona. And does Marvin Harrison Jr. end up getting frustrated at some point? Because he was running wide open a few times.
I thought the game winner.
Yeah.
Should have been the game winner.
Kyler's just not looking his way. So I saw some people that were tweeting Marvin Harrison Jr. not ready for the NFL. Nah, that's not the case. If you watch the game, then you're seeing he's open and the quarterback's just missing him.
I think Neighbors is going to be more pissed off about his situation than that other guy.
But he had to be pissed when he got drafted. He knew that was going to be rough.
Dude, poor Daniel Jones just can't get away from it either.
Why? Just because he has more pick sixes than touchdowns since he signed his contract?
Wow.
And wins.
Wait, that's a real stat right there?
That's a real stat.
Daniel Jones has more pick sixes than he does touchdowns to his own teammates.
Wow. Yeah.
Or wins. That is. Wow. But that's the all the hate that comes Daniel Jones's way needs to go to the Giants front office. Because no one in their right mind would have paid Daniel Jones that money. Even then, it's not like a hindsight thing. It's not like Deshaun Watson, all of a sudden it's what happened? We don't even know what we're looking at here, which, by the way, was still jarring. Knowing going into the game how bad Deshaun's been, what an awful quarterback.
Were you guys, what's your take on the Dak contract? It was interesting that we did get Steven to kind of, having $40 million sitting there on the other side, if we let him go, that played a factor in it. I thought that was an interesting admission that we don't always get. What'd you guys think of the Dak deal now that it's done?
I felt like it was predictable. I don't feel like any player wants to leave the Cowboys if he gets anywhere near competitive money. And the Cowboys, just had to do, what was fair at the time. I think, despite what the haters say, Dak Prescott's one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL and a fantastic leader, put up all the numbers. I hope the front office can be as good at their job as Dak is at his. That's what we need right now for a light bulb to come on. And as they clear this salary cap over the next 2 seasons and set themselves up for 2026, Dak should still be in his prime. Might even be learning and be a slightly better version of himself then. But you did this deal. Now go ahead and give him the tools, an actual running game and good defense when he arrives in the postseason for the first time in his career at the same time would be nice.
Yeah, find a way to build on that first half because the second half wasn't very good offensively for him. So, you get the things that you were able to do in the first half. I think there's some things you can clearly say, okay, if we're going to play this way with these running backs, you got to kind of figure out a way to do that. I would love to have seen Zeke end up, I said this in the post, and now after watching the tape this morning, I would love to have seen Zeke have 10 carries for 40 yards in the second half. Or I would love to have seen that. That would have been something a little bit better for me, the tough yards and things like that. I think Mike was trying to survive that second half and just get out of the game. He knew his defense was good enough. But your first half offense had some creativity to it, the way they were running the ball, the way they were trying to run the ball. Second half, they need to work on that.
Now, I know you've already given us a great tease, but anything else we need to know about the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We will have Stephen Jones joining us there. No, I'm sorry, not Stephen Jones. Chris Young joining us at 4:20.
I was about to say, he's going to do another interview? That does not feel like
He's doubleheader.
He's with you on Friday, guys. Yeah, Friday y'all can have it.
Fantastic.
Okay, fine. We'll share with you on Friday.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say meat church party ribs, Kevin.
Oh, my gosh. Meat church party ribs.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get Masterpieced anytime you want on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Nothing ever lives up to the hype. Nothing except the NFL, which of course always lives up to the hype. Case in point, the first NFL Sunday of the season, which saw Dak Prescott become the first $60 million quarterback, and Tyreek Hill got Scotty Schefflered, all before a single game had even kicked off. If that's not living up to the hype, then I don't know what is. I'm Jim Rome.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, baby, here we go. 1-0 Cowboys Monday. Here it's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. General at your service. At ease, there's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Ready for a full 5 right here. He's going flawless once again. It's in the air. Woolchuck and Chiafalo are in the house. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And you're watching live at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Or on traditional terrestrial radio airwaves. How the hell are you?
Couldn't be better, boys. Couldn't be better.
Victory
is in the air.
It is. And the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line is open for you at 877-881-1053. What's it mean for you as far as, it being a better team in the postseason this year? Are we seeing signs yet, Ryan? What do you say?
Well, just watching the game and watching on tape this morning, you saw some things defensively that give you hope that going forward that they're going to get better at a lot of different positions. The cornerback play, I felt like with Diggs coming off the ACL, we always talk about, hey, there's going to be that 4 or 5 game period of him or that person having to maybe struggle a little bit to get back to the level, but Diggs off the jump was good. Overshown off the jump with the knee injury was really good. The rotation with the defensive lineman I thought was really, really good. They look like they've hit on some linebackers that can help them in the running game and also kind of play in coverage. You got a defensive coordinator that has an idea of how to attack different weaknesses. It's a very, very good start for your defense. Offensively off the jump, you have 2 rookies out there. One of them was a better run blocker. The other was a better pass blocker. They didn't get anybody hurt, killed in the game, as far as, quarterbacks hits and things like that. So, yeah, I mean, there's some positivity with that. I thought first half was better than second half, but there's some things to build on. And you got a field goal kicker that every time you get to the midfield logo, he can get 3 points. So
darn
a lot
weapon.
going,
It's a darn weapon right there.
Yeah. And you get a punt return, too.
Yeah, the offense is, in the second half leaves you uninspired, but you got to wonder, did they take their foot off the gas and just take the risk out of the game plan?
No, they really didn't. And they were trying to do some things. They were trying to get the ball to Lamb. They were trying to run the ball a little bit better. To me, the execution of it was not nearly where it needed to be. They needed to find a way. To me, personally, just watching the second half, I'm like, okay, commit to running the football. He comes out 3 straight in the start the half.
Yeah, 3 straight passes.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, come out. If you want to use your waggle, your boot, your screen game to kind of throw the football, run it, throw it, run it, throw it, and he had no rhythm. In the first half, he had a little rhythm call in place. In the second half, it was like, okay, I'm going to try this, I'm going to try that, but it needed to be, to me, like, go ahead and try and establish some physicality with your offense. The one thing that we were talking about, Guyton was a better run blocker in that game than he was a pass blocker. But that's a lot of it has to do with who you're going against. It wasn't just Garrett. Garrett only played 45 snaps in that game yesterday.
But what you're talking about right here, to me, is kind of like the crux of the issue of where we are.
Yeah.
The offense against quality defense in the second half, that's going to show up throughout the regular season when you face good defenses. Right. It's going to be like, oh, wow, our offense is another 3-and-out waiting to happen right now. But is the defense significantly better that you could win with that more? Lead with, a Mike Zimmer group that's more fundamentally sound? I think there's a path to glory there, potentially.
Yeah, there is a path. There is a path to glory there, and it's because you've got, like I say, you got linebackers that know how to tackle, know how to play downhill, know how to play in coverage. You've got a defensive coordinator that's willing to put 2 of his best pass rushers on the same side of the field and confuse blocking schemes, where all of a sudden they're not sliding to the 2 guys. They got a guy that's blocking air, and now they've got one-on-one matchups on the other side. Or a coordinator that drops his 2 best pass rushers, brings a slot blitz with Lewis, gets that thing home. Now the quarterback's into a sack situation. That's what you need right there. Your defense for week 1 did everything that they needed to do to play successfully in that football game.
Now go take care of business against New Orleans and then start showing against the Baltimore, Detroit, and San Francisco's of the world.
There are going to be bigger challenges ahead. You played a broken quarterback, not their fault. You played a bad offensive line, not their fault. But go take advantage of situations, and they did yesterday. They really did a good job with that.
I feel like the elephant in the room with Deshaun Watson is just it's too much public shame and embarrassment over how that whole thing went down.
They need to start Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
And I'd have put him in that game yesterday. I mean, that is, and we'll go over it when we do NFL News of the Day, the worst trade and contract in the history of in the NFL, maybe in sports.
Yeah.
It is so bad. I mean, he got a guaranteed deal that the rest of the NFL was like, damn you, Cleveland, why'd you do this to us? And the trade looks horrible as well with what they gave up and what the Texans have been able to do with it. So that dude is broken. He is battered. But 100% to answer your question at the top of the show in terms of like playoffs on the line, a lot needs to play out. I'm excited about the rookie offensive line. That should improve.
Yeah.
We can break down more of that running game stuff as the show goes on because I got some thoughts. I agree with you there, Brian.
Yeah.
But it is the defense, and it's Mike Zimmer, and it's the difference there. That is the area that I think to be excited about. Yeah, you're not seeing guys like we talk about hero ball, not staying in your gap, getting upfield. You didn't see that. That's going to help in itself when it comes to run defense. And this rookie class, we have an opportunity, I think, at the end of the season to look back. This could be one of the best rookie classes the Cowboys have had in quite some time. And that says a lot. Week one, what they got production-wise from rookies, and they played well, is pretty damn remarkable.
Yeah, I even include like Overshone as a rookie.
Yeah, and he is. That was his first NFL game.
Yeah, the way he played in that game. And you could talk about the speed and stuff like that. Leofau got in there a few snaps, was able to be disruptive on some blitz things that he had to do.
It's good on special teams, flying around, making plays.
And you know what? Speaking of good on special teams, tip of the cap to Deuce Vaughn. Because Deuce Vaughn got the key block on the punt return that allowed that thing to get to the alley to get Turpin in. So we kind of talk about Deuce. And I've been very critical of Deuce. Too short, can't do this, can't do that. You don't want to play him on special teams. Had the key block right there that got that thing to the gate.
That was pretty awesome. It's awesome that it appears Jake Ferguson is not that hurt. What was your favorite part, Chief?
Oh, my goodness. Well, I think a lot of it starts with the rookies and just it was not too big for any of them, even though they weren't dominant. For sure, they all had tall orders, and I think they all come out of there feeling pretty good about themselves. And then the defense, I mean, the idea that they were able to – and you're grading on a curve based on the offensive line that the Browns had in their quarterback situation, but – the physicality coupled with the speed, it was like you became a much more physical, meaner, aggressive style defense, not getting pushed around, and you didn't sacrifice any of the speed. Overshone, absolutely ridiculous. Micah was a monster, and Eric Kendricks is just everywhere. He's not the fastest guy on the field, but at times it feels like he is because every time he's around the ball, and that's the other thing. It was a swarming defense as well.
Yeah.
Just everybody is running to the football,
Yes.
5, 6, 7 white jerseys just around it, and then tip of the cap to Tank Lawrence for being a monster.
Yeah, I mentioned that to Brian when we were sitting there. I'm like, this is what I grew up like. 2000 to 2003 was brutal for Cowboys football.
Oh yeah, trust
but
me.
that defense, I know you lived it, but
I
that
was there,
defense,
part of it.
a little Zach Wolchuk sitting there watching it. The Cowboys defense was always fun to watch with Dexter Coakley flying around. It was constantly gang tackling, mob-like mentality as a defense. You mentioned white, blue jerseys, 4 or 5 getting into the mix, and we saw that again yesterday. It was beautiful. Maris Leofau showcasing that blitzing that we saw at Notre Dame a little bit. Yeah, the defense is something to be very, very excited about.
All righty. Let's get some of this text reaction here, G-Back Nation. Forget the big Cowboys W. Can we break down Jack Leiter's last start? You bet your butt we can. A little bit later on in the show. My apologies to General. It was Broadus who brought us down talking about the second half offense. No, I think I could. I could definitely, focus on that. But I think there is a chance now, I think, with the rookies for this team to be something different than what it was last year. The offense is going to be the same, but I think the defense is, the chance here. Can you go out and do that against good offenses? It's one thing to make a player like Deshaun Watson, who somebody said is a broken quarterback. That was you, Brian.
Yeah.
I think that's accurate. I mean, it's a significant step up to even Derek Carr this week.
Yeah, it is. Night and day. Absolutely.
What else going on here? The Dak deal is done. How surprised were you guys?
Yeah, I was. Surprised to the point that it, a couple hours before the game, a few hours before they had to get on the bus, that kind of thing. Yeah, that part of it, I thought this thing was. I really did believe that Dak was going to carry this thing through and see if he can make $70 million next year. But hey, good for Ada Pacifica and Stephen Jones and Todd France and all that. Everybody feels like they were happy that they got what they wanted out of the deal. And so if that's the case, you got your quarterback really for the next 5 years, this year and 4 more. and you'll see. And as you mentioned, Dawson, can you find a way to build around him? Can you get creative with the cap if you have to, and sign guys up? And so, yeah, it'll be, that part of it is taken care of, at least knowing you have your quarterback in play.
I mean, hell, just have 2 more drafts like this. You probably won't have to. This is my kind of draft and develop.
Yeah, if you're going to draft like this, and it's certainly still early, but the returns on this particular draft, if you were doing that, if you were stacking 2-3 in a row like that, now all of a sudden you could really talk about doing something really, really awesome with the way this team likes to team build.
Yeah, I don't know where I'd kick him in the ass now on the run part of it, the running back, because the questions I had were about do you really need Nealon here? Do you really need Leofau? Obviously they needed defensive players and they needed linebacker help. I would have thought about maybe the running back there in that, that 5th round or so when had an opportunity. But, heck, people will say, well, hell, Brody, if they didn't trade for Trey Lance, but they were in a situation right now, their quarterback wasn't signed. I mean, they're looking at it thinking, what's the next best thing for us to try and do? Do we start the journey now? We give up a 4th round pick for a guy we got a 2nd round grade? It probably is not going to work out for you. But I think they had to do something knowing that their quarterback wasn't signed up until just hours before game yesterday.
Yeah, and I was a little bit surprised. I think it goes to show, one, just how good Dak's become with the negotiating in the media, so to speak, taking a page out of Jerry's book and saying things that he probably means to some extent, but it's also just conjecture. He wanted to be here because he could have made this much more difficult. He got the $60 million. And he's the first player to get that. He's the highest paid. It's pretty much all guaranteed, $231 million guaranteed.
Out of the 240, yeah.
It's an awesome contract. Based on the leverage he had, he could have made this much more difficult. He could have played out this season, gone to the open market, had some bidding wars, and the 60 that he has today in 6 months could have been 65 or 70. So I think it showed he wants to be here.
Yeah, he said it yesterday in the Post. He was like, he talked to Todd France, put a little pressure on him. And that's why I said it on the show last week. It felt like the Cowboys, there was a sense of urgency there. On Tuesday last week, I felt like, okay, the Cowboys want to try and get this thing done. The 60 number, it seemed like that was what it would have had to be. You asked for 65, you get 60. That's what he did last time. Asked for 45, he got 40, right? So all things considered, Steven even said it today. Maybe could have gone into free agency, made a little bit more. You got a team like the Raiders out there we've thrown out. Name whatever team you want. They'd have flirted with Dak, and the price probably would have gone up. But, hey, now you know what the situation is at quarterback for 4 years after this. And Cowboy fans, I'm sure 50 are like ticked off about it. Understand until there's winning in the postseason. Another 50. Hell yeah, I didn't want to deal with quarterback purgatory in the unknown because the likelihood is you're not finding somebody better than Dak Prescott.
I mean, I was excited about the possibility of restarting, drafting another one, seeing what you end up with, but I didn't expect the Cowboys to move on, and I don't think it's such a horrible mistake, to re-sign the guy who was second team All-Pro last year.
Well, financially, it was bad business, and Steven said it. You can't not have a guy on your team, but you're owing him $40 million in dead cap next year, $12.5 the next year. Like, it was a great pipe dream to think, okay, let Dak go, play cheap at quarterback. Now you've got a bunch of money you can build around him. They weren't going to have the money to do that because you're still paying Dak Prescott.
Rangers have now won 4 straight series. Congrats to them. They're off tonight. Visit the Diamondbacks tomorrow.
Diamondbacks playing well.
Are they?
Yeah, they really are. Yeah.
Back-to-back full 5-hour shows here in the nation to talk about everything, including this World Series rematch of sorts. Sebastian Walcott has been called up to Frisco, the 18-year-old shortstop, going to be getting some games in here at AA before the summer is over. Jack Leiter steps in the right direction for sure on Saturday. That was great to see. Kevin Sherrington in the morning news today says it's not a good look for the team to not have a new deal in place for Chris Young.
I agree to that.
Yeah, he'll join us at 4:20. Makes me nervous that, Ray Davis could screw this up, but I do think Ray's making a mistake if he thinks that other GMs could come in here and get this done. I think it's one of the tougher things in sport is to be a winning baseball GM, and JD did a lot of things well, nearly won a World Series himself, but as time went on, we saw just how, tough it is to even hire the right manager.
Yeah.
And that was one of the great things that CY did that I don't think JD would have. And with the age of Bochy, I want CY around here to find the next guy for us too, and all all these big decisions. You finally win a World Series. I would have awarded him and Adolis Garcia big time. But Ray doing the absolute minimum here and, adopting some of Jerry Jones' least desirable traits, if you ask me. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. A little college football micro segment next, Wolchuk. Where are you taking it?
Well, boy, did the horns roll, and Bill O'Butchin is calling out ESPN. But let's talk Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan. And, oh, yeah, unlike the changing leaves of fall, our money does not grow on trees. Give Trajan Wealth a call today to ensure you're making the right financial moves for your future. Don't fumble your retirement. Call the team at Trajan Wealth at 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500, or go see them in Frisco, Arlington, Southlake, Fort Worth, or McKinney, Eric.
That's right. Trajan Wealth is just around the corner or a click away. You can check them out at trajanwealth.com. Schedule that free, no obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. That's right. They're a fiduciary firm, so they prioritize your financial well-being above all else. When you succeed, they succeed, so they want to see you win. They're in this with you, and Trajan Wealth is family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. Listen, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape can be absolutely daunting. Let Trajan Wealth help you. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
It's Afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Nick at Dowerth Restoration. What would you do if your business was suddenly struck by a disaster, a flood, a fire? What if water soaked everything inside your office? Well, it's never pleasant to think about such things, but you never know when it'll happen to you. That's why you need to remember this one thing: DowerthRestoration.com. Since 1976, we've been there for the ones who thought it would never happen to them. It's good to have friends in the restoration business.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Kids.org. And it's time now for a little college football micro segment. Here's Wolchuk.
Wow, what a game it was in the big house. All of college football was watching it at 11 o'clock. Number 3 Texas going to take on Derek Holland's Michigan Wolverines, the defending national champions. And this one was pretty much over at halftime. Texas wins big, 31-12. Quinn Ewers, 3 touchdowns, 246 yards. The Texas defense came to play. And really a big takeaway for me was I just think, and I know we got a lot of Michigan fans that listen, because anytime that maybe I haven't spoken very highly of them, they've certainly let me know about it. But I just think this run's kind of done now for the Wolverines. I don't think Sharon Moore is a legitimate college football head coach. Now you don't have anybody at quarterback. I don't think either of these guys are going to be the answer for you. You graduated so much talent. Maybe they end up hiring somebody else, and Jim Harbaugh's run, you're able to bring that back. But it kind of seems like this is going to be a difficult season for Michigan. Penn State might finally be able to beat them this year. That's a team they've owned as of late. I think the Nittany Lions are now better. Texas moving up to number 2 in the AP Top 25 poll behind Georgia at 1, the Buckeyes at 3, Alabama at 4, and Ole Miss at 5. But a huge win going on the road in a tough environment for Quinn Ewers in Texas, and covering the spread as well.
Yeah, amazing. And I feel like there's just some leadership structures that you do not recover from losing, and I think that's the new reality for Michigan now. It sucks to be there. It's great to be UT that they're back. It might take even longer for Michigan to return to this perch if they ever get back here.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive because Michigan is like the trench type of team. Like, hey, we can bully you a little bit. We can push you around. And Texas was able to just totally.
And I wondered, right, because they graduated T. Sweat and Byron Murphy, and they lost some of their big bodies in the middle. And I thought, well, if Michigan's got a chance, they'll run the football on them. They couldn't run the football.
No, and I saw this from the College Football Report. Quinn Ewers left Ohio State over 2 years ago and beat Michigan before they did.
Wow. Man.
Take that, Ryan Day.
Yeah, great weekend for Texas. Not a good weekend for Notre Dame. Right off of their win over the Aggies at Kyle Field, they lose to Northern Illinois 16-14. A tough loss for the Fighting Irish, who were the 5th-ranked team in the country, and a historic win for Northern Illinois, as it's their first win ever against a top 5 team in team history. Absolutely crazy. So congratulations, Northern Illinois, in some action. But it just goes to show you, like I asked Danny Cannell about this last week, A&M, Notre Dame, I get it. 2 big-time fan bases, big-time programs. They're frauds. It's the Pretender Bowl when those 2 teams get together. Until they, it's like, hey, it's kind of how I'm feeling, about the Cowboys in the playoffs now. It's like, I'm going to hope, I'm going to dream, I'm going to be optimistic, but until they actually do it, I don't think I can put my money on it. Can't do it when it comes to A&M or Notre Dame either. I got to see it to believe it with those 2 programs now.
Yeah, fair enough, dude. $1.4 million just to lose at home.
Terrible.
It's always funny.
And then we had the Mike Leach Bowl with Tech and Washington State, and I was watching this with my brother-in-law, who is a Texas Tech beat writer and proud Texas Tech alum, and that was a bleep show. The Red Raiders got destroyed, and now our North Texas, Mean Green Eric, are going to Lubbock on Saturday. they got a shot to win. The Mean Green can maybe pull an upset. I mean, I was saying this to Ben, my brother-in-law, and he's like, no, it's not going to happen. Chandler Morris, North Texas can play offense now. That Tech defense looked terrible, and their quarterback looks absolutely atrocious. I don't know that it's going to happen, but it gives me vibes when North Texas went to Fayetteville a few years ago and was able to upset the Hogs. I think it's kind of coming into fruition here where the things are kind of lining up well.
You just hate to see it for our guy, Joey McGuire, one of the most liked coaches. But struggling out there apparently, huh?
Man, they look bad the week before against Abilene Christian, right?
Yeah, they won by a point in overtime.
Yeah, so there's some things going on there at Tech that and you're right about Joey, great guy.
I know, I'm rooting for him.
I hope
except this week.
Yeah, this week I guess for you guys.
I did want to get to Bill O'Butchin, the new head coach there at Boston College. Got a big win last week in the opener, got another win this weekend. But ESPN had written a story about how he was pregame, O'Butchin showing his team other sub-FBS programs and FCS programs playing and the higher-ranked team losing that shouldn't lose. And afterwards took issue to the report and really was just brutally honest on the stand.
On the TV broadcast, they mentioned that you showed clips of FBS teams beating FCS teams pretty handedly.
I never showed one clip.
Okay, yes.
Not one time. I don't know where they got that from. They didn't get it from me.
Interesting. Okay,
you'll always get the truth from me.
That's why I wanted to ask.
Guys about FBS.
They said that on the TV.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know the difference between FBS, FCS, NCIS, CIA. I have no idea. I just know that Duquesne is a tough football team, and we had to be ready to play them. And I never showed one clip of any of that. Never. Coach.
Can't believe nobody told him that it wasn't Duquesne. It's Duquesne.
Right, dude?
But I did like him being honest and saying he doesn't know the difference because, quite frankly, neither do I. I don't know what the hell all these subdivision things are.
Well, as a former PA announcer for FCS Portland State University Vikings, I understand because they're easily unconsidered. But I think nobody cares. Like, why is he getting defensive? I never showed any clips.
It's not a big deal if you did, Coach. But you're always getting the truth from him. Always getting the truth from Coach Bill O'Butchin. Finally, in the micro seg, bad news for Florida State continues. Their tailback, Jalen Lucas, is going to miss the remainder of the season. And the Gators, what the hell were you doing? Not only did you give Graham Mertz, who can't play, the number 15, which was Tim Tebow's number, and that's disgraceful. They switched. They go to the true freshman, DJ Lagway, and he was incredible. Record-setting day, 456 passing yards, most in a single game by a Florida freshman quarterback in the history of that program. Maybe all of a season, things are turning around there in Gainesville.
They're turning around big time. Thank you, Wolchuk. And Friday at this time, great news. Wolchuk and Broadus will be in the midst of a bet payoff.
Yeah.
Big swing and a miss on Cincinnati versus New England. Try to talk you guys out of it.
Sure did.
But you cockily
into it.
You did. And I didn't believe a damn word you said. You were like, open the Cincinnati, a team. I think there's some things you need to be concerned about. And I just basically said, no, Dawson. That's not true.
They stink in week ones.
Yeah.
Never again.
You do watch more football, so I can understand your
confidence.
confidence.
I don't know about that, yeah.
But I'm going to enjoy your tears on Friday, paying off a bet, and I heard the little nitro gummies calling you.
I might do that.
It's time to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius, the G-Bag of the day.
Let's go. All right, so how many days is this right here for Sandler's call-in and checking?
I think you're going for immortality, Lucius.
I believe this is 4 looking for 5.
4 looking for 5 right here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get it started. Jared Sandler, our Texas Rangers insider for the Fan and a quality broadcaster and a damn star.
He's all right.
Oh, okay. Look at you hating already. He called into the G-Bag Nation sometime last week, maybe the week before that. I don't know. I'm an adult and all the days run together. I don't know. I really don't.
Seemed like yesterday I was 25 years old.
Yeah, I have no idea. But yeah, he called in and had some smoke for Dawson.
Oh, we got Jared?
I think
he got a little
Jared.
smoke.
Oh, he wants to
got
get
some smoke
spicy.
with Dawson, yeah.
Oh, this is perfect. Wait, so this is true or far true? Jared's here.
think Buffalo might be the 6th or 7th wild card team as Jared Sandler joins us now to protect his guy, Jack Leiter, who I have been corrected, was good yesterday, giving up 1 run per inning pitch. Jared, good afternoon. How you doing?
Yeah, no, I was listening because I love you guys. And Dawson, I heard you the other day when you were very passive-aggressive with Broadus. I know how you can be. I heard the drive-by shot there. That's cool. I was just trying to help you via text. Knocked down like a total...
Okay, so you say you were trying to help me via text, Jared. This is not how you address somebody via text in the middle of a segment. Be honest. Did you watch the game? Suggesting that I was dishonest, that's where you got sideways with me, Jared, just so you know.
But did you watch the game?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so
I saw his numbers. I saw his numbers.
I understand that.
Okay.
But I was just trying to help you out because if you watch the game, then it would be a different approach.
What a friend, just trying to help me not sound like a dip-ass.
Yeah.
Screw you, goodbye. Appreciate that.
Here's how it ended.
Is even one of the top Rangers prospects anymore as the number 2 overall pick? I guess that's my bad for having expectations too high on a guy.
No, Gavin, you're spinning this because you don't know how else to combat me other than by playing I guess it's my bad. You're not listening to anything I'm saying, though.
Okay, that's the second insult you've given me in the last 30 minutes. Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
See ya.
Bye. There it is.
Like I get
Goodbye.
it. I get it.
I get it. I totally understand how you're such an idiot.
That last part has not gotten old, man. That's amazing.
Like, I totally get it, bro. Let's see here. All right.
Well, thanks, Jared, for the great content.
This is going for number 5, huh?
Hell yeah. Worthy champion.
Yeah.
Yeah, so much. Last Friday, when we left, I would play some Michael K. audio for you.
Yes.
On the Yes Network.
Yeah.
He was accused of gaslighting.
He was.
And so, he took heed to that and got on the microphone and said, I didn't gaslight anybody. What do you mean?
Yeah. Good.
Because, like Jared Sandler, Michael K. is about that smoke, too. He will come and address you about whatever the heck is going on.
He will.
He got a little, I guess you call it uncomfortable. Doing a little play-by-play on the Yes Network. John Flattery, I believe his name is. Am I saying his name right?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Flaherty, actually.
Okay, all right.
Flattery.
I was short-circuiting there for a moment, Lucius. I apologize.
No, it's all good, dog. Yeah, they're just hashing it out on air.
But I just had a lot of time to think on the team bus today because it was just very quiet.
So you'd rather me be chatty? I wasn't feeling great.
I haven't seen you in a long time, right? You don't work road trips anymore when I'm on the road. So I thought we would catch up, but it quickly was evident that you weren't in the mood. So I gathered my thoughts about how it would be nice to live close to Wrigley, walk back and forth to the park.
Interesting narrative that you're putting together. Because I've been told by executives that you prefer to work with Ruocco. That's why you two guys are matched up all the time.
Wow.
That's just what I heard. I don't know if there's a truth to it.
I just put it together that the road trips you don't want to go on, that I end up working with Ryan Ruocco because we're willing to work the games on the road.
Ground ball to short.
Yeah.
Wow.
Listen, John, I don't pick out my schedule. I go where I'm told.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I love it.
This is good.
What a layout.
Somebody sell hot dogs, please.
I'll be very chatty tomorrow.
No, I just want to make sure that you're okay. I was a little worried about you.
Just want to make sure you're okay, pal.
Yeah.
Wow. No. It's no problem. I just want to make sure you're all right. No. Nothing wrong.
Catty today, chatty tomorrow.
Very uncomfortable.
I love it.
Something tells me we might not hear those guys working together again.
Hey, we got to find out who that executive is out there stirring dissension between the broadcasting crews.
Yeah.
That's pretty nasty. It's always the guys in the crews. It's never really the guy. It's always the guys next to the crews that hype everything up.
Yeah.
Flaherty doesn't even like you. He likes working with Ruocco.
He's trying to avoid working with you on the road.
Ruocco does sound kind of like a badass.
Let's see right here. Yesterday was a church day, a blessed day, a holy day. I pray you got your blessings. Shout out to my doctor, Pastor Freddie Haynes and Reverend Ike. Listen to this pastor right here. Struggle with a wood.
Mr. Julian Williams, family tributes.
What'd you say?
Take your time.
Please do.
Tribute.
Oh, here we go. Save the day, organist.
You know what I'm trying to say.
No, I still don't.
I'm not sure.
I still don't. 100% still don't.
We don't get fooled again.
True bits.
Yeah, you truly can't get fooled again. Now watch this swing. Let's see what else we got for you boys.
That was good.
Yeah.
I love when the organist always jumps
That
in.
organist, he was
It's
being
like
real petty right there at that moment.
They're on point.
Yeah, that was being real petty.
Here we go.
The drama.
Like you're not going to come up with it.
And moving on.
Sounds like a great brand of some drill bits, though. Like the True Bits.
True Bits?
True Bits. Like that.
Never fail, yo.
True Bit. Jonathan Owens scored a touchdown yesterday.
Yeah, Mr. Simone Biles.
That, it's pretty disrespectful, bro.
Stonehouse with pressure, a block. It's scooped up by the Bears. Back the other way. Jonathan Owens, touchdown Chicago. Mr. Biles getting in there.
That's disrespectful.
No.
Wow. I honestly did not know that the call said that as
It's a
well.
grown-ass man.
That's amazing.
Man, is that his job? You're not about to walk around here and call me my wife's maiden name.
He kind of brought it on himself.
I wonder how he feels about that, though.
They showing the crowd jumping up and down with a Packers jacket on.
Oh.
Yeah, that's still more that's even more
I think
disrespectful.
that's really
Simone Biles going into Soldier Field
really
with a Packers jacket.
I
on.
wanted to see her like jumping
her
up,
man's.
like jumping up and down,
It was her
sideline
man's.
pass, all that.
She's not cheering for the team. She's cheering for her man. So that's about it. She doesn't care. As long as it said her man. It had her man's name on the back, right? Didn't it?
Yeah, it had
it was
a
his
Packer uniform.
Yeah, no. A totally misstep, yes. But, she's lost.
Might be a good rain jacket.
Is it our 4-time champ, Jared Sandler, attacking me? Is it Michael K.
Attacking you?
Yeah.
Look at that.
He's going to get one last shot in before this thing goes 5 times.
Good spin.
Is it Michael K. going after Jack Flaherty? Who's the Flaherty gentleman?
I think it's flattery.
Flattery, yeah. Is it the pastor struggling with the word tribute? Or is it the Jonathan Owens touchdown there?
This is all good.
I liked the Michael K. guy.
Ooh.
I mean, you're talking for 4 hours a day with your talk show. You're doing 3 hours of play-by-play. The guy wants to chat you up on the bus. Oh, my God. How many words do you think I got in this day?
I'll be chatty tomorrow, all right?
Not today. Not today.
Give me the champ.
Sound like my woman.
Won't Lucius?
I guess I go with you and Sandler's.
Zachary?
I believe that needs to be 5-time regardless.
Y'all need to have some of that background organ next time Jared and Gavin get into an argument.
He'll join us at 6.
I'm going to go Michael K. No, Sandler's not on today.
Okay, that's right.
No
Jared
Rangers
today.
We'll
yeah,
talk
then
to them
tomorrow.
In studio, actually, probably.
A lot of
tomorrow.
West Coast baseball.
Yeah.
I mean, you
may be missing out
talk
on my
about it
baseball
enough, he'll pull up
education.
on us.
That's right.
That's true. He'll call.
He'll pull up here.
Brian?
What I need to vote for Michael K.
By a score of 3-2, and still your G-Bag of the Day champion, and now a 5-time champion, immortalized and eligible for the G-Bag of the Year. It's Sandler with Dawson. Okay, best of the weekend coming up next, Chief.
Yes, we got a weekend takeout featuring 2 former Cowboys, and this guy really earned his paycheck yesterday. That's next here in the nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Jerry Jones live at 8:30 to react to the Browns win, talk about the Dak deal, and did Aaron Rodgers survive against San Francisco? It's a Tolo Tuesday morning on The Fan.
Shine as a participant with Fortrea. You could be a participant in a clinical research study. Fortrea is currently seeking healthy males and females of non-childbearing potential, ages 18 to 55, with a BMI of 18 to 32. You must be available for 1 stay of 11 nights plus 1 follow-up. Compensation of up to $5,671 may be provided for time and participation. Be sure to ask about our Refer a Friend program, where you can receive up to $350 per qualified study referral. Fortrea Clinical Trials is currently conducting many types of clinical research trials in Dallas, Texas. See if you qualify. Call Fortrea today at 469-914-8330 or find out more at FortreaClinicalTrials.com. That's FORTREA clinicaltrials.com. Help be a part of building a better future for all of us.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
You're all wondering when the Federal Reserve is going to reduce their rates. When are you going to reduce your rates? You have options right now. You're paying 25 to 30% on credit cards. You can reduce your rates with a home equity loan, cash out refinance, or second lien fixed rate home equity loan. With a company you can trust in your own backyard, it's TexasLending.com. Reduce your debt payments today. TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
This September, Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back. Stronger than ever. Diamonds Direct helps you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest. That's right. Enjoy 5 years of 0% financing on any Diamonds Direct purchase. It's your chance to get her the perfect ring with 0 interest and comfortable monthly payments that fit your budget. But act fast. This offer ends September 30th. For details and more, visit diamondsdirect.com. Spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with Dayquil VapoCool. It's Dayquil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is Dayquil VapoCool.
Dayquil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Trane heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TraneInfo.com to find your local independent Trane dealer. TraneInfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
The Fan is proud to support our heroes at the 23rd Annual Guns N' Hoses Boxing Tournament, Saturday, September 14th at a terrific venue, the Credit Union of Texas Center in Allen. Police versus fire, going at it in the ring. Proudly supported by Best Buy Windows and Siding and the On Time experts. Help us cheer and support our first responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Mike McCarthy presser coming up at 3 o'clock. I still can't believe Jared did me like that, you know. I mean, he's obviously triggered. He'd been debating this Jack Leiter thing for better part of 2 weeks. And I'm just like, yeah, I guess Jack Leiter struggled. He gave up a run per inning yesterday. And then he calls up and he's like, you're a complete dumbass, Dawson. What are you doing? You know, I'm like, what happened here? I'm looking at the line. But, you know, I gotta hold the L, apparently.
I mean, his willingness to cuss at you on the air like that was pretty incredible.
And now it's eligible for G-Bag of the Year. Tune in at the early part of 2025. We'll see if it can become the 2024 champ. Here's Chief with the brighter side of things, best of the weekend.
Yeah, best of the weekend. There were a couple of bad things. I mean, I think no one had did anybody have a worse weekend than our very own Derek Holland?
No.
I mean,
he called me from the dog pound yesterday. He did. I'm like, hey, bro, that was a rough one. He goes, oh, man, I'm about to go play in traffic.
Yeah.
It's like, he was down.
Fans.
Back-to-back days of getting slapped over the head by, like, local teams, too. Like, he's surrounded by Longhorn fans here for his Michigan Wolverines on Saturday. Just embarrassed, didn't stand a chance. And then you wake up and you're like, okay, fresh start. Let's put yesterday behind us. Let's move forward here. And, unfortunately, Deshaun Watson happened. And the Browns get just completely waylaid by the Cowboys. And again, he's surrounded by Cowboys fans all over the place. I'm feeling for him right now.
I think your mission is clear at this point. As a Michigan fan, you have to enjoy it when it happens. You know, every 25 or 30 years. As a Browns fan, you just need to switch teams, you know? Maybe the Lions, maybe the Bengals. Definitely not the Browns.
Definitely not the Browns, and definitely not the Giants, I think. Just another disaster of a weekend situation. And Daniel Jones, I mean, it starts with those uniforms. We had talked about it months ago when we got the news that they were going to pay.
I thought they were the Montreal Canadiens.
Yeah, paying tribute.
Oh, my God. It looks like they weren't wearing pants at some point.
Just the ugliest time in their franchise's history. And I mean, there's no way, if it's true that if you look good, you feel good, you play good, it was impossible for them to play good yesterday.
Yeah.
Not a single one of those players looked good. They couldn't feel good. And Daniel Jones is never really going to play good. 3 pick sixes, 2 touchdowns since signing his big deal. I couldn't believe that stat. I had to go confirm it after I heard KNC mention it. But Daniel Jones, awful weekend. Giants, awful weekend. And it got even worse for Daniel Jones after the game. He can't escape the rabid New York Giants fans.
I need $1 million. I need $1 million. I need $1 million, Daniel. I need $1 million, Danny. I need $1 million. You suck. Same thing every year.
It's a nightmare to be him. That's him leaving the stadium, just trying to get to his car. He's left the media where he's been grilled at the podium for sucking at quarterback, and now he has to. This is the price for, and still worth it, for $160 million that you didn't deserve, right?
Yeah, he's got to be somewhat at peace with this now. I mean, all offseason, the Giants admitted we need to look for a new quarterback. It was shown on national television on Hard Knocks. Like, he knows the situation. He's made his money. Kay Adams is calling him his boyfriend now. There's some positives if you're Daniel Jones.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you're set for life.
Yeah, you kind of, you know that you're not very good, but you evidently tricked somebody into giving you something.
Yeah.
So you hit the button on the G-Wagon, the door opens, you sit down.
You deal with some hazing,
you turn
some
on
heckling.
The,
he probably went home and had a great steak dinner.
Yeah, you turn
He's
on
like,
the tube.
These Giants fans.
Yeah, maybe Kay Adams was hanging out at the house waiting on him to get home, kind of a thing. I don't know, but yeah,
that's probably too far, too strong. But I get what you're saying. He's got himself a decent little life.
Just look up at the crowd, smile. Yeah, they're booing you. Who cares? Just go on with your life.
A lot of people saying that I had a worse weekend than anybody after my flood with Aaron Andrews. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I was really in a bad place yesterday, and don't worry, it was not a G-Bag of the Day nominee today. Maybe it will be at a future date, but we will play it in Two Guys, One Booth later on the program. So
I just didn't want to play it and throw it away. I wanted it, it should be a whole segment.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, Lucius.
We'll get back. I mean, we can even do it multiple times if you want, but we're definitely going to play it at 6 o'clock for Two Guys.
I mean, it was a really bad moment on the pregame show. I have to wear that. I have to own that. I had a terrible weekend. I'll be honest about it. But we bounced back in, hopefully, in a great way.
I was feeling for you, man. I saw you when we were crossing like ships in the night last night.
Yeah, we were.
Before the game, you're leaving. I'm coming in to do the halftime and post, and I could see it on your face. I was like, what the hell happened? I mean, I saw Twitter talking about it, but I hadn't heard it. Honestly, it wasn't as bad as I thought.
It sounded like she was flirting, bro.
Oh, is that okay?
I've been there. Brian knows. I've been there with Aaron Andrews before.
Yeah. She's out in the middle of the ocean drowning.
She'll get spicy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, it's not even a shots fired at her. This was my mistake. I'm not going to crank up the excuse machine on this one. I got to raise my hand and say week one, I didn't show up prepared. All right, that's just a fact of the matter. So that one hurts. That one stings. We'll relive it a little bit later on. But the biggest thing from the weekend before we've even kicked off, I'm in church yesterday just being buzzed. And it's like, wow, Dak got his deal. Holy smokes, this is crazy. And is that Tyreek Hill handcuffed and face down into the pavement here outside of Hard Rock Stadium in Miami?
I thought I was getting ball sacked.
A few hours away from kickoff. Yeah, I'm like, what do we have going on here? Tyreek Hill, he's doing some type of reckless driving, allegedly. He gets pulled over, allegedly gets mouthy enough from the perspective of the officer that he needs to be detained and handcuffed. His teammates are driving by like Calais Campbell, like pulling over, going like, wait, what's going on here?
You got Dolphin fans walking by like, is that Tyreek Hill
is that
face
our best
down
player
on the street?
Full Scotty Scheffler.
Full Scotty, man. Full Scotty. That was absolutely insane. Apparently, the detaining officer from yesterday has been put on a bit of a leave here.
Yeah, as he should be.
I mean, if you were going to do some level of like, if Saturday night we were all guessing who's going to be announced as arrested before games kick off tomorrow, I think Tyreek Hill is a part of the multiple choice answers. He's on the short list of guys that you could imagine doing something to get him handcuffed before the game start.
100%, but given the circumstances, how they treated him, nobody deserves that to happen.
No question about it.
That was out of line and disgusting.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, you're saying that, and you're very likely right. We really don't know much in the way of what's happened. You have an officer that has been now some level of suspended or whatever, so perhaps this is absolutely, totally just poor copping by the cops. But it is just funny that, hey, it wasn't Tua. You know what I mean?
No.
This wasn't Raheem Mostert. This was Tyreek Hill, and it is a little bit funny that we can all agree he's on the short list of guys you could imagine having breaking news on a football Sunday. He doesn't get to play because he did something stupid, but no one earned their money more than his agent Drew Rosenhaus yesterday, who knows a thing or two about having to put a spin on a wide receiver story. And listen, this is him in Dolphin Stadium shortly after
sideline report.
The news breaks. Yeah, sideline report before the game. And he's alongside Jeff Darlington, who was also the reporter who was on the scene for Scotty Scheffler a few months ago, which is funny. Yeah. He's a magnet for these sort of things. But listen to the incredible PR move from Drew Rosenhaus talking about his client, Tyreek Hill.
The most important thing is Tyreek is okay. Physically, mentally, he was very distraught about what happened. Tyreek has told me over and over he's a big supporter of police. He was telling the police there, I want to be a police officer in the future, but this is crazy. I've never seen anything like this.
He's been saying it for years how he wants to be a police officer, man. This is completely like Drew Rosenhaus. You are a legend at what you do, sir. That was, I mean, in 30 minutes time, he came up with the idea that never mind the fact that Tyree's been on record saying that he wants to be a porn star. As a matter of fact, after his playing career, it was a typo. It was police officer.
Police officer.
It was a different P word. Yeah, that's all. Congratulations to Tyreek Hill, though, because then he went out there and dominated, and then also had the celebration of the weekend where Jalen Waddle is putting him in some imaginary handcuffs after he just went like 80 yards on the Jaguars defense. So that was pretty incredible.
There it is, best of the weekend with Eric Chiafalo. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, Mike McCarthy's presser is scheduled. The NFL News of the Day coming up at 3:20, and we're back with more here on The Fan.
this nation is growing, then it's thanks to you.
Let your friends know that the hottest afternoon show in town is G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. They may have had an issue or two up front yesterday, but the rest of that team in Cleveland is ready to go and win and contend. Yet they've got a quarterback that's incredibly overpaid and overwhelmed. I don't know how that situation could look or be any worse for Watson or Cleveland. The only way it could look any worse or be any worse is if Baker Mayfield was off somewhere balling out. Oops. I'm Jim Rome. All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Did you know that 1 in 10 couples are affected by CD? Talking to your technician about comfort dysfunction isn't easy, but it's definitely a conversation worth having. 40,000 customers have had their CD talk with Reliant Air Conditioning. When you're ready for yours, visit ReliantAirConditioning.com for helpful conversation starters and to learn how a new Carrier Infinity system from Reliant can help.
Do not call Reliant if you enjoy getting ripped off, as this may cause an unsafe rise in blood pressure. Do not drink alcohol in excess with Reliant, as this may increase your chances of hugging the certified technician.
The most common side effects of calling Reliant include quality service, saving up to 56% on your utility bills, and a very satisfied wife. Before calling Reliant, ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for extreme comfort.
In the rare event of comfort dysfunction lasting more than 4 hours, seek immediate relief by calling Reliant Air Conditioning at 877-YOUR-HERO. That's 877-YOUR-HERO or ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you feel like you're playing whack-a-mole trying to keep your air conditioner working this year, the AC repair guys in your house every other day, let me recommend the On-Time Experts. You'll pay less to keep your system working because they take the time to correctly diagnose your issue and fix it the first time. And they offer a stay cool guarantee too. So call today and make your dollar go further with the On-Time Experts. Book your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com.
Todd thought it would be secure to jog in the cheetah savanna. Todd believed the big cat repellent he bought online was reliable. And now Todd is trying to be faster than this cheetah that can run 80 miles per hour. But the good news is Todd has AT&T 5G that is fast, reliable, and secure. And he learned the best thing to do is stop running and toss her the backpack with the beef stew. AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure.
5G requires compatible plan and device. 5G may not be available in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
Look alive, Dallas. The Crown Royal Big Rig is heading your way Sunday, September 15th outside AT&T Stadium, where you can pack a purple bag for charity and a chance to win tickets to Super Bowl 59. Visit crownroyal.com for rules and more info. Please drink responsibly.
At Twin Peaks, we're proud to offer an exclusive and extensive collection of some incredibly rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Plus, check out our barrel selects that are hand-picked and bottled just for you. Check with your favorite location to see what they're pouring. Cheers!
He scores! The electrifying action of live professional hockey returns to Allen this October when the four-time champion Allen Americans take the ice at the Credit Union of Texas Event Center. Want to stay close to the action? Check out Courtyard by Marriott, just steps away from the Event Center. Don't miss any of the live action from the opening face-off to the final buzzer. Premium level tickets are on sale now. Visit CUTXEventCenter.com for more information.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. late, you can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we're now standing by for the Mike McCarthy press conference on the heels of a glorious Cowboys Week 1 dominant victory over the Cleveland Browns. And, now the conversation is, where do we go from here? What does this mean? Is the defense good enough? Has anything changed with the offense? I don't know. But I do know got to go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius is going to slide up Mike McCarthy. Here we go.
David?
Hey. Mike, David Moore, Dallas Morning News.
What's so funny?
I'm just getting my recorder going.
Oh.
A little slow in the draw here.
Ted was telling me you guys all picked against us, and I thought that's why you were laughing.
Yeah, no, we did. But, in addition to facts. You're always talking about September football and the unscouted looks, but also by the nature of the sport now, September football always isn't the crispest product you see over the course of a season. So how, other than winning the game, what things are you looking for to come out of an opener to show that you're kind of on track and doing the things you want to do going into the season?
Yeah, I think September football is really clearly, what the league experiences. I mean, you don't have the time, that you used to have as far as fundamentals and things like that, but everybody's on the same schedule, so it's not like one team has an advantage over the other. So I just think it's something to be aware of and something to coach against. The thing I didn't I don't say I didn't like. I mean, the thing that comes out of it is you want to play cleaner football. I mean, we had way too many penalties. I think the game in itself, who the hell wants to watch a game or be part of a game that has 20 penalties in it? So you got to spend time on that. We did today and make sure we're clear, with our players of what's being emphasized. That's through dialogue with the league. Whether it's before the game with the officials, the tapes that they send out. So it's ebb and flow of every year is about corrections, solutions to make sure your team's benefiting and from every experience. I mean, at the end of the day, regardless if it's September football, you got to find ways to win. So, and we can't lose sight that was a hell of a win for us. I mean, it's the first road win, tough environment, very talented football team. I mean, just from my perspective offensively, I can't say enough about Myles Garrett. I mean, I think like any of these players, you appreciate them from afar, you appreciate them watching video, but then you get to see him play live and see some of the things that, you just appreciate his gifts and how he plays the game. So, but none of that can get lost in this. We come in here all the time and it seems like we talk about the things that didn't go well, but there's a lot that went well, and it resulted in a clear victory for us. And so I'm very happy with the start of the season, but. We just got done watching the tape with all our players, had a team meeting, and we got details to work on. We got a lot of work to do, and it was our first time, out there. Had guys play snaps. We were totally out of balance in the second half of that game, and it's always, you like the game to go the way the first half did. I'm just talking about play distribution, ball distribution, all those types of things. So, just take a hard look at it, and as soon as I get done here, we'll be full bore onto the Saints.
You don't analyze it or assess it differently, knowing the product will look different down the road, because you just have to look at every game the same regardless.
You got to evaluate them all the same, David. I mean, you'll never get to or attain or stay above the standard that you're trying to create each and every year. So, I mean, our standard's not going to change regardless of the year, the time of year, who we're playing, where we're playing. So, we have a standard that we work towards, we commit to. So our evaluation process is never going to was never going to change. That's the only way you get the consistency and the efficiency. And you just go EPA from last year. We were 1 or 2 in the league as far as efficiency. So we have goals that we want to play to. Every year is a new year, but the evaluation process is always the same.
Mike Todd with ESPN. Along those lines, does it take a while to get into the rhythm of the season for coaches and players?
Yes, definitely. Great question, Todd. It's about time, but it takes a while. No, I think the thing that I feel is really real important in training any of your teams is flow. I mean, the flow of the in-season schedule, preferably. The bye week's nice. The bye week before the week one has a lot of benefits to it, but it also interrupts an opportunity to get your team into a flow. Just in past training camps, I would prefer to be on an in-season flow 2, sometimes even 3 weeks before the first week, because so much you do is the everyday life that everybody has responsibilities professionally and getting into that flow, and especially you got rookies, 30% of your team's new and getting everything tied together. So last week was that was our first in-season schedule week. So yeah, all those things lead into your preparation and how you go into a football game.
Probably won't make it 2 for 2, but Ferguson, do you have an update on him after today?
Yes, good news. He'll be working with the return to play group on Wednesday. So we'll see how that goes.
Just with the Athletic, Mike. With your running game, we talk a lot about the running backs, but we've seen last year you use CD out of the backfield. We saw it yesterday as well. What do you like about that, and do you feel like that can be a part of your running game in your offense?
Definitely. I mean, you're always looking to run the ball, conceptually. That's really where it starts. Conceptually, how you want to run the ball, and obviously the matchups and the techniques, and schematically how they're going to play the run. So there's different ways to get the ball on the perimeter, and that was primarily how we used CD, Brandon, and obviously have used Terp there in the past. So, but yeah, I mean that's definitely part of our base offense.
Some outlet had Cooper Beebe as 0 pressures and 36 dropbacks and passes and stuff. And how did you look at his performance, especially in pass pro and the way that he fared against that front? I
thought Cooper played well, especially all that's been asked of him at that position, going into that environment. So I thought he did a nice job.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. The rest of your tight end group, Scooney and those guys, how would you evaluate them so far?
Oh, it's great for them to get the reps. Obviously, I mean, you're always happy to see your young players have opportunities. But yeah, I thought Brevin and Luke did some good things. Yeah, so it's definitely something we'll be asking more of them moving forward. But I think the ability to, I think the guy you got to probably put it in front of the line there is Hunter. You think of some of the things that we did with the tight ends and Hunter, just trying to change the look on some things. I thought those guys did a good job.
Look at the penalties. Is it more about this is September football, we're just getting going? Or some of them are, hey, you should know better. This is something you shouldn't be doing.
I mean, it's football. I mean, you look at trends. We all do. You look at emphasis. What they're talking about, what they're looking for. That's the dialogue. That's is the norm of how things operate between the league office and the team. So that part's all the same. It's the same as it's always been. Just frankly coming out of the Thursday and Friday night game, there was definitely some emphasis, and there's things that we talked about in our meetings on Friday and Saturday leading into the game is no different than the conversations that had with the officials before the game. So we just got to work on it, be better, and but yeah, the things that the pre-snap penalties and the discipline penalties, those are the things we just got to really harp on. Some of them penalties are they're calls that can go either way. So just stay on top of the ones you can control.
Garrett Puddell, CBS Sports. Mike, after reviewing the film, could you kind of provide a breakdown of what happened at the end of the half with Brandon Aubrey's field goal and sort of the flow there? You talked about getting into the flow.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, you have Bones today, and he really wants to go through that with you. So I don't want to lose his thunder. He's still upset about it, but so. Yes, I mean, it was end of game, end of half, obviously operation. The mark was the 50-yard line, so we went with a 2-by-2 formation, obviously hit the completion in real time, and we were set up ready to go. I think John, when we looked at it, it was 25 seconds, and so it's unfortunate, the way it went, and I think he's really excited to take you through the specifics. So.
Quick follow-up. So you were comfortable with Brandon Aubrey kicking from 66. Is there a different, would you kick 671 if it was at AT&T, if wind wasn't a factor, or what number?
Yeah, definitely. I think just like anything, I think he's shown he can go from 70. Yeah, the only concern there, because if you looked at it, we backed right up and was going to go for it, but then there was conversation on the sidelines there, and John was really concerned about the return of it, and then, once he kind of, responded that way, because frankly, I already took my headset off, so I was going for the 71-yarder, but had a flashback to Nathan Basher from 2005. I was on the other side of that 109-yard return, so right before the half. But I mean, it's just, there was a wind there, and we measured it before the game. I think it held up pretty much the same. Was about 15 mile an hour, had some gusts. So yeah, so that's why we pulled it off and went with the rebound pass there instead. But yes, hey, trust me, I love giving our guys those type of opportunities, and Brandon didn't blink. He just lined up and was ready to go. So. And I'll let John tell a story, but I think Brandon thought he was being freeze. He didn't even realize they moved it back 5 yards. So because he was so focused on the kick. So, but yeah, I thought it'd have been exciting, but I think strategically with the momentum, the score, and everything going in the half, that it's still the right decision.
Aaron Keslin's Lone Star Live. You mentioned Hunter kind of as an option to play more tight end. What about his skill set allows him to be able to do that, but also to lead back?
I'm having a hard time.
Sorry, you mentioned Hunter as a good option to fill in tight end. What about his unique skill set?
Well, more some of the responsibilities that he did, from some tight end alignments. So, Hunter's a very flexible player for us. Also had a really good day on special teams too. I thought he played very well on teams. So, but yeah, I think that's like anything with with that body type. Your linebackers, your tight ends, and obviously the fullback position. The more they can do, the more value they have, and the more you can play. It's a long season. It's one of the first things that we look at after the game is play time. So I would have liked to got Deuce more opportunities. I would have liked to run the ball more in the second half. We were 0 for 5 on third down in the second half. So I mean, that's how the games go sometimes. But I think position flex is very, very important in our league, especially over a long season.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. What was your film evaluation of the connection between Dak and CD? How do you feel like the rhythm is going with CD and Dak?
Yeah, I think just like anything, regardless of training camp and not being here and so forth, I think we definitely had some first game production that we definitely left on the field without a doubt. So I mean, as an offense as a whole, I mean the passing game was, we definitely needed to be better. Really, the whole message to the team is about the details. Our details were not nearly where they need to be. Especially in the second half. I thought the first half. We played well, especially for the way the first series went up. I love the way our guys responded. Love the way our defense responded there. Held them 3, and so. And the defense really did an excellent job in the second half with the big plays, along with the special teams. So, but the passing game and offense needs to be better. Particularly, we've really emphasized bump and run, the opportunity to compete and take advantage of bump and run, and we were challenged some situationally there in the second half, and we need to do a better job moving forward.
Scott Dixon with the AP. The Tyreek Hill situation in Miami, through the years, have you felt the need to talk to your players about how potential interactions with the police, and if you can you share anything that you might have talked to them about?
Number one, I don't know the specifics of the situation, so I can't really comment on it. But I think just like anything, we have continuing education on all aspects of, what our responsibility is to be a Dallas Cowboy, to the National Football League, just in life in general. So, I mean, I think it's healthy. Obviously growing up in a household of public safety, it's obviously that, something I think awareness is important. So, yeah, the continuing education, I think the league does a tremendous job with the programs and the things that they bring forth, particularly in training camp.
Mike Edwarder, WFAA. What made Mike Zimmer the right hire for what you wanted to do defensively? And based on what you saw in game one, what stood out to you? What impressed you the most about the way the players executed within the scheme?
Mike Zimmer being the right hire on a number of different fronts. I think number one, we all have philosophies and ideas on how you want to put together a staff. If you look at my history, I have a preference, particularly if the staff's going to be structured with myself doing the play calling and predominantly being, time-wise and on the offensive side. Having a former head coach, I think there's a lot of value in that on the defensive side of the ball, just because of the responsibilities there and just the way it's structured. Competitively, schematically, something I was very familiar with Mike, just, competing against him for decades. And so I've always, enjoyed our competition, but the scheme that he brought here, I think, with our success that 3 years prior, you're always trying to adjust and evolve. Nothing stays the same. And I just thought it'd be a really natural shift for us schematically, defensively, and I think you saw some of that come to life yesterday. And I just in his history here in Dallas, I mean I think that was a very mutual connection for him to come back here too. So and personally, we both have daughters, and so it's he's a little more grumpier than I am, but it's no, I think there's a number of different things. I thought it was a very good choice.
What stood out to you with the defensive performance yesterday?
Oh, just the opportunities. I think just like anything, I think our guys would echo, just the opportunities that were put to place. We probably expected a little more big personnel from them, more 12, more 13. They went more 11 and 10. So I think just the way our guys adjusted in the pass rush and the pressure and just the opportunities our guys were put in position, and our guys did a nice job with it.
Hey Mike, Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. A lot of rightful talk about how well your young guys, Kalen Carson, the Mariano Overshown performed. But can you talk a little bit about Marshawn Nealon? He played well in both run defense, pass rush, 6 quarterback pressures, I believe. So can you just talk about what you saw?
Yeah, Marshawn I thought played really. I just kind of would echo the rookie class. I'm very, very proud of those guys to go out there and in week one, on the road, and they all received some compliments today. So his physicality, number one, has stood out since as soon as he got here, back to the OTAs. So he's just a great fit for us. I love his motor, his toughness, very mature. But yeah, I thought he had a really nice day, especially first one out of the gate.
Tom. Mike, the rehab road can be a lonely path for these guys at times. How rewarding is it for you to know the work that guys like Trayvon and Overshown put in to see it pay off in week one?
I mean, really, just really happy for those guys, because that's what. I mean, those are dark hours, and you see them in the training room. I'm watching Sam and go through it right now. He's down there every morning. So it's a long road back, and then to see him come running out of that tunnel, yeah, that's a big deal, and it's good to see those guys out there, playing free. And but yes, definitely. I mean, I think the amount of work that those guys put in, and I think you got to give, Brett Brown and the staff a lot of credit.
With Overshown and his speed and his the close there on that sack. I mean,
yeah, definitely impactful. We always felt the speed. There's a couple plays here, just just the way he's. I mean, the fourth down. Some he had some great pursuit plays. So you definitely feel him out there. So it was great to see him out there flying around.
David, we asked you a lot in the all season about Mozzie Smith and where he was and how this system would be a little bit better fit for him, just as far as his awareness and how he had played before getting here. How did he play yesterday? And
Played well, graded out well. I feel like I say the same thing about every guy, but graded out well. I was really happy for Mozzie, but I think this is some of the things that are different for him this year to last year. He's really attached to, and so I thought he got off to a good start.
There it is, the Mike McCarthy press conference here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Mike saying he's very happy with the start of the season. Still work to do. Jake Ferguson expected to be working with the return to play group, and we'll see how that goes, but did admit they were out of balance in the second half, particularly offensively. Right as we threw to Mike McCarthy, the Rangers announced Kumar Rocker getting called up to the show, and he's going to start on Thursday. That is amazing. 14 months after elbow surgery, he's compiled a .91 ERA in 29 2/3 while allowing a 128 average so far in Double and Triple A. So the 24-year-old has dominated minor league opponents on the same level that Paul Skeens did in his 7 starts before being called up to Pittsburgh. And now we get to see him and hopefully generate some excitement for what the future holds. All right, well, Chuck, where are we going next?
Yeah, let's do some NFL news of the day. Is this the worst trade in NFL history? A bizarre apology and your rookie quarterback stat of the day. That's next.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Welcome back, Nation. If you missed it, Kumar Rocker's going to debut for the Rangers on Thursday. That's some breaking news from just about 30 minutes ago. It's time now for the NFL News of the Day with Wolchuk. Segments brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com/Cowboys. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And this segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's hurt in an accident, not your fault, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL News of the Day.
All right, let's knock out some of the injury news. Obviously, we got a positive update on Jake Ferguson. He's week to week. I mean, Stephen Jones was on with KMC earlier, said he could even maybe play on Sunday against the Saints. I mean, we'll see. He said it was more of a bone bruise than anything.
The great thing about Twitter doctors, and they're like, I don't know about this. I don't.
Thank goodness.
You're just kind of like, depending on who you follow, all these Twitter doctors will step up and say it's probably a big risk.
It was just a hyperextension and a bone bruise?
MCL sprain is what they officially termed it as.
Yeah, I thought when I first saw it and we were talking about it in the post, I kind of thought it was a hyperextension, is what the way it looks like.
That's two big injuries that these players have dodged, with Ferguson and then Jordan Love, of course, on Friday night in a game that the Packers just peed down their leg and didn't want to win. But Jordan Love, I thought that thing popped on him, and it ends up just being an MCL sprain, and they're thinking 3 to 6 weeks for Jordan Love, or that would have been, oh my gosh, season over for the Green Bay Packers. Also good news for Josh Allen, Bills quarterback, after a win yesterday against the Cardinals. He hurt his hand. He's cleared. He's going to be good to go on Sunday. That's not something that is going to be a serious injury. We were doing post-game, Brian. We saw Puka Nacua being carted off.
Yeah.
And he's week to week as well. He re-aggravated that knee injury that had caused him to miss time during training camp. So fantasy owners out there, that's a big one. And then a huge loss for the Browns. I mean, maybe their only good player, but Derek Brown has a potential season-ending knee injury as well for them. So that's one where Dave Canales and company, oh no, Things are going bad in a hurry there for the Cleveland Browns. Tonight, we've got Jets, we've got 49ers. One player who won't be playing is Hassan Reddick, who continues his holdout with the Jets. Now, he's going to forfeit a game check tonight of nearly $800,000, and he's already been fined more than $5 million for the time that he's missed during camp. At some point, it's like, if the Jets are saying we're not doing anything, we're not changing our side of this, if you're Hassan Reddick, it's not worth it to lose out on this amount of money. It's crazy to me that he's still holding out.
Yeah, this is wild. It's rare these happen, and I can't imagine doing it myself. But he's probably looking at it like, I've made a significant amount of money to this point. I'm only getting one more contract. So if I get that contract now or I wait until next year, it's probably going to be about the same.
All right, football guy of the day on the line here. I got a stat for you guys, okay?
Oh, jeez.
You ready, B? You ready? All right, so yesterday, Kevontae Turpin had a 60-yard punt return for a touchdown.
Yes, he did. I saw it.
It's the first Cowboy punt return for a touchdown since 2017.
Dwayne Harris.
Can you tell me who it was that had that touchdown? Dwayne Harris?
Sure. Is he right?
It's not Dwayne Harris. No.
Okay, it's not
Lucky
Dwayne
Whitehead?
It's not Lucky Whitehead. That's a good guess.
Was it Dez?
It's not Dez.
That Ryan guy from UNC?
That's
Ryan
him.
Switzer.
Ryan
There it
Switzer.
is.
There you go.
Ryan, you were supposed to jump in and just get this one so I could
Against
give you
the
football
Raiders,
guy of the
right?
day. We talked about this. We had a whole plan.
I know we had a plan, but I felt like Dawson was going down the right path. I wanted to get
Honestly,
him.
Thank you, buddy.
You had some great polls. Like Dwayne Harris, Lucky Whitehead. You were racking down.
And
the
then
punt
and then he
returners.
went North Carolina guy, and I went, gosh, he knows this.
That's a
one.
hell of a poll right
that
there.
That is a good poll.
That is a
Thank
good
you.
poll. Also, shout out to Caleb Williams, who made history yesterday. Finished 14 of 29 for 93 yards, no touchdowns, no picks for 55.7 passer rating. Now, he made history. Only rookie quarterback to throw 25 or more pass attempts and record under 100 passing yards in their first start and win the game. Also, first number one overall pick, as we talked about on Friday, to win their first start since 2002.
Derek Carr.
But what a comeback, huh? The teammates picking him up. And, Caleb, hopefully it just gets better from here. Didn't look great.
No, it did not look great for really any of the rookie quarterbacks yesterday. But, I mean, they started the game. The first quarter, it was negative 14 passing yards for the Bears.
Really bad.
It was definitely not good. I guess they're calling it, from a passer rating standpoint for Caleb Williams, that's the 11th worst debut among all quarterbacks picked first overall since 1970. But it is better than John Elway, Matthew Stafford, Terry Bradshaw, Troy Aikman, and Eli Manning.
And Daniel Jones and Deshaun Watson yesterday.
So, yes.
Still better games.
So the last time a first overall pick a quarterback had won was Dallas and Houston, right?
Yes. It's David Carr.
That was, boy, what an awful night
But
that
the
was.
Disgusting game.
The idea that the Titans couldn't cover being a 4.5 point dog while leading 17-0, and they didn't give up an offensive touchdown.
My guy
threw
a terrible interception.
He did.
He just slung the ball.
Will Levis looked absolutely brutal.
No, like he was fine the first half.
Yeah, the second half.
The
just totally
second half, he was
unraveled.
awful.
Shout out to Tony Pollard. Heck of a game for him in his debut, but it was not enough.
They didn't score an offensive touchdown, and they finished with under 150 total yards.
I mean, we had two teams get wins yesterday that didn't score offensive touchdowns with the Steelers and the Bears. It's pretty incredible. We also had a debut of Tom Brady in the booth, 877-881-1053. How'd you think Brady did? Although I know you were listening to the game on 105.3 The Fan. You heard Brian and I bust in, do some play-by-play. We'll relive that.
Two guys, one booth for sure.
I was so impressed with you guys.
We tried, man. Thank you very much. But
it was so bad. My only question is, will he get better or will he pull a Jason Witten and just leave?
Okay. Well, Scott Hansen, who hosts the Red Zone channel on NFL Network, does a fantastic job. Apparently, his contract's up after this year, so he's going to be
Scott Hansen's going to be the guy?
Well, Scott Hansen just
maybe Tom could be Red Zone.
He was critical of Tom Brady, and then today maybe he was critical of Tom Brady. I've got the audio
You got to
for
go
you.
forward. You can't go backwards.
So here's Scott Hansen during the Red Zone channel, kind of taking a shot at Brady. Do you think this warranted an apology, which he put out today?
71? This is crazy. Yeah. Well, they got to cover. If it doesn't go in. This is a 71-yard attempt. And now the Browns will call a timeout. Maybe everyone's going to rethink this one. 71 yards.
Third and final timeout.
Go to the Jets now. Oh, come on. Brady's got to get more excited than that in the booth. This is going to
What?
Yeah. All right.
Brady's got to get more excited than that in the booth?
That's what he said.
I mean, Kevin Burkhardt had enough excitement for the both
I
of
thought
them.
Brady was not excited about
the
this.
clear
71-yard
sick
kick.
burn would have been, you got to be rethinking your broadcast career, Tom.
Well,
Like that might have been where I would go if
Right,
I was
okay.
Hanson, right? That would be a sick burn that you'd have to apologize for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But even that, I don't know if somebody told him or he was just getting hate for this, but he went ahead and said, today, this was unfair and inconsiderate by me. Yes, I was saying it tongue-in-cheek, but I didn't calculate how it may come across. At Tom Brady, I apologize. I promise I am rooting for you in this new venture. I just didn't think Scott said anything there that really warranted a public apology.
No, not at all.
Are we just like everyone's trying to cover for Tom Brady's ass right now? Like this, that was just weird to me.
Well, yeah, that is weird. You know, you see bad broadcasting, you should call it out. And I think Tom has to decide if he wants to work at this and engage. I get like having the jitters in the first go around and not being great. I think it's possible Tom Brady is awesome, but if he's being honest with himself right now, he's thinking like, holy crap, I basically just bombed, you know, my NFL analyst debut. There were several moments where like something big would happen and it was time for him to say something and he totally peed down his leg.
Yeah,
which I like as a bet payoff, by the way. Just a pee your pants bet payoff. Just throwing that out
you
there.
keep bringing that
No,
up.
but you can't bring your
some
diaper.
plastic down.
Yeah, none of that diaper
you
stuff,
You keep
Broadus.
bringing that up. I'm going to do the nitro gummy. I think I'm going to prove to you that it wasn't that bad.
As a guy
There's
who's
some
done
paramedics on
the
the scene.
nitro gummy and peed his pants before, I'm telling you, you'd rather pee your pants.
Really don't feel so good about
the thing.
The whole thing.
Do you kind of feel like that if Kevin Burkhardt would set him up for some more stuff, that it might be a little bit
There you go.
better?
I think if you're Brady, your finger pointing today, like teammates be better.
I'm just saying. I mean, I'm just trying to find a better avenue instead of Tom trying to kind of pick it up. Like Kevin Burkhardt, like I think when Brady is able to explain why. Okay, why would they do this with the quarterback, or why does the offense need to think about this? And I think maybe Burkhardt could kind of.
That's a good point.
Because the game was getting out of hand. I would have just completely just started picking Tom Brady's brain.
Yeah.
I would have said, okay, you're Deshaun Watson here. Things are not going, he would have given me we got to go forward before we can go backwards. He said that like 3 or 4 times. And I'm like, come on, Tom. Okay, go to another point.
Hey, you got to master the cliche early.
But I think that Burkhardt did a good job of kind of setting up our tight end last year.
Olsen.
Some of it too, because he's buddies with Olsen.
Yeah, you think it's more of like kind of an inside job?
I hope you do well, Brady, but I'm not going to help you.
I just feel like that Burkhardt could help him a little more. Like Summerall used to do it with Madden, like set him up for some stuff.
I think you're 100% right. I also think he was trying to find out where he fit in all this. He wasn't sure when to interject. He was a little bit uncomfortable.
Bottom of the totem pole, Wolchuk.
Maybe he does end up being terrible at this, but it's one game.
Yeah,
He
you're
might
right.
get
Yeah,
better.
one game. Yeah,
Still
Get
early.
better.
It's week 1, and he's going to get in the film room. He's going to come back with all the adjustments.
Next week, Dawson's going to be, did you listen to that broadcast week 2? Not good.
I think you got to want it though, and I'm not sure he wants it.
Fair.
He might just be like, "Well, I got to work hours on this. I got stuff to do."
I don't know, dude. This might be the perfect thing. A little Monday morning embarrassment.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. He's used to getting all the praise after a football Sunday. Now all of a sudden you feel like, wow, I need to get back to the drawing board here.
Fox has got the Super Bowl this year, by the way.
Possible. Okay, that would be a train wreck.
Hey, that's where he thrives.
Krusty's Corners coming up next. Where are you taking it, buddy?
Yeah, I'm going to break down Tom Brady some more. No, I'm really not. I'm going to break down this game for you. We'll do that next.
Kumar Rocker coming up on Thursday for the Rangers, but I want to talk about D&M Leasing before we do anything else.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king of the Krusties, Broadus.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant as well for being a part of this one. I'll tell you what. Let's start off with this film. And I think people would like to know more about the way the rookie offensive lineman played?
Absolutely. Give me all the Cooper Beebe, Tyler Guyton you can.
Which one would you like to hear about first?
You know where I'm going to go.
You want to hear about Beebe?
Of course.
Kind of felt like that Beebe, when you start to talk about, the first thing when you think with Beebe, it's about the snap. And he was able to handle that very, very well. You know, especially with guys in the gaps, guys maybe over his nose. I felt like that he was very comfortable doing those types of things. That you could tell there was a couple of different times where I was wondering the touchdown that they had, and I need to ask somebody this question because on tape it looked interesting. The blitz that they got, they had four to block. Really, they had four to block four, and they let the blitzer home. But great job by Dak, and I'm talking about the touchdown he threw to Cooks. Cooks one-on-one against Thornhill. Thornhill never even moved. You know, it was really a great route, the corner route that Cooks ran out of the slot. And it was a really nice throw by Dak, a great read, knowing where he's got the matchup. But I wonder if that was something where Beebe and those guys needed to make a call to get the pickup because they had enough guys to pick up the blitzer.
Yeah, it felt like if you're going to leave a free man, it should be the furthest man
from the ball,
quarterback,
from the
not
ball.
the guy.
Right. We saw that a couple different times with Guyton coming down, and then they let the furthest guy. That's rule of thumb. That man that's the furthest away is the quarterback's responsibility. You know, when you slide a protection, that guy's your guy quarterback, and so Dak. But I was just wondering a couple of different times there. They had some situations where I wonder if calls got conveyed in order to get guys in position to. But overall, I felt like that Beebe much better pass blocker than run blocker in this game. And there were some times, too, where the run blocking wasn't poor.
Yeah.
But where they were poor was him trying to get up to that second level. We talked about in the pre-game and the build-up to the game, Koromora. when you don't block him, he'll make every single tackle. And that's really what kind of happened in this game and there was a couple of times, though, where they blocked it pretty darn good. And they had hat on hat, and everybody got to where they needed to be. And then all of a sudden, a Rico Dowdle, you got to make a cut. You got to cut behind. And the way the Cowboys tried to run the football in this game was with the traps and misdirections, the jet sweeps, the things like that. They had some success, but the biggest problem with BB, Guyton, guys like that were the lack of sustain with their blocks. And, BB, when he gets up on that second level, he's got to locate, and he's got to be able to kind of get on that because they got behind him a couple of different times in the running game. But that was something that I felt like that the pass protection was spot on for him.
Good.
And the power, spot on for him. I just wonder if there were a couple of times where they didn't get a call conveyed that Dak was able to kind of handle, knowing, this is about to happen to me. The touchdown for sure was one that I questioned on the tape. With Guyton, he went into survival mode yesterday as a pass blocker. And it wasn't just, I believe I looked at the numbers, I think that Garrett only played 45 snaps in this game. So it wasn't all Myles Garrett, but the pressure and the sack that he got on Guyton was just him being Myles Garrett. There was absolutely nothing that Guyton could have done to prevented that at all. That was just, we talked about Garrett's ability to get as much ground on that first step. He was on Guyton before he knew it. Guyton, it was everything's of his athletic ability to even hold on the play. And it wasn't called a hold, but he basically tackled Garrett to the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
But that was that's something he's going to have to learn.
Yeah, to be expected.
Smith got him, but he is going to when he looked far more comfortable as a run blocker than he did a pass protector. And that's something we keep saying this, but he didn't really see that. We didn't see that much. I know I didn't see that watching the Oklahoma tape, but man, he's a physical run blocker and he has that ability.
He's a finisher.
He is a finisher. And
Mickey says that all the time.
Absolutely.
We got to finish.
Got to be a finisher there. But I'll tell you what, though, that was for the first time out, it wasn't pretty. He was in survival mode. He didn't get anybody hurt in the game, and that's a real positive in itself.
Definitely got fortunate on that.
Yeah,
on the fumble.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Good job by Tolbert picking it up out there in the flat. That's good awareness on his part. The ball goes sideways. You got to jump on it out there. So. I think the running backs, can I talk about them a little bit?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yeah, I mentioned in the cross today, if Zeke would have had the 10 carries for 40 yards in the second half, I would have felt better. But the way that he had one of his big carries was off a draw play.
On 3rd and 1,000,000 when they were willing to give you 9 yards.
Well, they had it was, like I was saying, that the way that they were blocking things up front, that it was going to be, there were the pulling, the down blocks, the things like that we've seen that. They were trying, but the second half, they had really nothing. They had nothing when it came to any type of movement, and that's the part that's disappointing to me, that maybe that what you saw in the first half, if that could have carried over and been a second half staple, that they could have gone to some type of plays that would have been a little bit more, hey, let's challenge the guys up front.
It almost felt like they were like, hey, we're happy with where we're at here.
I think Mike realized
through the motions a little bit.
I think Mike realized that his. He used to get on Kellen Moore about wanting to just keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, and then taking chances and that kind of stuff. I don't know. Like I said, I just felt like, to me, second half would have been a good opportunity. They got into what they call that 21 personnel. They got in there with the 2 backs, 1 tight end.
Mm-hmm.
They went 22 personnel, some 2 backs, 2 tight ends. Your better blocker in these run situations was actually Hunter Lipke. When Ferguson went out, it was Span Ford, it was Scooney were involved, but Hunter Lipke was actually a better run blocker
as like a lead back, or
as they put him as a wing and put him over in a tight end situation.
Mm-hmm.
But he looked like he had a better feel for how to get into his block and then make something happen. They didn't have the success at some of the other spots, but I kind of was impressed with Hunter Lipke and the way he was able to handle himself. Say the backs again, they also had a situation too where the blitz pickup stuff I thought was really, really good in this game.
Zeke and Rico.
Zeke,
absolutely.
both of them. Yeah, and that's where I think that, to me, I don't have a problem with Elliott playing if that's the role he's going to play. Screen guy, catch the ball guy, be a blitz pickup guy. I think you could get a lot more out of him as that role, and then try and figure out some other things. But they're going to need to run the ball in the second half better than they have.
You just can't wear Zeke down. I liked week 1 fresh Zeke.
Yeah.
I hope they can keep him looking like that.
Yeah.
He looked maybe a little bit quicker and fresher than when he left.
Yeah.
The player I got most excited about was probably Overshown, because I think he has a chance to be that linebacker that we've struggled to have that brings athleticism there.
Yeah, they actually, all the linebackers, that whole entire room played really, really well. Even, Leofau, he got a few snaps in there. They did a great job of rotating that group. And so you kind of saw the different combinations, even with Clark being in there, guys playing downhill, guys playing fast, guys taking on blocks. The line in front of him did a nice job.
It makes a difference when your line's not getting pushed
There
around.
was some really good coordination between the line and the linebackers, especially when it came to the blitzes and things like that. They were getting rushes home because of the coordination that they had between the two groups. The coverage aspect from the linebackers, I thought, was exceptionally well, because you worried about Njoku doing some things.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Lewis played a hell of a game for you as well,
dude.
too.
He was tackling machine.
All over the place.
Sure did.
Defense is exciting. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. We'll give you the C-note, go around the Dak deal and all the major highlights after a Week 1 victory next in the nation.
Commercial-free G-Bags.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for the C-Note, the Cowboys news of the evening. Coming off of a Week 1 dominant victory over the Cleveland Browns. This is exciting, and we have a new Dak contract to talk about as he becomes the highest paid player in the sports history here, and a very well-earned $60 million a year. How did this come to be? David Moore has the story up in the morning news. Dak got the call an hour before they left the team hotel to go to the stadium on Sunday. Said it was emotional because he would have bet that it would not have gotten done at the same time on Saturday. Apparently Saturday evening and Sunday morning things started to speed up. I just love the great line from Dak. I just want to hold up my end of the deal and deliver for Jerry. And Jerry saying, my prayer is that we have the ability to put the supporting cast around him. I hope those things change, but I feel like we've been listening to Cowboy greats or Cowboy good players, Cowboy Pro Bowlers say this now since about the late 2000s, after the thing happens in Seattle, where now we're getting to 10, 12, 15 years since the Cowboys had won it. So now we've been dealing with like another 15 years of this happening since we started seeing Jerry Jones and the Cowboys say things like this after doing new big deals or, getting ready for another season. I want to know what's going to be different. Why Jerry Jones should we believe that the organization could actually take advantage of this opportunity in the next 5 years of having one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL? What would give you confidence, Zach, that this could change for us?
Honestly, there probably is not a reason to be confident. Nothing's really changed, right? Like Dak is a good quarterback. Mm-hmm. The Cowboys, I do think, have put together a pretty good supporting cast for the most part around him. Now, you have, I think, a defense that is probably the best, in my opinion, that he's going to have played with. I think this defense is taking another level. I get it. They went up against an absolutely terrible offense yesterday with 2 backup tackles. So we need to kind of wait and see before we anoint them. Oh my gosh, this is like a top 3 elite defense. I will wait to do that. Mm-hmm. But I do love what I'm seeing schematically from Mike Zimmer, how he's being able to get the most and maximize Micah Parsons and create matchups for DeMarcus Lawrence, who had one of his best games yesterday as well. The linebacking core is night and day. So the defense, that can help you, right? I mentioned this comment, in the post-game show. As great as Patrick Mahomes is, Patrick Mahomes isn't winning Super Bowls without Chris Jones on the other side also making defensive plays. Like Micah needs to get that from Trayvon Diggs, who's locked up long-term, from Micah, who's going to get locked up long-term. Like the rest of the team's got to step up here. When it comes to Dak, I mean, I think you guys know I love Dak. I think highly of Dak. I think he's a very good top 10 quarterback. At times plays like a top 5 quarterback. But the jury's out in the postseason. You can't look away from what's happened the last 3 exits. Now, Green Bay, did he play well? No, but the whole team played terrible. But he had the opportunities against San Francisco to go on game-winning drives. And that's really what sets you apart as a quarterback in the postseason. Games on the line. Can you go ahead and do this? And when you're paying a guy that contract, that's what he knows he needs to now take that step and do. There are some Cowboy fans that are going to think he will never be that guy, and maybe he won't be.
Well, especially after yesterday's second half, I feel like that had to reinforce that. Here's the guy that struggled against Green Bay, that struggled against the Niners, struggled a handful of times in the regular season last year, and I don't feel like he's going to be different. There's nothing Dak can do. He's maxed out. I think it's got to come from the organization.
I mean, the organization can't go out there and make the plays for him, though, right? I don't think you can look at a single Super Bowl that's been won and that quarterback that won the Super Bowl, even like a Trent Dilfer and a Brad Johnson who got carried, and there wasn't a moment in that playoff run where they had to step up and make a play. You have to have your quarterback do that. No matter how good your team is, you have to have your quarterback at some point. Eli Manning, do I think he's better than Romo? No. But Eli Manning made some awesome plays and stepped up in big moments for the Giants to win those Super Bowls.
Aren't they always on teams, though, that have a defense that'll do it for them or a running game that can do it for them?
Yes. I mean, look, Dilfer and Johnson, they're not in Super Bowls without elite defenses, right, and having running games. Certainly, you want to build that around him. And I think that they've done a good job now. You've added 2 young offensive linemen that I think are going to be here for a long time.
Sure.
They might have some reserves that can slide in when Zach Martin's time's over. I'd love to hear what you said about Steele, who's locked up. If he can get back to his position, the offensive line's going to be a huge part of this. And I think we're going to talk next year, the draft, it's going to be about finding your next big running back.
I think that as long as they don't lose Will McClay, they'll be all right. I think that's your hope right there. I think Will McClay is the glue that holds all this together, and his ability to manage the coaches, manage the scouts, manage the Joneses. If Will McClay decides to pick up and leave or gets an opportunity, and we don't know. I mean, Will might be closer to doing that than, in years past. Getting his own team, letting it run his own operation, pick his own coach.
Getting the title of actual general manager.
Right.
I think if you keep Will McClay, you're going to do a good job of holding the standard they're at currently.
I think that, to me, when you start to, and this is how I was going to finish it up, you have, say, yesterday you had 9 pressures, I believe, from Micah Parsons. If you talk about pressures, and, that's important. Nealon had 8. The tackles Overshown makes. So to me, those are the guys that are going to make the difference in you going forward. With the and being able to, guys you didn't expect. We didn't expect that Marshawn Nealon would be a guy that all of a sudden he's playing 40, 50 snaps, he's getting 8 pressures out of that. That's the ability that Will McClay has. And I think you got a defensive coordinator. And me, I'm biased to Mike Zimmer. I love Mike Zimmer. I said it when he was hired. I think this is a guy that's capable of saving Mike McCarthy's job.
Through 1 week, you're 100% right.
I believe that. I really do believe that. Now, we'll see what happens. But to me, Dawson, if you lose Will McClay, you are going to lose the ability, I think, to draft well.
I would agree with that.
Or to go out and get players free agency. They're not going to spend money the traditional way of going out hundreds of millions of dollars on somebody else's players. They've proven they'll spend it on their own.
I mean, nobody's perfect. They've had their down seasons as well, but I would want nobody else than what the Cowboys have put together when it comes to their whole draft team.
Yeah.
I'll take these guys. I believe in them. But, what's going to push it over the top, I think, is the management of the salary cap at the front office level, and I don't think Jerry and Stephen Jones are imagining that there is even an opportunity there.
Well,
that's what's got to change if you want to win it.
I'm confused. In what way? In the management of what way? I mean, how do you want them to? They're paying top
go get
dollar.
great players. Go get more great players.
Yeah, I think
fill
for
your
me,
holes. Get a
for
running
me,
game.
It would be and maybe.
But okay. They drafted the running back. Excuse me. They drafted the offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Where now the jury is out is on the running backs.
Who was our defense? Who was our player of the game yesterday, Brian? In the post game,
it was a linebacker,
right? Eric Kendricks, right?
Kendricks, yeah.
So Eric Kendricks was a free agent addition.
Yeah.
Now he was not expensive at all. But I think that we know they draft and develop well. That's the reason they're competitive. That's not changing. And as long as Will's here, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I think the next step then is evaluating, and maybe it's not, hey, I'm going out and getting top of the market guys, but at least being a player and showing that you're active in free agency instead of completely taking it off, which it seems like they do. Now, credit to them. They got Eric Kendricks at their number. He said, bye-bye, San Francisco. I want to come and play for you. Hell yeah, they deserve credit for that move. But at the same time, little additions like that, that's what ends up being able to be the difference makers for certain teams in the postseason, and I don't think we've seen enough of those.
Yeah, I think for the Rams in 2021, it's Von Miller and Jalen Ramsey. We need a pass rush. We need a cover guy.
Is that trades?
Trades are a part of that.
That was trades.
Yeah.
Right. That wasn't free agent signings, but that was a commitment to trading the picks and then paying the guys, I guess.
Yeah.
But to me, they're going to always pay their own before they pay somebody else's own. That's where their philosophy is. They're like, when you draft well enough, you can get away with that. I don't think that's a bad philosophy, but to me, to go out and get a Kendricks, go out. They traded for Cooks. I think Cooks played a factor in the game yesterday. I don't know. I just, to me, there's ways to do this without paying other free agencies.
I just don't see the teams that's doing it. Before that, it was Tampa adding Ndamukong Suh and Jason Pierre-Paul. There's going to be parts of your roster that are lacking, and I see the great teams adding all pros there.
They traded a one. They're terrible at trading a one to go get a wide receiver, and they did that to go get Amari Cooper. It's a shame that Amari Cooper and the team got cross. That would have been something that'd been nice to probably still have Amari Cooper here playing. But I think the willingness to, they're going to always pay their own. Are they going to go out and sign the others? No, they're not going to do that. That's just not going to happen. There's teams, like I say, I think the Rams, maybe some bad drafting teams. That's where, if you don't have confidence in your ability to draft, you have to go out and pay money, I think, to go get guys.
Well, they got the Dak deal done. Dak says he wants to, get the championship done. Jerry Jones.
That's on him now.
He believes he can now. Jerry Jones quote. I believe I can put the supporting cast around him. I don't know. They have opened as 6.5-point favorites in week 2 against the New Orleans Saints. How you feeling about that matchup right now, Chief?
Ooh, I feel good about it. I know the Saints just mollywopped the Panthers in the Superdome, but that is not something that strikes fear into me. I still will be expecting Cowboys victory. The line is starting at Cowboys 6.5-point favorites, probably with the fact that how good the Cowboys were at home last year is factored in there a little bit. But yeah, I'm feeling good about beating the Saints. I will add one other thing to just the general, the strategy of trying to get a Super Bowl. You got to make sure you got to make sure you got the right head coach. And you've upgraded from Jason Garrett to Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
You have absolutely leveled up. But is that ultimately going to be enough, or is there, not shortchanging yourself on the coaching stuff? There's no salary cap in the coaches. Make damn sure you go out there as the number one. You're America's team. You're the wealthiest team in all of sports. There is no cap on just going and saying, I'm going to make sure I have an awesome coach. And you did it defensively just now. And it's not, I don't want to take a ton of shots at Mike McCarthy because he's solid. But solid quarterback Dak, solid head coach Mike McCarthy is not usually winning the Super Bowl. You got to have great somewhere.
Of the next great coaches, is Ben Johnson the one that you would say could get you a Super Bowl?
I think that's definitely a guy you would take the chance on. Yes, I don't know his personality. I don't know all the other head coach characteristics. But from what I know about Ben Johnson, heck yeah, dude, that'd be a guy I'd want to go get.
You're married to the quarterback now.
Yeah.
And so now the quarterback needs.
How can I help my really good quarterback, not great, but really good quarterback, be the best version of himself? Matthew Stafford going from Detroit's coaching to Sean McSex, all of a sudden he's throwing no-look touchdowns in a Super Bowl.
So when you're thinking about the potentially of the next head coach here, And, I could say that here we are, it's not even the offseason, but if you're thinking about that, you have to absolutely think about your first question then has to be about Dak Prescott and how you would work with, how would you make Dak Prescott what you're talking about. If you think the coach is a Super Bowl coach, okay, how do I get my quarterback to play that way? And please don't tell me that you don't think my quarterback can get to the Super Bowl, because if we don't, then we just made a huge mistake with some money.
At this point, if McCarthy's not back, I want Mike Zimmer as the head coach with Al Harris as the DC.
I kind of feel like that Mike is the DC, and nothing against him as the head coach, is a better office for you as a DC than he is a head coach.
Mm-hmm. Right on.
I would.
As long as he sticks around. That's just me.
Yeah, as long as he sticks around.
No, that's just
get Ben Johnson.
Personally.
Just keep him there.
That's just personally. I mean, that's why I think Mike. I think when you let him be the guy that walks around and makes sure that the defensive line's taken care of. Al Harris is a damn good coach. I think he's on his way. But to me, Mike as a defensive coordinator, I think, is better than Mike as a head coach. That's just me.
Impressive debut yesterday. Everything just looked so much more solid, and that the breakdown was unlikely. And when the ball was being delivered to a spot, it seemed like the entire team knew it a half second before and was rallying there.
Well, you're looking at opening day, and you have a lot of time to prepare for that.
Okay,
you have a lot of time, and
Zimmer knows Stefanski very well,
and he does.
Yeah.
And I think that Wooly Bully's right though on this thing. Let's see how it plays. The pieces are there for them to have a very good defense. But let's see, you've got some games coming up that, you get a quarterback this week that could throw the ball down the field. That this quarterback you just played couldn't throw it 6 yards. I mean, he couldn't complete a pass, everything was underneath. But that was the pressure you put on him to do that. So, but I think Zim will be up to the task every week.
Had some wide open guys, too, in the middle of the field. It was just crazy to watch. Yeah. That bad of offensive play. Well, Chuck, where are we going next?
I think we're going to have Rangers GM Chris Young join us. Then we'll hit the top 10 coming up at 4:45-ish. That's X in the Nation.
Fellowship.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
In a row, they're sitting now just 4 games below 500. And another exciting call up today to ask GM Chris Young about it. It is time now for the Chris Young Show. Segments brought to you by Soda, that's state of the art. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. CY presented by PlayScore and by Anheuser-Busch. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing good. We're excited about the announcement that Kumar Rocker is coming up on Thursday. Can you talk to us about what went into that?
Yeah, it's just a really exciting day for our franchise and for our fans. Certainly, Kumar has earned the opportunity to get called up, and there's a lot that goes into it. But ultimately, we've kind of covered every angle in terms of our decision-making process, starting with the medical side. And Kumar has passed all the tests from a medical standpoint. He's fully healthy. He's out of rehab mode and in game mode, compete mode, and from there, it becomes more of a baseball decision and what's right for the player, for the team, how much experience does he need in the minor leagues, weighing that with the experience that he would get at the big league level. But I think the most important piece of this is that we talk about internally all the time that this is a performance-based game, and Kumar has earned the opportunity. He has done everything he possibly can in terms of his performance to earn this call-up, and kudos to him. I'm so happy for him. He's a great, great person, and I think he's going to look great in a Rangers uniform.
What do you think about the talk that his numbers compare favorably to what Paul Skeens was able to do in his 7 minor league appearances?
I didn't realize that. That's not something we compared necessarily when we were making this decision. So I wasn't aware of really how close those numbers are to each other. But what I will say is that he's an elite competitor, and Paul Skeens is an elite competitor, and they're extremely talented pitchers. When you have the mental to go with the physical, those guys seem to do special things, and I put nothing past Kumar in terms of his ability to compete and perform, and that's why we're calling him up.
How important is it with the economics of baseball today? Is there a concerted effort to see these young guys up early to be, a way to balance off some of the big spending that you have to do elsewhere on the roster?
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, it's not part of our decision-making specific to Kumar. It's really for every organization. The more homegrown talent you can have and cheaper, younger players, the more flexibility it gives you to sign veteran players to complete your roster. So there is certainly a benefit to it, but it's not why we made this decision. But, it's why a pipeline of talent in the farm system is so critically important to the success of any organization.
How excited are you as well as this rotation's really starting to get healthy? Jacob deGrom, the impending return for him. And what's kind of some reasonable expectations, CY? Because I'm thinking just a complete game no-hitter.
Well, I don't think you're going to see a complete game. The number of hits I'm not going to make predictions on, but I know that these guys are, Kumar, Jacob, and others are capable of being dominant. So, but for Jacob, it's, again, our expectation, assuming he feels good today and tomorrow, is that he'll pitch later this week against the Mariners, and we're really excited about that. This is a big day for our team and for our franchise and for our fans, as I said. We've got a young pitching prospect. We've got a pitcher who is arguably the best in the world rejoining our rotation. It's a lot of fun to talk about these positives, especially in a season where we've had a lot of challenges. And we've talked about creating momentum and building into the offseason so that we come back in 2025 with an expectation of winning again. And I think these are steps in the right direction. But specific to your question on Jacob, he will be on a pitch count, as will Kumar. There'll be some innings limits here for both of those players. But anytime you have guys like that out on the mound, it gives your team a better chance to win. And we're thrilled to have Jacob coming back.
CY, if I could circle back on, was there, when you talked about with the staff and what you were going to do with Kumar and get him, is there any thought about the team you're pitching against or playing against that goes into that? Is there something you like, okay, this is a little bit more favorable for us this way? I know you're talking about innings limits and stuff like that, but does any thought about the opponent come into this?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about debuting at home versus the road for both of these players in terms of their 2025 season debut. For Kumar, his major league debut. But at the end, there are only so many games left, and we really, I don't want to put too much thought into this. What I want is to get both of these guys as much experience as possible in 2024 so that they go into the offseason having checked the box of getting back to the major leagues, performing, being healthy, and then they can go have normal off seasons and prepare for the 2025 season. I don't want any mental hurdles, so to speak, in terms of them not pitching in the big leagues this year, and I think that's the most important piece. So, the sooner we do it, the more starts they get, and I think the more it benefits them going into 2025.
What'd you think of the Jack Leiter start over the weekend? That four-seamer seemed to be working for him pretty nicely.
Yeah, Jack, he built off the positive momentum from the Yankee game, which was fun to see. And, our expectation, we understood Jack is not perfectly refined, but it was going to be a work in progress, as it is with most young pitchers, that they don't come up and dominate immediately. So we knew that, and we've seen glimpses of it. Now, the key is to continue the development and continue to improve. And I think this last start was a huge step in the right direction. He gave up 3 runs. 2 of them came on a hit by pitch and a walk. So you eliminate those 2, it becomes more of a dominant start. So it's just part of the natural progression for Jack. But I think it shows how well his stuff plays at the big league level. And our expectation is that Jack continues to get better and better. The more positive momentum he creates, the more confidence he builds, and that his stuff will continue to be refined, and he's going to be a very good major league pitcher in time.
How possible is it at this point that Jack or Kumar could be part of the rotation to start next year?
You know, I think it's a fair question, and I think I can't give you a perfect answer because, as I said earlier, it's a performance-based game, and they will determine that. It's going to be up to them to have really good off seasons, to come into spring training in a good place, physically, mentally, and then to go out and have good results in spring training. It doesn't mean they need to be mid-season form at the beginning of spring training, but what it means is they need to come in and show that they are ready to earn a rotation spot, and if that happens. These guys are very talented, and I have no doubt that if they do what's required in the off season, they'll put themselves in a very good position to earn spots out of spring training.
Any update on how Corey's doing?
Yeah, Corey's continuing his rehab progression. Actually, there's we're hopefully get a little more information this week in Arizona. The surgeon who did his hernia surgery last year is here in Phoenix. So Corey will see that doctor in the coming days, and we'll have a little more information, have a better idea of his timeline. But at this point, I don't have that information.
Our guy Wyatt seems to be a walk-off monster at the plate and in the field. Like, when you draft a guy like that, do you know he's got the clutch gene in the DNA? Does that come back in the blood work that you guys do?
Well, it's similar to Kumar and Jack and Josh Young and, a lot of these guys. I mean, you see them perform under pressure, and and that's why college guys, provide a little bit more clarity and certainty in terms of when you draft a player in college versus high school, because you've seen them perform on the big stage in big moments. And Wyatt in the College World Series last year was phenomenal. He was tremendous, and it just seemed like no moment was too big for him. So, it's been fun to see those late inning at bats for him this year, and the way he continues to really rise up. Clutch.
See, why I've really enjoyed watching Cody Bradford pitch, and it seems like it's all about how hard these pitchers throw, but you've got Cody who is getting people out with a sub 90 mile per hour fastball. I mean, what are you seeing as a former pitcher that is making him just so darn effective right now?
Well, it's funny. I'll throw my wife under the bus a little bit. I didn't know if this. I assumed it was a compliment because I think Cody is really, really good. And she says, watching Cody Bradford reminds me a lot of watching you. And I thought, well, here we go. She's going to talk about lack of velocity and lack of talent. But really what she meant was the competitive poise, the conviction, the certainty, the dependability, the reliability, and Cody brings all of that. I mean, you're not going to find a more prepared pitcher. You're not going to find a pitcher who believes in himself more and has the ability to go execute consistently. And he's just so fun to watch. I mean, I'm so proud of him and happy for his success. And he's just mentally as strong as it gets. And that's what good big leaguers are. And Cody embodies that. And just been awesome to see his success. And we want to see him continue it and finish strong here.
Speaking of your pitching days, CY, what was your perspective on Elvis Andrus, who we celebrated over the weekend?
Well, I was really happy for Elvis. I mean, that was a really cool, retirement, to see him retire a Ranger and, just go out and for all the special things that he's done for our franchise and our fans and the special moments. There's no better fit for him in terms of a uniform to retire in, and just really, really happy. And to see Michael and Wash at that press conference celebrating Andrew, Elvis, it was really special. So what a fun year for, kind of that era with Adrian and all the wonderful things that have happened with the Hall of Fame and now Elvis's retirement as a Ranger. It's really cool to see, and that's a big part of our history as a franchise, and we want to celebrate that history. And those guys did really special things, as did, our 2023 team, and they'll forever be a part of Rangers' history and legacy, and we want to continue to celebrate that.
Hey, CY, you got a couple here in Arizona. Did you pack the 3/4 zip championship, attire, and you're going to wear it the 2 nights there in Arizona to remind those people what you did to them?
Yeah, I just got to Arizona. It's 108 degrees here, so nothing 3/4 is going to work. It's going to be short sleeve here, but no, I don't want to remind them. They're a really good team. They're fun to watch. Their offense is explosive. We're going to have our work cut out for us in this series, and I'm guessing there's going to be a little bit of some motivation for those guys.
Sure.
Showing us, hey, look what we've done this year, and we're going back to the playoffs, or they're fighting to get back to the playoffs. And, we certainly envy what they've done and how they've bounced back from that World Series loss. But it's a great organization. We've got our work cut out for us, but it is fun being back here, I will say that.
Well, congrats on the success you've had on the diamond here recently. Winners of 4 straight series. Best of luck in Arizona. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you, CY.
Guys, I appreciate it. Great talking with you.
Cheers. There he goes. Brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. Sebastian Walcott been called up to Frisco as well. Youngest player in AA this year. So that's exciting. At just 18 years old. He's a beast. Okay, coming up next, we'll check. Do we have a top 10? What would we like to do here?
Yeah, let's top 10 it. It is a Victory Monday. We got top 10 thoughts from the Cowboys win over the Browns. That's next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat about...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
less than 1 hour now inside the Expressway, 5 o'clock hour with Lucius every afternoon. Okay, coming up at 5, it'll be an edition of the finest. But here's Wolchuk's Top 10. Zach with an H. Your Wooly Bully.
Thank you, General. I've got our top 10 Cowboys-Browns thoughts after the Cowboys started 1-0 yesterday, 33-17, getting that win over the Browns. Woo! Did you have something, Brian?
No, I was just acknowledging your top 10 list.
Thank you. Yep, 877-881-1053. What were some of your thoughts from yesterday's victory? Had a couple people say, all right, offense was anemic. Once the corners started biting the lamb inside slant route, go watch the films. That's from Mark Sanders on the Twitter. Brian Broaddus, you did watch the films.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, they struggled a little bit with that. Their corners did a much better job of playing the slants, and I just felt like that. To me, there could have been some other things that they could have done a little bit better as far as moving the ball with their receivers. I think the slants are always early in the game. They hit a couple of them, and then they kind of went back to it a little too much. Like you could adjust that. You could fake like you're going to run. You can run some combination routes off the slant too, and throw some things behind that would have probably been successful. But yeah, it was the offense in the second half. It was like Mike was just trying to get out of the game. He knew.
I agree.
He knew his defense was good enough that they weren't going to score on him, and he's just kind of like, what can I do to kind of maybe keep the clock moving and
just not show anything.
Not show any of my cards.
Exactly.
I do wonder about the slant stuff though, because you can't help but remember the Green Bay game where it's interception and it's like the defense knows when it's coming.
For sure.
And towards the end of last season, it felt like that in a lot of ways, where defenses knew exactly what buttons you wanted to press. And that's just one example of, it's like, okay, we know what's happening here. Now, and to be fair, Cleveland's got like Emerson and
all three of their starting corners are really good.
Those guys are good players.
They made it a point yesterday to attack Emerson. They made it. They didn't want to deal with the other two.
With Ward and Newsome?
No.
Yeah.
Did Cleveland stop blitzing in the second half? Because it seemed like that touchdown that Cook scored, might have made them realize blitzing Dak is a horrible idea.
Yeah, any type of pressure on Dak, we've kind of from last year learned that's his wheelhouse right there. But they tried to. They really didn't have to, because the way that Dallas was calling the game, it's just what they weren't having the success that they had in the first half. And all of a sudden they said, okay, let's play a little bit more coverage here. Man heavy to start that stuff and then back that thing up. And so, that's where I feel like, though, that Dallas has got to find a way. I just keep saying this. I wish in the second half the game plan would have been Mike McCarthy standing in front of the team and said, okay, second half defense, you're kicking their ass. Offense, this is what we're about to do. We're about to load this thing up, and we're going to run the football. We're going to see how much we can run the football and kind of get some things going and maybe establish some things here and grind this clock out a little bit and really take Cleveland's will to compete. The defense did a great job of doing that to their offense.
Yeah.
But their defense was still kind of hanging around. I'll tell you this. I just wish they wouldn't just in the second half wasn't as bad as it looked.
I do think, though, like it really can't be a surprise when maybe the biggest question about the team coming into the season is, can you run the ball? And in the second half of a game, when everyone in the building knows that's what you want to do,
against a good front seven,
you're probably not going to have much success with it.
I think, to me, where they could have done some different things was, I'm not asking them to sit there and run into the brick wall 3 straight times.
Yeah.
But I'm asking them is to, throw a little, the waggles, the boots. I mean, you lose Ferguson. You could get Scooney going, get some of, maybe some of the stuff, Hunter Lipke. They had Hunter Lipke in the flat a couple of times. You could have done some things with bringing him across the formation, throwing the ball downfield, opened up clear out some routes and things like that. But I wish they would have tried to get Deuce Vaughn maybe a little bit more involved, get him some carries. And then with Dowdle, get him a few more carries. If you want to protect Zeke, fine.
Sure.
But just let's see if we can grind out some offense here and move the ball by running it and then throw in some play action stuff off that.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, they got a road win against a team that
It's
at
a
least
nice
was a playoff
win.
opponent
Nice win.
a year ago.
They had all their defensive players.
Yeah, I mean, we get it.
They were not
Offensively,
compromised on defense at all.
But
you put the
good
you
defense.
put the Detroit game from last December in there, and now the Cleveland game. They're like beating playoff teams in the regular season. Look at them go.
I mean that's definitely a thought. Obviously, Jake Ferguson, big news on that. I mean, you definitely that's your number 2 offensive weapon behind CeeDee Lamb. You did not want to lose him. Thank goodness that's not something that's serious week to week with that knee. They're calling it a sprain with the MCL. Might just be bone bruise-esque, but either way, look, if he could even give it a go against the Saints, that'd be awesome, but I'm assuming he's probably going to miss one game. Hopefully he's back for that Baltimore game following week. They're going to need him.
Yeah, you're going to need all your horses for that one.
No doubt. Best kicker in football, Brandon Butter Aubrey. Dude's an absolute sensation. 57, 50, 46, and 40. Made it from bleeping 66. Just didn't count, unfortunately, because, the clock ran out. You had a delay game penalty. Maybe that's on the refs, but also, regardless, I'd still like to see him, Mike, get the timeout in.
Our coach isn't much of a clocksman,
Get
but we've
the
known
timeout
that. Aubrey is unbelievable. Coupled with Turpin, you have a real advantage in special teams.
Unreal.
Like the Aubrey stuff is just ridiculous. Move over, Justin Tucker.
No
There's
revenge.
A new
move over. There's
leg
a new,
of the league in
new,
town.
New number 1.
Justin Tucker had a bad miss the other night, right?
Yeah, he did. He's not been good from 50-plus lately.
No more power.
No revenge for Amari Cooper. It was like second play of the game. They
Should have had
Amari.
the touchdown.
Like, holy crap. Yeah, he should have. He absolutely should have. But just 2 catches for 16 yards. And sure, your quarterback wasn't very good for him, but was a little worried about that. We know the route runner Amari is. Could he possibly take advantage of maybe Diggs in his first game back, trying to figure out that ACL? Carson, the rookie? No. Amari, not a good day.
Diggs and Carson look great, man.
Carson was
the pressure really helped, but those guys.
Pressure
No, you're
for
right
sure.
though, and like I said earlier, I think you got to give Overshown and Diggs a lot of credit for coming back because I know I've been harping on like, well, these guys, it takes 5-6 weeks.
No, but they were ready to rock.
They were ready to rock from the
I
jump.
mean, Gallup never got back, and Terrence Steele did take a year.
Yeah, I mean, player to player, but those two were, hey, they made the most of their offseason. How about all the sacks? I mean, it was just a sack party. I know you watched 49 of those bad boys leading up to it, but you got 6 to watch yesterday there, Brian.
Should have been 10.
Probably should have, yeah. You're right.
They should have had 10 sacks yesterday.
The one good thing that Watson can still do is kind of shuck you off a little bit.
Oh, yeah. He can be a little slippery there. I know Micah was frustrated there, but, man, DeMarcus Lawrence was brilliant. Eric Kendricks was awesome. Micah was fantastic, but the pressure was all day long.
Oso Odighizuwa was good, too.
Yeah,
Stats
inside.
numbers don't show, but when you watch him play, you're going to see him involved with a lot of things, the combinations to get pressure.
We've talked about it, but the linebackers were fantastic, and Overshown deserves a lot of love as well. Finished the game, 11 total tackles, 5 solo. Kendricks led the team in tackles. He had the interception. He had 2 sacks. He was amazing. I liked the little flash that we saw from Maris Liufau as well.
Can I say something about the interception that he had?
Yeah.
Got to give Micah Parsons credit for this one because what happened, Micah quickly read that ball was going to come out of Watson's hands fast. So he was blitzing, and he saw Watson load up, and as soon as Watson load up, he stopped his rush and went straight up, knowing that, like, okay, if I keep rushing, he's going to throw it right over my head.
Heady play.
But he read that how fast this ball potentially was going to come out, and that's how you got the deflection.
Shout out to that Zim defense, man. I mean, that's probably number 1 on the thoughts. I mean, 2 of 15 on third down for Cleveland. They had 1 first down the
You're
entire
going to play better
first
offenses
half.
going forward. But,
You are,
but that's a good
hey,
start.
At least for yesterday,
for week 1, that was a great way to play.
You deserve your flowers, absolutely. And then the offensive line, right? The 2 rookies, Guyton and Beebe. I was very confident in Beebe, obviously, and I've loved what we've seen from Guyton so far, but neither, I mean, he didn't allow Myles Garrett to wreck the game. Both of them, I think you saw tons of good progress. No pressures allowed for Cooper Beebe. You didn't see any poor snaps from him, as you noted earlier. The pass block, I think the run blocking, to me, like that's something that should be the strength for him. I think he's trying right now to focus to make sure he's good with the pass blocking. I think the run blocking is going to figure itself out with Cooper, and Guyton should get better as well. But the big thing for me was hearing Steele. You thought Steele looked really good.
Yeah, Steele, when you watch the tape, you'll see Steele, he got run over one time. It was a sack. That's, you grade him for 65 plays. You don't grade him for just one. But overall, I felt like that his mobility was good. In the run block and pass block, and he had to block one-on-one a couple different times. He was able to pin his guy to the outside. I thought it was a good day for him.
And then the final thing here on the top 10 Cowboys thoughts after a 33-17 win yesterday over the Browns. But How about this deja vu nugget from Blogging the Boys? So last year, season opener, 40-0, they went over the Giants. Defense allowed just 265 of total yards. Yesterday, 260 yards of offense allowed with a couple of offensive touchdowns, special teams touchdown. They got the special teams touchdown last year against the Giants. Very dominant defensive performances week one, back-to-back years.
They got 2 stops on 4th down. It ended up being 6 points. You think about that.
Sure
They
did.
had 2 stops. They got them in. Hopefully they would have, maybe punched that thing in and got touchdowns out of that. But yeah, it was good that they were able to get that done.
Great stuff, Wolchuk. The top 10 most afternoons at 4:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. Expressway's coming up at 5:20. How much of an impression did week one leave on you? What would you need to see to break out of your Cowboy cynicism and into Cowboy confidence? We'll talk about that coming up at 5:20. Where are we going next, Chief?
Football's finest.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
an Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's the fourth hour of the G-Bag Nation as Expressway is now looming just 20 minutes away. We'll take you commercial free to the top. But before we get there, it's time for an edition of The Finest. What's wrong, Brian?
Should I buy a
Sorry,
sushi?
Chief.
No, it's all good, man.
Should I buy a sushi bazooka?
A sushi bazooka? Or is this like a tomato gun? You're firing off sushi rolls at people?
It's a way to make sushi.
Yes.
With like it, you put it in the.
So you just put the raw, disgusting fish in a tube and then hit a trigger and it sends out slices of it for you?
Well, you put the rice in it on both sides and then you put it together. But you could put the crab and all that, whatever.
Oh, it's like a joint roller, but for sushi.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, yes.
I'd say you hand roll it. It's much more artisan-like.
Yeah, the hand rolling thing, I've watched a bunch of videos on it. I'm not that talented.
Is it the same thing as where you have to doing a lot of licking to get it to stick and stuff when you're rolling it up?
Let me tell you, that's a lost art, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
That is, if you got a friend that can do that, that's a friend for life. But to me, I just don't know. It's one of these impulse buys I might make, like you, Dawson. Just make it. You're like, wow, the sushi bazooka looks like it's something I could
really use that someday.
I could really use it because I love eating sushi.
That's the kind of stuff that you buy, and then every 5 years you just gotta clean all the crap out of your house. Like
So
everything must go.
Yeah.
Garage sale or dump.
So this is like the Flex Seal dude. Like I'd be buying all that.
You'll use it one time.
If it means you're going to make it, I think you should get it.
A little Broadest Friday lunch sushi special.
What I'm worried right now is if I buy it, it's like one of those sites you go to, and I'm going to get scammed.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
I mean,
check
that's
Amazon.
not worth it then. No.
Maybe get it off Amazon.
Then they're going to have to, like, all of a sudden my credit card's going to say, whoa, we didn't, whoa, what's going on? What are you doing?
Yeah.
I get that. I'm like, okay.
Happened to me once.
Yeah.
I thought I was getting an epic tent for $25. I should have seen it coming. Here's Chief with an edition of The Finest.
Well, somebody just texted in here in the 469, Sushi Bazooka works amazing. Been using it for years.
All right, there we go. That's what I like to hear.
He says when he's got big parties, it's very helpful. I mean, that makes a ton of sense. If you're having a sushi party at your place, you might as well have a tool to expedite the process.
Dawson, you like tempura. Like you like shrimp tempura and all that. So
chicken tempura.
Yeah, that you're tempura, but you're not a sushi guy.
No,
not at all.
But you'll tempt.
Chief's in.
Yes.
I think Lucius is in. Lucius, you're in for sushi guy, right? You in sushi?
Man, I've only had California rolls.
Okay.
Okay, that counts, and that's delicious.
And the man's got a extensive palate, and he's only had California rolls. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's my favorite food.
Yeah, okay. All right. I was thinking I might do that. I don't know.
I'll take an order of fried shrimp, maybe tackle box, something like that.
I'll tell you what, man.
The Broadest roll.
I like this. Texting in our spot, Eric, that we used to hit up for Friday Night Stars. Sushi Shack in Plano.
Sushi Shack in Plano with the all-you-can
eat.
rub.
You just order what you want there. You had dinner, I think it's like $22 now.
Yeah, Dawson, we made the executive decision. I'm sorry, I'm taking over the segment like I always do. We made the executive, surprise, the executive decision when we all went out to dinner. We were all looking for a place. I'm like, the Chinese buffet. Let's go. Let's all go. Everybody's like, everybody was kind of like, where are we going to go? I'm like, just find the Chinese buffet. Let's go.
Definitely sounded good. My biggest regret.
Place just didn't end up being good.
Yeah.
It wasn't good, but it was like all you can eat, which is
good,
it
was.
Which is good.
All right. 87.
Sorry about that, Chief.
No, it's all good. 877-881-1053. What do you think a Broadest roll would taste like? We will definitely read those. Now, in the meantime, we got to give a tip of the cap to a couple of things. The first of which is, did you guys see the? I didn't know this was a part of, I guess, the new strategy to just keep things moving. The expedited review. When you had, I can't remember the receiver now for the Browns, but he clearly dropped it.
Yeah,
and it was like, what are we doing here?
And
it was like the Cowboys don't even have to challenge this. We're gonna just get it right. We'll just and they call it the expedited review.
No idea. You're effed up.
NFL.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No. The NFL admits is like we F up every once in a while. We need somebody on the field to make sure we don't F up that much.
I was very happy that this happened. Brian was yelling, challenge it. I'm thinking, what is going on? Why aren't you challenging it? But now it makes so much sense.
Yeah, the expedited review.
I think Mike was waiting for that, and finally
he knew.
Don't make me waste a challenge for something that's freaking obvious.
Yes, exactly.
Guy just screwed me out of my challenge.
I was worried that they were going to give him the catch, which they did.
It looked like they were going to snap off for a second.
Yeah, I was like, no, whoa, wait, challenge this, bro.
254 says the broadest roll would taste like shame and regret.
No, I would use I wouldn't use imitation crab. I'd go get real crab and stuff like that. Real avocado.
They're just busting your balls, dude. We're not actually talking about a real sushi roll right now. We're just talking about the hypothetical. What would a broadest roll taste like? Like salty, says the 817. A little bit salty.
I see.
They're doing something like that here.
Smoked tiger.
I thought you were saying that I would make a crappy one.
No,
anything you've made is not crappy.
You would actually make a great. And if you did want to make a crappy fish roll, I mean, we heard about crappy fish are real. Crappy make a delicious one.
I don't want to make crappy food. I'm against crappy food.
Maybe a crappie one, right?
Crappie food.
Yeah.
That's a crappie fish.
Yeah.
My apologies.
I thought it was
spelled crappy though, right?
Yeah, it's spelled crappie.
817 is saying that they had the expedited review last year, but I think 817's ball sacking us.
No, I think you did.
That felt brand new to me.
You did.
They weren't using it enough.
Yeah, they definitely weren't using it.
They realized that it was like killing the game with these challenges and stuff. So they.
Yeah.
The other tip of the cap is to Mike McCarthy. One for the 11-play, 78-yard drive.
There you go.
Calling
ball plays there.
It was a thing of beauty.
Yeah.
It was a thing of beauty.
What about not going for it on the opponent 40 with 1 yard to go, instead kicking a long field goal? I thought that thing might jam you up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm now trying to remember the time and place and everything. If you're already up by so much, I guess he's leaning conservative in a situation like that.
Yeah.
And obviously trusting his kicker at the highest level.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So
I think you've got a damn near almost 99% chance of getting a 4th and short now with Cooper Beebe as your center and Dak Prescott, who's a big, strong quarterback.
There was one time
on that drive, that 11-play drive,
QB
you get they do the QB sneak. Easy money. Let's keep it moving.
I think the Cowboys have this thing figured out with those two now.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, so tip of the cap to Mike McCarthy for just the sequence of that particular drive, but then also just in general. And Tom Brady was harping on this plenty of
forwards going backwards.
Well, he was hitting you with some cliches, that's for sure. But he was also talking about just the idea of trying to make sure that you don't allow Myles Garrett to ruin your game plan.
That's a good plan.
Just especially with a rookie left tackle out there and everything like that, doing consciously, where's Myles Garrett? Let's move the pocket. Let's do things away from him here.
Right.
And he still, Myles Garrett, the depoy that he is, still had a play that could have been sort of a game-changing type play, and the ball bounces the right way for the Cowboys into Tolbert's hands. But by and large, it was a concerted effort, and there's been plenty of years in the past, pre-McCarthy, where it's just there's a great player right there, and we're going to trust our guy to block him, and we know that can go south on you. So shout out to McCarthy for that. I do absolutely appreciate it. Now, a couple other things. I mean, I would say that Jordan Lewis needs to have some respect for the game that he had. Some of the big tackles.
He does, absolutely. Yeah.
And Mike Zimmer, just the way he was able to dial it up. I think there was only one play I saw where Micah really wasn't rushing and he was just dropping. And it was Micah and Tank that drop, and it's Kendricks
sacks.
And Lewis blitzing, and you get the sack there.
It was Kendrick's sack that they went fire zone. And matter of fact, you mentioned Lewis. Lewis would blitz from the slot. So you got a Tank drop and then a Micah drop. Micah was actually in coverage on where the ball was trying to go, and he was able to make that play. But Lewis on the slot blitz, and then Kendricks got home. But yeah, it was a good rush, good design.
Well, we've pretty much broken the city of Cleveland at this point. They have a broken quarterback. I mean, people online like Paul tweets RIP, alleging that Deshaun Watson died on that massage table and that this is someone else that we're watching right now. And I think all of those theories are fair at this point. There's really no wrong theories on what is going on with Deshaun Watson.
His life.
But on the other side of the table here for the Browns is the quarterback that they punted on, and that's Baker Mayfield. And he was dialing it up yesterday, having himself an afternoon. So I take you to 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, where the first call of the day just sets Ken Carman ablaze.
Dave in Macedonia, you're first up on the Fan. Hello.
Good morning. Two numbers. You'll figure them out. 42.9. 144.
What is all this?
Watson's quarterback rating, Mayfield's quarterback rating.
Oh, Christ. I can't do this for one more second. No, that's enough. That's enough. The first call out of the box, we're going to do this. The very first call of the box, we're going to do this. No. I know what his quarterback rating was. I know that he was good. Guys, I'm not doing it right out of the damn box. Can I have a little bit of time before we do this? Can I have a little bit of time? That he ain't coming home. He ain't coming back. Only to play us. That's it. He had a great day down there. Congratulations on all his success. I can't undo the trade. I can't undo it. You ready to go to another one?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
It sounds like he's broadcasting from his closet or something. It was a little airy there, but he was, first caller of the day. And of course, you can't help but compare your current quarterback to the guy that you just moved on from. And so there's frustration all over the place. It would absolutely suck to be a Cleveland Browns fan. There is nothing that you can get right. And now, just to add insult to injury, you just signed Kadarius Toney, so you can watch him fumble a couple of times.
All of those quarterbacks you've had over the last 2 decades. Remember the thing they had where Bud Light was going to give away all this free beer when they finally won a game 5 years ago?
Yeah. Oh, with Hugh Jackson, man. Yeah.
It is the worst team to be a fan of. I could see wanting to undo the deal with Houston. I think ultimately he made the right decision moving on from Baker Mayfield, though.
Ultimately, you're not going to get this version of Baker there in Cleveland. It's similar to the Saquon Barkley thing with the Giants and to the Eagles. Like, what Saquon can do for the Eagles right now is so much more than what he can do for the Giants. When you give a running back no offensive line and no quarterback, he just can't do that much for you. But when you give him maybe the best offensive line in the league with a capable quarterback and other skill positions, you have A.J. Brown, you have Devontae Smith and Goddard and guys that defenses have to account for. Now all of a sudden Saquon Barkley can do a little bit of flourishing. It is not apples to apples, but similar with Baker Mayfield from Cleveland to Tampa. And how about it? What did you guys think Friday night with the Eagles? Other than the fact that they were playing on an ice rink. The NFL is embarrassing with what they do with some of this field stuff. But nonetheless, Jordan Love gets banged up. He will be back in a few weeks, similar to the Jake Ferguson thing, a little bit more serious for Love, but it's not going to be a season ender. So Packers fans can exhale a little bit. But the Eagles, they were shooting themselves in the foot left and right and still finding a way to score 30-plus and had Saquon. Saquon, 3 touchdowns in his debut for the Eagles. He had 1 game with 3 touchdowns in his entire career with the Giants. That was like 76 games.
Yeah, Barkley was really good. I thought Green Bay did everything to lose that football game. They just shot.
Had opportunities early in the game.
They sure did. They had 2 touchdowns that were taken off the board due to penalties.
Yep.
It was just Green Bay was like, here, go ahead and take this thing. I don't think the Eagles defense looked very good at all. Jalen Hurts looked absolutely awful. And I saw some guy that apparently works at the NFL Network, and he was replying that I can't even blame Jalen Hurts for that last interception. I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? He rolls out, throws across his body to the middle of the field.
Elliott,
it's like that's rule number 1.
You got to watch him. You got to watch short
do
parts.
that.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable when you look at how this game went. The box score, the efficiency, the per play, the yards per attempt running. How many bad runs the Eagles had, they find a way to win it. But if you line these teams up again, I think Green Bay's the better club still.
I agree.
I don't disagree with you guys on that, but I do think that you have seen another tip of the cap. I think Kellen Moore has improved. He's not the same Kellen Moore that he was when he was here. I think there will still be issues that they will run into with him, but at least kudos and credit where it's due. It seems like a little bit of a different offense that he's running now than what he ran here a few years ago. Yeah. So we can all evolve and get a little bit better. I think Kellen Moore has. Also, a little nugget on Saquon. Only the second time in Saquon's 7-year career in which he has experienced at least one day being over 500. Wow. Well, is there anybody happier in the world than Saquon Barkley right now not having to be with the Giants, especially when you see what they did, just disrespecting the sport of football for 4 quarters yesterday in those uniforms?
I'm interested to see that, with Cam Jurgens starting at center now, and then also with Becton playing at the right guard spot. They got 2 new linemen as far as starters in those positions. I'm interested to see because it seemed like that Mekhi Becton, they had some success behind him in this game running the football.
It's a big,
and he was a tackle
dude,
that they made a guard, and now he looks like that
players
might be,
have more success kicking inside.
Yeah, might be this guy.
We talked about the Bears and the Titans game. The Titans just completely completely giving the game away after being up 17-0. The Bears don't accumulate 150 yards of total offense. They don't even score an offensive touchdown. In some way, somehow, the Bears end up winning. And this is your quote of the day from head coach Brian Callahan in Tennessee. He says, if we just punted on 1st and 10 every time, we might have won the game. That's a real sentence from a real NFL head coach right now.
That is terrific. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
In addition to the finest is in the books, time to hit the expressway. How much of an impression did the Cowboys make on you in week 1? The Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line is open. How good is this team? We're back with that and a number of things that have been breaking throughout the day, including a humongous call-up for the Rangers to the big league club, and more next. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. I want to chat about Window Nation before we get there, though, because Window Nation is the best window company in the world, and they are.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
unpredictable accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And the expressway itself is brought to you by the On Time Experts. A big rest in peace to one of the most legendary voices in movie history, James Earl Jones, voice of Darth Vader, The Lion King, Sandlot, Coming to America, and many others. Passes on at the age of 93. A terrific run for him, but somehow it still feels too soon.
Yeah, man, you ain't kidding.
I hate that.
Yeah, dude, it's tough, to get those kinds of news. But salute to James Earl Jones for a great career,
iconic voice,
indeed. Maybe the best, maybe the most legendary voice in Hollywood history. Okay, how much did that win impress you at 877-881-1053? Are you willing to at all reconsider your Cowboys cynicism at this point? We know it has been one of the most pessimistic off seasons in Cowboys history. Maybe the most pessimistic following an actual playoff appearance that I've ever seen, I've ever covered. So get your thoughts in on that. Leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous there on the Frankel Injury Attorney text line. And we'll get some of your best thoughts here coming in just a couple of minutes. It's been a big day in the world of sports, though, guys. And let's get into the headlines. Kumar Rocker being called up to the show. He's going to start on Thursday. 7 starts in the minors after 14 months of elbow surgery. Compiled a .91. Hitters at 128 against him. He struck out 47 hitters and walked just 3. The 24-year-old has dominated opponents unlike any Rangers prospect of recent vintage, writes Evan Grant. Perhaps more dominant than any pitching prospect in baseball in some time. Damn. His numbers post-elbow surgery compare favorably even to Pittsburgh's Paul Skeens, last year's overall number 1 pick, who reached the big leagues after just 7 starts this season. I mean, can you imagine? Are you allowing yourself to believe that we got like a Skeens coming up here on Thursday, and he, along with DeGrom and Leiter and Malley, could really get us excited about next year?
I mean, I'm not going to put unfair Skeens comps there. Like what Paul Skeens just did was historic. But
he was as dominant as Skeens in the SEC.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, he really was. It was him, Jack Leiter at Vanderbilt.
100%. And if he does that, then hell yeah. But I'm not expecting him to come in and be what Paul Skeens just did. But I do think I'm very, very excited to see what he can do. And I'm optimistic that he could finally be the guy that breaks through. And it's like the Rangers finally developed a pitcher.
He could end up having a great career. He's got to overcome an injury history. But to your point, what Skeens did, he overachieved.
Yeah, it was insane.
Skeens was like a catcher. Air Force, and then got to LSU and developed as a pitcher and is overpowering. But when you talk about big games of, Kumar Rocker in the SEC pitched in a ton of big
100%
games.
he did.
And unfortunate for him, he got hurt. He had the contract. I mean,
he got drafted by the Mets.
That's what I'm saying. And
went back into the draft.
Yeah. So this might be a huge break for the Rangers when it's all said and done.
Oh, absolutely. The way this whole thing has developed, and you've maybe possibly never had a pitcher like this come out of your minor league system and actually go to the big league level and dominate. That's what we're about to watch on Thursday.
This guy's father, Tracy Rocker, Auburn, coach, player. This guy was a mean SOB.
Alpha.
I mean, yeah. And I think this kid's got some of his dad in him.
Just the right amount of toxic masculinity.
Yeah, look down, not back down and take everything, be competitive with him and stuff. I think this is really, really exciting for the organization because when I was at LSU, we played against his dad and we couldn't block his dad. His dad was like us trying to block Micah Parsons, that kind of defensive lineman. I mean, he would ruin your day. This kid, I think he's got some of that kind of that toughness and that meanness about him. Because, like I said, I watched plenty of them Vanderbilt games, and every night that he went out there and pitched, I'm thinking, oh man, Vanderbilt's got this one.
It was special.
Yeah, this guy's not going to come off that mound.
It wasn't until his injuries where it really made you think that maybe he'd be anything other than a big league great. Dak signed the contract this afternoon. He is officially on board, re-up.
Officially official.
congrats to him. I know it had to be tough to consider that you might be moving on and having to, go to a different organization. It has to be exciting to be able to continue your career where you've put down roots for going on 9 seasons now.
A lot of pressure.
Micah Parsons on his podcast this afternoon said a lot of fans are worried about his contract now, and he said he's not, quote, I know I'm going to be a Cowboy.
Yeah, he shouldn't be. I mean, CD just got what he wanted. Dak got what he wanted. Micah is going to get what he wants, and that's a player that the Joneses are not going to let walk out the door. I mean, he's a rare, special type of player. The things that we've ever nitpicked Micah, it's the leadership stuff. It's like saying one thing on the podcast and the actions kind of seem to be a little bit different, but there's no denying he is maybe the best defensive player in football right now. He's unbelievable.
What did we see yesterday that was different, Brian, in your film study?
I tell you what, I like the fact that he talked about that, him and Zim had a kind of an understanding about, please just don't put me at 6 technique all day. Don't put my hand on the ground. They did a great job of kind of figuring out where he needed to be, whether it's standing up, hand down. There were a couple different blitzes where they put him inside there, that 3 technique. They kicked Nealon to the outside there. I mean, they tried their best to move him around and find matchups that they can win. And that's Zim. I just know that Zim is always going to do something to take advantage of the players he has. And the relationship that he and Micah are developing right now, I think is one that's just not a lot of fluff. I think it's really legitimate that Mike knows that I got a special player here. I got to treat him like that. I got to find a way to get him in position, whether it's pairing him with Tank on the same side, putting him inside, putting him to the left side, putting him to the right side, stand him up, drop him, whatever I have to do, I have to make sure that Micah Parsons needs to stay interested and engaged. And I think that's going to be Zimmer's job. When he's both, he's a tough player to deal with.
Looks like a lot of guys in the defensive line got engaged yesterday. It was just a tremendous job all the way around. And I think that's part of where you start to build your case that maybe this year could be different with, maybe a better defensive coordinator or a defensive style that maybe fits your personnel better and a better overall coach. No disrespect to Dan Quinn, but that piqued my interest yesterday because it seemed more fundamentally sound while not giving up the playmaking.
Yeah, the big play that's something that Mike's not going to do. He played a ton of zone coverage yesterday. I mean, a ton of it. If you go and look at the metrics, I could pull the numbers up and show you. I was curious how much.
And we led the league in man under Dan, right?
Yeah, man, and playing single high stuff and all that. And this guy's like, nah, I'm going to play zone. I'm not going to give up big plays. I'm going to show you some of this. I'm going to show you some of that. And then you find a way to they did not sit in the same defense. I mean, you're watching every snap, and you guys will see it. Every snap, you're like, well, that's a different look. Oh, that's a different look. Oh, and he came back to some stuff, but it wasn't like down after down after down sitting there, and just getting punished for letting people get a beat on you that way.
Yeah, even on the overshown play that everybody's loving because he reached ridiculous speeds with the closing stuff. But Nate Tice just pointed out Cowboys show that double A gap mug look, and so the Browns are all right. Let's bring a tight end here into the backfield to help in protection, and then of course the Cowboys move their linebackers out, and now everything's discombobulated, and Deshaun Watson's got nowhere to go with the football.
I freaking love it.
Then there's so much speed. You said, they're sound, they're fundamental, they're physical, they're mean, they're aggressive, and they still have jarring speed.
Yeah, and just had a different tone. Mike McCarthy on Jake Ferguson's knee says good news. He'll be working with the return to play group, and we'll see how that goes. It was incredible when I got up this morning, started seeing some of the reports that he might not miss significant time. And then for Mike McCarthy to say today, and Stephen Jones as well, that it's possible that he plays this week, it's just, wow. You consider the good developments from yesterday, and that's as good as anything that you got other than the win. Stephen did confirm with KMC that Dak got the no trade clause and the no franchise tag. Kind of seems like once you're through that rookie deal, the franchise tag is just totally irrelevant. That's the way that they look at it because a team wouldn't want to do it.
and just
the quarterback money is so big right now that if you slap a tag on a guy, you have to eat all of that money in your salary cap that year. You can't spread it out. So Dak, for instance, if you're tagging him at like $55 million, that's $55 million on your cap that year. And that's just pretty much ridiculous.
Going to take a rare set of circumstances to get that in there. Steven was asked about the chances of Micah Parsons getting a deal done during the regular season. He says it's certainly not anything that's on the table. Micah made a conscientious decision that he thinks he can put together an even better year. So they won't be talking contract with Micah till the end of the season. Former Cowboys coach Jimmy on Dak. Like him or not, Dak's the guy. He will be the guy. He's been great during the regular season. Everybody says, well, you got to win playoff games. Well, give him a chance to win playoff games. Surround him with a better supporting cast. The problem's not Dak, he says. Give him a chance. He is the guy. Okay, that's a good segue in then at 877-881-1053. Cowboys got Dak signed, and they got an impressive Week 1 win over the Cleveland Browns. What would it take at what point in the regular season without losing a game, or what on-field development that you could see would shake you out of your Cowboy cynicism that I'm already seeing right now on the text and make you believe, Brian? What do you think?
Well, real quick, I did look up, just be real quick, those numbers. He played 76% of the snaps in zone yesterday.
Zimmer. Oh, really? Okay.
24% in man is what he did. His pass rush got after them guys.
Sure did.
Yeah. If you're going to do that, what's going to make me get out of this cynicism? The development of this offensive line as far as the young blockers, and if they find a way to be more successful running the football. There was some promise early in that game with some of the creativity with the pulling, the trapping, draw plays, things like that, the jet sweeps. They've got to figure out a way to be a lot more physical running the football. And I mean, and physical in a way that there's positivity to it. They had a chance to put that game away yesterday and really take all of Cleveland's hope. They took it on defense. They took Cleveland's hope on defense. Mm-hmm. Offense needs to be able to do that. That's what will get me going.
Could you fix that this year?
It's going to be a game to game, because what happens is the opponents you're going to play are probably going to get. I don't know if your opponents on defense are going to get better. I don't know if those opponents, as far as their defensive front, is going to be better. That you're playing from now on. There'll probably be a couple of teams that you're like, well, this is a pretty tough matchup. But Cleveland wasn't missing anybody.
Yeah.
That first half gave me hope of the offense and some of the ability to run the football. But man, you're going to have to show me a lot more in that second half and be able to when it's time to to close out a game, if it's a tight game. I need you to be able to have that ability to run the football a little bit more. I'm not saying you have to do it every snap, but I'll feel a lot better about it if I know that I can do it.
360, Cowboys can go 17-0. They'll still choke in the playoffs. Do not trust the results. 972, the only thing that would change my pessimistic view is actual playoff success. At 877-881-1053.
I mean, I think one thing that you could start with in the regular season is going to San Francisco.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
Acting like you've been there before.
Mm-hmm.
Coming out of there with a victory would be like a nice start to, okay, maybe, possibly. This has been the one team in particular over the last 4 years or whatever that completely takes your lunch. So can you go into their house and at least look respectable, particularly offensively, which is not something you've done offensively versus that team in 5 years?
I think you throw San Francisco in there. I think you're about to see this team in a couple weeks with Baltimore.
Baltimore's there,
no doubt.
San Francisco,
and that's
100%.
That's a home game.
No doubt.
And to me,
you got Houston at home. I mean, there's a couple of these games.
Baltimore,
where
Detroit,
you'll say, okay.
San Francisco,
Baltimore's
Houston.
a bully team, and I'd like to see you go bully somebody like that.
But it is the San Francisco game for me. That's when it'd be like, okay, maybe things could be different. But it is still probably, you got to get to the playoffs. There's nothing in the regular season that really can do it. We've seen this story before. Will something ever be different in January? They've got to actually go out there and do it.
I mean, you could win the San Francisco game, but I think what Brian said is still resonating with me. Have you proven you can run the football? Can you get better at running the football in the next month? I don't know, but also, could this defense continue playing at an elite level? Are we going to look up at week 8 and you're allowing 17 points per game? Then I'd have to go hold on now. This is something that can win in January.
The fact that you threw a rookie corner out there and he was able to play at a pretty high level, No, they were in after him a couple of different times, but Diggs, the safeties, the linebackers, yeah, this defense gives me some hope. Again, I know the coordinator. I have that kind of faith in him. I want to have faith that McCarthy will make this team tougher running the football. And that I saw promise running the ball with the the left tackle. My center, I got to get him a little bit better doing that because there's going to be some second-level blocks. He's got to get to these linebackers. They've got to find a way to secure guys. If they're going to play with the current set of backs they have right now, they're going to have to be a lot better.
Got to block up front.
Yeah, a lot better.
214. Even if we stomp San Francisco in a few weeks, I still can't have hope. I won't allow it.
Okay.
That's totally fair, man.
That's good.
That's totally fair.
A lot of fans feel that way.
I have no problem if that's how you feel.
I think that's the right way to feel.
You should, yeah,
You
absolutely.
have 30 years worth of it, and you're off the biggest disappointment. Like when you talk about, wow, everything's there for you. You had the perfect situation last season. You're the 2 seed. You got the home field. You've got the youngest team in the sport coming to your house, and you embarrassed yourself in a huge way. You didn't just lose. You played the single worst possible game anyone could ever even fathom that you played. So it's totally understandable not to trust this team whatsoever until we get there. That's totally fine.
972 asked, did Zeke look better than expected? I thought so.
Yes.
Yeah, he absolutely did. I mean, like I said, I wish that the carries, the 10 carries for 40, if that was in the second half, I would have felt really good about Zeke. The blitz pickup stuff, the catching the ball, the screens, the ability to get out there. Yeah, I mean, there was some positivity about Zeke. You mentioned some games that might change your mind. Beat the Ravens, beat the Lions. Those are tough teams right there. If you show you can have some mettle and beat some playoff teams, I think some people's attitudes, they'll say about the playoffs and all that, but I think people will think differently if you go and beat a couple of teams you think have got some physical rosters.
Good discussion. Thanks for the text as well. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has LA Live.
Yeah, man. R.I.P. to the great James Earl Jones, bro. King Joffrey of Zamunda right there. Bingo Long traveling all-stars right there. Yeah. Piece of the action right there, man. Claudine. God, dog, man. What a voice.
Was there ever a better actor when it came to like having an authority figure show up?
Oh, no.
Like he's got like a military, like a naval outfit on with all the ribbons and stuff.
Yeah,
he was always like, man, that guy looks like an authority figure.
Yeah,
the way
shout
he
out to
talked.
him,
Yeah.
Your bull was in my yard. He was in Dr. Strangelove too, yo.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah, he sure was. All right, let's get into our LA Live Monday, Friday edition right into the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
My husband has a very demanding job. Let me get this out of the way so you understand what you're dealing with. My husband is the assistant coach of the New York Giants. He's not on the payroll. No, he does it from our couch. It's a remote.
That's good.
It's a volunteer job. If you're keeping track, he's also the assistant coach of the Yankees, the Knicks, and the Islanders. He's very busy. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, a lot of us can relate to that. Yeah, we can relate.
Good.
This is LA Live for Monday, September 9th, 2024. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Word to PPT. LA Live is sponsored by Kissable Dental and their no bill guarantee. Book online at kissabledental.com. Your kissable journey starts today. Gentlemen, did you enjoy your first weekend of foosball? Did you enjoy your first weekend?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
How'd
Weather
you take
came
it in?
down a little bit. Heat.
How'd you take it in? Pause.
Well, house is a disaster zone, a construction zone right now. So most of it in like a lawn chair in a completely empty living room with my TV mounted on the wall.
Hey, that's like my 20s.
Yeah.
What you talking about?
College style. You're going to get me all feeling nostalgic now.
Yeah, bro.
You're about to make me emotional.
That's a man of peace right there.
Beautiful.
How'd y'all take it in? Come on.
I went over to my buddy Jared's. We got together with a couple high school friends. Now all of us have kids now. So
You went to Jared's.
Yep, went over to Jared's. Fantastic.
Good for you.
I sat in my bedroom and was just distraught after the Aaron Andrews fiasco. I really couldn't enjoy the football Sunday the way I really wanted to.
Really?
And then I also had
he was watching his email.
My youngest, I was watching my email. I was like, damn, they got on that quick. We're teeing up G-Bag of the Day nominees already, huh? Yeah. And then my youngest was a little bit sick, so it was kind of a pain in the ass Sunday, but it was football, so it was still awesome.
Yeah, I was feeling bad for you, Eric. I think she sold you out a little bit on that. You know, she didn't have to bring that up. I almost said, hey, I was watching CBS's pregame show. You know, kind of a thing. Just kind of make her throw her off the track a little bit.
I'm more of a Tracy Wolfson guy.
Tracy Wolf is, I think, a little bit better sideline reporter. No,
I'm sorry you had to undergo that, Chief. I know what it's like to be attacked by a so-called professional.
Oh, here we go.
No, honestly, that's the thing that really stuck with me the most is because I really couldn't point any fingers. I just had to raise my hand. There's no excuses here. You know, you just have to eat that. Like, you got to look in the mirror and say, you bleeped up.
Gosh,
she could have been nicer, but she's also trying to be funny and be entertaining. So
well,
I really
we tried
have
to
no
be funny with her
Andrew.
one time, and she hated us for it.
Yeah, she'll clap back.
Yeah.
She'll clap back.
Oh, no, with you guys a couple years ago, she was in the wrong on that.
She wasn't interested in having fun that day.
No, she wasn't.
Yeah.
Well, she didn't have to do, and if you missed it, we'll replay it here for Two Guys, One Booth. But it was just kind of bringing it back. You know, she could have been a little classier with it.
Oh,
you
wow.
have to keep bringing it back like that. And I'm just defending you.
Yeah, you guys are good teammates.
Question on your poor, but still, she can go bleep herself.
Thank you.
There's a foosball game tonight. You got any scores on this one? Anybody got any score predictions on the foosball game?
Man, this is crazy right now.
Does
with
Aaron
the Jets.
Rodgers
It's hard.
finish the game?
Does it?
Did he go down on a Monday night before?
Yeah.
Yes, dude.
September 11th.
Is it one of the guys that tackled him on his
Leonard
defense
Floyd.
now?
Yep.
Leonard Floyd is going to be on the Niners defensive line.
Yep.
The NFL was like, you're giving us, like, we're not going to let you just get away with not giving us a Monday Night Football Week 1 situation.
That's awful, bro. That's awful.
It's pretty crazy.
I'm going to let you make it back up, Aaron. I'm going to give you a Monday night against the same guy.
Welcome back.
How funny is this going to be today?
That's wild.
I don't know what to expect.
I don't either.
All right, well, no scores for tonight's foosball game. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner, I believe it's 5 times now, right?
It is.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Congrats.
Jared Sandler, Texas Rangers insider for the Fan and a broadcasting star when it comes to baseball play-by-play. This man's been wanting to be a play-by-play guy since he was knee-high. Well, anyway, he called into the G-Bag Nation with some smoke for Dawson.
Oh, we got Jared?
I think
he got a little
Jared.
smoke.
Oh, he wants to get
some smoke
spicy.
with Dawson, yeah.
Oh, this is perfect. This is true or fart. True, Jared's here.
I think Buffalo might be the 6th or 7th wild card team as Jared Sandler joins us now to protect his guy, Jack Leiter, who I have been corrected, was good yesterday, giving up 1 run per inning pitch. Jared, good afternoon. How you doing?
Yeah, no, I was listening because I love you guys. And Dawson, I heard you the other day when you were very passive-aggressive with Broadus. I know how you can be. I heard the drive-by shot there. That's cool. I was just trying to help you via text. Not sound like a total...
Okay, so you say you were trying to help me via text, Jared. This is not how you address somebody via text in the middle of a segment. Be honest.
Be honest.
Did you watch the game? Suggesting that I was dishonest, that's where you got sideways with me, Jared, just so you know.
But did you watch the game?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so
I saw his numbers. I saw his numbers.
I understand that.
Okay.
But I was just trying to help you out because if you watch the game, then it would be a different approach.
But did you watch the game?
By the way, I did. I did watch it last Friday morning, finally. I got around to it. And I was astonished at how many pitches Jack Leiter threw right down the middle that were hit for grounders.
Yeah.
That's what I noticed, Jared.
Well, here's how it ended.
I guess that's my bad for having expectations too high on a guy.
No, Gavin, you're spinning this because you don't know how else to combat me other than by playing I guess it's my bad. You're not listening to anything I'm saying, though.
Okay, that's the second insult you've given me in the last 30 minutes. Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
See ya.
Bye. There it is.
Bye. Bye. All right, see you later, buddy. Bye.
On my 9-year anniversary of quitting drinking today, Lucius.
Bye.
Sandler's driving me to drink.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's triggering you.
That's amazing.
I know.
Hey, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. We have a coach right here, Coach Jason Brown, controversial fella.
Oh my gosh.
Netflix, Last Chance U. He's the coach. Yeah. Cuss out those kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. He likes to drink a lot too. Speaking of drinking, Dawson. 2017 NJCAA Coach of the Year. He is not a fan of the quarterback play so far this season. Now tell me if Coach Jason Brown is reaching or preaching right here when he's talking about Lamar Jackson. He says Lamar Jackson may be talented, but not talented enough to win a Super Bowl.
Listen, man, all you out here who know so much football, if you really sit here and are going to tell me that Lamar Jackson is going to win a Super Bowl playing this way, you're delusional and you don't know football and you should unfollow me. This isn't going to win a Super Bowl. Sorry. Call me a hater, whatever the you want to call. I keep telling you, this is the worst quarterback play in the history of the NFL. But guess what? I'm a hater. No, it's true. He's playing running back at the quarterback position, and all you can do is run a few gimmick plays, under center play action, and get him in the gun and run QB run game. He uses his feet to run and get first downs when the pocket collapses because he can't read coverage and throw it on time. But I'm the hater. I'm sorry that the truth hurts you guys, but I'm just being honest. He's a great human being, great kid, and a freak of nature athletically. But this is not going to win a Super Bowl.
That is Coach Jason Brown from Last Chance U on Netflix. You can check that out. Is Coach Jason Brown reaching or preaching when talking about Lamar Jackson as a quarterback not being able to win the Super Bowl?
I think he's reaching. You know, I think if you have a quarterback that can effectively be a running back, you're now at a tremendous advantage.
Yeah.
Now we can play 11 on 11 instead of 10 on 11 offense. Now it might be more difficult to stay healthy, but you know the guy completes 2/3 of the passes that he throws. So I'm going to say reaching.